I had
town.
I had some Bose Lifestyle 2 system
Oh yeah, them
speakers
are nice.
with the 8-inch subs in there and the
Yep.
actual real tweeters, the actual real
So
impedance
did you have the
tweeters.
one with like 6 8 or 8
No,
8? What is
no,
it?
just 1/8,
4?
1/8 in each cabinet. It was
Oh.
like 1970s tech,
Oh yeah.
but
Well, when
but
they
hell, those
first
things
come
don't.
out, man, you get 2 8s and a shitload of 6s
Yeah.
in
But
one
what I
box.
ended up doing was hooking up my truck box, which had 212 pyramids in it, and
Mm-hmm.
I set that up to the center channel, but I had a problem with the impedance, so I added a resistor in it, and then my Technic deck no longer reset on me, and then I could adjust on the center. I could adjust the decibel level and all the other levels more than I could on the sub channel or the bass channel because there wasn't a sub channel back then, which was just the two rears. So the center was better for that. And then the rears, I would just have regular PC speakers
Bro,
just for ambience.
I used to get high, and I had an extra amp in my Harley truck. I got these straps. I put the Bow Infinities in the back of the truck and just strap them down and hook them up to a 30-watt Rockford bridged, you know,
Yeah.
and just roll down the street bumping. You hear me coming 2 blocks away. I play
See, this is
that Dio. Dun to the dun to the dun dun dun.
bow, 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 bow.
Dun dun dun. Look out. You know?
Yeah. See, I was actually thinking about doing this, for because out here during the summertime, we usually go down to the water and just hang out and drink.
Yeah, that's why I
Um,
used to put them in there to go to the lake.
well, I was gonna build it out of like 2x4s, like have it looking like an old timey
A
dynamite crate.
cabinet.
Yeah, just a little
Oh
cab,
no shit.
having it look like an old dynamite crate type thing. Build it out of 2x4s, just make it faux, and then
Yeah.
have it
You gonna
stand and
put
all
the
that.
rope handles on it even?
Yeah, and then like have little casters, like good casters
You,
with
you
pneumatic
know what
power, so I can
I
roll it.
know what you're talking about now, right?
Put a car stereo in there and some kickers, couple batteries. Ooh,
I got those you call them dynamite crates, but fuck, we put black powder in them
powder
too,
cakes.
you know.
Yeah, powder crates.
hmm Powder keg, powder box.
But that way,
Powder.
everybody's like, "Ooh, that's some power." Yeah,
Yeah, them fucking Infinities rock, dude. I had a set of
it's
Sirwin Vegas, man, in the bar,
$600 portable stereo. Fuck it.
and one of my biker buddies was out here, and he talked shit to the wrong one. So my brother put his head through my fucking Sirwin Vega. I was mad as fuck too,
Well,
but bikers. Hey, we go out in the cage and just fight. Bikers get drunk. We'll go out in the cage. We'll go out in the side yard and fight and be friends tomorrow. But if I say I'm whooping your biker ass because you're a dumb fuck, then I'm going to give it my best shot. So when my brother put his head through the fucking speaker, we broke it up and told him, hey, let's go outside. Put a circle around him. Told him, buckle up, guard your grill, and pushed them into each other. My brother still whooped his ass. He just, my brother got this cute little young wife, It's his third fucking wife. I've been trying to tell him about this, but fucking young ass, big ass biker. Young
we know
kid.
why. We know why he has that young little thing. He's midlife
Oh, yeah.
crisis, right?
He's a
He's
fucking
a little
freak.
older, and he just wants to prove to himself that he still can. That's
Yeah,
what it is.
listen, he got that Corvette for a reason, and she's like
Yeah,
the hood ornament, you know what I'm saying?
yeah.
He got that fucking, the T-bucket, this
Oh yeah.
motherfucker he's got rare cars. He sold cars to Johnny, you know? From the Late Show,
hmm
he fucking,
Dude, the
Jay
best.
Leno. My brother sold this old German car to fucking Jay Leno.
Hey, the best time I had in college was in the hot rod lab.
And then he showed what's his name?
You would love the hot rod lab too.
Oh yeah, my
You'd be like,
cousin's
"Can I
got
take it again in weeks?"
the hot rod lab. Are you talking about powertrain performance?
Well, it's part of the performance section of it, but it's hot rod lab. It's where you sit there and you have a T bucket frame, and you take a motor. You have your choice of Mopar, Ford, or Chevy. If you're smart, you go with the Chevy 350 because it's modular and you can build power on it. Um, and that's what we would do. And then you have a choice of blower, turbo, or bottle, right?
It's upgraded.
And then you would do the
Yeah, I'm
blueprinting on
with
it and
you.
then prove it. Yeah.
So first you do powertrain, then you do powertrain advancement. So
Yeah. Powertrain is the first one. So undercar, all that stuff.
yeah, so Hot Rod Lab is just like their version of powertrain advancement. It's where
Yeah.
you
It's a bit,
learn to tune in
take
a
what you
set of
learn,
three
take what,
deuce, three 2-barrel carbs, three 4-barrel carbs, a blower, full blown,
yeah.
gear driven timing, shit like that. Yeah.
And that's where a lot of people learned about wet water. They're like,
Yeah.
wet water? What do you mean wet water? It's water, but wetter. But what do you mean? Oh, we used to use that shit to get rid of bees. But I guess you don't want to use you want as much water in there as possible for the thermal. And since it's a hot rod, at the end of the track, you're draining the block anyway, right?
Yeah,
So
you want enough, you don't want so much you get hydrostatic lock or hydro
yeah,
lock.
you just want enough to where it'll bring the boiling temperature down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess Royal Purple makes one, but I keep telling them, man, just put some surfactant in there, break the surface tension. It does the same thing.
Pretty much. Yeah,
Fucking
pretty much.
jet dry, water wetter. That's shit. When we're fucking mining, we have a big thing of water, and the gold powder will float on the surface of the water. It's a real pain in the ass. So you have to have like a recycling thing to where it's constantly dripping a little bit of jet dry in the solution so the gold don't float over the ripples. I mean, all you need to do, like say you have a gold pan, you got a bunch of gold powder floating in there. You just barely get the tip of your finger wet with that jet dry and touch the water, and you see all the gold sink instantly. Breaks the surface tension.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're preaching
So,
to the choir, bro.
but basically, what that does is it allows things to get wet, right? So
Yeah,
that's what
jet
you
dry
want.
is just vinegar, right?
No, it's a surfactant. It's soap.
Well, yeah, I know there's some soap in it, but I'm saying the majority
Yeah.
of it is
Aluminum sulfate, I think.
So,
yeah, you're right. You're
Jay
right. You're right.
Leno owns one of my brother's roadsters. It was on his car show. Jay Leno's garage.
Yeah,
He's got a silver roadster that my brother built. But
dude, he's got a Stanley steamer too.
yeah, he
Old school
does.
Stanley steamer. It's like, dude, and
He's
he's
got a
sitting there.
fucking
It's like, dude,
his tank car.
yeah.
Yeah, Jay's got some badass cars.
I mean,
He
shit.
won.
If you had
He
that kind
won
of
in
money,
my. He won in my '63 vet, dude. He offered me way more than it's worth, but I'm like, no, dude. A fucking lifetime trying to get this bitch. It won't.
and
It
so is
ain't
he.
happening. He's like,
And he's been,
what he wanted me to do. He said, he's got an estate. He said, well, leave it in your will that they'll sell it to my estate. And I said, Jay, my shit's an estate. That's gonna be part of my bloodline property, bro. That shit ain't going nowhere. I'm already training my nephew to know what everything is so he can go, no, 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 cuz you don't sell this one. Your dad roll over in his fucking grave. You sell this. You can't get these. You know what I mean? There's only certain, he knows every gem I got. He's already starting his own car collection. That's my boy, though. He gets into it more than any of them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He was my next to oldest brother, Monty, the one that passed away. That was his son, and Monty didn't like to work on cars. All of us worked on cars, but Monty had the idea when he was younger. I'll just flip cars and have my brothers fix them. You know, so he would make cars that. I live in Jackson, Michigan. People from Detroit come here. You can sell a dope dealer car, and he makes them where rappers and dope dealers would want them. But they're usually not the smartest about cars. And if it's flashy, you get 20 grand out of a rapper for a fucking car that shouldn't be valued no more than 10 grand. Like those Regals. You can pimp them Regals out, but it's still just a Regal. It's a fucking specialty car. Unless maybe you
Yeah.
got the prototype for the Bush Grand National.
You can trick out a Cutlass, but it's still going to be a Cutlass.
Exactly. So
Still
you know
going to
what I
be a
mean.
gutless Cutlass.
Now I would never give you 20 grand for say a 80 Cutlass. I mean, we get in older shit, 442s, a
Dude,
Yanko.
I would not give
You
you
know what
80
I
grand
mean.
for a new Ford pickup. That's how much you're going for, 80 grand. I wouldn't
I
give you 80
know.
grand for
I
one of
know
those
what they
fucking
go for.
things.
Yeah.
10 years,
Most
they fucking only $250. Come on.
yeah, I use Super Duty 350s at work from the 90s. So, yeah, I hear you. 98.
Yeah, yeah, I have a 98
I ain't
F350
trying
Super
to buy
Duty
new shit.
with a 7.3 International in it.
I still got 80s diesel dually 1 tons and shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just rebuild them.
Dude, this thing has
I got a truck
250,000 miles
with a
on it and
million
it's still
miles
starting.
in it. Yeah. Yeah. I got a truck
Dude,
with a million miles in it. It's still got the original motor in it.
yeah,
It's a
these are
diesel, but
those or not Detroits, those internationals,
yeah.
especially those 7.3s, those are fleet vehicles, right? Those are fleet motors.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah, I know.
fucking
I know.
easily a million mile vehicle.
Yeah.
That's why they make
Most fleet
ambulances out of
vehicles are like cop cars.
them. Yeah. Most of them are turned into ambulances. And now
Yep.
they have the new 6-liter, and I feel sorry for those because
Man,
those 6 liters are shit.
I got a Suburban a couple months ago that was a ambulance. I got two of them at they're at the horse track here in town.
Yeah.
And fucking one of the jockeys bought them. He bought them for $200 a piece. I couldn't believe the track sold them to that. He's like, I give them to you for $4, but I got to double my money. I'm like, okay. They they were literally, one had 350 miles on it, the other one had 200 miles, and they got big block 454 SS or super high output SHO stamped right on the head, right? The
The
fucking
show.
motor's worth 6 grand
Yeah.
without the transmission. Both of them, dude. He's all, I'm gonna double my money. I'm thinking, yeah, I'm gonna quadruple my shit, but I could just sell them the way they are, but I don't do that.
Dude,
That bitch will
one
be
time
a 531 before I'm done.
I bought this Ford Probe for like $350.
I like the
All
probes,
sorts of problems on it. I put 1,500 into it.
especially the turbo V6s.
Yeah, this was just a 12 valve V inline 4.
I had a 94 turbo V6 probe GT with a Testarossa kit on it.
Yeah, I
It's,
wish I had that, but mine
it,
wasn't.
it,
So
it was pretty sick. It was my brother's car. He just left it out here like it's not a classic.
I'm
I
driving this thing around off road, treating it like it's a fucking rally car, and I
What
blow out
year?
the pre muffler. Shit, it was a '96. I blew out the pre muffler on it, so took it
So it
home.
was a rounded probe, not the squared
Yeah.
out one.
No, it
Yeah,
was a 626 Mazda 626, but Ford Probe pretty much.
Oh,
But
yeah, okay, yeah.
so what I
I'm with
ended up
you. Same
what
shit.
what I ended up doing was straight piping it, and where the pre-muffler was, I just put a flex tube in because there was a problem right there. So I just did a little, because I got lots of fucking parts around here, dude. Just made my own little exhaust system on it, and then where the muffler was, I replaced that with a 12-inch, a 3-inch dump out um, glass pack, flipped it around backwards, so it sounded all shitty and ratty, like these Hondas. And I'm just sitting
Yeah,
there
you,
cruising with
you know
this thing.
those Mazda 66s remind me of the Probe GT.
Well, it's virtually the same block, same
Yeah,
engine.
almost the same body style too.
Yeah. But if you're ever wondering, like front main seal, it's the same as the cam seal
On that motor?
on the V4, on the inline fours, yeah, because it'll
Oh
come up on
shit.
this, yeah, even through probe or even through the Ford, right? So I'm
Same
just like,
dimension. Yeah.
yeah. So I mic'd it out, and
That's
I was like,
true
well,
in some
shit,
Ford four cylinders like the Ecotec.
yeah. So I mic'd it out, and I was like, well, fuck, this is the same seal. Well, shit,
Yeah.
give me another one of these, and make sure you put this in as a note to your service tech for the rest of Napa, so they know.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, sometimes I'll go in there to these parts stores. Like, there's this one guy that knows a lot about air cooled Volkswagens, but doesn't know anything about water cooled Volkswagens. So he taught me some things about air cooled, and I taught him everything I know about rabbit engines. And
Cool.
he goes, good to know. So if I have to
You like
order
to
a
fuck
part for
with the
someone,
Rotex? No.
I
I
told him
have, but yeah, I'm not a
I
big
gave him
Rotex.
the website where he can get parts and do it as an aftermarket add-on, non-ball camp catalog.
Yeah.
And he's all, dude, this is amazing. So they can get balancers, harmonic balancers, and I go, they rebuild any harmonic balancer there. So like you get
Yeah.
somebody that's
Yeah.
coming in with a very rare harmonic balancer where the rubber slipped, just send
Dude, we
in the
got
cord.
a Japanese plant in town that does starters, alternators, harmonic balancers. It's called Nippon Denso.
Yeah,
You know what a Nippon Denso
NGK.
starter is?
Yeah, no, that was a Mitsubishi that's on this one.
No, Nippon Denso. They sell remanufactured. It'll be
Oh, I know.
a factory stock Ford, but it's just a remanufactured. But we got
Oh,
the
I know.
plant right here in town, and one of my buddies is a foreman. So when I got shit they do, I just send it down their line. He be like, "Give me 20." Oh, okay. All
Do you know what
right.
Nippon means?
Hmm?
Nippon from Nippon Denso.
No, I
Nippon
don't know it.
means Japanese.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, and Denso is design.
You ever seen them Ford EcoBoost 2.3s?
Yeah,
Those are pretty
I'm
straight, man. All aluminum. You can bore the shit out of them. I put a turbo on one off a fucking what Chrysler
so
LeBaron V6.
I got this Ford Flex, bought and paid for. The motor's shot on it. Number one cylinder has about 63 psi. And there's also a problem with the fuel injector not opening, but I think it has to do with the fact that the spark isn't reading at the right kV, so it's not kicking on the injector. That's one of the problems, right?
Uh, they got a map
But the
sensor on them, don't they? That tells it
but
sends
the
all
big
those signals.
yeah, it's all controlled by computer. I mean, this thing is
Yeah.
it's a
So
newer
either
vehicle,
I
and it's got
think
the
that
EcoBoost on it.
yeah, that one's got the ECM. Then it's got a control module. Ford
Yeah,
doesn't call them electronic control module.
ECM, because
Uh,
that's different company.
Right.
The only thing I can
They
think of
call them
is
the
the
fuck.
because the mechanic that my grandmother took it to was sitting there telling her, "Oh, well, it's $2,700 part catalytic converters completely clogged." So, because it kept throwing like O2 codes, and I kept testing the O2 sensor, and it was fine. Fucking 10 switches per
ECU.
second. Yeah, EPU.
They call it a ECU. I had to think for a minute. Electronic control unit instead of a module.
I know that it's proprietary, and you can't pull information off of it without going through a proper Ford key, like with the Modus.
Yeah.
And only the dealership has those, so you can't even scope it out. It pisses me off, dude.
Well, you could if you had a fucking if you had a mechanics code.
Yeah, that the key. That's what I need is the key.
Yeah. Let me ask my brother-in-law, man.
Like I
He's a
know people
he's
that
a
work at the
Ford
local Ford
he's a
dealership,
Ford master mechanic, dude. He might give me the code for it.
but the problem is he says I can't let these Modus keys out.
Yeah.
The snap-on
That's what
Modus.
most of them
Shit.
will tell you, but my brother-in-law has come right out here and put them in. I got a Snap-on reader-writer system.
Yeah,
And
it's
all
just like
that,
the downloader.
yeah, but you got to have that key. You got to get access to the program.
You
Some
have
are
to
open.
purchase the license before we can download in Flash, and if Flash
Yeah.
isn't correct, you have to repurchase. That's
I
bullshit
mean,
system.
if I went back and updated my fucking Ford, I got a Ford technician's license, or at least I
Yeah,
had one.
I went and I took like all the Ford diagnostics and all that, the
Yeah,
three-step method for
I took some
diagnosis.
specialty courses for the newer Mustangs. Yeah,
No, I mean well, you can take that Ford method and take it to anything, right? Because
yeah,
simply you're testing the voltage to see if you have voltage drop after the load, and you're testing to see if you have voltage drop at the ground, and that could tell
yeah.
you like virtually anything about the circuit. So if you have voltage drop at the load, that means
I know. You could have
that load.
you can find a broken circuit,
Yeah,
and if that circuit's controlled by a ECU or a map sensor, then you know what's up.
or
If
even a
they
damaged
if they
conductor.
loop if it loops through a distribution center, we can just
Yeah.
generalize it. They're all distribution centers. It just sends signals and power.
It goes from demuxed to muxed when it goes from
Yeah.
closed loop to open loop.
I like them Ford Flexes, man. I always wanted to take one of them and just strip out the wiring and everything, just raw dog it out, and then make it a carbureted hot rod.
Oh, it has enough room to throw a Cobra in it.
I
Rear
know,
wheel drive.
man. And they look pretty fucking cool, but I
Yeah.
got I got like I knew this lady that had what the fuck was that called? She had a door-to-door saleswoman thing, but she had 8 Montegos, old ass 72 Ford Montegos, and they got 302 bosses in them. So I bought all of them.
Yeah.
Mary Kay. She had a Mary Kay hookup. She was the distributor, Mary Kay distributor.
Ah.
So yeah, so she had 4 LTDs. The first car she started with, they had 351 Clevelands in them. Those had some, decent amount of miles on them, but that's nothing, to worry about when I can map
I've,
every cylinder and
I've
make
never
them,
messed
bring
with
them all to the same spec, and then you never
just
mess with
Windsor.
the Cleveland. Oh, them
No, just the
motherfuckers,
Windsors.
they're a power plant, bro. So I map
Oh,
the
I know the
cylinders.
Windsors are too.
What I'll do is see, well, this most worn cylinder is at this spec, whether it's 357000028, and then I'll try to make all the other cylinders as close to that one as I can. Then I have custom pistons made. So it's
Yeah, you're
tight.
squaring the block.
Yeah. So, yeah, you know. So when you
Yeah.
shut the key
Blueprint
off, that motherfucker shuts right off.
instead of loping and searching.
Yeah, and then you don't throw a rod for an overstroke, you know?
Yeah.
Because even though if you don't map them perfect or square them, then your rod bearings get undue stress when they kink in the cylinder. You know, you know, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And that undue stress will it'll put a groove in your crank. Once you got a groove in your crank, then your rod starts flopping.
I don't care what you do with them. I just want it to go super fast. I want to drive that sucker.
Oh well, Cleveland's the way to go. Or, dude, if you put the 302 Boss in one of them Ford Flexes, that motherfucker would kill some shit. You'd be impressed.
And you could
You're like,
carry a whole bunch of
The
stuff. You
stroker
could carry
though.
a whole
That's a
crew.
stroker motor.
put a Ford 9-inch in that bitch with a 302 Boss and go smoke a 2019 6-liter fucking Corvette and be like, damn,
Nice. We have a fire in town.
On the
my
way to
Flex, my
Oh,
Flex
yeah.
is the shit.
On the way to the
But
picnic.
go ahead, Tony.
Go ahead, Joshua. Breaking news.
I was just saying, there's a fire in town, and I don't know if these idiots realize it, but the fire department's gone. There is no fire department. It's put up.
Nice.
Yeah, bro. Look, I just get stoned and look at every
Where'd
fucking
they
car
go?
like, yeah, that'd be badass with a V8 in it.
Yeah. Why don't you build me something? I'll come up there and work for a year or something. Then I'd like to come up and work.
I just got a Maverick GT and a DeSoto.
I'll work it off, man. If that's
Think
set,
I'm gonna go get a Studebaker. Would you cruise the Studebaker with like a fucking 327 bat motor in it?
yeah, Mike and I could actually be
Yeah.
related, possibly are related.
Mike, in about 15 minutes, 20 minutes on the, or 10 minutes on the dirt bike, I could get to where there's an old Studebaker stuck in the mountains.
Really?
Yeah.
Front clip and all that, man.
Well, it's the only part that's left is like the
Trim.
shell. Everything else is gone. It's been flipped
that's
upside
cool.
down.
If the trim's on that motherfucker, you're talking about 1,500. I mean, to be honest, $2,000 if there's
It's that one that has
ding
that.
on it.
It's the one that has the Cyclops
Cone on the front.
Yeah.
The what?
The Cyclops.
Yeah, the cone.
Yeah.
That
little eye thing in the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The nose.
The jet age shit.
I got one in the fucking garage, just like it. Yeah. Well, it was supposed to be jet streamlined fucking shit.
And then I found right off the highway. I can't remember where the hell it's at. I can't find it again. Just like I can't find this fucking pyramid. But dude, this thing. It's the front clip, like the whole front clip. Hood's missing, but it's still got the fenders in good condition, good paint. Right, it's just got a couple wrinkles on it. International Harvester, chrome bumper, spotless chrome bumper, not bent at all.
Fuck. That's
And the bumper that we had on ours, somebody went to go move it. Fucking goddamn Rocky motherfucking asshole. Mom's boyfriend went to move it with the tractor and ripped the fucking bumper. No, ripped it.
Oh, damn.
I kicked his
that
ass.
Chrome Harvester bumper is probably worth a couple grand depending on the year of it.
Yeah.
At least
but I can't find it again.
At least
but it had
a
the
grand
yellow...
if it's fucking clean.
Yeah. Yeah, it was clean.
That's the shit you could never find, you know?
It had a couple of spots where, you know, it was lifting off, but overall it was still original, you know, just sitting out there in the desert.
Well, good trim, like aluminum trim and shit, that's hard to find shit.
Yeah.
Chrome bumpers for those years. You know what I'm saying? Fucking, my buddy, I had a 442. I was looking for a front clip. And my buddy, Scraps, he found one, had trees growing through it and shit. He told me about it. I said, look, I'll give you what you fucking want. He said, give me $2,200 and you can have the whole thing. You know? Had a tree growing up through the floor and then through the hood, but that didn't affect any of the glass, the trim, any of that shit. I went out there, I was like, you're done. He's like, what the fuck? I'll pay you right now, motherfucker. Got my brothers out there with a piece of equipment, cut the tree and just lifted it off it. Picked the car up with a forklift and put it on the fucking trailer. I mean,
Yeah,
a Ford,
like an Ivy
Ford
lift.
tractor. Ford tractor, you know.
Yeah,
But,
with the forks on it. We got one.
yeah, yeah. But, he was like, oh, that's impressive. I'm like, dude, I just decided what I needed, how I was going to do it, and I fucking went and did it. What do you mean impressive?
We ain't
I
fucking
got,
around.
I got equipment. You don't, motherfucker. But it had all my trim, dude. And
Yeah.
the only shit I found was like 8 hours away. The motherfucker wanted $3,000 and shit was dinged. So when the trim is dinged, you know, you gotta sit there and round out a shaped metal, stick it in there, and then tap. Don't beat the shit out of it, or you're just gonna fuck it up. You gotta tap it. You hope you tap it
Yeah, but
enough.
the problem is they're nickel coated.
I know that's it. You just end up. That doesn't stop us from trying to repair the shit, but you know what I'm saying. It doesn't always work the fuck out.
It's nice to find an old barn that was overflow for a
Yeah,
warehouse and find a bunch of NOS. It's like, woo!
dude. I asked these motherfuckers about a falling down barn down the road, man, and it had my VW bus was in it. It literally the roof fell right down on this motherfucker and didn't even harm the VW bus. So it had a roof over it. It was just, you know, the the walls fell off and under this bitch. Two of them crumpled down like slinkies. So it didn't even touch the top of the fucking. It just fell in place and kept that VW bus perfect for me, rust free for 20 years. He's like, oh, that's my grandpa's old shit. I was like, you got the title? He's like, I don't know. So my kid, my son, he as soon as we got it out, he starts playing around in it. And then he comes out, hey, Dad, title's in it. I'm like, yeah, hell yeah.
Nice.
He said, good. And then dude said, it's not my grandpa's name, but it was signed, so I didn't give a fuck. It was fucking dated, man. I paid 15 years of fucking late fees. You know, that was
Yeah,
a
you would
bummer, but
lose
it
your
was
ass
worth
if
it.
that was California.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, not in Michigan. Here, look at
You know
this.
how much you know how much it is to register a pickup truck?
No.
$1,000.
Damn.
It was $500, and now they raised it to
That's it.
$1,000.
That's emissions and everything. See, that's my Studebaker. If you
Well,
had
that's like
Michigan,
in
just
California.
I
Low.
like that, man. That's big.
it
if
should
you
only
had,
be for commercial vehicles, but no, it's for any vehicle that's a pickup truck because
All
you can make money
vehicles
with
in
it.
yeah,
California
Sonny,
are
I'm
commercial
I'm
vehicles.
gonna put a
Exactly.
327 in it. I'm about to get down. Look, it might look rough, but the truth is, this motherfucker's solid. This Mexican kid had this, and it's fucking clean. That surface rust shit, that ain't shit.
And
A
that's just
lot
a
of
patina.
lot of spot putty when I'm done cleaning it off, but you know, I
Man,
got that.
I gotta go out to where we have our vehicles stored. We got an old Ford and International. Beautiful
I'm
patina.
missing some trim, my nigga, for that Studebaker. That's why I'm showing it to you.
I
You
Well,
got
seen.
Studebaker, I gotta go out in the desert and find this
you
shit.
got some. Man, I need some fucking headlight bezels.
And then
I ain't
there's another
bullshit.
one. I think it's a
I drive to
Studebaker,
the fucking desert for some car parts.
I
but
seen
I
the.
think every bit of this is shot. Every bit of that one is shot, but that one's
Ain't
out there
that
by
a
the
fucking
desert
bitch?
bar.
You know what I
Dude, they got a
mean, though,
bar in the
man.
middle of the
Bezels
desert.
are worth some fucking money.
Yeah.
I brought that bitch home on a motherfucking trailer. I was like, yeah.
I
In
seen.
fact, I think I have a hood that's got a couple of bullet holes in it. Shouldn't be much for a metal finesser like yourself to fix that.
Yeah. I didn't pay much for that motherfucker either, man.
I've seen.
2,500.
That's awesome. I've seen a couple of those Studebakers that are just freaking cherry, like perfect. Like
Oh, it will be when I'm.
this car looks better. Like it looks
When,
newer than new. I mean, this car was
yeah,
just
when I'm done, that
Yeah, he needs
motherfucker's
those
gonna
headlight
be
bezels
sharp.
big time.
yeah. We had a big, huge lowrider like parade going all through town a couple weeks ago, and some of those cars are badass, man. Like
Yeah,
wow.
I dig the lowriders too. Yeah. You ever seen the Studebaker Silverhawk?
No.
Them
I don't
motherfuckers
know.
are pimp. I would love to get one here. I'll show you an image of one. I would love to get one of these motherfuckers.
Oh,
Well,
so you need the whole light assembly, don't you? It's not just the
the
bezel.
bezels. Well, yeah, fuck all of it. That's what I'm saying. If the bezel and the light's in there, if the light's in there and the bulb and it's held in by the trim, then you got every damn thing I need. I don't give a the desert. I don't give a fuck if it's at in the desert.
Just don't lose any of them fucking bolts or springs.
Right. But I mean, I can have that shit re-nickeled if it's in good shape. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Well, the only thing that would be wrong with it is, 30 years of sun patina.
Oxidation.
Yeah.
Exactly. I've got shit from the desert. I'm cool with that. I already
So
know
you know
what.
how the glass patina's out here
Yeah.
turns opal like?
Yep.
Beautiful. I mean,
Look,
glass is stained purple. It's like crazy.
that's a Silverhawk.
That's
Studebaker
awesome.
Oh
Silverhawk.
man.
I don't
Tell
think
me that motherfucker ain't sick.
that's beautiful. I don't know if I've ever seen one of those. I might have. I probably have. I've seen
They're
probably every
they're
kind of car.
rare.
That's got that rear window. Fuck.
Yeah,
I lived in
they're
LA for a
rare.
number of years. I lived in LA for like 10 years. I saw every kind of
Yeah,
freaking
they're yeah.
amazing
This,
cars.
they got the Hawk GT. Studebaker got some sexy cars. Not all the
That
Studebakers are, but
that
some
car
of
looks
them.
like it's going fast just sitting still.
Yeah, that fucker just got some sexy lines on it. But
That'd be
that would be that. That's
56,
like
58.
it's that one I think is a 50, 50 something, 57, 58.
Yeah, it's around when the fishtail was popular.
like when the
Yeah,
Bel Air.
well, the streamlined fins, them jet fins, boy.
Those are jet. That looks like a jet.
Well, it was the jet age,
Yeah,
Exactly.
but in reality, it was just the Iron Age. It's still just the Iron Age.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
I mean, shit. Even though right now iron's pretty much fucking worthless. I mean, you get like $150 for a ton of it.
For
Wow.
what? A ton of what?
Steel,
Oh shit, not here.
Iron ore.
HMS steel.
Uh
Mm.
oh. Well, sheet metal, sheet steel is going for 225 here for your average guy. I mean, that's a public price. If you got a license, you're getting 325 right now a ton.
Yeah, this is with our license. This is one of the reasons why we closed the fucking yard. Because steel, it was less than fucking half a penny a pound.
No shit. Well, they're fucking you.
Like we would get a penny, so we would have to charge half a
Yeah,
penny a
they
pound.
always fuck you.
Mm. My
And that was
54
through
Meadowbrook's a
outfit
low
called
rider.
Ecology. And I kept telling them, let's not go to Ecology. I'll drive the fucking load all the way to Phoenix. Fuck it. You know? Drive it all the
Well,
way to Phoenix
yeah,
and make a quarter on it.
yeah. My
But then the gas
54
prices.
Meadowbrook is a fucking low rider, and I haven't done any body work to it. Just cleaned it up. That's it. Mineral spirits. Just clean the motor up.
Oh,
Cleaned up the body.
if anybody's worried about EMPs, make sure you have an old pickup truck or an old car with points and condensers. Have an extra set
Yeah.
of points and condensers on you.
Yeah.
Make sure that they're grounded out. And then you have an extra coil, right? And you make sure that coil is not grounded out. That way, if an EMP happens, you just swap out points condensers and that
Yeah.
fucking coil, a fire
Yeah.
again.
You know. Yeah, look, my Meadowbrook is
I can make fire with a magnifying glass or a stick. Or a
I
couple
built this for my son. It's got a 426 in it. It was my grandfather's. It sat in a field under a tree. It had sap on it and all that shit. Mineral spirits took it off, even crystallized. I couldn't believe it. Actually, I brought a little luster back to the paint job.
Yeah.
That's pretty amazing. What year is that one?
54 Meadowbrook, Dodge.
Wow. What a trip.
That was Grandpa's.
Sure don't see many of those.
The interior's mint. The
You
interior.
know what? If that wasn't your grandpa's and if it wasn't an heirloom, I would say lead sled that bitch.
Yeah.
Turn
Yeah.
it freaking hot rod.
Shave it all down.
Yeah.
Yeah,
French it.
see, my son didn't want it like that. He kind of likes that grunge look, you know?
Yeah.
Steampunk. Steampunk in it. Look,
pretty
that
cool.
fucking...
He's missing a bunch of brass, like useless brass ornaments for it to be steampunk, though.
Yeah.
You know?
Well,
a Stirling engine just because.
yeah.
That is pretty cool, though. I like it that way myself.
Look, the Studebaker's rusted hell. The guy pushed it out of the barn and had it sitting by the road and was like, as soon as I seen it, look, you can see the front end of the Meadowbrook. We was out cruising the Meadowbrook. My son said, what, you gonna stop and look at that Dodge, Dad? I was like, that's a Studebaker, motherfucker. Look at the front end. He's like, well, I don't know nothing about that. I come back to the car after setting the deal up. 10 minutes, he's like, he was an expert. He had already Googled the shit on his phone and shit. Like, yeah, Dad, look at this one. I'm like, I already know, dude. You're just now learning. I already know. You know what I mean? I'm missing some of the trim and shit for that. I do want to get all the trim and put it back together. It's my son's car. But he don't want me to paint it. You know, that's his rod. It's got a certain look to it. But, I mean, if you want to do a fucking hole shot in that, all you got to do is hit the gas. That 426 gets down.
Shit, Mike.
Has anybody ever taken
You know
an
what
Edsel
you
and
ought to
like a
do?
fat motor?
You ought to take a trip down here, and we'll go to the airplane because they have cars sitting out there too.
Yeah, you
like
guys
Jeeps and
got
stuff.
all that shit in the desert, man. You got all the parts out there I fucking need. I already know. I drive there for shit. I ain't gonna lie.
We'll go out there and we'll be like, yeah, I just want to check it out. Dude, how much for this Jeep? Come on, how much for the Willys?
Yeah, that's a reason, you know, a good enough reason to get my son in the car and say, no, you're not working at the company today. Road trip, nigga.
We're gonna go see some cancer-free Russ.
Yeah, I like to make him drive. Well, till we get there, if I'm buying something and putting it on the trailer, then I'm doing all the driving, you know what I mean?
Right.
After that, but... And not that he can't drive a trailer, I'm just a picky bastard, you know what I mean? I won't be able to sleep while he's driving because I gotta side saddle his ass. I gotta be
And you know, well,
driver.
you're not gonna be able to sleep because you got that empty gooseneck that you're taking with you.
Yeah, I gotta tell him how to drive from bitch seat, you know, riding bitch.
Had to change lanes and shit.
Yeah. Slow down, boy. You're hauling a trailer now. What the fuck? Fuck, Dad,
You
I'm
hit the
only
brakes,
going
that thing
30.
fucking jackknifes. We're fucked. Water's wet. What are you doing? Slow down. Or
He
the
told
road's
me
wet.
one time, he said, "You're riding, bitch. You're not supposed to, bitch." I was like, "No, no, no, no. You riding, bitch. You get the bitch. That's what I'm riding, bitch. I'm in bitch mode." He's like, just shut the fuck up, Dad. Let me fucking drive. If I wreck it 'cause you're talking shit, I'm like, yeah, I know.
You know what?
Pull over at this Buddy's Mini Nart, Gas and Go Taco Bell. You know, we don't have
I
them
hate that.
down there.
I hate that when I'm sitting there driving and then, like, taking my mom to her
Mike,
eye doctor, for instance.
Mike's complaining. Oh, your mom's
And,
like Mike, huh? It's an old people thing, man.
well, no, my grandmother, she'll be sitting in the front seat. My mom will be sleeping in the back.
Sonny's older. I'm sure
And,
he gets that where he knows what. There's a right way to do everything. Damn it.
and my grandmother will see a bag, like, moving off in the desert, like it's getting ready to go across the road or something.
I
And she'll
wonder
be like,
what that
hold on,
is.
watch out. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, what the hell's going on here, you know? And she's like, the bag. And
Yeah.
I go, yeah, I can see the bag. I see everything you see.
Dude, you know what my dad used to do, and my grandpa. My dad would be like, "There's a can, stop." I'm like, "Fuck, Dad. Got a $70,000 fucking dump truck. Fuck that can. You better stop and get that can, boy. You be." He said, "You be tasting your own blood." I'm like, "Yeah, my dad's threatening bloody my fucking mouth. God damn it, get your fucking can." I used to do him like this. I'd slow down and swoop over it. I wouldn't
And
even
crush it.
stop. No, I'd
Yeah, I
just
got
make
it.
him lean out the car and get it. Damn it. You know, not
Yeah.
stop, make
Oh,
him lean out, grab it, old man. I ain't stopping.
the going joke out here is if you're driving and you have somebody sitting in the passenger seat that's a little antsy, you tell them, buddy of mine was down this road and it was facing north, so it's on that side of the road. Be on the lookout for a Tonka truck. This thing was mint. It's worth $10,000. Oh, he'll have his eyes peeled the whole time, like, oh, where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go?
It's like my brother-in-law. He's a fucking scrapper, so he'd be going past the farm like, slow down. What's that over there? Can you see it? Can you see it by the barn? What is it? Tell
Is
me.
that him?
I try to tell him, look, dude, you don't want me spotting shit for you to stop and ask to get, because I'll probably crack on the classic car. You know?
Yeah.
I'm gonna buy that shit, motherfucker. Fuck you. You ain't scrapping that. This motherfucker told me about scrapping a CUDA once. I was ready to beat his ass. I was like, what? Bitch, what? And then he says, well, I got a 57 Chevy Nomad out there. Bitch, you scrapped the CUDA. I should slap the fuck out of you, but how much you want for the Nomad? Let me go look at it. I don't want something that's gonna slinky out, when I try to pull it out of a mud hole or nothing.
So I'm wondering if I should work on this LeBaron, if I should try to restore this convertible. I don't
LeBaron
know if it,
convertible?
yeah,
Is it one of the turbo 90s?
I think it is.
Well, yeah, 4-cylinder V6.
I don't know. But it's
Oh,
just sitting there.
my brother-in-law's got one of them. Here, I'll show you the picture. Give me a second.
I mean, it looks nice. It's a two-door.
He got a white one, 2-door, yeah.
Oh, this one's red.
Yeah, I prefer the red ones. I
But
like the red.
goddamn, the sun hates this red paint.
Yeah,
Cooked.
I bet. So tell me, does it look like this? This is a V6 turbo, automatic. My brother-in-law's little crappy garage. He don't keep it clean. but he don't have it like me. You know, I be picking on people's garages, but I know don't everybody have it like I do.
Ooh, it's got the louvers for the lights. I don't see any badges on the side of it, but I sent a picture of it.
We don't need no stinking badges.
Yeah, it looks pretty similar.
Yeah, you need some fucking badges that say,
No, there's no spots for badges.
oh, yeah. It's in the grill, man. Look, does it look like my brother-in-law's? Can you see in Livestream voice act?
Yeah,
He
it does.
he loves that. He loves that car.
Shut up.
He's a fucking you can see
You
the
just dropped the
Mackinac
N.
Bridge. See the Mackinac Bridge?
There, I just took a picture of the front grill. Come on, dog.
He was a Dodge specialist, but now he's disabled and he just scraps. Oh yeah.
Just says Chrysler LeBaron on the back.
Yeah. Baron.
Sam, don't you start either. It's because that dog's an idiot.
My wife would always joke about those Chryslers, saying they thinking they ain't a Mercedes and it's only a Chrysler.
Oh, she was talking about that silver Dodge 500 they tried to make look
I
like
know.
like a
They're
Mercedes.
trying to act like they had a Mercedes.
Yeah. I've seen those. I thought that I was like, damn, Dodge tried to make this motherfucker look like it's 80s. And the LeBaron does too. The LeBaron kind of looks like one.
Never eat McDonald's, man.
I don't.
It's made from people.
Thank you. I know. It's cardboard.
And 20% beef.
They're grinding it up. The other 80% is glue. They grind it up and put a bunch of glue in it, and then they freeze
That would
it
be horse.
in burger
And red
size
food coloring.
big logs, and then they cut it.
Now they use beet juice.
They steam it and boil it. They call that the pre-cook.
So, Mike, when do we start building the Flat Earth Village in your area there?
I don't know if it should be Michigan, the water.
I thought about buying some property across the road and making it a campground because the rivers connect to so many lakes.
That would be so.
But do you have good water there, or is it?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Because I know there's a problem with the waters.
We all are. So you know
because
the
you don't want to
in what town?
Flint,
Detroit, and Detroit,
Grand Rapids, and those are just the top places with the most fucked up water. But
I thought it was a groundwater. I mean, because you don't want to be washing clothes and have to treat the water before you wash the clothes.
Yeah, it's mostly city water in Flint.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
What's plumbed in by the city, so yeah, the Grand River is pretty clean. I like to fish from it all day long. I do, and so is the Kalamazoo.
What about Battle Creek?
Battle Creek. Listen, all of Michigan got bad water. I thought I covered that.
No, I'm saying how good of a community is Battle Creek area?
Oh, well, it depends. If you're living right in the city, shitty. If you're living on the outskirts, okay. That's Kellogg community.
Yeah.
The Kellogg
Seventh-day Adventist land. Right? Seventh-day Adventist land cereal guys, Kellogg.
Yeah, pretty much.
Pop-Tarts were invented to keep you from masturbating. Fun fact.
Yeah, they put saltpeter in them. It's a joke. But saltpeter is the opposite of garlic, man. It'll make you go limp, not hard. Gotta eat some garlic with your Pop Tarts, damn it, raw.
Oh, I know what that is. That's not just a random fire. That's a funeral. Man,
It's what?
it's a funeral.
A
Out here,
funeral?
out here, the Mojaves, they
Yeah,
pyre their dead.
they do a traditional
Yeah,
burial. They
with
set it up on a thing and then burn it.
mesquite pyres with
Yeah,
That would be
their
stinky.
blankets and stuff,
yeah,
and then just bury all the ashes with the embers afterwards.
yep. You
Yeah, well,
know
I
why
used
we
to
did that?
keep disease down.
No. Because we would always just have the sacred burial ground furthest away from teepee land or the camp. But we did it because white men kept violating our shit. So we just started burning them.
I know they used to do sky burial. Well, they still do sky burials. The Hopi.
Yeah.
They construct these towers, and when a member of their family dies, they take that member, leave them naked, and set them up on top of the thing, and let the birds
Yeah,
take
they
his
give them
body
back to
to
nature.
Creator. Yeah, let the birds carry the body to Creator. I mean, different cultures everywhere, but yeah, that's what that is. Like, see, we used to when we had the saw shop, we used to sharpen their 48-inch circular blades that they would hook up to their peat, and they would take their logs and cut their logs to length and build the pyres from it. I've seen them do it, and it looks dangerous as shit because you just got this big ass saw spinning, no safety mechanisms. I'm just like, bro, tie your hair back at least, please. You know what I mean?
You be the next motherfucker we're burning. We have to cut some extra logs, bitch. Then somebody else might get killed.
Yeah.
Put a fucking safety guard on it. No, I'm with you.
I was like, wouldn't it be? Well, I guess that's they work with what they have, but I think it would be better to have
They
like
do.
a ship saw, like
Yeah.
one of those big band saws that they could just push it through.
Here, I'll be right back. My daughter's yelling for me.
Yeah, wolf in sheep's clothing. It's not a black sheep; it's a black wolf.
Yeah, the Fabians are socialists, democratic socialists. They're,
No, they're homosexuals, is what they are.
of course.
Fabians.
Yep.
Fabian means well,
No,
fairy,
it's
right?
an actual
Fae.
society. It's an actual society of these people. So they,
Yeah, but etymologically, fae is fairy, right? Fabian,
yeah,
fairy
probably
folk.
words mean things. Yeah, that's probably true. Wow, look at that thing. That looks almost like my
That's a dope ass spoiler.
looked almost like my Cortina. I had a Ford Cortina, my first car.
Now, here's the thing, right? People don't fall into the trap of giving these secret organizations credit that is not owed to them. They do not create change. We create the change. Remember that. All they do is they perpetrate an agenda and they put certain narratives out there. That's the only control that they have. They have no control over us. We are the ones that dictate overall how things go. Just think about that. Remember the events of the past couple of years.
Yeah.
You have no one to blame but yourself. These secret societies are powerless cowards. They will never be out in public. They will never influence anything. They have no power. Their power lies with us. And the only way that they have any kind of influence is by perpetrating fear. There is nothing to fear but fear itself. For the only thing that is more fearful is a dumb beast in panic mode. I mean, think about it. If you believe the world is a globe with no evidence, then you will believe anything you see on TV. I mean, how many of these idiots come in here? But what about aliens, guys? But guys, what about aliens? But guys, what about aliens? No, see, everybody, well, not everybody, but majority of people in this room know about um, the underground of Seattle, Washington. That Seattle is built, the ground level of Seattle is actually 1.5 stories above the ground level of
Yeah,
what it should be.
I've actually seen that. I've been there and seen that place. I lived up there for 4 years. Yeah, I've seen that underground Seattle. Amazing.
And there's same thing in Portland, Oregon. People don't know about that. Not very many people know about the underground in Portland. In fact, there's a set of tunnels that was set up. They say they're abandoned now and secured, and now people are going down there in tours. But they were called the Shanghai tunnels, and there were trap doors, and above were taverns. So they would get some guy in there, and they would get him drunk, and they would drop the trap door, and he would fall into a cell. And a ship's captain would come along where he would be sold into slavery as a deck boy. Shanghai tunnels. It was called Shanghai, getting Shanghaied. Why would they be calling it getting Shanghaied when it comes to slavery? China! You got a lot of answers. You got some splaining to do, China. Guess what? I got a fucking lighter. Your paper. Dragon, you want to breathe fire? Come on, Scarecrow. You want to play with fire? Yeah. You know China's taking over the world. You know how they've taken over the world? With asswipe. Yes, they invented toilet paper. That's why I say get a bidet.
I tell you what, the moon sure has been amazing the last week or so with it in the middle of the day, right in the clear blue sky off to my east in the mid-afternoon. Great big half moon coming up. Looking forward to seeing it again today. Approaching full moon here.
Just being one cheek there.
Pardon?
It's a joke. I said you're seeing one cheek then.
One cheek.
Yeah, it's a half moon. Half moon.
You're only seeing one cheek today. That's funny.
It wasn't that funny because you didn't laugh. Not very much anyway.
I'm laughing inside.
All right, I'll accept that.
There's the laugh. Delayed laugh effect.
Well, you can recover from even the worst of jokes, trust me.
Wow, these 12 points or 12 purposes or objectives of the Fabian sounds like they're the ones running everything. Sounds like they're the ones doing all of it.
Yeah, those Fabianisms and Phasium, is it? Phasiism, whatever that.
Fabianism.
No, I was going to say Fabianism-ists is what I was going to say, but it didn't.
Fabianist. Fabianismist. Bzz, 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 bzz. Government control of communications, government control of labor, government ownership of industry, diminish and eliminating private ownership of property and all land. It's all a big scam. Diminish the family, diminish religion, government control over education. Yeah, the reason these people do this because they're weaklings. The parasites. I don't know how they got into the position of power that they did, because if you would meet some of these people in person, they're the most slimiest people. Like, talk about subhuman. Hey, Lulu. Probably busy. No worries. Guess I could play a couple songs. I'm going to go on a ride here in a moment. Unless anybody has more conversation, they want to interject something. No? Okay. What if I play this Witsit video again? I didn't hear it. Does anyone have objections to me playing this again? Okay.
Hey, Sonny.
Plug whatever you're gonna plug.
Yes. Yes, get.
Yeah,
Yeah.
play. Let's hear it.
Yeah, you can't skip, unfortunately. So here we go. I'll play it. Oop. Not that part. Oops. I got an idea. Do you know how far along you guys had listened to it previously?
Yeah. And what's the idea?
I actually have speakers good enough. I can play at any part of a video and play it through my microphone. It's going to be fairly high quality.
Sure.
But I just have to make sure like that my AC's not on. I'm boiling some eggs right now. That's going to make some noise. So I could do that, but I don't know. I could continue it from here. I'm just saying that could be something I could do in the future if necessary.
You can give it a try. Let's see how it works.
Okay.
Welcome back, Battle Mod.
Then went quiet. What the hell? What's that picture of that white car?
It's all right. I'm gonna play part of this video Witsit debate here, so that's what I'm working on right now.
What's this? Oh well, no, it ain't quiet no more. You don't have to do that. What's this shit you
Oh,
just supposed to get begat?
sorry?
What kind of fucking car is that? Heavy load smart truck. Oh,
Oh,
that's crap.
yeah,
That
it's
ain't
a
a
meme.
smart truck. How's that smart? You're gonna have to do 15 fucking loads in it to get one truckload.
Yeah, 20
That, that ain't smart.
mini loads,
I
mini
ain't hearing
heavy
that shit.
loads.
I'm gonna debate the smart part of it. Oh, this
Yeah.
wannabe, you got a wannabe fucking sprinter.
Uh,
You know what that box is for, right? So the sprinter don't flip when you're drifting around the corners.
yeah.
Outlaw sprinters are for dirt tracks.
Mhm.
Okay, I see what this Mercedes is old. It's got wooden pins, huh? That's funny. Looks like a boat rack to me, actually.
Yeah, well, the smaller the car, the bigger the spoiler has to be, so it creates downward force.
Streetcar named Lust.
It's the
Envy.
downforce.
Streetcar named Envy. Desire, that's what it is. Streetcar named Desire. Yeah.
Yeah. The first time I
Desire.
drove, the first time I drove a smart car, I had an accident.
Huh. I don't drive. I wouldn't drive a smart car if you paid me to drive that motherfucker. Period.
I'm never gonna drive any of them anymore. Yeah.
Period.
In a left turn, I just took the wheel, left, and the gearbox is
How do you
automatic.
wreck a car that's too smart?
Yeah.
I hit the
I'm
gas
just
a
teasing.
little bit, like to start slow, but the car just went like you're not starting the car right, and it hiccups. But it did it so hard that I just dropped my foot on the pedal, and man, right away, like left, and I hit the pole,
Mm.
on the sidewalk. I said, man, these cars, they are not safe to drive. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like them. Period. You're just fucking
Yeah.
ugly. That's not a car. This
Yeah.
is a car. I could give you a million reasons why I don't like them. They're ugly. That's the biggest one.
Yeah.
It ain't got 50
Impractical.
ponies. It's
Yeah.
not
You
even
got
50
no room
horse.
inside. It's got no comfort. Nothing.
Yeah. How you gonna have sex in a smart car? I'll wait.
Oh, no, they are not conceived for that.
You have to have a leg up on something, crinkled up in the fetal position,
Yeah. Everything has to be small size in a smart car.
arm somewhere else. You have to be able to put her half in the trunk.
Yeah.
All right, put the top half in the trunk, woman, and leave the back half out for me. I
If it's
made my.
someone like me if it's someone like me who likes women with shapes, yeah, there's no chance you
He
have
said a
sex
big
in that
booty
car.
ain't fitting in there, Mike.
Yeah.
That's what I heard. I got you have problems taking that chick to get a burger in the passenger
They,
seat.
those chicks will not come with you in such a car. They will not get in.
Yeah, shit. My first
They will
son was
say, kiddo,
conceived. My
go away.
first son was conceived in a '66 Impala parked by the river.
Well,
That's all I got to say. My old lady was the one that pegged it. She's like, well, I'm 2 months pregnant. For the last 2 months, we've been having sex in your car, so don't don't sell that car. Your son was made in there. I was like,
yeah,
my son. She called it before, you know, before anybody even asked about an ultrasound. But I don't like them X-rays and all that prenatal crap and all that. We eat good. We're farm people. I didn't let her do prenatal anything.
yeah.
Unless
The
you can
best
give me
is,
a chemical makeup of the prenatal fucking pills, you can go fuck it.
I don't even understand why do women need to take a pregnancy test when God gave them one. You know, they get that pregnancy sickness.
Hell, oh,
So why do you need to do a test also?
yeah, she, listen, I said, she kept saying, he's a boy, he's a boy. Your mama said
Yeah,
heartburn, lots of hair, and it's a boy. We'll have a hairy head boy. I said, whatever. Them old people are crazy. She said, we have an ultrasound. I said, no, because listen, I don't want you to get prenatal fucking emotional on me and shit. So I'm just gonna tell you
yeah,
the truth. The only thing I'm asking for is a healthy baby. I'm
yeah,
not worried about gender. You know, I
yeah,
don't care if it's
yeah,
a son or a daughter. I mean, I do. I wanted a son, but I'm not stupid. I know my old lady probably wanted a daughter. So either way, we were blessed, right? Just a healthy baby. That's all
correct.
you can't ask for more than that, man. If you do, you're just you're a greedy bastard.
Yeah,
I mean, you want a healthy baby and you want the gender of your choice. As if you wouldn't love any kid your old lady popped out. Right? The hell
yeah.
is that?
In many
Then we
cultures,
wonder why our women feel funny. Well, they got fucking men that tell them, you better have a boy. And they don't let them know at the end of it, oh, I'm just joking. As long as it's a healthy baby, I don't care. And listen, plus I had to throw the stipulation in there. Long as it's a healthy baby and we can keep making more. Baby factory, and that's fun.
yeah,
Fine tuning your woman's like fine tuning an awesome automobile. Making it purr, you know what I mean?
I'm calling out any females taking applications.
No,
It's a test to see if
I,
everything
I got a
Sonny's
girl.
got. I would need to check and see if everything Sonny's got still functioning properly. I need to.
Okay. I was gonna say, Battle Mod got one that don't call the police in the morning, so I'm good.
Flat Earth girl preferred.
I ain't gonna lie to you. It's either love or what the fuck did you do to me? Motherfucker, I'm prosecuting you. Or, or it's the opposite side of the coin. Oh my God, boy.
Think of it as a science experiment.
He said, let's do the science. Look, dog, I can help you out with that. Like my brother-in-law, he got the hook up on the Viagra, bro. Make sure the shit works.
For you
That's a
old guys.
joke.
That's for you old
But
guys.
listen, man, if as a young guy you haven't considered, a 4-hour Woody, I don't know what the fuck you're thinking about. To hell. If you haven't thought of that, and you got a woman, or you had a woman, and now you're alone, you might want to wonder why. Should have been
Yeah.
snorting them Viagra, bro.
The 4 hours, that's just the first quarter.
That's what I'm saying, man. We just getting started. Oh, the sun rose? So what? The kids will make their own damn lunch, woman.
And I'll check back in again at halftime.
Right. Mr. Big Stuff, who do you think you are? Mr. Big Stuff. Now, because you wear all those fancy clothes and have a big fine car, oh yes, you do now. Do you think I can afford to give you my love? You think you're higher than every star above. Who do you think you are, Mr. Big Stuff? You're never gonna get my love.
We have someone named Fargutin in the chat. VC verified.
Farguten. Ooh. One question: gluten or no gluten? Here, let's do it this way. Far gluten, man. You muted? You talk? How about talk or ban? You choose. It's all good. I don't care either way. You know. That's how you do it, ain't it? Ain't it? Ghost. Talk or ban. Everybody, talk or ban. That goes for you too, Mrs. Math. That's funny. That's a play on math, isn't it? Math. Earth. Earth math. I'm trying to say it like you spelled it, right? Math.
Maths.
Oh, I'm dragging you down with me, bro. It's talk or ban, damn it, the whole fucking lobby. I'll ban the whole lot of you. I'll go Ace Mix super loud up in this motherfucker. And I'll be laughing at the end of it. Sonny's the only one that's gonna make it.
Present.
I predict Sonny's gonna make it out of here so we can continue this conversation about the science project he's wanting to do.
That's right.
I'm a freak. I want to hear about the sexual sciences.
Yeah, that's right.
At least I'm not a liar. I'm comfortable with who I am, bro. Look,
Yep.
there was a guy in here once said this. You could dig this on the science, so you know you into it. So he said one day we was talking about gays, and I said I'm strictly chickly. I was born this way. It's not a choice. And he said, oh, so well, it doesn't matter if it's a choice. I know I'm not gay. I said, yeah, you should. He said, no, man, I did the science. I got quiet as soon as he said that. Whoa, wait, what? What part?
I think he means he tried it and he didn't like it.
Science. I mean, did you make love or you holding hands or do I even want to know? He said, I kissed him and I didn't like it. Like I said, oh Lord. I had to DM somebody else. Did he really just say that?
Hi, Eli.
Huh?
Well, being gay has to, I think, has to do with what you think, not what you do. You know, so if you thought you had to do something to decide
Yeah, not
you
feel,
already
but what you do.
you
Yeah,
wanted
I
you
do.
wanted to try it. It's over.
Yeah, you fuck doing science. Yeah,
It's the way that you do it.
If you're curious,
gaze in
if
the
you're
action.
curious, it's already too late.
Yeah, I'm with
In
you.
which case, like,
If I
why
even
be?
thought about that, my mouth would get all dry. And I'd be like, my tongue dry. I got bad breath.
What's he
I
talking
can't even
about?
kiss a motherfucker. Thinking about it's making me want to puke. I couldn't do it. Ain't no science that, motherfucker. It's just a nope, nope. You found the one thing Battle Mod can't do. I'm a jack of all trades, master of none, but I don't know shit about that. That basket's empty. I ain't got the tools for that, dude. There ain't nowhere in my shit. Snap-on don't make a homosexual tool, you know what I'm saying? Craftsman doesn't. I couldn't even get the science shit. I couldn't science it. We need one of them Brunson burners and some test tubes and shit, but I can't do that.
Once again,
Is
seeking a lab assistant.
Purple Doom, did you just hear me tell everybody to talk or I was gonna ban them? That goes for you too. Where you at? I gotta find you. Purple Doom, speak or get banned. Oh, you ain't got no roles. So you think because you're muted that everybody else is. Here, I'll BC verify you. We'll get you where you can talk. Then we'll say
Yeah,
talk or ban.
and I'll unmute you. Well,
There you go.
he's already
I
unmuted.
There
was,
you go. You
yeah,
unmuted.
I was just wondering. I was like, oh, why is this not working?
Uh,
Is there a role selection verifying at like the beginning?
We gotcha.
nope.
Okay, well, thank you.
No.
Well, yeah, I'm
You
going.
don't select your
Uh,
roles.
no. Listen, we're talking to people. We'd much rather talk to you. That's what we built the server for. So how are you today? I mean,
Really,
I got a sense we be joking, but you know, we're just
Yeah.
playing. We're just
Welcome,
starting.
welcome, Purple Doom. Welcome to the server.
oh, hello. Very nice to meet everyone.
Good
Yeah.
to meet you too, man.
Yeah, I was just wondering though,
Thanks.
because earlier you were saying like, I'm checking, everyone better talk, and I'm like, well, let me say hi real quick. Oh, well, my shit's suppressed, so I
He's
don't
like,
know
oh
if
That's
I
no.
can
funny.
talk.
He's like, wait. He said, wait, hold up. Did you mute everybody and then tell them to talk or you were going to ban them? Are you just trying to ban people?
I thought
I'm
maybe
with
you were
you.
like, I thought
He's
maybe you
like,
were going down the list and unmuting and checking everybody one by one. I'm like, all right, this is gonna be weird.
did I miss something? No.
No, you're muted when you come in here because you have no role. So in this lobby, there's settings and you got to have perms for your role to be able to speak. So
Ah,
add
I see, I see.
everybody, yeah, add everybody isn't allowed to talk in this lobby. You got to get a role first. So we
Okay, that makes
usually
sense.
make,
That's because this is live stream. This lobby is
yeah,
Twitch channel.
yeah. So
Ah,
we don't want motherfuckers coming in here and going N bomb, N bomb, N bomb,
saying
cracker, cracker,
saying
cracker,
crazy things.
Chicano. Hey, you dago wop. Yeah, stuff like that. You know.
Okay, well that
But
makes sense then.
right. So other than that, you know, we just don't want any. We love everybody. We're all just people, one race, human race. So we're gonna make sure you're not an idiot before we unmute you. We're flat earthers. You know how many people want to
Sons
just
of Noah.
yeah they wait for 5 days of. I know people that were here 15 freaking days, and when they finally got unmuted, they just said the dumbest shit and got banned. And I was like, why'd you even waste the 15 days? You know what I mean?
Right.
I had to send them a friend's request and ask them in the messages, dude. 15 days it took you. Like, I give you another chance. You can come back and have a normal conversation. Say so, and I'll bring you back. But that dude was like, no, man, That's what I wanted. I wanted banned. I was like, yeah, 15 days just to get banned. Sure, okay. Whatever, you know. It's all good.
And they
Even
say
if
we're
you're,
wasting our time.
if you're a good guy, you can be civil. You ain't got to be perfect. Nobody's saying don't curse. Then this is a good place to have some intellectual conversation if you want. We're not always joking around, but you should be
Oh
able to
yeah.
get away with a little bit of joking around too, because we're all just
But
people, right?
one thing that's important is no talking about the current issues.
Yeah.
I read that rule. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, good.
All right. Yeah. Yeah. Good call, Josh.
Like you can use words like juice.
Yeah. I'd say the salami pandemic, because we're all just getting the salami. They're just giving it to us, bro.
Mexican drink.
That too. But then you'd apply that after they fuck you, they're gonna give you some cerveza. But I don't think that's true.
I'm
You
just
ain't
wondering,
getting
am I wearing lipstick? Because I want to look good when if I'm getting fucked.
right. So I mean, look, if they gotta pay, guys at Wendy's $14 an hour, they ain't buying you no drink when they're done. Damn it. Fucking junior bacon costs $5 now. What the fuck?
They used to
Honestly
cost
though.
$2 or $1. I forget. Way back when.
Yeah, back in the day they was $1.
Back then,
When
Wendy's used to have the bomb ass breadsticks that went with their salad,
mm-hmm.
and no one remembers those things anymore.
I do.
Those things were fucking good, and then one day they just disappeared.
When Wendy's made a couple of changes that kind of, for me, took down my view of Wendy's. One was when they changed their fries.
Straight up, bro. Like what the fuck?
Yeah.
I don't know what that was about.
The only restaurant fries I like are curly fries. I ain't gonna lie.
Is it? I don't know. Everyone's fries change except for McDonald's for the most part. Rat and rallies. Or checkers,
Boy,
whatever everyone calls it.
I really miss the potato cakes at Arby's. They used to make the awesome
Oh
potato cakes. And the
man,
last time I went to Arby's, no potato cakes. Ugh, arg.
Do you guys have any A&Ws around?
we had A&W, but it turned into Rudy's. They
Man,
sold it.
A&W's is so fire.
Yeah, it was. I build classic cars, so you know damn well I was hanging out at the A&W.
Oh, okay, for sure. No, that's what's up.
Roll up in the Trans Am, and get a meal while they're hanging on the side of your car, and you rap on the server, the waitress. I used to like that shit. Cause then when you're trying to spit game, they see what you're driving, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
You pull up in the 66 Chevelle all tricked out, and then you're like, what's up? I used to know what game was. Of course, I was married for 16 years. I ain't gonna lie. I hit on women, but I wouldn't cheat. I just want to know I still
You
had
talking
it.
about your form of parcheesi?
Yeah, I just want to know I still had it, bro. Can I still spell game? I mean, listen, I got married out of high school, bro. I was a virgin. Only woman I ever been with. You gotta test the waters every now and then. See if you could, just see. I shouldn't have to explain see if what, We all get older and think, what if this one leaves me? We're checking, make sure I got game. Just cause her and my mama told me I look good, they might have lied. And I'm serious, man. It was about 40, I thought that. Man.
Yeah. Until That's what I thought too, until I put my profile out there on social media, on Facebook and all
Yeah,
that, and that showed my real face. And
that's what
then
I'm
next thing I know, I
saying.
started getting a bunch of unwanted DMs and shit, and I'm just
Friends
like, yeah, I'm
request.
hiding my face.
Yep. Yep.
It's like now I know what the females feel like.
Catfish an ugly girl up there or an ugly guy. And then you can quit worrying about it. I don't use this picture I got on my Facebook.
So, Purple
Yeah,
Doom,
I
what brings you in here today, buddy?
Golden Eagles.
Purple Doom still here?
Oh yeah, I'm still here. My bad. I muted myself. One of my friends had invited me to the server, and whenever I'm on Discord, I just like to see who's chatting in whatever server. I'm subscribed to a lot of them, and then when I smoke a bong or I like to get stoned and just listen to people sometimes.
Hey.
So I do that, and then I disappear into the ether again.
Well, you've come to the right place then. What is your particular bent? Pardon the pun. What do you think about the Earth or the aspects thereof? Round, sphere, or plane?
Personally, I think it's I feel like it's not a perfect circle, but it's a globe. Yeah.
Okay, so oblate spheroid.
Sure.
Your government tell the truth all the time?
No, the government doesn't tell the truth all the time, but I've come to my own conclusion.
Did we go to the moon, or was that a ploy over the Cold War?
Oh, my personal opinion?
Yeah.
I think I think we landed on the moon.
Well, we got NASA engineers right now saying we can't get below low Earth orbit, but we're building systems that will enable us to get there down the road.
Someday. That's what the Orion project was about.
Exactly. So we have NASA engineers saying we can't get beyond low Earth orbit. Don't miss that. The biggest proof a lot of people have is that, Apollo 9, when they come back and said, look, Copernicus was right.
So real quick, the reason why
go ahead.
The reason why I believe that solidified that it's like not a perfect circle but a globe in general is because there's like a couple certain things that are not explainable. I went down the road and I listened, and this is years ago when flat earth was really taking off.
Well, if you're going to say there's certain things that wouldn't work on a flat earth, I'm going to need to know what specifically.
I'm about to tell you.
And specifically why it wouldn't work. Because I've heard this 1,000 times.
No, for sure.
And now, I can usually go through it and show you how it would work. It works on both models.
So, and not like to, again, I'm here just to listen mostly, but you asked.
Yeah. You're all right. Listen, you don't have to debate.
But
it's just a friendly conversation.
It's
back and forth, if you
I
will.
believe it's the lunar eclipse that is the thing.
So you think you're going assertion on the going? I'm not even going to say theory because it's not backed. It's not backed by science. We can't experiment on the moon. So the only reason you believe we know it's the Earth throwing a shadow or the angle of the sun as it goes around the ball is because you believe we went to the moon. Otherwise, it's just words.
But also
that aren't backed by science.
But also they can track it, and they can track it.
Well, we could track the lunar eclipses for up to 5,000 years, all the way back in Babylon. It's called the Saros cycle. Now NASA uses the Saros cycle today, but they show you it wrapped around the globe. But here's the thing: the anti-Catharianism. You know the anti-Catharian mechanism?
I'm not familiar.
It's an ancient computer they found in Mesopotamia. Okay, well, this thing had a Saros cycle detector on it. It could be used to predict eclipses and the movements of the heavens for up to 5,000 years. And it's just based on a bunch of circles. The circle of the Earth, they believed that it was a non-moving, stationary Earth where everything revolved around us. And the Saros cycle that they use and say we can predict it based on our model, the Saros cycle wasn't developed or discovered on their model. It was discovered by people who believed in a flat Earth, that they believe they live in God's creation. So the Saros cycle is just every so many days a certain eclipse will happen. But it's based on circles. I can show you
But
an
then,
image
but
of
then
the
you have,
Saros cycle.
but then
It's
you have
no
to
different.
ask, what is eclipsing the moon for the
Well, yeah,
lunar
that's
eclipse?
what I said. We can't science that. We have no experimentation or no proof that we can verify that it is what Globers say it is, what the heliocentric model says it is.
But the people who believe in the globe model
I
can.
know it works on your model, but it would also work on a flat Earth, and the Saros cycle is an
Okay,
example of
and
that.
but then on the flat Earth, because in the globe, it's the Earth that is moving in front of the moon.
Yeah, I know.
So
Well,
on the flat,
how about on the Selenilian eclipse? It's called the impossible eclipse because both the sun and the moon are in the same sky when there's a shadow cast on the moon, but it can't be the sun or the moon or the earth because they're in the same sky as the earth. Are you with me?
I get what you're saying.
So it's called a Selenilian eclipse, and that doesn't work on your model. That's why astronomers call it the impossible eclipse. So what's casting the shadow then? Because it can't be what you say it is. And what you say it is, we can't exactly, the average man can't go verify this for themselves. Hell, we can't even really 100% verify that the ISS is where it is.
What's that called?
We're
What was the eclipse you just called it? Because that I want to Google that. That's actually interesting.
Selenilium. And like I said, given the chance, 90% of anything you say doesn't work on a flat earth model is explainable by these who have researched the foundations of every corner of the globe.
Yeah, Purple Doom. Are you looking in the voice text, the live stream voice text?
I can.
Yeah, check there because we're posting images, links.
Okay.
So if you check out 6 minutes after where Drace posted the Selenelian eclipse, on the left is what we actually saw. On the right is what
Yes,
our model says that the Earth is supposed to be making the shadow. How could it possibly be making a shadow from the top down? That's our
and
question.
I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you images on how the Babylonians calculated the actual eclipses on a flat circular plane, and so you don't need a globe to predict this. If you say you need a globe to predict it, that's just from a standpoint of ignorance. All you need is a circle with concentric lines on it. Damn it, what the hell is that? Why didn't it embed that shit? What
Just
the
put
hell
all the
is that?
data. That's the base 64 of the. That's actually their code.
Well, how the hell did that come up? What the fuck is this shit? I don't want to start no damn thread. Damn it. Delete.
Yeah,
Perhaps it was too large.
code only.
Well, I just want to show this arrow cycle. But that most people believe the Saros cycle was developed with the globe Earth model. That's how you got to predict it more precisely. But the truth is, once we know the cycles, and then we spend 1,000 years observing it, we're going to get more precise as it is. And another thing, because we've observed it, and we know damn well it's just a cycle, then anything we say about eclipses cannot be a prediction. It's a post-diction because we've already observed it and we already know when it's going to happen. It's a mathematical equation. It's like every 3,204 days, the entire cycle starts over again. It's just a cycle like on a machine. So I finally got that image up. I'll post it again and we'll see if Sonny doesn't
Okay.
spam.
I'll stop.
That's in Livestream voice text. So this is, flat Earth model. It's got a sphere, a one sphere, which is a circle centered on R. If you're hip to what that means in geometry, just a circle. Yeah, astrology is based on the Saros cycle, yes. And we observed a reoccurring cycle. And then even the Mayans with their octunes, they used circles, bunch of different circles to predict all the movements of the heavens up to fucking 8,000 years out. And this one puts it in numbers. I mean, it's been modeled. Eclipses have been modeled over and over again. They'll show you an image for the Saros cycle that actually tries to attempt to make it look like it only works on the globe. But the truth is, they're laying the two-dimensional Cartesian coordinates over a globe. And this is a numeric depiction of a Saros cycle, down to days. 30 days, 60 days, 90 days. So I've probably heard about 300 times this doesn't work on a flat Earth.
So for the most part, though, I just read a little bit. I'm not a scientist. I just read a little bit though, and they can explain it, and it makes sense.
They have an explanation for it, but once again, that's something we can't verify, and it's just refraction.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing: you really can't demonstrate refraction through the atmosphere in a lab to make it consistent with light passing through two different isotropic mediums, like Snell's law says. We use Snell's law, but the truth is, Snell's law doesn't apply to it because the atmosphere is only one medium. And Snell's law says when light leaves one medium and enters another, then you get a certain given rate of refraction. In no way, shape, or form says it'll happen in one medium. And the atmosphere is just one medium. Varying temperatures, varying density, but it's still just one medium. Gas and air. So explanations, would you agree explanations are not demonstrations in that sense? They can't be considered as scientific proof? Now you can explain it all day long.
So that explanation, and again, the way that they track it, the way that they can explain these things, and
it's tracked by the Saros cycle I just showed you, and the fact that we know when they're going to occur because we've observed them. So did you miss that part?
No, I didn't miss it.
We don't track them. We've already have tracked them, and now we know what the cycle is.
Yeah.
We know when it's going to happen because it's every so many days, man. It's broken down to a mathematical equation, which is the Saros cycle.
But then you also have things they can see out in space, like the comets and things, and know when they're coming around.
Purple. Can I ask one question?
These are post-dictions.
Yeah, so listen. We can see an asteroid, yes, but does that prove that the Earth is round? No.
Well, when they can tell you where it's going to cross and stuff, and when they tell you when it's going to come around,
that's not based on the heliocentric model, bro. Halley's Comet, it comes back on a cycle. just like the heavenly bodies. And this, listen, you're assuming nobody ever predicted on a flat Earth. And I've already told you, this model, this Saros cycle, predicts all the movements of the heavens, meaning everything we see above us, everything.
Yeah, maybe we should break it to him that the Saros cycles were created by the Chaldeans. They were flat earthers. They laid out. Hold on. They laid out the city of Baghdad in longer ago than 2,500 BC, probably about 4,000 BC. They used an astrolabe, which measures elevation angles of stars over specific geographical locations on the surface of Earth. By the way, those stars are still reset at the exact same time of year over the exact geographic locations on Earth today as they did then.
So then,
The cycle never changes.
This is unexplainable on the globe
That's
Earth
what he's saying.
in 4 different directions.
So here's the thing.
So then, what
I was
causes?
almost done.
Here's the thing.
I was almost done.
I know.
I was almost done. So this is unexplainable on the globe Earth at moving at 3 to 4 different vectors at terminal velocity up to 1.5 million miles per hour.
Yeah, in a world of relative motion, that's what I was trying to say. So, in a universe of relative motion, there's no way in hell the Saros cycle should exist on a globe. Everything's relative, it's expanding. So that means the stars would change your position a jot or a tittle. So, if you change a jot or a tittle on every damn star in the sky, then the Saros cycle would no longer predict this stuff. But it does, because nothing ever moves. Not a jot, not a tittle from its original course.
Couple that
If you
with.
guys are done, I'd like to.
Sorry.
I mean, if you hang out long enough, you'll get really frustrated that everything that you think is a proof, if you're an honest person, you'll say, well, I guess I haven't thought about it or looked into the foundational principles as much as flat earthers have. Because there's many assertions made by people. This wouldn't be true on a flat earth. This is predicted by a globe model, when these people are actually wrong.
Can I ask him a question?
They took flat earth map and made it Glober map. Sure, math.
I'm also, whenever you guys get a chance, I'd like to point something out. But Sasha,
It's funny. I was just going to DM you and say, hey, man, jump in there. Cool. Come on, Sasha.
Yeah, I will ask a question for you that you ask people. Do you know why these people think that Earth is flat?
Do I know why?
Yeah.
It's for religious reasons.
False.
No,
Yeah,
listen,
that's wrong
this is
too.
false.
Incorrect.
No, hold on. Let's let Sasha.
Because
Go on,
if you ask them, they will tell you.
Yeah, it's science, observation, and true science. When you really search the foundational principles of everything that you call globe proof, you find out it's not. It's a science that was developed by people who believed the world was flat and represented it in a circle, not a sphere. Or you find it's just an untruth. Yeah, I mean, we can go one step further and say anything you assert, you have to have a scientific citation for it. Because if you break things down to science, the globe earth model has no science. Normally with the stuff you said, normally people who come in here and say this next go to how everything not from everything working on a flat Earth to we have science, but you don't have any global science or the math. Another thing they'll say, and this is basically what you're saying right now, the math proves the model. But the truth is, the math that eclipses is based on doesn't come from your model. But the fact that they can wrap a flat Earth sail cycle around the globe says what I said earlier, works on both models. It's not really a proof of anything because it can be, we can give an explanation for it. And when you accept explanations over demonstrations of science, you shouldn't argue about our explanation because
So
it shows
what about
that
SpaceX satellites then?
I'm still waiting
space that
before we change
satellite.
subjects.
Yeah.
I'm still waiting
like
before we
like
All
change
right,
subject.
all right, go Elijah. I'll quit for you. Go ahead.
So, just so you know, um, when it comes to the eclipses, normally people say, this is a globe proof because what's occulting the moon? But the bottom line is, it's the model is mathematically duct taped together because there are certain aspects that are contradictory to other aspects, like how light rays come in parallel versus when an eclipse happens. But anyway, ultimately, I'm talking about a mathematical model versus what the reality is. And so, did you know that the reality doesn't match what they claim is geometrically happening?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So, what happens when observation doesn't match an abstract?
I guess I would have to make sure what everyone is saying is like actually correct. If I were to like research it and be like really invested in the situation, I would think that since I would have to go, yeah, if someone's telling me things word of mouth, then I would have to research it and see if what they're saying, like I have to cite their source. But but
Don't you think
but
that's
to
a
my
bit redundant?
nah, not really. But
I mean, because
back to
what I
another thing
said
that messes.
was, I'm sorry. Go ahead, finish.
I was just saying, and back to like the things that are just like it just doesn't, like I said, SpaceX, Starlink. It's like you can see it and they can predict where it's going.
Well, before we change the subject, you know,
Okay, I'm not, again, I don't have any. There's no like, it's not like yeah. For me personally, like I said, I like to get stoned on Discord. So I'm continue though.
okay, so the
yeah,
reason I said it isn't that kind of redundant specifically because I was talking about observation versus what someone is telling you, right? So there's a geometric claim, and I said, well, the observations don't match what the geometric claim is. So what would you say to that? And then you said, well, I would actually have to uh figure out a way to get, like, some data myself,
No, not
do
data.
some
I would
research
have to cite the
do some
claims.
research. Right. So again, the claim is that the sun, the moon, and the earth are lined up in a syzygy. Well, that was also redundant, right? So it's in alignment, in a line geometrically. When the moon moves into the earth's shadow. But the problem is, what you're observing is more like a V shape. So that's problem number one. But number two, if you're expecting, or if you're looking at the moon descend into the Earth's shadow, you would expect for the shadow to appear at the top. I mean, at the bottom, if it's descending into the shadow. But that's also sometimes the exact opposite of what people see. Sometimes it comes in from the 11 o'clock position. Sometimes it comes in at the 9. Sometimes it's the complete opposite. Sometimes it's at the 3. But it should be coming in at the 6. And it's not. Again, just observation different from what's claimed to be happening. And yeah, I'm just saying this now, but seeing is that they're not as rare as people would think. You can just go on ahead and view one of these things for yourself, right? And that'll pretty much give you the first half of what you need, which is the observation, right? And then all you would have to do is go, okay, that was an experience. I observed something. Now, what's the claim? Does the claim match what I just observed? And so that's why I'm asking, if it doesn't, what then?
If the claim doesn't match what I personally observe, then I don't know.
Yeah, that's pretty much how irrational person would be in an I don't know kind of
But since I
situation.
answered that, like I don't. If it didn't, I don't know. But to me, it matches. But now the the Starlink situation would also, like, if I were to be in it, it would be like, okay, well, that's pretty much that. It's Starlink. It's in orbit.
Well,
Word, you proved that? You proved it's in orbit?
I mean, the world has proved it.
not really,
Elon
because
Musk fired. You can, like, he can track it. You can tell it was about to cross. It's in orbit.
Really, that's all you need, dude. Seriously.
For me personally, I'm not a scientist. I'm a communications major. So me personally, yeah, bro, like, it's in orbit. And like I said with the lunar eclipse, for me personally, that is all I need. Like, because
All right, good.
I'm not that vested into it, because let's say the Earth actually was a flat plane.
Yeah, it is.
Why would they hide it? And then it devolves into religious reasons.
well,
Oh,
So
hold
you'd
on,
rather
you
see.
black.
hold on. Well, here's the
But
thing.
back to SpaceX,
So
though. My bad. I didn't mean to skip.
but before Starlink and all that other stuff, which could be, you're just affirming the consequent. You don't know what the reason that you don't know what this data is matching. It could match many different models. Anyway, that's besides the point. Uh, you came in saying, well, the lunar eclipse is pretty much
It's enough for me. Yeah.
it's enough for you, but at the same time, what it's claimed to be isn't what you observe in reality.
For me, it is.
Well, have you observed one before?
Yes.
A lunar eclipse?
Yes.
Okay, and where did the shadow begin?
Oh, I don't remember.
What do you mean you don't remember?
It's a look. I look. I was
If it
outside looking up with my girlfriend. We were smoking a joint,
yeah.
and then we watched the lunar eclipse happen, and then, yeah, that was it.
So when you watched it happen, did the shadow come in from the 6 o'clock position?
I cannot recall.
Hmm. That's what I'm talking about, though. So since you can't recall, you would need to have another experience, because I'm pointing out the flaw. Number one, you were looking up. Where was the sun?
Where was the sun?
Hmm.
I'm assuming it was on the other side of the planet,
What time was it when you looked at this eclipse?
bro. It was a long time. I don't remember. It was like a long time ago. Again, I'm not that invested into it because it hold that much weight for me.
I understand, but it does it is a proof for you. It's something that's good enough, but I'm just talking about a surface level glance at
At a
the
surface
claim.
level glance, it's legit.
No, at a surface level glance, you don't have the information to validate or invalidate the claim. The claim being that there's an alignment happening,
I would
that the
rely on the
moon.
astronomers and the specialists.
You don't have to rely on the astronomers because the astronomers have the same view you do. No satellite anywhere has all three bodies in the field of view.
But
So guess what? They have the same view that you do.
I I would say they have more expertise because my field of study is not astronomy. It's not the sky. It's not
Right, right.
none of that.
It doesn't really have to be, right? Because again, I'm talking about observation. So simply someone is claiming that what you're seeing is XYZ. Now, on paper, it's described to happen a certain way. Now,
Now, a
in
person
real
to
in
explain
real
that, I would like
in real life though,
if I'm okay.
there's in like for the Selenian, for example, you'll have the sun above the horizon, you'll have the moon above the horizon as it was all night in an example where uh the moon is eclipsing at like 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock in the morning. Um Again, so you have the sun somewhere 180 degrees in that area, except it's above the horizon too. That's definitely not a line in geometry. On top of that, though, based on that alignment, you would expect that if the moon is descending into the Earth's shadow, that the shadow would start at the bottom. But the shadow starts at the top, the shadow starts at the side, happens all the time. This is not something that's explained. Supposed to be that that's the Earth causing the shadow. Well, how could that be the shadow of the Earth when the so-called shadow is appearing at the top? This is information that you don't currently have. Nothing for you to debate at this point. You've already said you don't know which orientation the occultation was in. So I'm trying to help you out.
I would argue that who yeah, I would still look to a specialist because I wouldn't listen to someone who doesn't who
Right,
who
look
Elijah,
to a
hasn't studied
specialist.
it.
It doesn't I don't care what you do. I did the same thing. I didn't
Right,
ask my
right,
friends.
right.
So
Elijah,
again,
when I
there's already a claim. For instance, if I made a claim, you know exactly what's required for me to satisfy your belief in what I'm saying.
Uh-huh.
For it to go from skepticism to belief. So holding that same standard to others who make a claim, your belief and bias aside, when there's a claim on the table that doesn't match reality, you have to give it a second thought. And once you give it a second thought, yeah, you damn well not be asking people like me. You should be asking them, what's going on? How's this possible? Heads up, no one's given me an answer as to why the orientation is the way it is, by the way. Good luck finding it.
Can I ask him again question?
I'm still wondering about the SpaceX satellites that are.
Purple, can I ask you again question?
Mm-hmm.
What do you think? Why these people think that the Earth is flat?
I told you it's for religious reasons when it comes down to the end.
That means that you still don't know.
It's probably,
Even after we told you you're wrong, you're still going with that story, huh?
Yeah, so
I
you're
mean, but
lying to
who?
yourself and everyone
Uh,
else.
Not
You were
no offense,
told,
but
you were
no offense,
told
no offense, no offense.
otherwise,
It's
and you're stereotyping and making faulty generalizations about a group of people you don't know.
Purple Dome. It will be easier for you if ask anyone here. Anyone choose. Look, go to the server from A to and choose and say why you. I don't know. Choose the person and ask him why you think that Earth is flat, and he will tell you. And it's not religious.
They're usually not interested, funny enough.
Why do you think it's a ball? Do you have Earth curvature measurements?
Well, I was curious as to how he would answer, as most people kind of figure out a way to politely turn down you explaining to them why you're a flat earther versus what they think you're a flat earther for.
Yeah, that would be
So I'm
nice.
curious. Do
We
you
see
try
too
to
far.
actually get them?
I think they're actually deathly afraid of actually knowing what our true stance is because I think they know that's going to interfere with their confirmation bias. They know it.
For me, it's strange. He spoke with Elijah like for half an hour. He could ask Elijah, why you think that is like now? He couldn't. He didn't know. He didn't need to do what I ask a choose person. He could ask Elijah immediately. Why you Elijah think that Earth is flat, and that's it. But he don't want to ask that question.
He's still here, by the way.
Yeah, I'm here.
I know.
I'm just listening. I'm like I said, I smoke and I come and listen.
Cool.
Okay.
I have a question to the new person. I'm not looking at my phone. What's his name
Are
again?
you not curious about him answering for what Sasha said,
Oh,
Jenny?
yes. I can pause. Sure. What was the question he's to answer? For me, can you read?
Go ahead, Sasha.
Why you think that Earth is flat, Jenny?
Me that question. Well, there's lots of reasons. For
Tell them
one,
all.
there's all kinds of coincidences with the heliocentric theory. Like the most obvious one, the moon. But, another is that we happen to be seeing too far all over the place. And this is not necessarily all coming from flat earthers. We have some pretty good credible sources where this is coming from. The most notable one is the Guinness Book of World Records for longest landscape photography. So we're seeing things that we should not be seeing if we were on a ball. And then you have to consider that water is always flat. Water does not curve around the convexity of a ball according to gravity. Okay, so it's really uncomfortable to think about this, but and it's going to sound like I'm being crazy, like some kind of conspiracy theorist, but we have all been bamboozled. So what you need to do in order to absorb this information is to kind of erase the chalkboard. And that's like speaking to the indoctrination that we received in public school or possibly in the college level. But so yeah, they just tell us what to think, not critically think. Of course there are people that are capable of critical thinking, but there's just too many appeals to authority, because how could we possibly be scientists? There are experts and they just tell us how it is, and then we don't even ask any questions or look into it. That's why we're all in the position that we're in, because we haven't looked into it up until somewhat recently. Well, 5-8 years ago. I mean, I think the most I've heard people finding out from someone else is 2008. And that's independent of the internet. That's like in real life, which I appreciate. But anyway, what do you guys think of my why I think the earth is flat? It was that good? Do you think I could probably do a few more, but I don't want to talk forever.
It was good.
Do you think it's flat, or do you know it's flat?
Well, I'm not a coincidence theorist, so I know it's flat. It's not a globe. I know it's not a globe. Because if you know how to do math, that one's easy.
It was good, but what I really
while
wanted
it wasn't,
Sorry,
it
Mike,
wasn't
go
a technical answer,
What?
it definitely wasn't a religious one. So
Yeah, I don't take after organized religion. I do believe that there is a creator, but I also think that, there's just some questions that cannot be answered.
Jenny, can you please give him technical that 3959 8 inch per mile squared, and that he can understand maybe something, and then short.
But he still didn't ask. I kind of don't like talking about it as if.
Yeah,
I don't
He
I'm
know.
doesn't
pretending
really,
that I'm
well, to be honest with
him.
you, the little bit that I've heard so far, he doesn't really seem that bothered by it. He said that several times, and I really don't like to invest my time with people too much that really don't seem to care either way. So it seems like he's indifferent, and that's fine. I don't mind it. But it seems like, I don't know. I don't know. I'd have to listen more.
Purple Doom,
Not trying
would
to
it
be
mean...
unfair, by the way.
Sorry, Jenny, what'd you say? Go ahead.
I said I'm not trying to be fair, by the way. I'm just saying everybody's in a different point of their journey.
Purple Doom, were you interested enough to come here and learn about how the other half lives, kind of deal?
Not particularly.
See?
I just like communities that are tight knit.
Tight knit, but you don't care about the subject matter.
If there's good people, bro, it's like whatever.
So he's kind of not here to learn, y'all. That's uncomfortable.
Why?
Well, I appreciate the honesty. That's all. I just wanted to ask that question. Go ahead.
Why is it uncomfortable? I mean, some people just want to.
Well, I mean,
I was asked these questions. I never said anything.
Oh, no. I'm just sorry, everyone. I don't know. I guess I'll think about it a little more.
Oh no, everything is all right. He can mute himself. He can smoke and listen. Everything is cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, so Purple Doom. I mean, like we were saying, you thought it was religious, but it isn't. Actually, we have a religious channel if everybody want to speak about religion. This channel is mostly for, evidence and science. So if you have any evidence or science for the globe, Jenny, if you have any evidence for the globe, you could definitely present it to us, man. We would definitely love to hear that. Or any science.
I'm not.
I was just gonna say that.
And that was a question, Jenny.
You're asking
What?
me?
Yes.
Oh, no.
For you, Purple.
Oh, okay. I was about to say I'm not here to change anyone's mind or anything like that, bro.
No, we don't want you to change our mind, Jenny. It's still not ladies' night. So I mean, like you're taking over the conversation. I'm trying to ask him a question.
Give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna run. Literally, just 2 seconds. I'm about to go get me. I'm about to go get my vape pen. 1 sec. I'll be right back. If you're asking me, I don't know. I'm not tripping. I'm here. I'm just chilling.
I mean, I understand that, dude. You believe that the Earth is a globe. I mean, I want you to know. I mean, of course, I heard you say that eclipses, but we had definitely told you eclipses were already, it was already. There's a solar cycle that was done by the Chaldeans, whatever, back in the days that they thought the Earth was flat. So it was post-fixed, and they try to make it like it's a globe prediction, which is not. Um, so I was trying to figure out, I was trying to figure out your point of view of what you think the Earth and what is the evidence you have that makes you believe the Earth is a globe.
I'm back.
I think he missed all that.
I think he did because he answered that he.
What happened?
So I mean, you said that you thought the eclipses was one of your evidence for the globe.
That is my main. That is
right.
one of my main things. That's like, all right, that's kind of like, that's it.
Right, and we told you about Selenium eclipses doesn't work in a globe Earth, and
Right.
we also told you about it was already thought out by the Chaldeans that was they thought the Earth was flat, and they pretty much put what's called the Searle cycle, which they already predicted, and NASA used that as a post-diction, not a prediction, to when the Earth is going to be a globe. I mean, the Earth is the eclipses are going to happen. So they used something that was made by people that thought the Earth was flat. So you can't use that as a proof, right? So do you have anything else that you believe makes the Earth a globe?
Yeah, since you're asking, because I don't really want to, like, really, I guess, like, talk about. It's fine. I will. I just don't want to, like, bother people. You know what I'm saying? So, but to me, you said anything else for that, I would say a lot of the things, like, and I'm going to list a few of them. The SpaceX launch, that's a very big solid for me. You also have.
Let's do them one at a time. So, SpaceX launch. What about that makes you think it's a globe?
That's because they put satellites in orbit.
Have you personally verified this?
Yeah. How does that equate to a globe?
The science behind putting a satellite into orbit.
Yeah, there's no science there, so be more specific.
I mean, they track their satellites. They know where they're moving. They know how it's going. It's not affected by, like, the winds of weather or anything. It's literally in orbit. For me, that's enough on that part. Like, okay, it's an orbit. It's satellites.
So that's like saying the mobster tracks his shipments and he says that the shipments are okay. Therefore, the shipments are not illegal and they're fine. We should just trust the mobsters and the verified liars.
I don't think that's a good comparison.
It's a perfect analogy because we have verified that the NASA and the space agencies are lying. Therefore, you are trusting liars.
Okay. I don't think that's a good for.
Yeah. Okay. Tell us how it's wrong then.
Because
it's not even a metaphor; they're actually just liars.
I'm saying because, like, they
watch a little bit voice text chat, a little bit only.
Is SpaceX NASA?
No, but they definitely work for the government. Most of their contracts are government contracts.
So just the fact that
let me give you an example. Do you believe SpaceX sent the car into outer space?
I remember that happening.
You think they sent the real car into outer space?
Do I believe? Yeah, yeah. That's a weird flex that they did, but it was fine.
Oh wow!
You believe this, and do you think the car was modified to survive that environment?
To design to what?
Survive that environment.
The car?
Yeah.
In what sense do you mean? Because the car is not alive, so it doesn't have to.
No, the car itself and the materials it's made of cannot survive the environment it was in, and would have degraded and visibly gotten destroyed on camera, which didn't happen. So why didn't it degrade? According to Elon Musk, he just sent a normal car up there.
I would ask, what makes you think it would degrade?
It's going through the thermosphere and getting blasted by solar radiation that would melt all of the paint off, and it's going through into supposedly a vacuum environment, which would detonate the tires, and all of the plastic would start degassing and bulge out.
Did they send a car uncovered, like on the hood of a rocket?
They claim to have sent a normal car, not modified in any way, into outer space, and then showed you a video that looked so fake that Elon Musk himself said it looks so fake that it must be real.
Exact quote
Good
is,
one,
you know it's
Trace.
real because it looks so fake.
Indio!
Hi, how are you?
What up? Good.
What up?
I'm at the end of my lunch break. Good to hear you, though.
Oh yeah, what are we having?
It's a salad, quote unquote.
We have
Salad.
space X lunch
Is that what you
proving
call a
glow.
hamburger nowadays? A salad?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm kidding.
Yeah. But yeah, I try to, relax and pretend I don't have another 4 hours. Yep. Dude, man, okay, I don't want to take away from the conversation, but just for a second. So I got called a Karen by a customer, and I barely uttered a few words to the person. I think there was like something seriously glitching out for the person. It was insane. Okay, so anyway, back to the regularly scheduled program talking about Flat Earth 24/7.
Okay, Karen.
Thank you. Yeah, you guys know I'm thin-skinned. I could use some practice. I could use some. So yeah. Just instantly, I'm like, in my head, I'm like, what the fuck did he just say? I'm like,
You are not
oh,
thin
yeah.
skinned. Come on, man. I don't think I've ever heard you blow up on somebody.
Yeah, it's been a long time. But yeah, the only person I ever blew up on, and Raven Song can tell you the story perfect. Well, he likes me to tell it, but I yelled at Sheepa one time for stirring up some shit drama. And I yelled it. I said, I'm gonna walk out of this room, and when I come back, you better be talking about something else. I did yell at him. But Raven loves it. When I tell that story, he just starts giggling. Yep, but no, I don't. I just disengage. Because anger serves no purpose. And it gives you wrinkles. And I don't want them. So, yep, sometimes I have to dip. When I dip, you dip, we dip. But hey, guys, I got a dip actually right now, or else I'll be late. TTFN.
See you, Johnny. Have a good one.
Hey. No, but you sent the car in space supposedly. Yeah, bullshit. So look up ultra high. Go on Wikipedia. Look up ultra high vacuum and what they have to do to prepare the materials and specialized materials in the ultra high vacuum.
Look up
Can't use any
ultra.
type of plastic.
What do you want me to look up?
So even though we see things and they look like they're a solid material, there's actually dissolved gases in them. And when you expose something to ultra-high vacuum, that gas will just blast its way, called sublimation. It'll just blast its way right through it and destroy the material instantly.
Plus, they'd need the Earth radius in the first place to get the orbital mechanics to put anything in orbit. So do you know of any time when anybody measured that radius?
Did you hear that, Purple?
Kind of. Someone was sending me messages.
Yeah, we're trying to ask you a question. Where, when, and how was the Earth's curvature ever measured?
Again, I'm not a specialist or a scientist or a historian. I don't recall. I don't know.
This information.
Listen, we're not trying to gotcha you. Hold on, Sonny.
Okay.
We're not trying to gotcha you. Just something we have this thing where we ask. It's called the 3 points. So we ask people 3 questions, and really, it's just to illustrate to most people, because don't feel bad because nobody has these 3 answers. It's just to illustrate the point that the globe concept is just a belief that people have, and they actually have any evidence, or they don't know what the evidence is. If there was some, but there isn't.
Yeah, we've asked experts, and none of them can answer it either. So what that equates to is there's no validation or confirmation through a direct measurement of any curvature on Earth. As a matter of fact, all we see from all our observations, all our laser tests, all the long distance observations, infrared photography, you name it, we don't show Earth curving in any direction ever.
And there's nothing wrong with having a belief. There's a lot of things people believe in. But when people start saying this is an empirical, objective fact, then you start getting into the territory like, okay, so prove that. And nobody can. They say something like space pictures, right? And then, like, if we're going to rely on pictures, we're going to use that logic. We have to believe in any image that anybody can produce, like Bigfoot, Yeti, or Superman.
Yep. So to the contrary, someone that has a belief in something with absolutely zero proof or validation, that is actually the definition of religion. So it's disingenuous to come here and people you don't know and claim, I don't know where you heard that from, that flat earthers, the only reason they think Earth is flat is because of religious reasons. It is completely a false paradigm.
From what I said, it was like at the end game of it, like when you get down to the bottom of it.
No, when you get down to the bottom of it, we measure Earth being flat every time in every direction. If a surface does not measure curvature in any direction, what is it, Purple?
That would be a flat if a surface measured 0.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of a ball or a sphere that measures 0 curvature?
If you zoom in really close to the ball, it can look flat.
So zooming in makes it look flat now?
We're really tiny.
No, we're not that tiny. 3,959
Hold on,
miles.
red herring.
Red herring.
Is zooming in a measurement?
You can measure the zoomed in area. You can.
How?
Is zooming in
measure the area?
Is zooming in measuring the surface of an area?
No.
Okay. Red herring.
Does zooming in remove any of the curvature?
But that wasn't the
of
question. The
basketball?
question was, can a circle look flat? And it's yes.
Does zooming in on the basketball remove any of the curvature?
That was
That's
not
a
the
straw
question.
man. I didn't hear.
Yeah, that was straw man. That was not the question I asked. So don't put words in people's
Sorry,
mouths. That would be advisable here. I didn't say
I'll just be
I
quiet,
said
bro.
a ball or a sphere. You changed that to circle. Say circle. I said sphere.
Okay, ball or sphere. If you zoom in, it can look flat.
Yeah, but you're supposed to be able to see the curvature, though. Even a foot off the ground, you should be able to see it. Should be able to see the.
So I'm gonna bludgeon this dead horse with being too small. 5 miles, you should see 16 feet of vertical drop. 10 miles is 67 feet of vertical drop. When was this verified? It's not too small. You can zoom in to 5 miles away easily with a cheap binoculars from Walmart and see the waves breaking on the shore 5 miles away. And the waves are only 3 feet high. There should be 16 feet of drop. You could do this yourself. So no, it's not too small.
I disagree with your calculations.
Then you're disagreeing with the model that was given by your side, the Globe Earthers. They told us. So can you give us an update then or a correction?
I would say that you're probably reading the data wrong.
What data am I reading wrong?
Again, I'm not a scientist. I'm not claiming to be. That's why I'm not speaking on. That's why I'm not really like. I'm not out numbers and all this.
Purple, can you go on Google and type and see the numbers?
Yeah, look up the radius of Earth or diameter of Earth. But that's not the point, because what Earth is not a scientific question. It's only a third grade geometry question. So you can forget about your science if you're talking about the surface of Earth. It's geometry.
Yeah. Well, hold on. You're right, though. You won't see left to right curvature, right? Called the y-axis. But you should see z-axis curvature, as like Sonny was saying, something going away from you. A 6-foot man at the beach, the horizon's supposed to be only 3.25 miles away. Well, up to 3.25 miles, things should be disappearing. And we got measurements that show the horizon is not 3.25 miles away. Did you guys do the Black Swan with them at all?
No.
Not yet, but I think he's probably just about ready for it.
I mean, do you think that the horizon is the edge of a ball?
You're asking me?
Yeah. When you look out in the ocean, you see the horizon, right? Where the water appears to meet the sky. You think that is the edge of a ball?
I think that is the land meeting it's the horizon. Yeah, sure. It's the if you it's not that, I don't know. It's not an edge necessarily.
They've been saying for 2,000 years that ships go over this, right? That a ship will sail out to sea, and the hull will disappear, and then the mast, and then the top of the mast, and then it'll be gone. That it's going over the curve of the Earth, right? I've been saying this since, like, I don't know, what the hell is his name? Ptolemy or something. Thousands of years. They said that this is evidence that the Earth's a ball. So if they claim there's a radius, then the horizon has to be a geometric distance away, and you can do a calculation and figure that out. And that calculation is 1.25 the square root of the observer's height in feet. So the horizon gets further away the higher you get, obviously. So that's the math. And we can just do the calculation. So for a 1-foot observer, horizon's supposed to be 1.25 miles away. We got images where the horizon is greater than 10 miles away. and it would only fit a ball, right? If you said, okay, what horizon? If I was on a ball and the horizon was 10 miles away, what size ball does this fit? It's a radius of 265,000 miles, and that is what they claim the orbit of the moon is. That's how big of a ball it would have to be. 1.6 million mile circumference. So I mean, let's get real, right? So we observe the Earth, right? We go out, we make observations, we measure them because that's what you're supposed to do in science, right? You're supposed to not supposed to trust people, you're supposed to test. You're supposed to verify, experiment, verify observation. So we go do that. And then someone comes in here and says, "Oh, forget your observations. I just watch TV." So what should I rely on? My own lying eyes or a television set? I mean, it's a no-brainer. God damn it. Did Ben and Jerry stop making Chunky Monkey, man? I could never find an ice cream anymore.
Sounds like high quality problems.
No, they still make
First
it.
world problem.
They still make it.
Yeah, so I think it's important to let Purple know that all of us here at Purple used to believe in the globe Earth. Most all of us. A couple of us were born into geocentric families, but that's very rare. Most of us, we all believed most of our lives in the globe Earth.
Hard. Total space nerd here. A lot of us total. One of the other admins, man, he used to make models of like Apollo stuff.
Yeah, I was deep into that stuff. One of my childhood friends is an astrophysicist as well, so all of that stuff was stuff I used to love.
And we were kind of like you, dude. We were like, oh, some scientist somewhere figured it out. Right? Sun's 93 million miles away. Oh, someone went and measured that. Someone figured that out. I don't need to check.
Yeah.
But then when you go check, you're like, hold on, dude. Like, nobody did do that. Where did they get that from? And you find out it's from numerology, and you're like, what?
So that's what I'm saying, man. So I pointed out where an observation doesn't match the abstraction. Indios pointed out where the observation doesn't match. So that's it. There are people making claims where the observations or the reality doesn't match the math, man.
So, Purple, how high is your confidence in the globe, percentage-wise, from 1 to 100? Just a ballpark idea.
Very, very
1
high.
million.
It's very, very, very high.
Okay, could you just throw out a number?
98%.
98%. Okay. So if the Earth really is flat, Purple, would you want to know?
Sure.
Okay, very well.
But also, since you're addressing me, and since the question would still be then, on the flat Earth, what would cause a lunar eclipse?
Well, I think first you need to ask your own paradigm. How does it look on a globe Earth?
I would like to ask though. No, because you don't have to. No, I've accepted. Like, all right, well, fine. The globe. All right, don't make sense. Sure, I'll take that. Whatever. So then, tell me what would cause this on a flat Earth?
Okay, so
without doubling back to me. Without doubling back to me, because I'm listening now. I'm like, all right, bet. I'm gonna listen to you.
Remember what I said earlier?
Okay.
Remember what I said earlier? We have the
I
same.
don't think you say anything about the flatness. You didn't say I'm
Yeah, what I'm saying is we have the same perspective as anyone else,
Mhm.
astronomers included. So we don't have a third frame of reference where we can step outside of the Earth to actually observe what's going on to even begin to speculate as what's causing it. So obviously we don't have a sufficient answer. We can make something up based off of no evidence, but in order to have evidence, we would need to be capable
Right.
So
of getting it.
without making anything up, it's a dead end.
No, it's just undefinable. Do you know what the moon is?
Yes.
I want. I want. Oh boy. I want to ask you a question. Though. Do you think? Do you think that the
Okay,
heliocentric model
so
is
the answer.
used to predict eclipses?
Okay, so I will answer, but so the answer to my question now from the flat Earth group about what would make it make sense is you have none.
No, listen. I have an answer.
Okay,
We
shoot.
have.
But so hold on. I'm going to give him an answer, but I'm going to ask him a couple questions here. Do you think the heliocentric is used to predict eclipses?
I'm just going to. So for all the questions you're going to ask me, since I'm not, I'm just going to say I don't again because I'm biting. I'm biting. I don't
Can
know.
I just add something very quick? You want an answer for lunar eclipses on a flat Earth? Maybe the moon goes behind the sun.
But then the
Okay, you wanted an answer.
where's the
Now
sun?
you've got the answer, or one of the answers. There are multiple. Maybe the moon goes in front of the sun. But the point is that the moon and the sun are definitely moving in the sky. That we can prove. Normally in this room, people don't like to speculate because we want to see hard, real evidence of that caused effect before we start nailing our colors to that idea. But what India was trying to explain to you was that the lunar eclipse is based on something called the Saros cycle. And the Saros cycle was from ancient Babylonian days where they believed the earth was flat. And then they worked out a pattern that every 8 years, the lunar eclipse occurs like clockwork. It's virtually like there's a clock in the sky. And 8 years from today, there will be a similar type of lunar eclipse. And they've tracked where these lunar eclipses occurred. And then they work out the cycle of when the next one is going to reoccur. It's called the Saros cycle. And it's based on a Babylonian flat earth projection. And then they just tell you that they've estimated in the ball model. So now you were saying, well, explain lunar eclipses. So India asked you, do you know how they project or how they even predict lunar eclipses? It's based on flat Earth. And that's why you saying the lunar eclipse is your greatest proof of the globe. We're all laughing inside because you don't understand where the data comes from to be able to predict these lunar eclipses.
And how does pointing in the wrong direction from the Earth at the sky say anything about the measurements of the ground beneath your feet?
It doesn't. And there's also other explanations where you look at polarization of light. If you've ever had polarized sunglasses and how it cancels out certain light shades, perhaps there's a polarization effect occurring in the sky that causes a lunar eclipse. And a portion goes darkened the same way that if I tilt my polarized lenses, it makes my phone appear to darken. So there could be multiple explanations. It's not for lack of explanation. The point that we've shown is that the selenelian, where you have a lunar eclipse where the sun and moon are both above the horizon, disproves the globe right there.
But
You've
then
got something that cannot occur in that model.
if the moon crossed in front or behind the sun, the sun wouldn't be shining anywhere. It would be like because you can call if there's a lunar eclipse happening, you can call somebody on the other side where it is sunny and be like, "Hey, what's up? How's it going?"
you go look up ancient cosmology, they talk about the black sun, that there is a dark orb in the sky that actually occludes the light. In astrology, they call them nodes. So when this thing passes through this node, it becomes occluded. It darkens and then it reappears. So there's been multiple explanations throughout centuries as to what could have caused that. The globe model thought, this is a good idea. We'll just make these spheres, this one behind there, and then everything's answered, until you see the impossible eclipse called the Selenelian eclipse, where even the shadow enters from the wrong side. Cannot be the Earth's shadow if the top of the moon, the part that's pointed away from the Earth, is the part where the shadow enters. That's just logic. So it's called an impossible eclipse, disproving the present model that we were all taught, that there's sun at the center not moving. And then the moon would be on the opposite side of the Earth, hidden in the Earth's shadow. That's the model we were taught. Then you look at the Selenelian, and it completely debunks that entire notion. Now you put a question mark next to it. Now you want to go and search what else could explain the said phenomenon.
Yeah, so you can't reify the ball with the eclipse thing because that already doesn't work on the ball. So now what?
I remember I said I gave in, so I still want to understand how does it work on the flat?
Yeah. You want to know what's actually doing it.
Yeah.
Well, we could make up more stories.
Well, no, I want to know, like, in like the stories. Here's the thing, and that's why the globe works, because
No, it doesn't
for
work.
me,
Because
for
we
me, for
just
me, for
showed you
me,
that the
for
story
me.
doesn't
I'm
work, and
telling
now
you for
you're
me.
asking us
I'm
for
telling
a
you personal
story
opinion.
about a claim that isn't our claim. We
I'm
didn't
telling you a
claim anything
personal
about the
opinion.
moon. We showed you how your stuff didn't work, and we didn't claim anything about the moon. So don't ask us more about claims that aren't ours.
But I was telling you my opinion, so that's all. That's why it works for me, because it is actually explainable to me.
But he just explained in thorough detail how it doesn't work.
But he's not an astronomer, or a scientist.
Well, what does that matter?
That matters a lot. I'm not gonna let someone who doesn't understand brain surgery operate on my brain.
Someone's authority does not make the content of their argument any more legitimate or worthwhile. So appealing to the authority of someone does not constitute a valid argument.
And besides, how do you know whether he's an astronomer?
Well, is he? Is he a licensed? Went through everything and got no? I mean, I don't know.
Even if he was, it wouldn't change anything about any of the points that he made. So, do you have any contentions with any of those?
Yeah, I mean, for me personally, it'd be like it's a misrepresentation. That's all.
It's not a misrepresentation of anything. He doesn't have to have a special piece of paper to be able to talk about this thing that happens in reality and does not work with the explanation that we've been given for it. If you have any specific issues with the points that he made, it would be interesting to hear those, but you're just copying out and appealing to authority.
I mean, that's fine.
So anyway, the ground is measuring flat, the Earth is measuring flat. So besides all of the problems that he gave you with the lunar eclipse explained by the globe model, how is a ball Earth supposed to be casting a shadow on the moon when you don't have a ball Earth to begin with because the Earth is measuring flat?
Yep. So everything's based on a foundational premise of the Earth being a globe. We need to measure and verify that it's curvature, that it has curvature. Otherwise, if we only measure flat, We've never found any elevation changes over distance anywhere. So, not a ball. You haven't verified it's a ball yet. That's the first step. Pictures in space don't do it. Zooming in is not a measuring device. Neither are satellites. If they exist, they're not measuring devices. Neither are aircraft. They're not measuring devices. We need a direct physical measurement of Earth's curvature on the surface. Thanks.
Yeah, it's the first thing you need. All the rest of it about eclipses and sky stuff, it's all cool stories if you just can't get the first thing down, which is the Earth curvature.
So, hey, those images from space, you know, we can check to see if they depict what's actually in the physical world, and they don't. You know, listen, I'm only going to say this. You don't have to believe us. You can go and test this yourself. And, you know, those space pictures that show curving water, well, go find some curving water in reality, because there isn't any. It's an idea. They show you a bunch of cartoons, and you think the idea is real. But you can't find that anywhere in the physical world where you're at. It's super simple test, too. Because the curve is exponential going away from you. You only need a mirror. You only need a mirror, a friend. In 3.25 miles, your 6-foot friend should be invisible. You not be able to see him.
Flashing the mirror at you. Yeah.
But these mirror tests have been done at 15 miles. That's the longest mirror test I know of. 15 miles. No, 18 miles, Salton Sea. They actually did a triple mirror test where each mirror flashed 2 other mirrors. They did a big triangle at the Salton Sea. Nobody should have seen anybody.
And water is so level that they call it sea level. They call it sea level. It's a level. So
Yeah, and they
from
call
continent to continent, it's level.
And the horizon.
I find it bizarre.
Horizontal.
It's bizarre. Yeah, horizontal, as in flat. I just find it bizarre how you fight for a concept and reject the reality you experience. You literally experience a flat, motionless Earth. You've literally never experienced curving water. And you find it absurd that someone is telling you, yeah, water doesn't curve. Really? People saying they go to a freaking vacuum where they where you drop things and they don't fall, right? Something you've never experienced, something no one you know has ever experienced. Pretty much as sure as anything, when you drop something, it falls, other than a balloon. But they say they go to this magical place, and you're like, yeah, cool. And you're going to throw away all your personal human experience for the word of strangers. Because they promise you, someday you're going to go there too. We promise. Well, they don't actually promise. I made that part up. I mean, seriously, don't believe us. Just go test it yourself. That's all. We're not here to convince you of anything. We're here just to tell you there's a problem, right? We're telling you what the problem is. And you can not believe us or whatever. We don't care, but you can test it yourself. Math don't lie. Their math makes prediction. That's how science works. You make a prediction and you test it. And we test their predictions and they're not true.
And remember what Sonny asked you when he said, if the earth was flat, would you want to know? And you answered yes. So Indio's just told you, go see what the curvature should be, Go down to any area that you can see really far, that you know the distance of what you're looking at. And then go and look if that's what you should see on this Earth curve calculator.
I tested it myself, right? So I observed the flat Earth on the first try. I didn't have to go a bunch of times. I didn't have to keep trying for confirmation bias. The very first try. Hey, I'm at the beach. Why don't I see a boat. I know how I can track the boat. Let me see how far I can watch that boat go out to sea. I watched it go out to 30 miles. 30 miles that the Goldberg says it's 470 feet. Should not be able to see the boat. The boat should have disappeared at 10 miles. But it didn't. I mean, if we were just blowing smoke, we wouldn't tell you to test it. We would try to just get you to believe us. I don't want you to believe us, but I don't want you to believe them either. I want you to trust yourself. Dude, you can't trust your senses. Regardless of what they say, you can't trust your senses. They act like people don't make mental errors, irrational errors.
What?
They do all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, letters after your name do not make you immune to biases.
Well, a lot of people, they don't even know, right? They don't even know that they're making a flat Earth observation. So there's something called the Southern Ocean and Antarctic Sailing Guide. It's put out by the National Geospatial Agency. And in that, they tell you to watch certain things you need to watch out for when you go sail in the Southern Ocean. In it, it says it is not uncommon. It says it's very hard to judge distances because it's not uncommon to be able to see mountains that are 300 miles away. You know, if you plug that into the curve calculator, the only mountain that you could see 300 miles away from sea level would have to be 9.75 miles high. And Everest is 5.25 miles high. So they print this, they don't even know printing a flat Earth observation. I mean, they're the Geospatial Agency. They're printing something that says the Earth's not a ball. They don't even realize it. Yeah, Sonny, I heard you going over the
You
Kanikabine a
want to?
couple times because I was listening to some streams. You did a
Yeah.
pretty good job.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. But the one thing that you left out is how high the airplane has to be across
That's
the beams. It
yeah.
has to be 11 miles. It has to be 11 miles high, dude.
11 miles.
No plane flies at 11 miles now.
It's over 300,000 feet. Isn't it? Did I get the math wrong? 5 times how many? 10 miles? 10 miles, 30,000? Yeah.
So,
10 miles,
do you
50,000
want an
feet.
example?
50,000, my bad.
Do you want an example for what Indio's saying, Purple Duke? Specifically, when he's talking about they're not even competent enough to know when they're posting uh, footage or information that goes against or contradicts the mathematical descriptions.
Y'all ain't gotta entertain me, man. I'm just listening.
I don't know what that means.
That means you don't have to send it
Is,
to me, bro. I'm literally just listening, man.
I hear you, but how about yes or no? Like,
No,
no,
I'm
you're not
fine.
interested.
I'm not really interested. I'm not too interested. Like I don't want to. Like I don't want to have. I'm observing.
Right.
I'm not.
Well, I'm trying to help you observe. Maybe
Trying
that
to,
just
yeah, we're
means
trying to
you're
get you
trying to
an
observe.
observation.
You got National Geographic and CFI specifically stating that they're putting a camera at a 1 foot height so that the horizon, the geometric horizon, is 1.2 miles. This is what he's saying. Now they're there to debunk flat earthers, so this is supposed to be a globe earth proof. Now they send a boat out with a flag on it that has stripes, and the stripes begin to disappear. The man says that it's because the boat is out at 3 miles and the horizon is blocking the boat. The problem, the horizon is behind the boat, so it can't be obstructing the boat at 1.2 miles. Where's the competency level in National Geographic's editors or the people who were there to debunk the flat earthers? What a bumble, if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, do you think that that was a biased report? I mean, if you type in flat Earth in YouTube, it's one of the top 3 videos that comes up. Flat Earth versus round Earth. This video comes up, and they let the guy say this, and they leave it unchecked, even though he is factually wrong, demonstrably factually wrong. It's not subjective that the horizon is behind the flag. It's behind the flag. You know, and the great thing is it demonstrates 2 things. It demonstrates the horizon isn't where it's supposed to be, and things can disappear like that on a flat surface. And it isn't a necessity that some physical object is blocking it, and that it is purely an optical effect.
If I could suggest, since Purple Doom doesn't seem want to talk or he don't care or something, you got Professor Proton in here. You want to try to talk to him?
Is he related to Jimmy Neutron?
Hello.
I'm not related to him.
Hey, what's
Yes,
up?
you
What
are
do you
him.
got?
Hello, Prof. Proton. You got any questions, sir?
No, I don't have any. I'm actually at work trying to get through the end of the workday. But I have been listening to what's going on, and I find it fascinating. And if it's all right with you, I'd just like to audit what's going on until I am done with my workday, and then maybe I'll have a chance to speak and ask questions.
It's fair. We're
Yeah,
not going
do
to
us
make
a
you
favor.
talk if
Think
you're
about what
working.
we just said about National Geographic. Think about it real hard about why they're
Yeah,
so
and I heard what you were saying about the whole Southern Ocean Manual. I thought that was pretty interesting. It's like they're saying, "Yep, you're gonna be able to see mountains 300 miles away without an explanation," right?
Well, the explanation is because Antarctica is so dry and there's no humidity and there's very few particles in the air, you can farther. That's their
That's
explanation.
that. Wow. All right, yeah, like I said, I have to get through my workday, but hopefully I'll be able to chat later because I do have a few questions and a few observations.
More flat Earth observations. I love it.
So, what about the cosmology of the sun being incorrect and credible scholars questioning that model? I mean, think what you like about flat Earth. I mean, because obviously, flat Earth and everything in that box was put there for you to play with within certain parameters. Because you haven't really entertained anything we've said. It's only the questions that you think that are relevant. But when it comes to prior to flat Earth, did people actually question the cosmology or the inception of the universe, or the everything up there as we know it, the cosmos? Yeah. There are a lot of people that think that the sun and the medium that it's supposedly in is a violation of uh, thermodynamic laws. And these people as scholars give their um reasons as to why, and it has to do with, what do you know, the claims and the data being given having anomalies.
I think
After having
before
made assumptions. Go ahead, Solar.
I think before artificial light and then electricity and televisions and all this stuff, the sky was your television. It was the thing at night that you would lie and look up at, or you'd make a little fire. So you were attached to it. And then when we got all these other things, we got distracted. And then we started trusting other men who stayed in touch, quote unquote. And then they've just chosen their own path.
Dylan better start yapping. You got 20 minutes before ladies' night.
Any further thoughts, Purple?
No, bro, it all started with someone asking me a question.
Yeah, so I'm just asking some more questions.
No, I don't have any. I didn't have any questions to begin with.
Oh, yeah. I'm just trying to fire up a conversation. Well, welcome to Flat Earth.
Like I said,
You've been here the whole time. Welcome to Flat Earth.
A long time.
Yeah, you've been here your whole life on the Flat Earth.
It's like when people ask you for a photo of this flat earth, and then it suddenly dawns on them that every photo was taken on a flat earth.
Yeah, just see any photo of the Earth.
Purple Doom, are you there, buddy?
Yes, I am.
All right, cool. Hey, did you get your vape pen?
Yes, I did.
Oh, good. Well, I'm glad you have that with you. So we're going to take you on a little bit of a ride. How's that sound?
I am always up for a ride. That's why I get stoned in Wander Discord.
Okay. Well, the crazy part about this room is it's actually productive. Whereas most other Discords aren't going to be telling you about your reality, helping you learn about your reality, or think critically about your reality. So you found a diamond in the rough, as it were. But you may or may not agree with that just yet. Now, is it possible the Earth could be flat? Purple Doom.
Oh, bro, like I said, I'm not going to. I don't want to. I'm not gonna
Right, and I love your
bother you
ambivalence,
guys.
but I'm
Like,
saying
I'm
it's
not.
just a yes or no question.
I don't know.
Okay.
More than likely not.
Oh, okay, got it. And
Well, why would it not be like?
Hold on, let me get in there. What would be the number one smoking gun proof that you have that it cannot be flat? Most likely isn't, right? What's the piece?
I'm sticking with the satellites and the lunar eclipse.
Let's go one at a time. So satellites. What about satellites convinces you that Earth is a sphere?
They orbit it.
And who told you that?
Told me that the satellites. No,
Yeah.
I don't think no one. I think maybe like my science class, maybe when I was a kid.
I see. Okay, so you don't really remember when
But
you
but
learned.
but what happens is like later you see things like see rocket ships go up.
That's a good point. Hey, so rocket ships go up.
You see a satellite orbiting.
Hold on. Because you're making a leap between rockets go up and satellite in space. You do realize that, right? There's a lot that needs to happen between the rocket going just up and then a satellite orbiting a planet.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So number one, the rocket going up. Why do you think that the rocket goes up outside of the Earth, does a bunch of shit, and puts a satellite in orbit? What makes you think that?
Tell me.
No, I'm asking what, like, how'd you make the leap in your mind? Did somebody explain it to you, or are you just assuming?
I believe again, man. I'm damn near 40, man. So I've been
Me
out
too.
of high school. I've been out of college a long time. So it's like I can't recall who specifically told me or who I think it was like my 5th grade science class is when I really started looking at shit.
Okay. You know what's crazy about that? Is that we're told what to believe before we can even ask about our world. Isn't that crazy? Like, they're like, here's how it is, right? 100%. Don't ask questions unless you need to understand what we're saying to you. But other than that, no. We got it all figured out. Isn't that kind of strange? They wouldn't let you even start to think about stuff on your own. They're just like, here's how it is. Ready? Go.
Um 2 seconds. Right back.
Sure. And again, that's all speculation from my point anyway. You know, elementary school, like you said, is a long time ago.
I just want to see this Earth curvature I was promised. I've been waiting a long time. They keep saying they're going to bring it to me.
I think the main point, and I agree 100%. Main point I'm trying to make is that I personally have no reason to believe, i.e., consider something fact, if someone merely tells me about it. If I merely find it in a textbook that makes billions of dollars, where the company makes billions of dollars a year on their textbooks, right? They can put whatever they want in it. Now, again, that's speculation. My thing is, satellites, I don't know, man. It's unfalsifiable, to be perfectly square with you. But let's see about rockets. Again, I want to go back to rockets with you real quick. Purple Doom. Doom. Sorry. Because I want to know how you were convinced I'm sorry, how do you empirically, physically, directly, tangibly, in real life know that the rocket went from the ground to outer space? How do you know that? When did you personally confirm that physical reality? Yourself. He's gone for the second. Anyway, go ahead. No, he said he was going to be back, so I guess I was just talking to the room.
Well, I've never seen any verification for these cool stories, if you want to ask me.
Right.
I haven't either.
And honestly, I don't know if I'd trust a rocket to put myself at the top of it and go and check for satellites. Right?
Yeah, I would rather get involved in making a movie where I did that instead of actually do it.
Right. Who
I
puts
trust a
themselves at
rocket
the tip of a rocket?
if it would
ever?
actually go fast, but
You know what I mean?
That thing floats up.
It does float. Yeah, it's pretty slow, to be perfectly honest. But again, all of that is speculation. I want to know how someone knows and can demonstrate empirically how a rocket goes from Earth to outer space. I want to see a start to finish, right? Unedited video. And there should be like 50 cameras on the rocket now at this point, by the way. We should see everything. So I want to see start to finish on that.
So don't you think that would be extremely expensive and that perhaps, engineers and scientists aren't interested in showing you that? They're not interested in spending that much money.
They get paid $67 million a day. And that's just NASA.
Well, hold on. I want to do it one piece at a time. Ask the first part of your question again. Oh, so you're saying it's too expensive, right?
Yeah.
When has the government done anything and said, you know what, we need to stop because it's just too expensive? When have they ever said that?
With respect to whatever it is that they're trying to achieve,
did they just drop it, or did they spend more money they didn't have on it? Which one did they do every time?
Your presupposition that the government would be sitting around thinking, well, we really have to convince these flat earthers that the Earth
When
is
did I say that?
round.
Yeah, straw man right away.
45 seconds ago, more or less.
I did not say that. Try again. Okay, well then why don't you go ahead and clip it out, sir? I swear on my life I didn't say that. How's that grab you? I swear on your life.
You did not say that you want to see a video of a rocket with like 50 cameras unedited showing
Right,
going
that
up
had nothing to do with your previous statement.
Right, who would do it beyond like the government?
I don't know, man. You're making assumptions. I didn't say that.
Right, but it's a distinction without a
Okay.
difference, right? Like the fundamental point is the same.
So because it's expensive, it's not going to happen. That's your assumption.
No, it's that because it's expensive, they have to be critical about the things that they spend money on, and convincing flat earthers is not something that I want my tax dollars being spent on.
Well, that is what they're spending their tax dollars on.
Bezos is not government. Elon Musk is not government. Our government does not launch anything. NASA is not even part of a government. You retard.
How would attaching $400 break the budget on a $10 million rocket?
I can tell you how, because it's not the cost of the cameras that's the expense.
No, your point
Animus,
is
hold on,
erroneous.
guys. Everybody, hold on. Animus, you are hot micing, partner.
I'm sorry.
Never do it again. Thanks.
Guy G was also
Sonny, man, you got to really work on. Wow.
Whoa,
Somebody
Sonny,
give Sonny in a DM about that.
Attaching a $100 camera onto a rocket on the exterior. You think that would break the budget? That's ludicrous.
It's not the cost of the
He went from that to his personal incredulity about that they would spend his money on that, and that he doesn't want his tax money being spent on convincing flat earthers.
It's not the cost of the individual camera, right? It's the cost of the weight attached to the rocket. Cost.
It's ridiculous. Yeah, we can't afford that $1 billion or that $1 trillion military budget bill because it's too expensive.
Can you just admit that was not a good point? It's fine.
Point.
Sorry. Can you just admit, because factually it's not a good point, and that's okay. We can move on.
No.
Well, you're done.
Okay, fine. Then you can just be intellectually dishonest, and the audience and everybody listening can view and understand that. Super. So can you be honest about the next question?
This is a loaded question.
It's a yes or no question. Can you be honest about the next question?
False dichotomy.
I guess not. I guess he can't be honest, guys.
What's the alternative to honesty and dishonesty?
Black Flobe, have you stopped beating your wife?
Beating my wife?
It's a yes or no question.
Weird.
Have you stopped beating your wife?
Yeah. Yeah.
Gaijin, do your parents know you're
Implied
gay?
that you beat her before?
Have you come forward to your parents about being
Oh, no, I've
gay,
never beaten her
Gaijin?
before, but you just asked a yes or no question, so
Right.
I
So how?
figured
if
I'd
you've
give you
never
the
beaten her
respect.
before, how did you
of-
stop beating her? Because it
You
implies
asked
that
a
you
yes or
would.
no question. No, it doesn't imply anything. It needs to come from my mouth if it is something that I said.
How do you stop doing something that you were never doing?
Exactly. So your question is invalid.
So basically, Guy
Sorry.
just said that they're not going to bother attaching a camera to a rocket to prove that they're doing what they say they're doing because it's a waste of money to prove things.
No.
Yeah, it's a waste of money for them to demonstrate to the public that they're using their money to do what they say they're doing. That's your point.
Because that's why we never film NASCAR, right? There's no cameras filming NASCAR. There's no cameras mounted to the cars. There's no cameras watching the driver's face because each one of those cameras is just going to put so much weight onto this vehicle. So we can't do it in NASCAR, and that's why you can never watch any kind of race footage, especially from the driver's perspective, because cameras, little like pinprick that we've now got in our phones, the weight of that is going to really cause so many catalyzing problems in the rest of the build to put a little pinprick camera at the front and the rear and various points that can collect digital. So we don't need film. We don't need extra weight. The point is retarded, and you should concede that this was not a good point.
So if you click on the link that I just put
Well,
up,
they
you
have
can
room
find
for
an
monkey
example of a
suits and
rocket that
guitar.
had cameras on it, just not 50, right?
Why would you assume you know what
you
NASA's
people-
going to spend their money on, or any space agency? Why would you assume that?
You people believe simulations of what you see when they say they're landing on Mars with a rover, and it's a fucking simulation on Xbox Live and PlayStation Networks. You guys believe that shit. There's no proof of it. It's a fucking simulation done on a computer. But yet you say, oh, there's proof that they're landing because there's an overlay of an image.
So anyway, Earth measures flight regardless of who spends money on what. How are you going to counter that?
In fact,
Gaijin, you've been here a while. Have you even measured the Earth yet?
Gijon.
I'm not going to pronounce it properly. That's going to be
Gaijin.
okay with you.
now he just posted the video that looks so fake it has to be real.
Yeah, sorry, I posted it in a different, in the wrong text.
No problem. No problem.
So like that one right there. Oh, not the right one, but there's another one that is from the same launch that has.
Yay! YouTube videos. So when are you going to go measure the Earth?
What's
Do you
that
wish you
matter?
were that rocket man? Do you wish you were in that spacesuit in that Tesla? Guess
It
what?
doesn't even address when I say measure curvature. Go ahead, Dijon mustard. Go ahead and tell us when you are going to
Not very
do
nice.
something physical, tangible, so that you may have a position in this argument.
To be fair, people just post YouTube videos all the
That's
time.
that's
for
fine.
both sides.
I'm not trying to do that right now. I'm just me and Dijon mustard here are talking. That's all. I don't
6
care about
minutes.
links or anything.
6 minutes.
What was your question?
When are you going to measure the Earth for curvature? Shh. When are you going to? Okay, go ahead.
So much like NASA and SpaceX, I have no desire to waste my time to try to convince people that I know are gonna not be convinced.
Oh, so you don't want to have a proper stance in an argument. You just want to come here and not deserve to be in an argument by not having done any work?
Oh, I have a stance, and I will give you my argument.
I'm sure you do, but have you done anything to back it up, kiddo? Anything at all? Even a long-distance observation?
Yeah, I have.
Oh, be honest now.
Yeah, a minute ago you just said that you're not going to do that because you don't have to and you shouldn't have to. But now you have it? Okay, let's hear it.
Yeah, crazy. When was that?
He asked me when am I going to go out and measure it, and I said I'm not going to do that.
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair if you don't go out and measure. How about a long-distance observation, my friend? Can you do that?
I just did. I just showed you one.
When did you do it?
I posted SpaceX rocket.
No. You, sir. Do you not know how science works? You have to go and get the evidence yourself. That's how empiricism works. Yes, it is. It's the only thing. It's the only thing you should be thinking about right now when you're talking to flat earthers about the flat and stationary Earth upon which we live.
I don't accept your epistemology.
I'm sure you don't, but big words doesn't matter. Okay? It measures flat.
He spent good tax dollars on those SpaceX cartoons. He's pretty invested in them.
Yeah. Just try not to take it personally when you find out it is flat and stationary, okay, Dijon?
Hey, I heard whoever can render a realistic-looking skyline of a theoretical planet can be awarded $1 billion from NASA.
Yeah, okay, well, I'm going to go, but bottom line, Gaijin, is that if you want to know what you're talking about, you have to go look into what you're talking about. Thanks.
It's Gijon.
Yeah, Gijon. He tell you.
Thank you, Sasha.
Yeah.
That's how I pronounce it, right, Sasha?
Well, Gijon, I don't know. Maybe it's for Slav people it's easier, but that doesn't.
No, Sasha is pronounced Gaijin.
Yeah, but phonetically gay.
See, he sounds smart enough to get this. So
if I pronounce in my language, I'll be pronounced Gion.
So is it French? Because my grandmother's maiden name is Guy, but it used to be Guy, G-U-I. They changed it to G-U-Y.
It's French.
Neato. Now, is that a chosen name or is that a name you gave yourself?
I don't know what you mean.
Is it your actual name or is it a name you created? Right? Like, is Guy part of your actual name? Okay, cool. Is Gene your first name? Or no, that's your whole last name.
Guy is my first name and John is my last name.
Nice. 3 minutes. 2 minutes.
My name is female. I can stay.
Hey, Gijon, are you going to stick around for ladies' night?
I don't think the ladies here like me a lot.
Well, you won't have to deal with all the testosterone, so you might actually be able to get a word
That
in.
is untrue. I'm one of the only people who pronounced your name right. I don't even get any
Oh, that's
points
right.
for
I do remember Dandelion.
Thank you.
That is absolutely right. Like, she actually changed my name from Chicken Nuggets back to Gaijin.
That's right.
All right. Hey, the ladies are ace, okay? They're so much more fun to listen to and talk to. Us guys, we just kind of dogpile. And so, for everybody listening, I do kind of apologize on my behalf for that, but the ladies are always so much fun to talk to. Very much easier.
Only one thing about ladies, they have the same thing about opinion about radios like a man.
Well, they have the same opinions, but they're just a little easier to talk to about it. But they will not back down just as much as we won't back down from the truth. That's the deal.
And I won't back down. Where's Helio when you need him? That reminds me, have you seen the new Helio meme? I actually don't know if it's new. It's new to me.
The one where The Walking Dead, the wire wrapped bat.
Is the bat wire wrapped? It might be. I'll see if I can find it. I might have to go back up to the meme place to find it. I keep getting it, and then I don't know where I put it. But now it's probably gotten buried. I know, I got it. I gotta get it.
So, how many of you would get on
Yeah,
like, let's say, rocket flight became like commercial, how many of you would get on a rocket?
I'd go for sure.
You do it?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
How come?
Well, if I'm going to be making claims about stuff, right? I'm going to go look into it. What better way to know a little bit more about what's up than to go up?
Yeah.
Hey,
You
we
know what I
spent a
mean?
lot of time here defending the base axiom. How about some positive proof for the globe, the thing that contradicts all known experience of the Earth?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, well, you would probably be the one person here to try. Yeah.
Oh boy, should I just pull out my index cards of my usual answers to this question?
No, but real quick, this starts ladies' night, by the way. So
Okay.
this is now ladies' night.
I'll
Welcome,
bow it.
ladies.
If you're rude to my mom, I'll kick you.
Unless you're a lady, be quiet. Where are they at?
And Gijon, of course, you can talk.
Yeah, I think they're coming in. Let's see. I put an announcement. Did I press send on that? I'm pretty sure I did.
Well, you're
Oh yeah,
here.
I
That's
did.
all that
Okay,
matters.
look.
We have a lady.
Yeah, there's
That's all
there's
we
some other people there. I'll just ping them in this other place. Just a minute.
Cool.
I mean, I feel like it'd be really boring for me to talk, considering it looks like there's newer people.
Is there, Gijon? Yeah, I have an answer from our Flat Earth Wiki for your Escape to the Future fallacy question. Have you ever seen our FAQ page on the Flat Earth Wiki, Gijon?
I don't think so.
I'll find it for you.
Can you link me up?
Yeah. Okay, let's see. Only ask questions. Here it is. Yeah, this is not exactly the same as yours, but it's a variation. I could add yours to the thing here, but it's just basically the same thing. What if you, as a flat earther, were taken up to outer space and shown that the Earth is a globe? Would you accept it then? Have you ever asked that question before, Gijon?
No, but I did want to ask it right here. I mean, it was.
Oh, go ahead
really
and ask
close
it
to.
then.
Yeah. What's that?
Are you going to ask it?
Well, I wanted to ask Glat Flo because he said he would get on a
Okay,
rocket.
go ahead and ask him while we're getting organized here.
Oh, okay. Do I need to sound like a lady?
Not yet. I haven't pressed
I'm
start
just-
yet.
I'm just-
I'll press start on the event while you're answering, Gladflow.
Oh, super. Gosh, that's just put me on the spot, would you? I'm just kidding. Okay, so, Gijon, let's talk about the rocket going up.
Yeah. So my question to you is, you said you would get on a rocket, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't think they would have windows, but let's assume that they would. You could get on it. You look outside the window, and you see. You see what you perceive to be some slight curvature of the horizon. Would you react, or what would you think?
First, I'd have to know how many mediums are in between my eye and the outside world.
I mean,
Let me tell you, in a commercial jet, the windows have 7 different panes of glasses and plastic that are all bent in certain different ways. So between your eye and out, a bunch of shit's happening. You can't trust it. So even if I were in a rocket 100,000 feet up, I look outside, okay, great. That's how it looks between me and the mediums and the shit outside. Unless I am 100,000 feet up by myself with nothing in between my eyes and the outside world, I can't say what it is, can I?
I mean, but you can't do that without dying. So
there you go. See, it's unfalsifiable. That's the problem. A lot of this
Right.
stuff is unfalsifiable.
Right. So you put yourself in a position where you are not allowed to change your mind.
Who says I'm not allowed?
Well, you just did. You said it's unfalsifiable. By your own.
Right, objectively it's unfalsifiable. I don't make the rules.
I don't think it's objectively unfalsifiable.
Noted. Opinion noted. Can you falsify it then? Can you know what I mean? You go do the thing.
I mean,
and then
the
come
statement,
talk to us
the Earth
about it.
is round, is falsifiable, right?
Well, yeah, it is actually. Yeah, we don't have any curvature, so you're right.
Okay, I guess you and I disagree on the definition of falsifiable. Falsifiable
Falsifiable means you can prove it wrong.
It's been falsified, Gijan. Right there. Sasha put it in there. 504. Black Swan. It's been falsified many times. Only takes
That's not what
one to
falsifiably
falsify
means.
a proposal there in science. Which
That's
is
perfect.
really, I
I'm
mean,
gonna bow out.
we're
Love
stretching.
you
I'm
guys.
sorry, Gladflow. But yeah,
No, you're good.
he
You're good.
has
That's
you good.
perfect.
Yeah, because I mean, we're really stretching to even call it a scientific question because it's really not. When we're formulating a scientific hypothesis that has to do with cause and effect relationships, and yeah, the shape of the Earth is actually a measurement and not a scientific question. But you can still apply these logical axioms to measurements. Like the modus tollens, which is applied in the black swan, because you can apply them to definitions, just like they'd be applied to a geometric figure. If a triangle, if a triangle, then it has three sides. So then you count the sides. Nope, doesn't have three sides. So there's your not B, then not A. Doesn't have three sides, therefore it's not a triangle. It's the same thing with the modus tollens argument being applied to the black swan, in which case, if the radius of the Earth is 3,959 miles, then every distance, horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, just like you see there. I'm sure you've heard it before, Gijan. It's the same idea there. So, I mean, we're applying it to a mathematical question. It's really a measurement. So, yeah, math is the flat earther's best friend because it disproves the globe every time. So I'm just going to do a short intro here. Yeah, and then Gijan, if there aren't any other new people, we'd be happy to talk to you some more about question you just asked. I bet there's some other ladies that would want to answer your fantasy escape to the future fallacy question, because even though it has nothing to do with logic, reality, math, or science, it's entertaining in a science fiction kind of way. So we're here with the Flat Earth ladies at the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server. It's February 11th, 2022. Easy to remember. If your child's born this day, you can say 2 times 11 equals 22, and you'll always remember what day they were born. I have a couple of children with math equations I use to remember their birthday, especially when you have multiple children. It gets difficult. So nonetheless, we've got a bunch of ladies here. We've got other people that promised to come. I don't know if they promised. They said they would be here. That's not exactly a promise. That's why I no longer promise things like that. I say, I'll try to be there. I'll do my best. I think I can make it, right? Because then you're not breaking your promise when you actually don't show up. So anywho, we've got Damsel Medic. I don't know if she can talk. Are you there, Damsel Medic? You can't talk now. Hopefully hear from you later. And that goes for any lady that's here. You don't have to wait for me to call on you. Feel free to speak up at any time. Especially if you have a name that doesn't sound like a female and you don't have a profile picture that looks like one, because I might actually know that you're here to participate in the ladies' night, which, to define it, it is the purpose of ladies' night is to give the women of the Flat Earth a chance to run the show here and answer the questions. So we have anyone's welcome to come in. I heard a rumor, I think this was a couple weeks ago, told me that on Gem Panda's server they have Lady Globers there. We used to have Twitwit. She came in here to Ladies Night a couple times. Haven't seen her for a while. But yeah, if any Lady Globers are listening out there, we had one last week. I can't remember her name. She was here with her buddy, and that was cool. So yeah, anyone, of any shape, size, gender, and so on, is welcome to come in and ask us questions or give us kind and polite comments. And the ladies of the Flat Earth will be fielding said input from the audience. If you have not joined us yet on the Discord and you're listening to this somewhere else, we not only have it streaming on YouTube on 2 different channels, Helio and Rogers, we also have Joshua that's streaming it on other platforms. And well, he was hot micing earlier, so I don't know if he's still listening, but at some point maybe he can tell us what they are, because I can't even keep track. Seems like he's always adding new platforms. Yeah, so there we go. Let's see. We have KJ, but she's deafened. Maybe she'll join us later and say hello. I saw Veronica's there. She's deafened too. I don't know if we have anybody else. Oh, we have Karma. Hey, Karma, can you say hello?
Hey, just jumped in.
Good. Since Karma's here, I'll take this time to promote another upcoming event. So Brad, our moderator Brad, who I think currently is going by the name Ghost, came up with this idea of a Sunday show, which has been going well. The last one was on the Apollo hoax. This one is not this Sunday coming up, which is February 13th. It's the Sunday after that, February 20th. At 2 o'clock my time. But I noticed this great thing about this event feature is that it makes the time zone automatically updates to whatever your time zone is. So mine, it says 2 o'clock, but whoever you are, if you're looking at that live stream voice text, it'll say your time, which is very cool. Plus, I discovered if you click interested, then your phone, if you're doing it on your phone, sends you a little notice when it's coming up that says, hey, your event's starting soon. So it's very exciting. So if you are interested in the logical fallacy presentation, which will be Sunday, February 20th, I'm going to be there presenting some stuff. India will be there. Drace. Karma's going to help me out on my part. Ghost and Redford Bear are hosting it. I think that covers all the official people. The part I'm working on, and Karma is going to chime in on because this is her area of expertise as well, is how to help train children how to think logically, and understand objective reality and so on. Where it might be, I have some resources to share about identifying logical fallacies that I use in my own homeschool. And I know Karma's done a lot of hands-on work just with generally reasoning ability. I mean, it doesn't have to be formal training necessarily when you're talking about children. I think we all just do this naturally, like when you're doing parent, one-on-one information, like they're looking at things in the world, they're asking you questions and you're answering them. I mean, that's just pretty basic, but we can go a little further than that. Grace is working on this fabulous presentation, like outshining us all already. It hasn't even started. So he's showed me a preview of that. So that's going to be great. Who knows what India is going to do, but I'm sure it'll be great. So anyway, that's that event. We also have tomorrow the Precious Metals Takeover, which is 1 o'clock Eastern. I'll try to find, there's the GIF of that one. And hopefully you can figure out what that time is wherever you are. That's a really great show too, if you haven't ever listened to that one, because they sometimes talk about Flat Earth in that Precious Metals show. But if there's no new globe believers there, or even old globe believers, they don't have any globe believers to talk to. They have these really interesting questions they ask and do kind of a round the different silver and gold members or guests that are there, and they're really interesting. The last question last week was, what mystery would you like to see? Would you like to know the answer to if you could choose anyone? And people had really interesting answers to that. So yeah, I'll just take a pause here and say hello to Darkness, aka Lulu. If by any chance you can say hello to us, because I haven't heard from you in so long, that would be great. Are you able to say hello, Lulu?
Hello there.
Good to hear you. You sound good.
Thank you. It's good to be here, finally.
Did you get a new mic, or is it just because I haven't heard you and missed your voice that it just sounds so great?
I didn't get a new mic, so thank you for that.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I was thinking the same thing, though.
There you go. It's not just me. Yeah, I think it's just because we haven't heard her so long. We're starved of Lulu.
Yeah, I've been wondering where's my Lulu. But the thing you were saying earlier, because you were talking about the kids and logic, I had a fun thing actually happen today.
Tell us about it.
I saw a seed I planted start to blossom a little bit. Because one of my smart kids, who was a 4th grader when he was with me, we'd talk about smart shit, and I'd often plant little seeds about things. And at one point, he wanted to talk about the moon landing, and I told him just honestly, I don't think they did it. I think they faked it. And then I tell him a bunch of reasons why, the most logical ones, and tell him to check it out for himself and decide for himself whether he thinks they did it or whether they faked it because they had something to gain from it, because he's smart. And today, he's in 5th grade, and he came up to me because I was outside and he was walking home, and he was telling me how he checked it out and how it looked super fake. And then he was saying he just watched the thing where they were saying they were going to go to Mars or something, and watched a launch or something with NASA. And he was like, they were so definitely in a swimming pool. My grandma, who works in this swimming hall for this many years, she's 6 years old, she's been working for 30 or 40 years, and she said their pool isn't even deep enough for competitions. And I was like, hell yeah, your grandma's got it right.
That is great. I love it. You know what? And I think sometimes, like, even just hi, KJ. We said hi, but I think you were deafened. I think sometimes, like, just for you, like, you're just such a blessing for those children, right? Because I think a lot of times when the first time a child makes kind of an observation about that, that's like, seems obvious, but an adult says, no, 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 you're wrong. Like Chocolate saying, used to always say, like, and he was in elementary school, he'd say stuff about, doesn't seem like we're moving, you know, when the teacher was talking about the spinning, and they'd be like, shut up, you know, or whatever the reaction was, you know, they shut you down, right? Instead of saying, even if you were a globe person, like, you know, the child's, you know, experience can be validated, you know, instead of shut down. So that is so cool.
I
I
love
love that
getting
story.
questions. Especially when, like, even the kids that nobody can stand because they'll ask you the same question 20 times in a row. I love it. Like, I even invite the flat earth conversations very discreetly. For instance, 2 days ago, somebody walks up to me with one of those where you fold like origami so you can, like, choose a color, the numbers, then you get something and you don't know what it is. And it's a yes and no one. So she's like, ask me a question. I'm like, oh, I
Yeah, I
gotta
know what
give you a
that. I know.
good one. Is the earth flat? And then I got a yes. And I'm like, okay, the earth is flat then. And she's like, okay, and goes to ask somebody else. And then the kid, of course, in fourth grade be like, the earth ain't flat. And I'm like, why not? And then we start having a bunch of conversations. And the things that he, like, of course, brings up the classic, like, oh, they would be on the bottom. I'm like, no, just think of it like Minecraft. Like, you would just be going in different directions. So, like, if it's flat, there wouldn't need to be anybody on the bottom because it's just earth. And then there's air. And then I was explaining to him density based on this because I was saying flat earth doesn't need gravity technically. So the gravity thing is a no-go. And we had a really interesting conversation. It was very nice.
That is great. I wish I could send my children to your program. That would be great.
But
I
you could
love those.
always just move to Iceland.
In theory, I don't know. Do they just take people over there? Just all you have to do is say you want to go.
I mean, pretty much. I'm not gonna lie. It's easy. What is it not?
You
I mean,
you have to generally get a job and stuff.
yeah, okay. If you get a job here, it should be no problem.
Yeah, that's yeah, and I did want to say, so that's good to hear that Drace is there. Congratulations to our new mods. I don't know if everybody's heard that, Drace, and also Hank Hill, which I don't even know if he's been around since he became a mod, but Drace is here, so congratulations, Drace. Definitely a well-deserved promotion.
Yeah, I'm super proud of him.
Sure. And let's see. Oh yeah, KJ, are you able to say hi now that you're done with your dinner? Or maybe she's still making dinner.
Yeah, hey.
Hi there. How's your week been?
Very good, thank you.
Good. Is it cold where you are?
Hi, KJ.
Oh, somebody said hi to you. You have a fan.
Hey, yeah. Yeah, hi. It's been extremely cold. Yeah.
Yeah, that's how it's been here. We have tons of snow.
We're still having our second winter right now.
Yeah, this winter's been really different than last winter because the snow just came, deep snow, like we have over a foot still, I think, on the ground, and it just stayed. Because I think last winter it kept melting, coming back, but we've had to just stay on the ground.
Yeah, but the kids at least are having a lot of fun. They're making tons of snow houses and stuff. We even bought a snow shovel at work so they can play with it.
That is great. Yes, yes. My boys are enjoying the sledding, yeah, the snowman building, all that stuff. Yeah, I told them, yep, you only got like a month left of that, so make sure you enjoy it. Oh, Gijan left. Too bad, because I was going to have him ask his question again, because not all of you were in here when he asked it. Oh well. I don't know if we have anybody else that's new in here. I have to look. Spellbreaker, that's a cool name. There was another lady that was here earlier. That's what I was looking for, like right before we started, but she didn't have the VC verified role. Now she's not here because I was going to unmute her. Now I can't remember what her name was. She was down there toward the bottom. Maybe she ran away. Didn't know what she was getting into here. Oh, we have someone called Globe Earth 2069 with no roles. I gotta unmute this person, don't you think? I mean, they're just right out there, just calling themselves Globe Earth. I love it. They can tell us all about Globe Earth.
Bring it.
Hi
Yeah,
there,
you
Globe
trust me.
Earth.
You need a lot. You have a lot to learn about the globe, Dandelion.
Great! Oh, I can't wait! We got the guy! He's gonna show us the curvature and the rotation. Thank you. Oh my gosh, Globe Earth. I've been looking for this for 5 years. I said they
That's it.
told me
You've only
it
been
was
doing it for 5
proved,
years, dude.
and I've been looking for the proof. And Globe Earth is here to show us. Tell us, please, right now. Platform's yours. Proof, curvature. Tell us where you've observed verifiable, testable, repeatable curvature or rotation. Please, Globe Earth.
Okay. Now, on the basis of the thing, would you agree that there's gas pressure?
I would agree there's gas on the Earth because I am currently breathing, yes.
Now, what does that prove?
Oh, what you're asking me, what it proves that there's gas pressure on the
Yeah, because
Earth?
I'm trying to prove something here. I don't want to leave it up in the air like y'all people do,
Well, that's a
right?
pretty
So,
wide open question. You're asking me what gas pressure proves.
yeah, you know about gas pressure, right? I thought you were a flat earther.
Yeah, I mean, having gas pressure on the Earth indicates, I don't know if I would say proves, it indicates that there's some kind of container involved, since we all know that gas disperses to fill all available space unless contained. So I guess what I would say, since in science we don't actually prove, hold on just a second, I gotta take this question from my son. Give me 10 seconds. Okay, I'm back.
Are you living?
I'm not living. You know the gas pressure, that gas disperses to fill all available space unless contained. Therefore, what we can disprove, because science is about falsifiability, and what we can prove is not the case. So one thing that we know is not happening, Globe Earth, is we do not have the atmosphere of the Earth hanging uncontained next to the alleged vacuum or near vacuum of outer space. Because if that was happening, the gas would be dispersing into that space to fill it, and we do not observe this. We do observe that we have gas pressure and that the gas is not escaping into this fantasy science fiction realm known as outer space.
So, can you have gas pressure without a container?
I have never seen it observed, of course, just as I just mentioned. That has never been demonstrated on the Earth, so therefore natural law is accepted that this does not happen because we've never observed or demonstrated it. Doesn't mean it's proven, it means it has not been falsified. So I would say we cannot, because it's never been demonstrated in a verifiable, testable, repeatable way.
Okay. Now, we do know that gas pressure can exist without a container.
Please
Now,
demonstrate that for us, Globe Earth.
well, it's a demonstration
Show
of
us
faith,
the
right?
testable, repeatable, verifiable experiment or observation where you found this happening.
Okay. So that's a great point, right? Now, do you think
I didn't
that
make a point. I asked you
Jesus
to demonstrate your claim. Hold on. I made no point. You don't get to go on to another question unless you either answer or concede the last point. You just claimed gas pressure can exist without a container. I asked you to back up that claim with a verifiable, testable, repeatable experiment, or I'd even accept a demonstration.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm talking spiritually, right? So, like, spiritually, yes, you can have that.
Hold on, Gilbert. Hold on. I'm sorry. I'll try to take it back a notch for you since you're new. Actually, you know what? First, I'm going to give you the VC verified rule. Do you agree to follow the rules of this server as laid out in the welcome, including no concern trolling, no trolling, keep the conversation civil, no spamming links and all that? kind of thing.
I mean, do I get spanked if I'm a bad boy?
No, I'll send you into Cogdis like in about 30 seconds.
Well,
We
I'll
have a
follow the
punishment room.
rules.
You'll get sent to the punishment room.
Look, I'll follow the rules, lady. I'm not here to debate you.
Okay, cool. We'll go back to the content then. I gave you the VC verified rules so we don't have to waste time later. Okay, so now I lost track of where we were. Where were we in the conversation? You were going to demonstrate gas pressure without a container, globe earth?
No, you said that science can't prove anything, right? That's what you said.
That's not me saying that. That's the accepted definition saying that. That's not me. I mean, you want me to go get my children's textbook? I just went over that with my son this morning and take a picture of it for you. It's fine. I'm sorry. I was supposed to be backing off.
No, you're okay. You're okay. But you are aware, right, that the majority of people think that science proves stuff, right? We can agree to that.
We can agree that people are misinformed about what science is and that they regularly accept pseudoscience as science. Yes. Oh, I know what I was going to tell you. I'm sorry, Globe Earth. I know what it was. You said you were talking spiritually. I was going to invite you to join our religion and spirituality area down below at any time. But that's not what we talk about in the live stream. We talk about provable, objective reality, demonstratable reality, and
I get it. You're in the physical.
okay, I just given you my little, public service announcement because you said you were talking spiritually about your gas dispersing, I guess, or not dispersing. You think some spiritual force is holding it down here to the earth?
No,
I just think
think that we
got to
can't.
offer?
No, I said I just wanted to point out that you can't always neglect the spiritual when dealing with the physical. That's all.
Oh, yes,
Now,
I'm glad you brought that up, Globe Earth, because your Globe Earth fantasy is a spiritual belief. I mean, I prefer to call it a superstitious belief, but thank you for highlighting that for the audience.
no problem. Okay, and thank you for the ladies' night or whatever.
You're welcome.
Now that we know from our good friend Dandelion, the science don't prove shit, right?
Nope, that's not what I said.
No, you did say that. You said that you taught it to your 3-year-old or whatever.
I never said 3-year-old. I just don't like you having the habit of misrepresenting what I said. I did not use any curse words, and I never said how old the child was.
Okay, it's all recorded. I'm not worried about it. It's fine. But look,
I am. I'm worried about you taking the time to be more precise with your claim. So you're here. I mean, really, we look for globe defenders all the time, and we rarely find them. We rarely find anyone worthy of defending this fantasy globe, which I'm not surprised. I mean, none of us are surprised because we already know, because we've already investigated and shown decisively that there is no solid proof. You just told me the way you started this conversation was that I need to be educated about the globe, and yet you have still not brought any proof here. You have no scientific, verifiable, testable, repeatable evidence of your spinning globe. And yet, do you, Glober, think that you live on a spinning globe?
well, I know where I live, Dandelion,
I'm going to give you
obviously.
Globus Hystericus for now, even though you're not for itself, but you might change it. Where do you live, Globirth?
What I mean, why are you cared about where I live? The surface is flat, right?
What makes you say that?
Well, you people claim to measure it, right? And you said that over long distances, y'all ain't seeing curvature, right?
That's correct. Very good. Very good. So you're familiar somewhat with this argument then. You've seen it in other places.
Now, just because the surface is flat doesn't mean that a globe can't be involved.
What? Bro, what?
Now, that's
Is
the
this
point I'm trying to make.
Veronica's saying that, is this Chalice? I know Chalice, like I've talked to him before. Are you seriously Chalice?
Like I said, you can have a flat surface and a sphere of some sort can still be involved in the creation, right?
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Any of the other ladies feel like jumping in on this guy? Go ahead. I mean, we went through the basic points and he doesn't have any proof of globe. I don't know if there's anybody else in here. that's new that has a question, feel free to jump in. Anybody that there. We've got your no roles. You're a person, and you know what, Globert, just to tell you, your voice is sounding familiar to some people. Like, we just prefer people to come in on their, if you can't come in your original account, then we just prefer people to, tell us if they were a person before. It's just much
Okay,
easier that way.
Dandelion,
Have you been
are
here
you
before,
done?
Globert?
Can I finish my point? Y'all
No,
just
you're
keep
not
going
in.
off
I
in
want you to
circles.
answer my question, yes or
I'm
no.
trying to, but you listen, I'm trying to be nice, and you just like this and that, and it can't happen, and all this stuff, and you don't even let me finish my point.
Okay, I'll let you finish your point after you answer my question, because it has to do with the rules of the server, which you just agreed to follow.
I
Have
am
you,
still answering
Glober?
the
I am
question.
not going to be upset with you or punish you in any way, even send you to the naughty room. I would just like you to be honest with me, and so you need to answer this yes or no, because then in your heart you will know whether you told me the truth or you told me a lie. This happened just last week. We had a dude come in here that's been here under 9 or 10 names. He told me the truth, that he was all these other people. And he gained some respect for me for at least saying that. So, Globert, have you been to this server before? Under another name? Yes or no?
Oh, I've been on this server under many names.
Okay, thank you. That's all. That's what I wanted. Okay, because people are in the voice text there. I don't know if you can see. You're probably very familiar with that since you've been here before. What are these other names that you've been here under?
Oh, well, I mean, I go by many names, you know?
What are some of those names?
I mean, like Melchizedek, the living God, all that stuff.
So, I think we're going to move on to someone else for a minute, but thank you very much for participating. I think the original exercise with you there was helpful. We're going to see if we have new people here to talk to. Oh, I know, Purple Doom. That's who I saw. Purple Doom, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, how are you? Welcome to the server. How are you?
I'm good. I was here earlier. I'm just an observer.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah, we won't force you to talk if you don't want to. But can you just tell us at least? And we can have one of the nicer ladies talk to you if you want. Can you tell us what do you think about the Earth in terms of the globe?
On a personal level?
Yeah.
I go with the I go with the cool, what is it? I don't think it's a perfect sphere, but I think it's a globe.
What makes you think that? And where do you get the?
And no,
the
you
perfect
just
sphere
asked me.
from?
I just said I'm an observer. That was
Oh,
my
okay, you don't want to go into the details
that's
about it. Okay, so you're a globe
I'm just
believer.
listening. Yeah.
Okay, we do have a nice role that says globe for polite people. Most of our globe roles are kind of mean. I feel like we should just have one that just says globe believer. Globus hystericus is kind of that, but he doesn't sound too hysterical. I don't know. I'll have to come up with something. But you don't want to defend your globe, so you can't be a globe earther, because those people actually know the model and what it claims and so on. So we'll try to come up with something special for you. Google Earther. Maybe that. How about that? Adam Unsalted suggested Google Earther. Would you like that, Purple Doom? Would you like that role?
You can do whatever you like. I'm just an
Okay,
observer.
it's kind of nice sometimes just to give you another role other than VC Verified. Then people won't keep asking you the same question. You'll probably prefer that if you want to be observer. Then people will nag you less. All right.
A little chubbier. Yeah. Chubby's a good word. It's like pear-shaped. Yeah.
Thank you. He wouldn't answer my question about why he thought it wasn't a perfect sphere, but was that Neil deGrasse
like your mom.
answering it? And Seb put a little visual in there for you. That's cool. Yeah, if any of the other ladies want to talk to Globe Earth, go ahead. I feel like I exhausted what I wanted to say to him, but if anybody else wants to talk to him, feel free. The dude with an extremely rude name. I'll have to change his name. We'll just call him Rude Name Guy for now. He doesn't have VC Verified. I don't really want to unmute him with that rude name he just had. Rude name guy, if you decide you'd like, and this goes for anyone, I'll just give my general service announcement. Karma, I'm sorry. She says, can't say that's a tempting offer, Dandelion. Yeah, exactly. Well, at least we got the truth out of him, right? Like, we accomplished something. We just like to know who people are, because we've dealt with you before, and we have a history with, we just like to know who people are. Anywho, rude name guy and anyone else who's new to the server, if you don't have the VC verified role, feel free to jump up to VC check-in 1, and then in the VC check-in voice text, you can ping a mod, gold or silver, and then it's just a short little 5-minute kind of interview to see what's going on with you, how you find the server, just a brief outline of the rules, in which you can read and welcome ahead of time to make things go quicker, follow the rules, and so on. Then you can get the VC verified role, and then it's easier for everyone, including yourself, because then you can unmute yourself as well as see the rest of the channel. And also, if you're listening on YouTube or one of those other platforms, our vanity URL is discord.gg/flat earth. I'll say that one more time. Discord.gg/flat earth. And then you can come in and to the Discord server. And even if you think Discord sounds like a terrible place to be, because that's what I thought. I didn't want to join it for a really long time. Oh, rude name guys in VC check-in voice
You'd
text.
be right.
Yeah, he wants to be checked in. So if anybody can go up there, I'm glad Flo's up there. I'll move him up there. And if you want him to have a different name, like that's not the best name for him, I know, then just tell me what it is and I'll change his name to something else. All right, I'm going to move you up there, rude name guy. Oh, and Imagine wants to be checked in too. Cool. Okay, so we've got a couple people up there, so hopefully we will have some people to talk to, and maybe, ladies, we can get somebody who will defend the fantasy globe. I mean, when's the last time any of you heard a decent argument for the globe in this server? Has anybody heard one lately?
Has there ever been a decent argument for the globe, though?
That pretty much covers it. I like the latest people, though. I feel like we've had a round to people like this Manso guy who was here yesterday. If any of you saw him, like Mr. Logical Fallacy. If he comes back, I really should change his name to Manso Logical Fallacy Demonstrator, because like he was amazing the number of fallacies he had come up with for the globe. And he went through the 3 points and all that, and he admitted the globe was a belief like the whole time. I just believe it because I believe it. I feel like we've had more people like that lately. They're just like, yep, I just think it. No reason for it. Like they're not even ashamed to say that. In the old days, people would be like ashamed to say that, right? And now they're just kind of, I don't know, it's really weird. Oh, did we talk to Yer? Oh, no, we didn't talk to Yer yet. I'll try unmuting Yer. Hello, Yer. Are you available to speak to us? Okay, well, Yer, if you decide you would like to say hello at any time, feel free to jump in. As we just demonstrated with Purple Doom, we're not going to force you to defend your fantasy globe. We accept here if people want to stay on the globe. We know that's the easier position. It's way easier. I mean, anyone who's been to junior high knows it's way easier to just go along with the crowd, agree with what everyone else says, don't make any waves, do what you're told. So if you're a person who wants to just keep doing that, stay in the globe trance, we'll let you do that. We've, people stuck around here for years and stay on the globe model. So that's perfectly fine, especially on ladies' night. Can't guarantee people won't be up in your face about it on other nights. But at least tonight, you want to stay on the globe because that's what's easier. Nobody's going to stop you. Veronica, I don't know if you can say hello, but thank you for alerting us to Globe Earth's former identity. I truly appreciate that.
I can say hello. I just had to make a phone call earlier. Hello, everybody.
Hi. Yeah, good to see you.
Thanks. Good to be here.
What about Javon D, Globe Skeptic? Did we ever talk to you before? Can you say hello to us?
Hey. Yeah,
Hi.
I'm not so often here.
You're what?
Sometimes just listening here. I'm not talking so much here.
You don't want to talk?
Yeah, we can talk, but about what?
Well, what do you want to talk about?
Flat Earth?
What makes you a Globe Skeptic?
What makes me globe skeptic? Well, NASA lies. What I can measure myself is contradicting with the globe model.
Yep, I agree with both of those things. So have you done some measurements?
Yeah, with my eyes and common sense.
Cool.
I'm not
Can you
really
tell
a
us more about
scientist or anything like that.
Yeah, well, that's the cool thing. Yeah, you don't need to be a scientist to observe the obvious reality of the Earth is flat and stationary, just as it appears. Yeah, I mean, doesn't need any special training of any sort, really. Just it's the globe is the positive claim that requires some kind of evidence to back it up, and not just any evidence, but as we said before, testable, repeatable, verifiable evidence. Which is what is sadly lacking, which is why we're in here day in and day out, asking someone to show us any evidence of this and not getting an answer, or not getting any kind of decent answer. We get a lot of fallacies, we get a lot of sidestepping, we get a lot of sophistry, but we don't get a lot of direct observation or verifiable, repeatable, testable evidence.
I have a question, if it's
Go
possible.
ahead. Oh, please, by all means.
So, again, like he said, I'm not a scientist. My major is in communication. I like to deal with people and things of that nature. I like to defuse situations, if you will. That's why I don't want to argue about anything personally. That's why, as an observer type question, I would like to know though, because I'm open to listening without putting down the other side, which is the globe Earth. From the flat Earth perspective, how does a lunar eclipse work?
I can answer you, but I've been talking a lot, so are there any other ladies that would like to take that one?
All I can say is I don't know. I can only observe what I see and I can't test it. I can't go there. I can't verify it. So I have no way of knowing. But I'd be interested in finding out.
Yeah, I would just say in general, Perpetuum, and I appreciate you asking the question, and you asked it so nicely. We appreciate that as well. Well, there's two things. There's a lot of questions about how the lunar eclipse is claimed to work on the heliocentric model. So usually when people ask that question, they assume that it works on a heliocentric model, but it actually does not. So that's the first thing, I'd like to show you. Like if you would, at some point after I do the second part of the answer, I'd like to demonstrate, if you like to go research it, demonstrate in the voice text, how an eclipse works on the heliocentric model, then we could examine that, because I think that's the most important thing to realize. There's, the
But that's why
Selenian eclipse, the impossible eclipse, which just debunk it. in and of itself, but there's many other problems with the heliocentric explanation. But I'm going to let you speak again. Just let me finish this last little part to back up Karma. Okay, go ahead. You got something for that part.
I was just saying, just because I had said without referring to that model, because I want to give the flat Earth a blank slate to paint a picture.
Okay, cool. I'm glad you said that, because that's exactly where I was going with it.
And that's why I was saying, like, without referring to that.
Yeah. Okay. So, but it's necessary. See, we have to give that disclaimer because all day long, every day, for years and years and years, we have people come in here assuming the things they've been told, seasons, the sun, eclipses, the moon, all these things, work in the heliocentric model when they don't. So that it's full of contradictions.
I'm very open-minded.
It does not predict reality. So that's why we have to give that disclaimer. But there are also other things where their explanation could hold up, and the thing works on both models, or both, but that leads to the next part, which I need to tell you is we will sometimes here in the flat earth community demonstrate aspects of phenomena in order to explain how they could, a possible explanation for how they could work here on the actual earth where we live, or how we actually observe them to work. We do not claim, and we never will claim, that we have a comprehensive model. We're not trying to replace a failed heliocentric model, because we don't need to. We just live here in reality and we look at different phenomena and how they work. So like Indio put there, the dark bodies, Ravi and Ketu. So yeah, back when science was still open to inquiry, when academics weren't blackballed if they actually went into scientific inquiry and held to the rigorous standards that they're told they're supposed to adhere to, and then find themselves fired from their positions at university and research institutions. So back when science was really about proposing possible solutions and then gathering evidence for them and then testing hypotheses about, these cause and effect relationships. Yeah, people proposed that there were other bodies up there that might be causing these shadows that we see, because it's obviously not the zero way it's the earth. That's something we can easily falsify for you if that's what you're interested in. But we're not going to sit here. We aren't here to replace a failed model with another model that claims to explain everything, because we're not here to be your God. The globe model is a god to many people. It's a superstitious belief. So we're not here to replace that with another god that you have to just agree with or believe, or we got the answer to everything for ya, the god of Google. We're not here to replace that for you. So we're here to do real scientific inquiry. Most of us, myself included, prefer to stay on the ground because that's where it's much easier to do testable, repeatable, verifiable observations and so on. But people do experiments where they test, aspects of the moon, such as the moonlight being cooler than the sunlight, therefore not being possible for it to be the reflected light of the sun, and so on. People do experiments in that area. So I think we have a whole channel down there. I'll see if I start typing it. Yeah, there we go. We've got moon channel. So yeah, I would recommend that you check that out. And I don't know, does any of the other women have anything to add while you're thinking about whether you have something to add? I got to read what Dre says. We're not the prophets of a new religion or cosmology. We are the people that left the old cult, and the old prophets are the old religion. So that's you'll just have to get used to that around here. We're talking about objective reality, especially here in the live stream. People are interested in spirituality here, but we try to keep that down below because it can lead to, not everyone agrees on that. Let's just say that. But we agree the earth is flat and stationary just as it appears. And we're not here to replace the helio cult religion. So somebody else was going to jump in there. Go ahead.
I was actually going to say something similar, because I was just going to point out the other disclaimer, which is most of the people here are just people that were raised to believe that we lived on a ball. And then when someone challenged it, we tested it for ourselves and found that, oh my God, it's complete bullshit. There's no curve. There's no ball. So, of course, we want to have all the information. And depending on how long ago someone found out, they're going to have different amounts of information, different level of eloquence. But of course, we're not going to have all the answers. So you pretty much said everything I was going to say. So I'm just going to shut up now.
Oh, that makes me upset then. You should have jumped all over me and interrupted me and said it instead yourself, because I want to hear from more people.
No, I'm not much for doing that. I have to have at least gotten a shot of vodka in me if I was going to do something like that.
Well, anyway, yeah, just jump in there anytime.
Yeah. Yesterday, I had a conversation with two friends on Discord, and I don't know why, but the flat Earth came up. I said that the Earth was flat, and then they first thought I was joking. They asked more and more, and actually, it came to a point they just ridicule me, and they laugh at me, and they don't take me serious. And that's what bothers me the most. You cannot have like a normal conversation about this because for them it's like a religion. It doesn't matter how much proof you show them; they just keep holding on to their beliefs.
Of course, there's different people, yeah.
Go ahead, Carmen.
I was just gonna say it also depends on the people because you always have outliers, exception to the rule, and different types.
And our methodology.
And yeah, different methodology, like Joyce is saying next to me, how we think is different, so how we process it is different. It's just like you see how some people go really hard to deconstruct this right away, while others are just like, that's really interesting. I'm gonna go have to research this and actually go and do that. And those people usually become flat earthers really fast, so those don't last very long as Globers. But the hardcore Globers, definitely.
Yeah, I mean I find that very unfortunate too. What that that people are so emotional about it that they're unable to have an adult conversation about it, and they don't even. And a lot of people who seem to be adults, or at least close to being adults, or supposedly adults, or biological adults, even when they're like in the moment, sitting there being like extremely childish, name calling, tantrum throwing, and so on, and like unable to hold a logical dialogue, still can't see that there's a problem with how emotional they are. Like, if this is supposed to be a proven scientific thing, everybody knows it's a globe. Like, why are you guys getting so upset about it? It's very weird. Yeah. And then they kind of are like projecting the stuff on you. So then, like you said, you can't really even have a serious conversation with these people. It's with some of them. As Karma said, we can't just say these people because some of them you can, right? But that particular type that you're talking about, they just shut down. It is very discouraging. I agree.
Yeah, but I think it's part of a bigger problem where people are raised to believe what authority tells them, what they taught in school, and they cannot think for themselves anymore. They just blindly
There's a
believe
reason.
authority.
Yeah, I said this is why they took logic and introspection and all this smart shit out of school. Because if people are taught that at a young age, they can see through the lie much more easier. So of course they had to remove that, so the kids don't know that they're being lied to by sophists.
Oh, I'd like to introduce Mei June if you're able to talk. If you can't talk, that's all right, Mei June. But Mei June's relatively new to the server. Hi, Mei June.
Hi, how are you?
Good to see you. I'll go ahead and give you the ladies' night roll because then you'll see. And I actually know you want to. I'll give you the link, image, and bedroll because then you'll get pinged for this event if you're interested. We do it every Friday at this time.
Oh, okay. This is the ladies' night right now going on?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Okay, but it's a mix of people here.
Yeah. Basically, the ladies' night is, it's not only ladies are allowed, it's that the ladies, in particular the flat earth ladies, which is pretty much all we ever get around here, although we occasionally have ladies who think they live on a globe, but answer the questions, and then just other people, men, women, children over the age of 13, ask the questions. But I never really talked to you about the flat earth. Like, are you familiar with the flat earth arguments, or or is that like something that's new to you?
It's kind of new, but I'm kind of in between. I guess I'm not sure which direction to go with that.
Yeah, I think that's common when you're just starting out looking at it, and there's also a lot of propaganda surrounding it. At least that's what I found before I actually started looking into it. I didn't even realize I was being subject to propaganda. But there's the mainstream propaganda, which is just globe, 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 and then there's the second layer in the so-called truth community, which is the flat Earth is a psyop to make the truth movement look bad. Propaganda. So if you don't get caught by the first one, then you can get by the second one. Then there's psyop in the Christian community with Van Hovend, and I can't remember the other guy's name that tries to tell these people, you can go ahead with younger. That's fine to reject dinosaurs, but don't even think about thinking the Earth's flat, because that's what it actually says in the Bible. Because I'm here to give you a bunch of smoke and mirrors. To tell you that's wrong. So we got all these gatekeepers like keeping people confused and doing their job quite well. Oh, Bo's wrote.
Since I'm kind
go
of new,
ahead, Majun.
I'll just be quiet and let you guys talk. I'm new here.
Oh well, we appreciate you being here. If you ever feel like speaking up, if you have a question about it, feel free.
Even if it's not Ladies' Night, remember that as well. Feel free to speak up whenever you want.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, Bozogris. I don't actually know how to say his name. I don't want to just call him Bozo. Yeah, he says the Globers are scared down to the chill VC. I don't care that Globe Earth is down there. I kind of want to talk to the Imagine guy, but he's down there too. But that's fine. Some guys are like
the Imagine person said that they wouldn't come into Livestream. They're a bit too afraid. They're only 14. Seemed a bit nervous, a bit young. I said you could type in the voice text, but still nothing. I'm still waiting for them to reply.
Okay, well, if they've got something they want us to address, we can address it without them having to be in here. If they just want to give us
I think it's going to be a no-go at this stage.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. I could see a young person like not wanting to be on. Yeah. Oh, and this, I should have told May June this. I mean, I don't know if it's obvious that this is broadcast on, recorded on the YouTube. So if anybody didn't know that, now you know. So I totally understand why he might want to talk. I'm going to actually find the link and put it in the voice text there. Is there anybody else that has a comment or question they would like the ladies of the Flat Earth to address? Otherwise, we're coming up to the top of the hour. We could probably play a song just for fun. Lulu, did you have any? Is she still here? Yeah, she's still here. Lulu, did you have any songs in mind that you would want to play?
Oh, no, sorry, that took me by surprise. I don't know why. No, I don't have any in mind, but I can think of one. Give me a minute.
I think I want to get it queued up. I didn't. May June, you had another question?
Yeah. So I'm sure you've talked the whole topic here for quite a while, and I just wondered your thoughts about. Someone said that I believe one of the tests they do right off the bat is just is there maybe like a laser test or something to generally disprove the Earth is round? They just shy away from some of the more easy tests, but they give you other, demonstrations of the Earth being flat, but it's maybe not necessarily the best one. They kind of avoid the ones that would just prove it right quickly without any doubt.
Yeah, I can put a link there. Can you see the live stream voice text? That's the report of one of the laser tests that's been done. There's actually been multiple laser tests that have been done. Do you see that one, May June at
Yes,
59 minutes after there?
I can see a couple of posts.
Yeah, if you open up that one that says FE Core Experiment Description, Final Version, PDF, yeah, and you might want to take a look at it later. But basically, what all of the laser tests are demonstrating, as well as the long distance observations, like I'll put one of the long distance observations in there too, which would be, for example, and Donato put the FE Core experiment in there again. One of the long distance observations that I've observed personally is the Chicago skyline across Lake Michigan at 52 miles, which is an impossibility on a globe of the radius claimed, which also we could go into further details. I don't want to overcomplicate it, but it can't be a bigger radius either. But because of their claim, we're testing their claim, which they're giving us these exact numbers and so on. So we, are given something that we're told is a model of reality, which is a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles. But then when we test it in the real world, we find, if we were on a globe, we wouldn't be able to see Chicago across Lake Michigan. This laser, which is what tests are about, would not have hit that target at a distance of 25 miles across flat water. So the purpose of the laser tests, which some of them have been certified by the Hungarian government, and they explained to you how they set them up. And it's not just that one. That's FE Core did some of them, but then Dr. John Dee's done laser tests. Many different groups have done laser tests and discovered that the laser hits the target when that target should have been hidden by hundreds of feet of Earth curvature if we lived on a globe of the dimensions claimed. So I don't know. Does that make sense to you, May June?
Yes, and so I can look at that. Another argument, because I've heard of that one that you're talking about up there about was it on the one across the lake, 52 miles away. Then someone was saying that it could be that there was due to some reflection, I don't know if that could happen at the amount of space of 1,800 feet, but, due to the climate and I don't know, certain other factors that the buildings could look, it's almost like a mirage where, it could be reflected up. So you could see it. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. You're more well-versed in this than me.
Oh yeah, I totally know what you're talking about. Yeah, refraction is what they claim. And so what, just to just look at it as in a general way. So you're a person who is, willing to ask sincere questions and calmly examine the truth and so on. So a lot of people, but they have all these straw man arguments, non-scientific and so on, that are mainly out there propaganda to comfort people who wish to stay in the consensus state and the mainstream model, who just want to be told, don't worry about it, those flat earthers don't know what they're talking about, refraction. So, but and the thing of it is here, May, June, we've got these people that have examined all of these arguments like backwards, forwards, and sideways, and can demonstrate that I shouldn't even say we demonstrate that refraction can't cause that phenomenon. They can't demonstrate how refraction can cause that phenomenon based on how we actually know refraction to work and what's the scientifically accepted model of how refraction works in the real world. So they're just using refraction as an imaginary catch-all, to say that's what it is. There's an explanation, but it's not a scientific explanation, and it is not the way that refraction actually works. So it's just a lie. That's what it is. They're lying to keep people, stuck to this globe religion, superstitious belief.
So, Dandelion, just to introduce a new user to the channel, literally a few minutes ago, called Chinstr, STR. Chinstr seems quite reasonable and has a few questions for us. Fairly new. I don't know, Chinstr, can you hear me?
Yep, all good. What's up?
The ladies are here ready to take your questions. Sure.
I don't have like anything specific. I'm just more curious, like, what are a few pieces of, like, what's the main thing you could tell me to like convince me? Because right now, I believe that the Earth is a sphere, and I heard you talking earlier, and you were saying like you just need to do some research. Well, where would you suggest I do that research, and what would be some things to point out to me to like begin to change my mind? You know what I mean?
I'm glad you asked that. I'm going to give my answer, and then we'll have some of the other women give you their answer, because my answer is actually what I was just going to say to another video I was going to recommend to May June, and I'll just tag you in it to Chinster. Are you able to see the live stream voice text channel right above this one?
Live stream.
I'm going to tag you in it. Okay, so I don't expect you to go watch this video right now. Later, if you could bookmark that and watch that, it lays the concept of the physical geometric horizon and how, if we did live on a globe, it should obstruct objects in the distance at a set mathematical rate, which we do not observe or measure anywhere. So that's only 15 minutes long. Dr. John D, PhD in photospectrometry. He, like many of us here long ago, decided, I got to find out, I got to debunk these flat earthers, I got to show how they're wrong. And, PhD researcher Dr. John D found out, nope, there's no proof of the globe nowhere. And so one reason why I recommend that one for anyone new to it is because he's very calm about it, very matter of fact, which is all it is, like we were talking about earlier with wheat. If we're just talking about a mathematical model, or scientific inquiry, we don't need to get emotional about it. It's just like, yep, we're not on a globe with the radius of 3,959 miles. And then he explains quite well in that video, like, and then you can decide where you are if you want after that, but you can't say we're on that because we're just not. So anyway, that's my
It is pretty interesting that when somebody hears flat Earth, they get super defensive about it and like almost angry. It's kind of weird. But like my whole thing is, why would the government want us to believe that the Earth is a sphere? Like, what do they have to gain from that? Is it just about controlling the population?
Karma, Lulu, Dan Somatic, anybody else, KJ, want to talk about that? Why would they lie?
Oh, sorry. I was chatting with Lulu in text. She hasn't heard half the songs that have been coming out.
Oh, okay. So you're trying to come up with a song. Okay, cool. Well, if either of you have a comment on why would they lie, that's what Chinster wants to know, which is a song. Maybe we should play that one, but that's an oldie but goodie, but I don't know. We could play that for Chinster at some point. But yeah, do any of you ladies have anything to say about why they would lie about the globe?
Why would they not? But yeah, control, money, like you name it, why wouldn't they? I mean, why would we even want to speculate what those sick-minded individuals would do?
Well, it's just like, I don't know, there seems to be nothing to gain from saying, oh yeah, hey, by the way, the Earth is round or a sphere.
Well, here's the first example then. Back in the day, everybody was like, we're God created and we have God-given rights. And if you're not God created and you're an insignificant speck in space on a random coincidence of a flying ball, then those rights are given to you by the state and the state can take them away. Just one example. And then there's all the millions that go into NASA. So there's money there. There's control in the other thing.
So do you think it's like a scheme
then there's also, we aren't allowed to explore beyond a certain degree. What was it, the 67th or 66th degree parallel? Yeah, because of the Antarctic Treaty. So we're not allowed to explore. It has a psychological impact on people when you're forced to when you're made to believe in something that contradicts your basic senses, makes it easier to fool you again, makes you more gullible. It's
Okay.
awesome. There's tons.
What about the moon?
The more you think about it, the more you find, you know?
Was the moon, like, do you guys believe the moon is flat as well?
I've chosen not to believe in anything without having proper proof or evidence for it. I'd rather know. And since I can't verify anything about the moon, I just go with I see it's a light source. It sometimes is not as bright, sometimes it's bigger, sometimes it's smaller. It follows a set pattern and it's
Well, it's kind of
useful.
it's kind of one
I'm
of
not
those things.
very bothered.
I'm sorry. Just like one of those things, you can go by a telescope and you can look at the moon. You can see the curvature on the moon with the sun reflecting off of it, and it's if the moon's a sphere, you can look at Mars. Mars is a sphere.
It can't be a reflection of the because it doesn't have a highlight like when you shine light on a sphere. That's not how a sphere reflects light.
What do you mean?
It's too even. There's a picture in text chat. You can see the difference of how light looks when it hits a sphere or when it hits, or how the moon looks. You know.
Let me find text chat. And I'm sure I'm just repeating, the same argument that a million other people have. This is chill chat.
Yeah, don't worry about it. I mean, even when I first heard about this, like you always get the moment when you're like, wait, what about this? Then what about this? What about this? And the beauty of it, some things we don't know because we can't test it, we can't verify it. And coming to terms with the fact that you don't know and it's okay not to know is also kind of important for personal growth. So I'm just fine with not knowing what the moon is.
So, do you think there's what piece of evidence could come up that would change your mind? Do you think what would have to come out to get you to believe that the Earth was a sphere?
This is actually one of my favorite questions because this is kind of like, and here's my favorite example for this. If you walked in on your wife fucking your father, what would it take for you to believe that she's not cheating on you? That she didn't fuck him?
I don't get it.
It's the same with the globe. The thing is, I believed I was living on a globe. And then I went out and tested it. And I found out, oh my God, it's not a globe. It doesn't curve anywhere. If it doesn't curve anywhere, it can't be a globe. And what would it take for me to believe that again? Well, it'd be something along the lines of self-denial and like dishonesty with myself. I'd have to lie to myself. Kind of like if you walk in on your spouse fucking someone else, no matter what anybody else says, no matter what pictures they show you, no matter if millions of people believe she's faithful to you, you're never going to believe she's faithful because you saw her fucking your dad or whoever,
Well, what's the
So
point?
you
What's
can't
the
go
point?
back to once you know.
What's
if
the
you get
point
me.
in debating it if your view on it is, yeah, you're not going to change my mind? You know what I mean? Like if someone took you in an airplane that could reach the stratosphere and you looked down and you saw a curvature, that wouldn't change your mind?
See, the thing is, this is already all been tested. I've already done tests myself. There's a lot of people in here, for instance, the laser tests and all these things. And if you compare this with just a non-judgmental mind, you can see, okay, this doesn't hold up. Their globe model, the numbers they give us just don't match reality, which means they've lied about a lot of things. And I don't see how I could be convinced otherwise, but for me, it's not a debate. I'm mostly here just to chat with people and help them figure out some information, know where to look, know what to look for, and maybe give you an idea on maybe something to consider.
Gotcha.
I'm mostly here to chat.
No, I appreciate it. Yeah,
Not
I
to
don't.
mention, I'm actually Icelandic, so English is not my first language, so I prefer chill chats because
Do you speak better English than I speak Icelandic? So
well, definitely we have a very difficult language. It's like we're known for it.
yeah, I hear you. All right, well, I appreciate it, and I'll check out that video that Dandelion sent.
Yes, he usually has pretty good links. He's OG in this, if I'm using that correctly.
All right, sounds good. I'm gonna go ahead and mute myself.
Can we ask him the 3 points?
Uh-oh. Ask me anything. Hello?
Oh, I was gonna let you go watch that video first.
Oh.
But, you know,
Someone
up to you guys.
mentioned asking me something.
Well, the 3 points is kind of like to see where people's at, like how their thinking's at. Like the first question would be something along the lines of, do you know of any time in the history of mankind, in ancient times or up to today, when or how anyone has measured curvature?
Fuck no.
Okay, but
like, what do you mean?
yeah, just like, do you know of anybody having done that or when they did that, stuff like that? Like, do you know of that?
One of those things. I just have to read more into it. I personally, off the top of my head, I don't.
You mean
Okay,
in
but
history?
you still believe there is a curve, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay, so that's a belief, but you don't know yet. That's fine. The second, because this is mostly just like asserting how much you know and how much you believe and where you're at with that.
Well, I don't know how my computer works, but I believe it's going to turn on when I press the power button.
Yeah, I get you. This is basically something we go through to know where the person's at, because some people are very familiar with the globe model, other people are not. Some people are like, oh, I think it was done at this time, this way, and then we talk that out. And if somebody doesn't know and they're honest, they say they don't know. And sometimes we have people who are dishonest, say, I know. And when you ask them, they're like, at some point. So this
Yeah, no,
also
I got
gives
you.
us a hint of whether the person is honest that you're dealing with. So it's nice that way as well.
Wait, wasn't there a... I'm talking out of my ass here. Christopher Columbus didn't back then that they believed the Earth was round or something. Like, it was a myth that he thought he was going to sail off the edge of the world or something. But like, there was some... I'm talking out of my ass. Never mind. I'll do more research, and then
Yeah,
we'll...
I've heard many different versions of that story,
Yep.
but I haven't seen anything to back it up
But then at the
properly.
same
So
time,
to me, it's
you
just
could even say any history books, like who says a history book's real? You know what I mean? The government could be lying to us. You know, they took away all the real
Oh,
history. So like, what do we
I
believe
take
here?
all of that with a grain of salt, because I mean, you see it even in society today, where you see the government and the media lying to your face. It's been especially clear
100%.
because, like, I live in a country where we have 350,000 people, and it just so happens that our late dad was was the biggest criminal in our country for a while, and he had dealings with the police where he had immunity because they wanted to import the drugs to try to start a drug war.
Okay.
And all kinds of different things like that. And our adoptive grandfather was also inducted into the secret society above the Freemasons in our country, the ones that's, tied in with all that stuff. That's why he was looped into all this stuff. And then there's the whole, we've seen where our main news source, the main media, the main newspaper in our country has made up stories, for instance, where they said Hell's Angels, the biker gang, and the Polish mob were gonna have a gang war or something just around the time they're gonna vote on guns. But then it turns out that wasn't true at all, because they happened to meet each other at the same day and found out that the newspaper was lying and nothing happened. So there's
Typical.
plenty of examples of lying.
I'll have
So
to
why
read up on
wouldn't they
my
lie about
Iceland lore.
the globe, And this is
Yeah.
in every country. You can find this anywhere. So
You
the
can
fact
turn
that
on the
people
TV right now.
people would be willing to lie about this, I find that kind of ridiculous. Because what wouldn't they lie about?
Yeah.
If that makes
No,
sense.
I hear you. So I don't know. It just kind of puts you in the mindset of, what anything you believe could just be fake, And I think, you're right. I do believe the Earth's a sphere, and I don't know if you guys be able to change my mind on that, but it is interesting to think about, like what
That's
could
what
be
I'm
fake.
saying. Look into everything with a bit of skepticism. Take everything with a grain of salt, but test it for yourself. Because it's not that hard to test with, for instance, a laser or a flashlight or something, and just have your friend across for instance, a lake or somewhere very straight where you can do a laser test. And the curve geometry is not that hard because it's just, a basic curve calculator. You can find that online even. And you can test for yourself if you find any curve. And then you can know for yourself instead of relying on what other people have told you. And then you can be confident in knowing.
No, I hear you. I'm seeing these memes. I'm watching the YouTube. Stockholm syndrome.
Can I
What's up?
interject something? Well, there was a test. I mean, if you're talking about historical, I believe that I remember reading about the one where the guy, he might have, I don't know what, if he used like a telescope at that time or how old this experiment was, but he looked to a view down a very, very straight canal. And then he could see the boat, sinking as it went. I mean, do you have any comment on that? I'm sure you're familiar with it. Karma from Iceland, because you're the one who was talking and asking the question about historical experiments.
Are you talking the Bedford level?
I'm sorry?
Are you talking the Bedford level?
I don't really know the name of the experiment, but if that's the one involving a canal, which was, I believe, hundreds of years ago that they did that experiment. It was one person that did it.
I think you might be talking the Bedford level, but I'm not certain if that's what you're talking about, because that one proved the Earth was not curving.
Oh, okay. I thought it was the opposite. What year was that, Bedford?
Oh, I can't remember what year, but I'd have to go look it up again. But Bedford level it was in Britain somewhere that they have a level canal that they were able to see that there was no drop over that distance that was supposed to be there if it's a radius of 3959 miles.
Okay.
So, I got a question, if you don't mind. So, at what point in history did they decide, hey, we're switching or we're going to convince these people to start believing in the globe? Like, at what point do you think it became like a strategy to control the population? Okay, I'm just reading the chat here. I see not long ago than 1500s. I guess that's two different answers.
Well, there's different times periods in history that they claimed that they were saying it was a sphere already and had been proven. So it depends on what you mean by it, because there's newspaper articles that you can go look up in the archives that show that they were still teaching in public schools flat Earth.
It's probably Alabama.
20s. No, it wasn't just anywhere. It was a lot of places and overseas as well in other schools. So until the moon landings happened, that was their first time that they actually could say, oh yeah, here we go. Now we know what the Earth looks like from this distance, is when they started saying that, because they could provide something that people would say, see, we landed on the moon. It must be what they say it is.
Gotcha.
This debate's been going on forever. It just became very public again when social media became a platform so that you could actually get it widespread enough that people knew. But there's always been this debate. It's always been going on. There's always been groups.
I'm sorry.
That knew.
I was going to say.
Always been groups that knew that we were being fooled and didn't buy into it. So.
Well, I was going to say my problem with it is that whenever you hear somebody mention the flat Earth, it just gets memed into the ground. And it's like whenever I try to, in the times I've tried to look it up, people just, they meme it and they create videos talking about how ridiculous it is. And it's like I just want to find what makes people believe it. You know what I mean? It's like the only thing I've seen recently that It looks like you guys actually
I
are.
wouldn't call it a belief. See, the thing is, you have a belief. I don't have a belief. I've actually gone out and verified what they told me what it's supposed to be, and I can't find that curve, and that radius is not there. And I
Wait,
don't know
so
how they figured it out. So for me, it's not a belief.
I guess that's just your opinion.
Well, do you consider evidence opinion, or science and evidence and measurement something
You're
that
not.
you know versus something you believe? I know what size my table is. I know what my car is. I'm able to tell you what wheel size it has because I can measure it. But you, on the other hand, have been told a line of stories that you have not confirmed. So it's a belief. I went and confirmed whether it measured the way they say, and it doesn't.
So then why should I watch your video or listen to anything you guys are saying? You know what I mean?
We're not saying that. We're saying you should go prove this for yourself. You have to decide whether you want to keep a religion or if you want to have a knowledge. It's always up to you. We don't try to convince anybody here. We're here to provide information if you seek it, and how to do it for yourself if you wish to, and give you the information and the numbers and what they've told you it is. You
My
don't even
whole
know your
thing
model
is
well enough to know how to disprove it yet, probably.
it's like at the end of the day, if I did my own research and did the experiments that you guys say to do, and I did it, and then if I found out the Earth was flat, I just feel like, damn, okay, and then I just go to work and keep. You know what I mean? It's not really like a groundbreaking thing, you know.
That's what a lot of people think, but you don't understand how much it actually probably plays into your reality and what they're going to lie to you continually about and add to it and make you pay for. You're not thinking big picture here at all. What does it mean to have a hidden shape of the Earth, or have a space program that tells you you can escape into something that you may not even be able to access because it doesn't even exist, and charge you for it and control your mind? I don't know about you, but I find my mind being free of lies is a good thing. I don't like to be lied to. I hate it. I absolutely hate it. And it lets me know who I'm dealing with when I know who the liars are. Then I can protect myself from them, because they will lie more. You think this is it? Nah, this is just beginning. This is just the foundational one they base a lot of things off of and get you to comply with. And they'll make more things to comply with, trust me, based off of this. It's coming.
I don't know. It's. I guess I still just don't see the big picture of, okay, it wasn't a globe. We got you. Teehee. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I don't think the government. I don't think the government is competent enough to pull off a lie like that.
Well, they want you to think that it takes lots of people in the know to keep a lie. That's not true. If you've ever been in the military like I have, compartmentalization is a big deal in how they work it. You don't have to be in the know to have a huge lie and be participating in it and spreading it as well. That's what propaganda is. That's what
The military right now. I know how incompetent. I know how incompetent the government is.
You think are incompetent. That's true. That is true. There is some, but there are some things they are very good at keeping from everyone.
Yeah, I don't know. Unless, okay, I don't want to diverge. I was just gonna, I just don't think Orange could keep a secret. You know what I mean?
It's not about him knowing. Do you think he actually knew everything?
The puppet? Yeah, that's a good point
just
too.
like every other puppet, you don't know who knows what. How do you know who knows?
I'm reading
might know, and he might be a better actor than you think.
Yeah, hey, good point. Pinster why does flat Earth scare you so much? Dude, it doesn't scare me. I'm just intrigued by it. I think it is interesting because it's something you've been taught since you were a little kid, and to see people say it's not real, it's intriguing, you know. Oh, you're right. I am scared. So is it like a flat circular plane, or is it like a Minecraft thing with an ice wall that you can't go past?
Well, that would have to go try it out and see. If people that have tried to go to Antarctica cannot get past a certain point because there's a treaty. And
Got a Bass Pro.
Well, who
Buy a
knows?
boat.
I won't claim that I know what's past a certain point. All I can tell you is, yeah, there's a large wall. Look at just the coastline being called a wall of ice. But what's beyond that? Well, there's a lot of land, so who knows? And is it
All right.
completely circular? I can't tell you that. I don't know.
Here's a more lighthearted question. All right, and you can't say me because that'll make me feel bad. But what is the dumbest thing? What's the dumbest argument someone's tried to make for the sphere?
Drop something, and you'll know that there's gravity and we're spinning. Yeah, just things like that. Just dumb stuff.
Gotcha. Yeah, I saw a GIF. Somebody they spun a ball with water in, and they're like, "Explain this." It's like, damn, I'm not smart enough to disprove. I'm not smart enough to disprove any of this stuff.
Well, see, what they've done is they made you not trust your own senses. You think you're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, depending on where you're at on this supposed globe. You think there's a curvature when you have never seen it, never experienced it. You've never felt a spin. You've never had centrifugal force and somehow centripetal force being different. You've never experienced it. So you're being taught to not trust your own mind, your own eyes, your own feelings, your own senses. There's a reason they do that, because if they can get you to not trust your own self, what can you do with people that don't trust their own self? You can tell them anything you want. Anything.
Would you say you're anti science and medicine? If you have the belief that we can prove it ourselves?
How much schooling would you guess I have?
You're in the military, so I'd guess high school.
You'd be wrong. I got 2 years of med school under my belt as a PA.
Yeah, I have no way to. I had no way to know that. You know what I mean?
Of course not. So you're assuming, based that I'm a flat earther, that I must not be as educated as I could be.
It was more based on military.
I've got more degrees than some people here do, but degrees mean nothing when they tell you lies when you get those degrees. Because I can tell you, I was lied to a lot, and I found out.
The stuff you learned in med school, you disregard?
Including that. No, I don't disregard it. I know there are ways to actually do experiments correctly, and I also know who pays for things and who alters things, and I know all kinds of stuff that people would never, ever trust their medical system if they knew what I knew. Ever.
Yeah.
But that's okay. What can I do? All I can do is present evidence, and then you have to make the decision yourself. Because I'm never going to overpower a media machine that is run by the government, that has every resource and all the money. How am I supposed to beat that?
Yeah.
Especially when they own your voting system, like the pharmaceutical industries. They own you.
Watch the news 3 years ago before COVID. Pharmaceutical was bad. Today it's fantastic.
It's God.
Yeah, it's God.
God for a long time, and it will continue to be. And if you think this is the only lie they've pulled on us,
yeah, there's some common ground there. Yeah, I gotcha. All right. Well, I think I'm gonna head off. I appreciate you guys actually talking about it. I live by a lake. I'll do that little laser test.
Anytime, come back, ask any question. We're always
all
welcome.
right.
As long as you treat us with respect like this and don't make fools of us, or try to, we're good.
Hey, I'm not smart enough to make fools out of you guys.
I hope you
Might cut out there.
Is that better? Is that better or no?
You're coming in now.
Okay, yeah, I was just going to say, I hope you bookmarked that Dr. John D video. I hope you get a chance to look at that later. And there's a whole bunch of information down at the bottom of the channel server, A to Z channels about information. Because like you said, when you searched it, you just get a bunch of silliness and propaganda and emotional people who have a fit and a tantrum. If you happen to mention they might have to let go of their fantasy globe. So we do have a lot of information here that's curated to get around the YouTube and other censorship that was admitted in Congress. That's Congress does censor flat Earth. So this is a good place to come just as a resource, if nothing else. But we hope you come back and talk to us as well.
All right. Hey, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right. Have a good one.
Yeah. Peace, brother.
All right. Bye.
I thought that was funny that he said he assumed you were in high school because you were in the military. I assume military people are college educated because don't they still have the GI Bill where you can get a free college education?
Yeah.
I mean,
mine
I
stayed
that would be
way.
my assumption is if you've been in the military that you are college educated. I don't know. I mean, maybe not when you start out, but you know.
Yes, I've worked with corpsmen. If somebody's asking that in the chat, yes, I have. I worked with multinational forces when I was in Iraq, so I messed with everybody, including even crazy enough some CIA people that were having issues on our base at times. So yeah, worked with lots of different military people.
Dandelion, can I ask you a question?
Yes. Who's that?
Yes.
Professor Photon. Hi there.
Hello. How are you today?
Pretty good. How are you?
I'm doing okay. How did you name and your avatar, if I may ask?
Oh, well, actually, well, in general, I'm just a huge fan of dandelions. I used to have a different name, Mary Mom, and then when I decided it was time for a new name, which here on Discord, you don't even have to go to court to change your name or anything. You can just change it anytime you want. Some people change it all the time. Anywho, I like dandelions. All my life, I've always thought they're beautiful yellow flowers, as well as being a food source. You can use the greens, the young greens, to make salad. You can make dandelion wine out of the flowers. You can use the roots as a medicinal plant, and so on and so on and so forth. And the other thing I like about dandelions, Professor Photon, is no matter how much people keep trying to kill them and keep them down, they keep coming back. You can destroy them totally. They got those little seeds you can blow up, make wishes on the seeds, which is very fun function of dandelions as well as doing the butter test, making dandelion crowns, and so on. Yeah. Is that what you wanted to know?
Yeah, I was just curious. Thank you for answering my question.
You're welcome. How'd you become Professor Photon?
You know, that's actually an interesting story because when I first got into this server, I was not Professor Proton. Somebody gave me that name while I got into the server, and now I can't change it back to what I usually call myself.
Oh, I could change it back for you, but I just kind of think that name is funny. Oh, you were just Proton. You don't want to be a prof.
I was actually the less than sign. So the symbol for less than and space and then proton. But hey, you know, as long as you let me hang out in your channel, you can call me anything you want.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, we have another person.
Just not late for dinner, right?
ASCE wants to talk, has a question for us, but somebody else another person was saying something.
No, never mind. It was about the same thing. To unmute him.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, because yeah, you told me. All right, so ASCE, maybe you can tell me how to say your username after I unmute you. So,
hello,
how do we say your name? Yes,
Ace.
we hear you. Just Ace. That's very easy. I can handle that.
So my friend got me into this, and I cannot believe that a community such as yours exists, but I'm going to ask you a few questions.
All right.
Why the hell don't you just send a space balloon into space and take a picture of the Earth? Or why
what a great question! I'm going to show you some pictures of those. But go ahead, Damsel Medic, while I find those pictures.
You don't think we've
of the
done
weather
high
balloon.
altitude balloons? Apparently, you haven't looked at those pictures yourself. The ones without a fisheye lens, by the way.
Post the pictures in the chat and we're gonna have a look.
Okay, first I have to give you the VC verified rules so you can see that voice text. So do you agree to follow the rules of our server as listed in welcome? Short summary would be no trolling, no concern trolling, be civil, no personal attacks, and all of those things. And you can read them in more detail there. Also, this live stream's going out on YouTube, just so you know. So do you agree to follow those?
All good.
Gave you the VC verified, so now you'll just see the live stream voice text. So, and I wouldn't, we don't even need to claim that this is evidence of flat Earth. I mean, it is evidence, that the globe model is a failure, and it's also the reason why this evidence is actually more credible than NASA's, fisheye lens and CGI admitted on NASA.gov to be such CGI compilations of images, not actual pictures of Earth. The reason why these are more credible as evidence is because you could yourself, if you cared enough, Ace, you could buy a weather balloon kit. Last time I looked them up, they were around $1,000 or so, and I'm sure you can, pay more to get better ones or whatever. And you could go up and you could have a camera and you would find
And that's
this
exactly
is what
what
the
I did.
horizon looks like.
And
Oh,
that's
cool.
exactly what I
Let's see
did.
your footage. Let's see it. Put it up there. Let's see it.
Okay. I'm gonna show you a picture.
Yeah, and as I said, like while you're finding that,
Have you posted your picture? Where can I find it?
oh yeah, sorry. So I gotta tag you in there. Scroll up, just put it back in there. But it's not necessary for us to claim this as evidence. So whatever evidence you put up that, disputes or seems to contradict these images that independent researchers and, amateur scientists and other people have found that they're completely flat over 100,000 feet when they use the weather balloon footage. We don't need this. I mean, this is just nice, like icing on the cake, but the cake is we see too far. The laser tests show there's no curvature anywhere, as well as being no scientific, verifiable, testable, repeatable evidence of curvature or rotation anywhere. Yeah, you can put your image up, but it's not proof.
Just a second.
I mean, and I'm not claiming that this is proof either. I'm just showing you, as you said, why don't we do it? People have
You're
done it. I'm
talking
not
so
going to spend $1,000 to
fast
do
that
it.
I can't even get the word
Oh
in.
yeah, it's because you keep interrupting me. So I was trying to get it out before you, because you're just dying to talk. You go ahead, Ace. I'm sorry I talk too much. Go ahead.
This is our world. This is our world. A video. It just proves the Earth is a globe. What the fuck? It's basically, it's not even high enough. That's all the proof you
So
have.
then why did you ask about a balloon? So now you asked about balloons, so we showed you balloon footage. Because that's what you came in and said. You said, why haven't you guys done those? And now you're saying it's not high enough. So what is high enough?
You're showing me a video from YouTube saying this is our world. And
Actually, you can actually find ones that are not flat Earth videos that have done the same thing with their own balloons. And like she said, you can even go do it yourself. So did you do it yourself?
Of course.
Of course. Well, then I would love to see your footage without a fisheye lens.
If you want to DM it to one of us, then we can put it up here so it would show. Otherwise, if you just put it up, it won't. The image won't show. But you could send it to, one of the silver, gold, or mods here, and they can put it up for you.
Yeah.
Just put the link up and we can look at it. It's fine. I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, it's irrelevant to what I just explained to you, that the Earth measures flat and that there's no positive proof
That's the
of
problem.
the claim of curvature and rotation.
What's the problem? Have you
when I say
measured?
that, right, Ace?
Because you don't believe any evidence.
No, we have evidence. That's the problem. You're saying we don't believe evidence, but we can
Then
go
let me
measure.
ask another question. Then
So
if the
have
Earth,
you gone out and measured on a point where you know the distance over the water or anything? Have you done any actual physical measurements yourself?
well, let me ask a few questions first. Then
No, I asked you one first. Please answer that question. It's very easy. Yes or no? Did you go do a physical measurement over any body of water, any long distance observations?
That's so irrelevant because
No, because that's the shape of
Yes.
your Earth can be determined through that. So I'm asking you again, yes or no?
I'm not the fucking measure guy.
Well, then you don't know what you're talking about when you haven't measured it and we have no evidence. See, that's what we've done. So you're actually coming in here and insulting people that have done some
I'm
of
not
these things.
insulting anyone, but
Yeah,
let me
yeah.
ask a few questions first. if you think the Earth is flat, how do you think the airplanes go from Australia to South America? In which route?
They fly in straight lines on a guided
In
path.
straight lines.
What do you mean? What does that mean? They can do that on a flat
Which
plane
route?
just as
Which
easy as a
route?
globe.
Which
We're
route
not
do
going
they
to get
take?
into routes because you can't confirm them unless you've been on them. I'm not going to debate any routes with you at the moment because none of them prove the shape of the Earth that way that you're trying to confirm that somehow it shows you that it's a globe versus the flat. You can use plane routes if you know them specifically, but I haven't been on some of them. I've been on military flights. I've flown all over the place, and I've never seen a curve yet either.
If you're saying that the Earth is flat, that means that when an airplane goes from Australia to South America, it goes over North America, right? If it goes in a flat line.
You're going to have to show me a very specific route.
Yeah, I can post an
Because
image.
you're talking about routes that may not exist or may not even be flown. So that's the thing. You think circumnavigation can't happen on a flat plane. So you're very confused about the model that you've got that has problems with those plane routes.
Then another question. If you think the Earth is flat, why has no one in the history of the Earth ever fallen off the edge?
Because there isn't an edge that we speak of. Do you fall off the edge of a lake? Water has to be contained. So you're telling me you're going to fall off the edge of the lake because you think it's a flying pizza pie, which is actually a misnomer of the flat Earth idea. That's not any of us think that at all. That's from the Flat Earth Society. So you think it's a pizza pie sliding through some kind of vacuum
No, I
of
think it's a
space.
globe. I think it's a globe. I'm not.
Yeah, no, but you think flat earthers think that so that you can fall off some edge.
Blame what's on the edge.
I don't know. Have you been there? I haven't been there.
But why don't you go there?
Because you can't. You don't know about the Antarctic Treaty? Nobody's told you about that? It sounds like you've been here before.
No, I have better
You don't know
things
about
to
the
do.
Antarctic Treaty.
Why, if you have such a large community, don't you just prove the evidence?
We have provided the evidence.
You first formulate some theory and don't provide any evidence of it.
And you think your globe has done that? Tell me the scientific experiment that's proven your globe.
Well, tell me, should I believe Einstein, Aristotle, and all the other guys?
Why are you appealing to
changed?
authority all of a sudden? That's a fallacy. To appeal to authority suddenly, because you can measure things. See, measurement isn't a scientific experiment, but it is evidence of what something is. I can measure my table. I can measure the land I'm going to build my house on. I can measure across the distance and know if it matches up with a globe. And if it doesn't match, because the horizon doesn't fall off or have a physical horizon in the place that it should be, then I know it's not accurate. It's not right.
In my eyes,
it's so geometry.
Easy. It's so easy
basic
to
geometry.
Prove.
Really?
So
Then
easy.
give me your best proof. Give me your best proof that isn't some kind of photograph referring to NASA. That's something that anybody could prove it with.
That's such a stupid statement.
Oh, really? Is it stupid to actually confirm something for yourself?
There's millions of videos, of photos.
Millions of videos do not prove
everything.
anything. They can all be altered. They can all be
But do you have one?
incorrect because of lenses. They can be all kinds of reasons why I would not believe a photograph.
But I don't
But when
see
I can measure a physical item I stand on, you stand on it too, then why won't you measure it? What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of you might find?
Why don't you just go to space? Take a picture.
Why don't you?
Hold on. Yeah, Damsel, you got to get him to. You can't just go gish gal from one thing to another.
Yeah, I know. She's doing a good job of that.
She's destroying every point you've made, and you're just going on to the next one without conceding.
Yeah, because you won't answer the actual questions, which is another fallacy to gish gallop around. It means that you don't have any evidence to back up your point. That's what I was trying to get you to lock down on a yes and no even answers, and you wouldn't do that.
But
So
I
you
want
might
your
want to go back
evidence.
to our evidence is measurements. We told you
I
that.
want pictures.
Something called the
Measurements.
black swan. I think you know about it. You've probably heard of the
Yeah.
black swan. So you know that we have actual distances that are measured over a body of water, 1 foot or less observer height, and it can't work on your globe. It can't work because you have a radius that you've actually said that has to be.
That's your
And
main
you say
point.
boats fall apart. You say boats sail over an edge on
That's
your
your main
globe.
point.
No, Ace, you go back to, she asked you for your best evidence. You said there's
Your
millions and you
best
haven't given her
evidence.
one. Where's your evidence for this curvature or rotation? That's what Damsel Medic asked you to go back to that question. Answer it
Not
or
a
concede that you don't
photograph.
have any.
We want 4K live footage from
No.
International Space Station.
No, because that can be fake just as well as anything, and you know it. That is not evidence, and even a scientific court or a scientist would never say that that would be considered evidence.
Holy shit! I can't believe what I'm hearing. So
Sure you can.
your main point is
Is that you can measure the earth that you stand
is
on,
a
and you can do
measurement.
it for yourself. Yes,
So
because
your main
measurements
point is
are
a
a
measurement.
scientific standard. They're a standard. You can measure for a house. You can measure
You
for a
believe in
tire on a
measurement
car.
and
I
science
believe in
of
measurement.
measurement, but you don't believe in
believe
Ace,
in
you're gonna
math.
have, hold on. I gotta moderate here for a second. If we're gonna go on with Ace. If you're going to have a conversation with Damsel Medic, she's been more than common patient with you. You need to let her finish her point and not start interrupting her midpoint. Otherwise, I will have to mute you while she's talking and then unmute you while you're talking. People get upset when I do that. We do that for people who are not capable of listening to another person and carrying on an adult conversation. So are you going to let her finish her point before you address that point that she made instead of going on to another one, Ace?
Absolutely, but just
Right, let's try it. Okay, sorry, Damsel Medic. You're gonna have to back up. You're gonna have to back up and repeat that wonderful content you just had because he kept talking.
Ladies, can I just say we've got another user ready to ask a question if you want to move on from this guy.
Yes, this
Okay,
guy is just
Damsel, did you wanna wrap
incredulous.
up?
Yeah, he just has the incredulity because he doesn't think it could be possible that he could be lied to about his particular assumption that the globe is real and spinning. And you have provided absolutely no evidence since you've been here. Nothing. And you want to go with pictures? Well, then
I want
say the
your
same thing about
evidence.
my pictures.
I came here. I didn't
Our
come.
evidence is measurements over a distance that has been told to us must be a physical edge, a horizon. Your globe model requires a globe horizon physical that's at 3959, so 3,959 miles. Must be your radius. And it's been blown away multiple times by long distance photographs confirmed by Guinness Book of World Records even. So what do you got? You got nothing because you haven't even tried to go out and measure it. You want to look at pictures from somebody that tells you what to believe.
Hey, can I answer this?
Okay, hold on. Okay, yeah, we'll go on
Can
to
I
the
answer
next.
this or no?
Hold on. Let me just. So, Ace, I just wanted to tell you, yeah, you're interested in the evidence. If you look in the live stream voice text where you've been tagged multiple times, so while we're talking to this next person, you could check out the FE core experiment description, final version PDF of the laser test, as well as any of the other evidence that's been presented to you. And then when we come back to you, you can tell us what your substantive response
No,
is.
let's
Okay,
not
go
let you
ahead,
just say.
Boozer. Boozer, what do you got to say there?
So, ladies, let me just introduce the Bob User. Yeah, they've just literally dragged through the VC check-in process because they saw that the questions in here were not the best. So they are fairly new to the server, and they did seem a bit more genuine. And maybe the check-in process was a little bit rushed. But so, Bob User, your mic's open. You're free to ask the room.
Hey, how's it going?
What up?
Greetings.
Just chilling, man.
I hope so. Go smoke something.
All right, so before we answer any
Globe Earth?
questions,
We'll jump in, or I'll have to meet you. I'm sorry, I gotta moderate Globe Earth. Globe Earth, we'll talk to Bob. You need yourself muted. If you have a question, put it in the live stream voice text, and we'll address it after we're done talking to Bob. Thank you, Globe Earth. All right, go ahead, Bob. Sorry for the interruption.
So just before, because I don't want to hate on anybody, and we'll take it calm and smooth and take our time with everything. But I'm on the spectrum, you know. This is either spiritual or God, or I'm not saying I believe in these things or a flat earth. I'm just saying that I don't know what's out there, and I'm open to everything. Now, if you guys have any questions that need answering, either scientifically or just based on opinions, I'm here to answer that. Now, I heard someone bring up the fact that based on a distance and the curvature of the earth, there are some objects like skyscrapers or mountains that we should not be able to see. Correct? Am I wrong? I swear somebody was bringing that up, saying that there's no point or scientific evidence to explain how these objects are still shown over an event horizon event or something along those lines.
Physical
Am I wrong?
horizon is claimed by the globe, so yes, you can't see past a wall.
No, that's you're completely right. I mean, on a curvature basis of the globe, and again, I'm not taking sides here. I'm just trying to give some evidence and answers. Technically speaking, on that fact alone, you should not be able to see these objects, but for some reason we still do, right? So there's other factors in the universe that come into play, right? There's laws, numerous laws created by physics, scientists. There are other factors and reasons to why you could see those items. Now,
Really, you want to explain those to us?
yeah,
Because
that's what I'm getting at.
we know about those. So go ahead.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it sounds like you're running off the basis of just the physical distance alone, so therefore we should not be able to see it. And I'm here to give you an answer, non-biased, just what science has said, and some empirical evidence on why that's not the whole reason, right? So the way this works is called light refraction. Has anybody heard of this before or no?
You must not be here very often, but yes, we know about light refraction. Go ahead.
I'm confused. Are you like
when you tell
toying
us
with me?
you're on the
I think it's funny. We think it's funny, yeah, because you think you're educating us, and we've already studied this in
that's
great
the
detail.
interesting
So, yeah,
part.
if you're going to claim refraction, you're going to have to demonstrate. You're going to have a ray diagram. You're going to have to show us how refraction works in a way.
Yeah,
in the
I'll
atmosphere, which has
explain.
never
I'll
been
explain.
shown to
I'll,
work.
It
I'll,
gets
I'll
worse. You're
explain.
gonna
I'll explain.
first have to confirm the radius
Guys,
because your
calm down.
refraction
Calm down. Calm down. I'll explain how
formula.
refraction exactly works.
No,
to you.
Guess
no,
what,
wait.
Bob?
I'm
We're
asking
calm. I'm going to have
you.
to mute you, Bob, because what you're important, damsel. Hold on. All right, go
I'm
ahead,
asking
damsel.
you now because you're going to get into a very long explanation that doesn't have a basis yet, because you have to prove the R value, the radius, because you're about to get into Snell's law. And if you don't have R, you're going to have a hard time explaining refraction to us, because again, you don't have R.
Looks like I have to go a little bit slower. So, would you agree that light refracts
Hold on.
underwater?
No, Bob, you're not going to. No, hold on. I'm going to mute you again. You're not going to get away with these sophistry techniques. Damsel Medic is clearly well versed in the subject. She just gave you an explanation and asked you to provide some sheer, because she's already heard these rudimentary arguments which you're about to make. She is actually ahead of you. You're trying to get the audience to think she's behind you. We don't do the sophistry here. So if you want to have an adult conversation with us without these little asides and snides and sarcasm, go ahead. If you're not, we'll just move on to somebody else. So are you willing to have an adult conversation? Yes or no, Bob? Please don't make me keep having to mute you while the ladies talking.
Okay, I've been calm this entire time. I'm trying to go through this in a calm manner, step by step. If you don't want to listen to my points and have me explain in simple terms what light refraction is and how it works based on density of air, I don't know what to do. You can mute me again if you want to be like, I don't
No,
know.
it's just that we want to make sure that you understand you're going to have to actually give citations
A real
for
example?
everything you're going to position. No, citations. Do you know the difference between a citation and an example? And you can tell me a story, but I want a citation. And you're going to have to provide those. Because I'm going to require it.
I'm 100% sure. I'm 100% sure I can provide you with citations. What I'm telling
it has
you
to
is,
happen while the conversation happens, because you're going to have to prove that you
okay,
understand
I'm
the
telling
definition
you.
of refraction.
Oh God, here we
So
go.
you're going to have to, you're going to have to do it, because you're claiming all this stuff. You're going to tell a long story.
But there's no need to
make your-
elaborate. There's no need to elaborate outside. Hey, can you cite that? You know, we don't have to get into like a whole conversation about if I can cite something. I'm telling you, I'm 100% sure I can. What I'm
No, I
offering you on the
require it
side,
while we do
Let's
this
do it.
talk. You're going to
what
have to
I'm
do it
offering you
while
on
we
the
talk.
side, what I'm offering you on the side is some simple personal experiences that you could probably agree with, and some real life examples that everybody's heard about. Like, could you not
Yeah,
agree that light
I
reflects
can agree.
underwater?
Science trumps
Are
that,
you
though.
underwater?
And do you even know
So
what chromatic aberration in long
When
range images
when
is? Because
when
if you look at
light,
the 57
guys, these are
minutes
pretty
after the
basic
hour,
principles. These are pretty basic
hey,
principles.
Bob, can you hear
let me
Bob?
say a simple thing,
Sometimes we have
man.
a technical problem. He can't hear Karma talk. He can't hear Karma talking, I guess. So somebody had to mute you. It's for your own good. So you look bad, you know, a woman like that. So Karma, go ahead and repeat what you said because Bob couldn't hear you, but the rest of us want to hear it.
I was just going to point out the thing that the boys have been talking about the last few days, which basically destroys this whole refraction argument. And like Dre said, 57 minutes after the hour, demonstrate evidence of chromatic aberration in long-range images to substantiate your delusional claim of refraction. And with that is an example of how light reflects, and you see how different types of light, different colors of lights reflect a different amount, or refract, sorry, I mean. I keep mixing up those words. That we would see that if it was refraction. But they have none of that. And he thinks he knows refraction.
well, he didn't give me the definition too, where it has to have a media, two different medias to go through. So I already know he's not willing to provide that basic definition of refraction, which will tell us that. So
I haven't gotten there. I mean, every time I've spoken for at least over a minute, I've been muted. So if you think you're winning a conversation or having an argument,
No, I
I'm
gotta
pretty
mute
sure
you
you guys are.
again so I can explain to the
Stop.
audience. I'm sorry, I
because
gotta mute
we
you again so I explain to the audience. You have not been muted for going on. You've been muted for interrupting Damsel Medic and Karma. You don't understand that if you have a problem with comprehension or your hearing's bad, go back and listen to the live stream. Stop making baseless claims.
He
Go
did.
ahead,
He
Damsel
did just
Medic.
say
It's
he
not
was on.
because I don't want to have this discussion about this. I want to make sure we have a foundation of actual evidence and citation, because I do understand basic refractional light in water, just like everybody
I'm
else
willing to
does.
explain and define it as we go
Not
along.
explain. Did you
We
hear the
can.
definition? The difference I said I didn't need a bunch of explanations because I do know how light works. I need you to cite how that works over your globe model to get to the eye of the receiver over miles that are missing of curvature miles.
Okay, so now
you're
you're
going
asking
to
for
have to
two
come
things
up with
here.
the citations for that to
I need
actually
some
be
clarification
possible.
before you keep talking. I'm confused now. Okay, because you're asking for citation. Now, are you asking me to reference from articles or journals or scientists on exactly what they say and definitions of what refraction means and how that works? Or are you asking me to explain through my own version of understanding this
No.
material on how that works? So are we
Not your
having a
own
conversation
explanations.
or a bunch of links off? Because I can
No,
post a
what it
bunch of links
is,
explaining this stuff and you can read it
what
yourself.
it is that you're going
Or
to
I
have
can
to prove
explain through
it
my own
works.
words what refraction is. I can
You're
even
going
read
to
it
have
for
to
you
cite
based on that citation.
experts. You're going to have citations. So I'm getting you prepared. If you really want to have this conversation, you're going to need prepared in the moment with your citations.
I have it. So how about I go along explaining in my own words or even reading off the citation itself. And then if you want it to be cited within the voice link, you simply ask for the site and the link and I'll post in the chat.
I guess we can do some of
acceptable
this.
to
Well,
you,
just depends on how you go with it.
Okay. So
I'm gonna start when you start. I'm gonna give you some time to talk. I'm gonna stop watch when you start talking, and then we'll see if you make glaring claims without any evidence to back it up. We are going to have to pause you. But if you can say things that actually have evidence to back them up, we'll give you like 3 minutes for an opening statement. Go.
So I can either do it two ways. So let me open up with my definition so I know we're on the same page and not trolling. So refraction in its own basic terms, right? I can dumb it down if you guys want me to. I'm not saying you're dumb, I'm just saying I can. Refraction is the change of direction of a wave passing from one medium to another. Okay? Now, I could either walk you through this and ask you questions and see if you agree with it or not, or I can just keep going on. So I could ask you, do you believe in light being waves, forms of UV light, forms of waves? Do you believe in this medium, waves? You know, like radio waves, light is a wave that we
He's
see.
asking if you believe in the electromagnetic spectrum.
Thank you.
Is
I'm
that
also
a yes or
curious what
no?
other medium
And
in air
again,
he's trying to
what's
pull it like.
where is this going? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Answer
Well,
the
I'm
question.
trying.
Like
I'm
we
trying to
don't
tell
know
you.
about light. Like we don't agree about light. Its
I don't know. Do you?
actual
Do you believe
source.
that? Do you
What
believe
they
that light?
claim it is right now? Yeah. Do I believe? I only know what they say it is, which I agree with at this point. If we're in the same page of what they currently describe light.
So we're not even having a sort of scientific basis here, an
No,
explanation
that's
or an
what that
understanding of how the
is.
world
That's what it
works.
is. I'm just
If I
saying
could
I'm
just
trying to
chime
figure
in
out where
real
you're
quick.
going with this for
Yeah,
the
go ahead,
change
chime
of
in.
the earth.
All right.
We're gonna get there, but like we have to. You said like the way you wanted this was a bedrock of definitions that we can both understand and agree upon before we
No,
move
but I
forward.
don't think we need to
I'm
worry
giving you
about
that now.
what light is. We're
But you said
talking
you
about
wanted
what
this.
you wanted to talk with refraction. So let's move forward.
Okay, so now we're skipping behind the bedrock definitions and moving straight to the point because I can do that as well.
Okay, so what he's trying to ask, here's the fundamental question. Do you
let's
believe...
move to refraction and how you're going to
Who's
demonstrate
speaking
it.
for him? Does he have two mouths now?
No, but I actually have people who understand like basic physics, and they can also explain to you what.
It's
you
not
know,
even that.
And they
It's a
should be the
very
one on here
simple...
arguing. If you're going to be doing two people at once with one in the background, that's going to be a little difficult.
Well, you guys
Ma'am,
have
I'm
been
not
doing
trying
it
to
and muting
argue.
me at the same time, and there's somebody else that's willing to help clarify if you can't understand from my perspective. You know, there's a thing called perspectives
I
and
never
other
claim
words.
to know what other people are thinking and saying she's saying this. And
Well,
I
I'm
was
just
just pointing out
clarifying
that's a
this
strange
point
thing to
because I
do.
know what he's talking about. So if it makes it clearer for you to understand, I'm just gonna rephrase this point for him. I don't see a big issue in that. It's not like a 2-1. I'm still listening.
Okay, so I guess I'll just move forward to the point. So when light refracts, right? This is what happens. So based on the basic definition, I will try to give a different perspective of words. As light travels, okay, it changes direction caused by a change in speed. Okay, when light travels from air into water, it slows down, causing it to change direction. This change of direction, we call it refraction. Do I have you so far?
You're proven wrong in the text chats. There's a very simple diagram of how Snell's law actually works. You can look at it now.
Okay, so the way this works, because you know we live in an environment full of density as well. Although density and gravity are in the same environment, I'm not disproving gravity at all. What I'm trying to tell you is that air has different levels of density, and we are more dense than air as well.
Ignore me?
Okay.
Did you not hear me? Can you hear me?
What's happening is because this object is so far away.
I wonder if you really can't. Hold on, Bob, just a second. Can you actually hear Karma? Karma, say something to Bob.
Can you hear my voice right now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, so you were just ignoring me. Okay, I thought you were having technical
I'm
issues.
sorry. Did you want me to interrupt myself and have somebody else speak for
Yes.
you via voice text?
Speak for you? What?
So you stopped and asked, and Karma addressed your question.
Yeah,
and
but
then
the
you
way she
ignored
addressed
her
me.
answer.
You made a statement and you asked whether you were right and whether we agreed. So I said, no, you're wrong. There's actually a diagram in the text that shows you're wrong. And instead of addressing that, you just breezed past it.
Okay, I'm not sure what this
You guys
diagram
can have
shows.
him. He's too much of a sophist for me to bother with. I'm gonna go do something
I'm
fun.
not sure what this diagram shows. I'm not supposed like. Does it talk about light refraction?
Okay,
Does
you
it
don't
disprove
know
it or
what
something?
Snell's law. You don't understand Snell's law. Then how are you claiming to understand refraction, my friend?
No, but we can look it up if you want.
Bro,
Do you want to talk
that's
about
like
Snell's
being
law?
like,
That's fine.
oh wow,
We can
this is
look it up.
amazing.
I told you this at the beginning that Snell's law required your R, and so you're going to have to deal with that.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, but like if you're gonna bring up a completely different point to his main point, that doesn't really prove anything, does it?
You're talking
Okay,
about
Snell's law
refraction.
is directly
and
related to
reflecting
refraction, my
terrestrial.
friend.
Light reflection and snow coincidentally have nothing to do with each other. Just wanted to say that real quick for anyone that's confused.
I'm saying snow. It's Snell's law.
Snell's
Look it up,
law.
my friend.
Snell's law.
I'm sorry, your mic's pretty bad. Could you like explain Snell's law to me, or anybody here who's like unfamiliar with it?
Again, it's basically refraction. It's how refraction works. It's called Snell's law. There's a diagram in the text chat. That's why I recommend reading
I
up
just
on
looked it
these
up.
things
What is this
before
supposed
you
to
start
disprove?
claiming things about it.
What is this supposed to disprove here?
Globe model, my friend. You know,
This is just supposed to give an angle using sine and a formula to explain refraction. What is this disproving based off the theory? Like, what is this disproving at all?
Because you're trying to claim that light can bend up over a curve of several
Wait. But Snell's
hundreds of
law
feet to
is literally
miles.
outlined by a formula used to describe the relationship between the angle and its incidence, as in it hits the substance, and how it refracts. All it's doing
Which
is
means it
giving
has
you.
to reach your light into your eye. You have to be able to see it.
Wait. The medium I was going to get to before I was interrupted by Snell's law was air and densities. I was going to explain how light refracts based off these different densities, right? And how it changes.
Between different
Wait, guys.
mediums.
But you brought up Snell's law like it was disproving my point about what light refraction even is, as if it doesn't exist. I looked this
Snell's
up.
law disproves your point because you're dealing with two different mediums, water and air. You said it. When you do an observation over in the same medium, not two different mediums. You'd have to look through a fish tank. There's no fish tank
Wait.
between you and the
Wait.
object. That's why.
The different mediums is warm air, cool air, and cold air. Okay, they're
All
called
at the
lower
same level of
than
same
extremes.
level of eyesight.
It's the
That's
same
problem.
medium.
Yeah, but they're different densities. So what happens is, from my understanding, as
That
light
doesn't change it because that doesn't add a boundary to it.
as light is hitting these different densities, or you can call them mediums, it's slowing down, therefore changing direction.
You
When
really
you
should
brought
read
up,
up on refraction, my friend. Seriously, you're
I'm
making
looking up
yourself look bad.
I'm looking up Snell's law right now. It's a formula used to describe the relationship between angles of incidence and refraction, basically outlining when it
I
hits a
give up
different
on this,
medium,
guys.
what's
Honestly,
the
I'm
angle, and
just
how
gonna
does it.
go play game.
Guys, come on! Like, what's the issue here? Okay, do you want me to explain how air has different
it's that
densities?
you're trying to come in here and explain when we actually have done some work on this. We actually do know some of this stuff really, really well. And you're thinking we don't even know the very, very basics. And it sounds like you don't understand Snell's law, which is one of the basics of refraction. You need to understand it. I think it's what part of the looks like somebody posted for you the full technical on Snell's law here. It looks like. Let's see, where's
Wait,
it?
okay, I looked it up here and I read the definition. I waited like 2 minutes, let the other guy talk,
Look at
and I read it, and
11
it doesn't
minutes
disprove
after the
anything.
hour. Would you read after 11 minutes after the hour, that whole thing? And you might want to understand that you have to get that light to your eye. If it's refracting all over, it's not going to work.
Yeah, I can give a different, definition using a Snell's law article that maybe you'll better understand here, if you want. So I'm actually like extremely confused because when I'm looking this stuff up, it's not disproving anything. It's just a formula to describe what's happening. It's not.
Because what you're describing doesn't happen. You're telling us that light has to bend up over a curve to reach somebody's eye at whatever height they are at consistently. And it doesn't do that.
Well, what I'm saying is,
you don't meet
I'll
the
even give you some.
requirements.
I'll even give you some empirical evidence here. So this whole idea of seeing an object that's not where it's supposed to be with the curvature of the Earth has been known for the longest time. You can look through a telescope, right? That pirates
Which
used
is
to use,
why you then need to explain how you got
even on
R.
a ship, and it would seem like the ship is floating in midair. Okay, this has been happening for the
Those are
longest time.
mirages. We know about mirroring. We know about all
Yeah,
these
like
effects that you see, but that does not prove what we measure not being a curve or a hump of water. You got to then explain how you got R. Who was the first person that got R, and how did they do it? Because if you don't have a physical horizon, welcome to flat Earth.
So are you asking me to do the actual formula and go through like the
No,
origins
I
of the
want you to
formula?
explain if you know who first measured the radius and how.
You want to further elaborate for somebody like me? Maybe, like we're both brains, we can both understand and get to a point. Like, so
I'm
if I don't
asking you a
understand, we
very
can explain.
geometric question. When you have
Sure.
a sphere, you have an R value, which we've been given. That's 3959.
Okay.
For the physical horizons, you will have to be again using a curve calculator. You can figure out how far the physical horizon should be. That means you had to have an R value to even get that 3959. How was it gotten, and who did it, and how did they do it? That
But it
would
sounds like
probably
we're
be a
changing
good
points
starting
now.
point for you, because the rest of your argument is based on needing that R value.
Wait. So it sounds like we're changing points now. It sounds like you're discrediting everything I said about light refraction and moving on to the point where I have to prove the event
Because I already
horizon.
know that you haven't looked at Snell's law enough to know what we're
But
talking about. So
I
you
can
have to
read Snell's
explain
law.
again how you got an R value if your physical horizon is not where you say it is. How did they measure that then?
So let me try to do this better, okay? Before you talk about formulas and mathematics, you need a theory to back it up, okay? So in most cases in school,
I'm not
when you do
talking an
school,
experiment.
you learn about the theory and what it tries to achieve, and then you learn how to apply the
See,
formula.
the thing is, you think I don't
So
know what
when
the
I look
scientific
a
method is, but
description,
I'm not talking a scientific
so when I
experiment.
look
I'm
up a
talking
description
measurement.
called Snell's law, and it simply tells me, because I know when I say relationship, I know what it means. Okay, a relationship between the path taken by a ray of light in crossing the boundary or surface between two contacting substances,
I have to take a
and they
break for a minute.
refract
I need to make
each
a
other.
purchase here. I'll be right back. Since
You
he's
got to be
going
kidding
on,
me.
Dandelion, you can handle it for
You
a
got
minute.
to be kidding me.
You have no proof of curvature, so
I'm in the middle, and that's the R value is again the primary thing that you're missing.
Wait,
so.
are you telling me right now that I don't have a proof of curvature, so therefore I'm wrong?
Well, that would be the definition of something.
I came in here saying I'm honest, and I'm just having a reasonable conversation. Somebody brought up the curvature and why you still see something. I tried to provide some reasonable answers, and you kept either A, denying them, falling back to a formula that agrees with me, and then moving past the goalpost and talking.
Okay, somebody muted you, Bob. See, Damsel clearly said, maybe you couldn't hear her, Bob, that she has to make a purchase. She's obviously in a store. You can hear the background noise. So I'll have part 2 of this when she's able to speak. It's interesting conversation. Damsel Medic is an extremely patient person, which I very much appreciate. So yeah, I don't know exactly what you were getting worked up about there, Bob, but have you seen, we can show you, all this stuff about refraction is fine and dandy. I'm eating with it. Not really explaining why. I assume you're trying to, if you're a globe believer, which it seems like you are, you're trying to use that to somehow come up with a workaround or some way to deny the fact that your globe model has no evidence in reality and there's no proof of curvature or rotations. That might have been why she brought that up. It's like, how so I suggest that you come at it, just a word of advice, if you're a person who is interested in intellectual conversations, instead of automatically assuming you're right, and the person that you're talking to that you know nothing about, assume that that person doesn't know what they're talking about. Maybe listen, spend your time listening while they're talking. It's even fine. I mean, I'm here to help you moderate. Like if there's a few seconds, you don't have to prepare your answer while she's talking. You don't have to start talking while she's talking and so on. You can just actually listen, maybe just pause a few seconds, let it sink in, whether Karma or Damsel Medic or anyone here is talking, and then respond in substance. Or if you're not quite sure, you could say, I have to research this more and so on. So, we'd like to have a civil conversation with you, but I'm not going to go down your refraction road until, you show me a proof of curvature or rotation for this globe model. So I actually, while we're on this little intermission from the refraction conversation, Bob, I would like to know why you think you live on a spinning globe. If you were trying to convince me, and, I can't handle your refraction argument. That's just way too hard for me. I'm a woman and I'm a flat earther. Oh, I'm so stupid. Please, Bob. How are you going to convince me I live on a spinning globe? Best proof.
Hey, I came in here in the beginning and I can explain what was actually happening and why she was kind of spurging out and saying I'm wrong. And I can explain how I don't have to just
summarize what just happened. We can rewind if we want to know that. I asked you to prove your globe to me right now.
No, it's okay. I can remember what happened because I was here. But,
Because I don't want to hear about it because I was here too. So let's move forward. Can you please prove the globe? Thank you. Go.
I can't prove the globe. If you have any questions that you don't seem to understand what science are trying to prove, we can talk about gravity and density if you'd like. I don't know what's out there, but if you'd like to talk about it, we can. So if you're confused about how gravity works in relationship with density, we can talk about this. It's up to you.
Okay, so you can't prove your globe. Thank you, CB. Yep, you lost.
I'm
Okay, so
I'm
you
not
are
here. I'm not
incapable
here
of
to
proving the
lose.
globe. That's fine.
I'm
You
here to
know
have a
nothing. Yeah,
discussion.
that's fine.
Are you not here to
Okay,
have a
yeah,
discussion?
okay. So why don't you want to? Do you think you live on a spinning globe, Bob?
I don't know. But if I had a
Makes you
question,
unsure.
but what I'm trying to get at is, I mean,
Are you?
yeah, I am.
I
I
get it.
am.
You want to make your presentation. I get it. If you got a server, DM me the link. And if you're having a presentation, hour-long presentation on refraction, I'll consider attending. I'm asking you a question. The person
Yeah,
that's
sure.
right, here. Why aren't you sure you live on a spinning globe, Bob?
Yeah. So I don't know if I live on a spinning globe. Okay. But if I wondered, like, hey, how come I stay on the ground? How come, when I throw something up, it falls back to the ground? I could look it up. And science, which is a version of our reality, that's a method to identify why things are happening, can explain to me why it falls back down to the earth and why I stay on the ground. So if you want to
How is that
have a
connected
discussion,
to your spinning globe? Can you give that connection, please? Tell me how that's your best proof of the globe is that you throw something up and it falls down. Seriously? Please
no,
explain.
what I'm saying is, if you're confused about why you're on a planet,
Why do you assume
I'm
I'm
sorry.
confused? You know nothing
I'm
about
sorry.
me. That's so funny. Tell me.
I'm
Share
sorry.
the
I'm
joke,
sorry.
Bob. We
I'm
want to
sorry.
know.
I'm
Share
looking at
it,
the live
please.
stream, and there's President Vladimir Putin. Man, like his head is so spherical, it pisses me off. If you're confused about what planet you're on and what kind of curvature is going on, we can get into it.
I'm not the one who said who couldn't answer the question about where I live. I can answer that question if you ask me, but you haven't asked me. I asked you, Bob, why aren't you sure you live on a spinning globe? I asked you if you live on a spinning globe. You said you didn't know. You weren't sure. I asked you why you weren't sure. You still haven't answered that question. Why aren't you sure? I'm asking you a question. I'm not asking you for help because guess what? I paid for a big education. I'm not going to even tell you what kind of degrees I need to know because you don't even deserve to know. I'm asking you, Bob, why don't you think you live on a spinning globe? Why aren't you sure?
This is really good because how discussion works is you ask questions, right? So how the girl is asking me and like trying to disprove me, it's not a lecture. I can sit down and actually ask questions and infer and read about it and ask my own questions and arrive to a point. So now you're asking me why I'm confused. I'm on a globe, or I'm confused where I am. Is that your question, to clarify?
Yeah. Why are you confused, Bob?
Oh, it's because I have Down syndrome. Severe.
This is getting cringy.
Okay, I'm gonna mute you for that. If Damsel wants
Yeah,
to
now I'm going back. No,
if
that's not appropriate.
people with Down
And I'm
syndrome, you're
sorry.
gonna get a little rant from me, Bob. I haven't done a ladies' night rant in a while, Damsel Medic. Are you
You
implying
go
there's
for it,
something
girl.
wrong with the human beings known as people with the condition of Down syndrome, which is a natural condition that some people in this world end up with and can be a great blessing to their families. In fact, we have people in the server who have Down syndrome children, which we're happy to tell you about what great blessings that they were to their family, as well as the fact that many women are given false positives their child is so-called having this syndrome or not. And guess what? A lot of those women who say, nope, I'm going to have this child. I'm going to welcome this child that was blessed into my life, no matter how they are and no matter how long they choose to stay with me on this earth. Guess what? Child's born perfectly normal. Can't tell you how many times I've heard that. So if you're part of this depopulation agenda that thinks people should be killed if they're not living up to your standards of perfection, you got a serious problem, Bob, and we really can't help you with that. So Down
We should
syndrome
start
are
with
beautiful
people like
children,
him.
and I've seen and loved many of them. So, you got a problem, Bob. Sorry.
Well
We can't
said,
help you here.
Dandelion.
Thank you, Mr.
I agree. I'm not willing to talk to somebody that makes
That's
that
right.
kind of trollish remark. It's
Amen. Amen. Very
insensitive.
well.
You're lucky I didn't give. I would have gave you an uppercut to the face.
Make that too.
He did say he was on the spectrum when he came in here.
Yeah, I wondered if he was playing with that too.
Yeah, but saying
Yeah, I was
something
gonna
like
ask
that
him if
is not appropriate.
Yeah, he was on the sociopathic to narcissistic spectrum.
Yeah, they're
I
laughing in
said
the
it.
background when
He
he made
sounds like somebody
that
from
statement. I'm
earlier.
done with it.
Yeah, he sounds like somebody from earlier, like yesterday or today or something. He sounds real familiar the way he was talking and how rude he was. 'Cause he was like all pleasant and nice in the check-in, and then somebody came and pulled him down real quick, and then he went crazy. It was like, what the hell?
Yeah, just as a recap for the audience, this is a person who came in with an attitude as if he knows all the science, he's going to teach them about it. Damsel Medic was trying to have an actual scientific conversation with him, but he was incapable of doing that because he obviously has a lot of holes in his scientific understanding, and he was trying to knowing that, and so he's insecure.
As a
So he can edit himself and come back, and maybe he can
Which
grow a
we
heart
do
and soul at some
understand,
point.
but
Bobby,
but he needs to be respectful, right? Like to everybody, not just the ladies, but to all of us. Like, you know what I mean? He needs to be held accountable for his actions and the way he was rude.
Absolutely. I'm sorry. I gotta read this testimony from Jose, which is exactly what I'm telling you about. I gotta start opening a Word document with a file of all the people who have told me this, personal testimonies. I can't even times I've heard this in my life. It's sad. And this should go out to any woman who's being told by her doctor to kill her child. Jose said the doctor told my wife to abort our baby because he was going to have a lot of issues. We ignored that and have a healthy child, no issues whatsoever. Dandelion, to me saying that, Dandelion. Jose, yes, and I've seen your child, and he is beautiful. And isn't that your wife, of course, was, understood that she was going to have the child that was given to her, and that's a beautiful story. Yes, choosing life is wonderful. So, yeah, thank you, Jose. And that thing I'm called to do. My older daughter used to volunteer, helping teen mothers and so on, to help, young mothers who are in struggling situations. There's plenty of people around. Just check out those resources. We'll give you free diapers, clothing, parenting classes. There's so much support out there who, for whatever reason, are having a doctor in their ear, giving them the fear message, or who are afraid for whatever reason to have the child that was given to them. There are many resources out there for you, as well as resources for people who were coerced by fear, lies, so on, to give, to destroy that child, and who have, guilt or regret about that. Too, all can be forgiven, and you can also get the resources you need to heal, because we know it has a depopulation agenda that pushes this pro-death message. And normally we flat Earth right now, but a person coming in, there's something wrong with Down syndrome, tolerate. Apparently, Bab wants to apologize. He's telling me that in a message. I mean, I'm willing to give a person a chance to apologize. I hope it's going to be sincere. I guess we should give him a chance. Do you think so, Damsel?
Well, that's completely.
It's still on. Oh, maybe you're still
Completely
at the store.
up to you. I am at the store, but I'm almost done. I'm making my last stuff here and getting out of here.
Okay, sorry to interrupt you.
No, it's all right.
I keep asking you stuff. I forgot. You're probably still busy.
Oh,
I don't know where he went. I don't
too
even
many
think he's in here.
lines. Too many lines.
I understand. Yeah.
It's a back and forth conversation. He was just basically monologuing, so he can agree not to monologue and have a conversation back and forth. It's up to you.
Yeah, he wants to apologize. I don't even know where he is. If anybody wants to find him, go ahead. But yeah, I'm sorry. I gotta read out this other testimony. Hank Hill, first doctor who heard my wife was pregnant, told her to kill, parentheses, kill, abort it. Yeah, it's a sad situation in this world today that people are programmed to think that children are burdens rather than blessings. Definitely sad. But yeah, congratulations on Mod, like Jose just said. That's the first You're one of our newest moms along with Trace. Talk, that's perfectly fine too. Ildiko is here. Hi, Ildiko.
Yeah, thanks everybody. I'm happy to serve. You know, whatever I got to do, whatever I got to learn. I guess I'll try to pay a little more attention.
Just saying hello. You have your hands full this evening.
Oh yeah, it's been pretty crazy. It's already 7:30.
Wow. He was very disrespectful. Sort of, you could tell he was condescending.
Condescending's a good word for it. Yeah, and it's a tactic. So Bob's back, so we'll let him apologize here in a minute. But yeah, I mean, just since you mentioned that, it's unfortunate when people feel like they have to use tactics, instead of just honest dialogue, like he was trying to appear to the audience, that he was superior to us, because of course he's probably programmed and indoctrinated with the propaganda that, oh, those stupid flat earthers, and he can't even hear or listen to the people who are actually in front of him, and he wants to appear to be, smarter than he is to the audience. It was perfectly fine, Bob. It'll work with people who aren't actually smart. So if that's who you're going for, go for it. But you're not going to get away with it around here. I'm sure you can find many Discord forums where you can get away with it. All right, Bob, I'm sorry. That wasn't a good opening. If he does have a sincere apology, I'm sorry. There's a lot of sarcasm in there. I do apologize, Bob. If you are going to make a sincere apology, I do want to hear it, Bob, and I shall take my own advice. Do my very best to just listen to what you're going to say with acceptance. All right, I'm about to unmute him. I said to find him here.
Yeah, sure. So
All right,
I'm
go
sorry.
ahead, Bob.
Yeah, sure. So I'm sorry. Sorry for saying that. And if I offended anybody, I also apologize. And that's all I can say. There's no excuse. Is that okay?
Thank you for that.
Yeah, that's
no
a great
worries.
apology. I loved it. Yeah, no justification, no excuses. I loved it. Great. So hopefully you're not, in the future, you won't make fun of Down syndrome children, will you?
Nope.
Thank you. Will you give me a promise that, Bob? You can promise not to make fun of Down syndrome children.
Yeah, I promise.
Thank you.
I also appreciate your apology.
Damsel, I don't know if you want to go. I don't know if she's. Go ahead. Go ahead there, Master Chief.
Oh no, I was just saying I appreciate the apology from someone that has Tourette syndrome.
There you go. Yeah, because when you make fun of one disabled person, or however you want to, whatever adjective you want to use, one person with different characteristics than what you consider the norm, you're making fun of all of them. Yeah, and you're categorizing them as an other, dehumanizing them, and all things. So, I just hope you realize that, Bob. Imagine if a person has Down syndrome and they're listening, yeah, and they hear you say that. It's very unfortunate. So, yeah, hopefully you'll keep that in mind in the future. I don't know if Damsel Medic's out of the store. If you want to talk about refraction more, if there's anybody else who has a question about the flat Earth. Looks like we got some other people that have joined us.
I need a few minutes to get to my car, and then I'll be able to talk freely again because I'm going to sit down and relax
She's
for a
still in the
bit.
store. Poor Damsel Medic. I keep nagging her. I won't keep putting you on the spot. You tell us when you're back.
Just because we love her so much, we just can't wait. We're impatient.
That's right.
Dandelion, do you mind if I ask you some questions?
Yeah, go ahead.
So,
I might not answer them, depending on what they are, but hopefully they're about the flat Earth content.
just some personal opinions you can answer from the heart. Do you believe in any politics, like parties, conservatism, liberalism? Are you also against that?
It's against the rules to talk about that in the live stream, but you could maybe invite her to chill chat after Ladies' Night.
Oh, okay, sorry. So I guess we won't talk about that.
At least as far as I know, I think that's against.
I guess I'll ask my other question.
Like, just to say, like, yeah, to me, it's just another, trap, dead end joke. Yeah. So I'm not really that interested in it. Yeah.
I wasn't gonna
I could explain to you why I'm not interested, but yeah.
I wasn't gonna dive down the whole rabbit hole of, parties and politics.
I'm not interested. Yeah.
Okay.
It's not. Politics is very uninteresting to me. There's my answer.
Okay, that's fine. So when did you first realize the Earth is flat? Is there like a eureka moment?
One more time.
I said, when did you first realize that the Earth is flat?
Okay, good. Okay. My connection is going into the red sometimes, so if I start roboting, just let me know. Yeah. So Bob, I'm glad you asked me that actually, because maybe that'll help you with some of the preconceptions that you obviously came in here with. So yeah, back in 2016, I was working on my master's degree in science education. I was taking a physics class, which is one of the last classes I had to take to get my degree. And we were assigned to come up with a physics topic that we could explain common misconceptions that students might have about a physics topic. So at that time, Flat Earth was all over the news. It was it was really in people's minds because recently, the rapper B.O.B. as well as Tila Tequila were active on Twitter saying the Earth was flat. It was kind of when it kind of started to become like a meme and a thing that people were talking about. So I said, I'll pick Flat Earth. That'll be an easy paper for me to write, right? And because I can just explain it to those children, no problem, how it's been proven it's a globe and Flat Earth is an archaic notion and so on. So then the problem that happened, Bob, is that when I started to investigate it, I found out, oh no, this actually has not been proven scientifically, and there are many thought questions that came up that I could not answer, so I realized it was a question that required further investigation. At that time, unfortunately, since I just Googled it, I'll try to make this as short as possible so as not to bore you, Bob. I found some bad information. Some of it was pretty good, but I was unfortunately led to the Flat Earth Society, which is a joke organization that sets up straw men of Flat Earth that they can easily knock down. So even though there were some questions on that forum that were interesting to me, such
You're roboting.
Cover the Earth returned.
Give her a second.
Am I back?
Do a mic check.
Am I back?
Sort of.
Okay, I may be able to try to go in and out.
You're back.
How about now? Okay, I'll try to wrap it up real quick. Anywho, but I was kept away from the, the objective measurements such as the 8 inches per mile squared curvature that is predicted by the globe model and yet never measured anywhere. So it took me a little while. I finished the paper, but it was still up in the thing I never did in between those times before I saw 8 inches per mile squared, and when I was writing my paper using bad information, but doing the best I could to reason it out by myself. One thing I never did was make fun of a flat earther or think that their ideas were archaic or that they thought the earth was flat just because they were stupid, because I realized, oh my gosh, they don't have definitive proof. Otherwise, all this stuff wouldn't exist, and it's a serious question, even though the Flat Earth Society is a joke and they created their straw man models and so on. I didn't want to get on those models and listen to the dispute. But once I saw the 8 inches per mile squared curvature, realized that I've seen throughout my life, such as the Chicago skyline across Lake Michigan at 52 miles, Beaver Island from Charlevoix at over 30 miles, and other things I saw out of the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, such as seeing the Canadian shore across Lake Superior, that all of those things were possible on a globe of 3,959 miles. It was no longer a question up in the air or disturbing to me. It's just a fact of this world that the globe is a fantasy, a science fiction creation that has no basis in reality. Does that answer your question, Bob?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, I was asking for more like, specifics, like something you don't understand, like maybe gravity.
That wasn't specific enough. Do you want me to show you the map? Do you want me to draw you a diagram? You want the calculation?
It was just more of a story.
What you looking for?
It was just more of a story, you know, like it was
But
just
you
somebody
wanted me
talking.
to say something that you can knock down and make fun of, and I didn't give that to you. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry, Bob. Sorry. Sorry to disappoint.
He
Sorry, we
said it
don't need
himself, Dandelion. He
Anybody
said
else
he
have any
wanted something that you didn't understand.
Right. You think
He was
we
No,
really
I
don't
mean,
say
hoping you didn't
everything.
understand something.
Yeah,
But
you think we
unfortunately,
don't
you
know.
understand the subject better than he does. So he was hoping to find something that you weren't understanding, so that he could show you how it works. But the problem is, you understand all this better than he does. So he didn't get what he wanted.
You asked her how did she realize the flat Earth. She told you the whole story.
yeah, but it was like more of a story where like she was just talking about how it happened. So as in she was doing, you know, her essay and stuff, and then she realized that there isn't a lot of things disproving flat Earth. And I was hoping for more specific answers, like, hey, I don't understand how gravity works, or
No, she
how
gave
come.
you the
You
measurements.
think we don't
Bruh. She gave you the measure.
understand.
Go ahead, damsel.
Yeah, why
Well,
don't you just repeat it?
it's
If I misheard
insulting,
you
man.
or I didn't.
Stop. It's insulting because what
Sure,
you
just
did,
repeat it.
you asked her for her story. She gave you her story. You didn't ask her to prove why she thinks the Earth is flat. You asked her for how she came to understand it. Then you turn around and you're starting to go, oh, now I need to have something that I want to explain because you can't be smart enough if you're a flat earther. You have no good reason to be that. You must not understand. So I can explain it to you. Trust me, dude, we're not that dumb. We really aren't. Your assumption that we have to have you come in here and explain things to us is kind of laughable and it's
Well,
insulting.
if she had something very specific and I misheard it or I didn't hear it, you could just regurgitate that to me,
No,
you know,
it's your assumption that we need
potentially.
you to come and explain things to us.
Well, I can't
If you
attack
want
her
to
on a story.
understand, if that's because you're wanting to attack, see, that's the thing. You should have said that straight up that you want to debate her, but you asked her for her story of how she came to think the earth was flat. You were very specific and she gave you that answer, and now you're trying to twist it because you want to explain to us we don't know. See, you think we don't know the questions that you're about to give us or
Guys,
ask
I'm
us,
trying to be as
and we
nice as
do.
possible here. I'm saying
We
I'm trying
are
to help
too,
you.
but
I'm
I'm
trying to
explaining to
you're not gonna help
bring out
yourself.
some
you're
explanations.
insulting. You're
Now, you
insulting
keep
our
telling me I'm
intelligence.
attacking you and stuff.
Bob,
Like,
stop
come on.
talking. You're not
You're
listening. Bobby boy, stop talking.
insulting our intelligence, and it is obvious. So quit it. If you want to ask legitimate questions of why we measure the earth as flat and why we understand refraction to work a certain way, that would be one thing, but that's not your intention. Your intention is to explain everything that we must not understand. So we're not smart enough, are we? In your opinion. Just be honest.
I'm not actually sure why you're
Also,
putting words
anybody
in my
trying to
mouth.
help wouldn't be this
Because
passive
if I did
aggressive.
that to you, if I put words in your mouth, you'd probably be really pissed. So I'm just saying, like, I've been
No, you
pretty
actually
calm.
said, I can explain things to you. You are not in a discussion if you're going to explain things to us.
If he's just gonna lie outright, shouldn't he just get another little timeout? Because gaslighting is not very welcome here.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Yeah. Absolutely, Karma. Gaslighting
Sorry.
is not welcome.
Don't treat us women
you know,
like that.
He can't prove the globe.
I haven't brought up your
Condescending,
gender one
passive
time.
aggressive.
He can't prove. He can't demonstrate.
This is
curvature
ladies'
rotation.
night, so
Are
I
there any
use
other
gender.
contenders?
Yeah, he's still on
Are there
panic
any other
mode.
contenders that would like to present curvature or rotation and their scientific evidence of either?
Right, just how you explained your story, because Bob asked you to. Isn't it okay for Bob to explain something that about his views or his story?
I'd rather talk to you. Bob,
Is he your boyfriend, Jeff?
We also prefer when people are
I'm
truthful
just
rather
evening this
than
out.
lying straight up.
Trolling. I haven't done anything. I've already been asked if he's my boyfriend. Do you
I'm
not
just
see why this is
confused.
kind of
You're
toxic?
concern trolling, which by the way is
Concern
against the
trolling.
rules. He doesn't need you to come save him. He's not a little princess in distress.
I'm just
He
confused.
doesn't
Can I
need to waste
talk?
my
Can I be honest here? Can I be honest here? So, you know, I've been pretty nice.
haven't been
I've been
the whole
saying
time, Bob.
No, you have not.
I've been
You've been
saying I'm
dishonest.
helpful. And
No.
Yeah, Bob, you got to stop making claims that you can't back up. You think you've been nice.
well, I'm going to back it up with some evidence.
The people you're talking to are saying you haven't been.
You insulted other people,
because the
and we're
moment
telling you.
guys, let me talk. Come on.
No,
It's-
let
No.
Damsel Medic speak,
No, I'm not
and then
interested.
you talk. You keep
Not
talking
interested in a
over her.
dishonest
Go ahead,
person.
Damsel.
What I
Not
mean
in-
is, if I
I'm
was
not
honest in your
interested.
version and you keep telling me I'm attacking you and I haven't brought it up one time, the
I
one time I
said
did
you
bring
were
it up,
insulting.
the one time,
Insulting. Did I say
the one
attack
time,
or did I
the one
say
time,
insult?
madam, please come on, have a discussion.
No,
Take a
not
break.
interested. I am not
And then you're
interested.
doing the exact same thing to us.
Like, come on, guys.
It's like
This
the
is like some
hypocrisy is
basic.
just amazing. It's gobsmacking.
How about you
This is
guys
called.
start
This is
over
called
again?
being a
Sticking around.
social human being.
Insulting.
This gaslighting, patronizing, condescending ass. Can we just get rid of him? Because I don't think he's worth the conversation.
No, I
He
don't
doesn't
think so.
seem
Because he's
honest
going to
about it.
explain to us why
We're
we
not
are.
going to debate whether Bob is nice. That's not why we're here.
No, I don't have any interest in it. He's insulted other people. He's insulted people that had
Wait,
disabilities.
what did you say that was insulting?
He insulted people that had disabilities without a thought. That tells me kind of what we're dealing with.
Oh, I
Plus,
must
he
not have been here for
insulted
that.
other people as well by saying he needs to explain to us things we don't understand without just being honest and saying, do you not understand something? It was a trap. He set Dandelion up.
He's been talking down to everybody in here for a while. It's honesty. If anybody can't see that, then they honestly need to pick up on a little social skills, because they wouldn't even be able to tell if they're in an abusive relationship if you can't even
Just
tell that
today.
was patronizing and condescending. And the way he acted was just not very civil.
And then trying to turn it on us. Maybe we're doing something wrong by questioning why he's trying to explain everything instead of having a discussion about his evidence.
Okay, so anyway, expand him. So I'm just going to play the "Why Would They Lie" song just to kind of reset us, and then when this song is over, if there's anyone in here who has questions about Fantasy Globe and why it has no basis in reality, then hopefully you'll be willing to talk to the ladies here. So, but we're not going to talk about Bob. So, McJeff, if you want to talk about, to us, maybe we could give you another chance, even though you're concerned troll, which is against our rules. But we'd be willing to give you another chance if you want to after the song. Here comes the song. Listen to the song and then tell us.
All right.
It might not have worked because it's on my playlist. Let me try. Okay, hold on. Let's try again. I don't know if Trace is still there and he can help me because I think it went wrong because it's in the middle of my Flat Earth playlist, so it does something up, but I'll try again.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius, huh? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy be chucking and jiving, Globers be wildin'. They went out of style, 8 inches per mile squared. Measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave till you die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Once you go flat, matter of fact, you never go back, you never go back.
Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day in the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can't surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8 inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transform into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So that's why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe else somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauding. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA tower lies every day is exhausting. Nothing more boring than the stream they recording. Yeah, that looks real, is that a joker talking? Composite mind nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts with their stories. Entering your mind in respect of a warrant. To say levels curve we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach. Without any warning, hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron who's not that important? Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsed in the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary alignment coincide with spacewalk. As astronauts monetary paid for. Submerged in the water while they claim that they orb. It's a circus show, clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the glove don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to earn. With the horizon swan, we eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong while they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies like on hide for the research. You rely upon priest and pirate like a bird. With your lying glove, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles as easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. No need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just wasted. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from? If not from us, then who you dum-dum? Made the bed of your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been life a choice of wrong and right that I would never run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting this shit on fire. Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? They're plotting to ride by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listen with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9-to-5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic, their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice, that's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters, you believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction, that's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards, wonder what's the verdict, pastors. Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle, who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius, you cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 OG. Why would they lie? I'll tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you have you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, then come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. I cannot help it, bro. Second Amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want seize your assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
Damn.
That was fun. I wanted that guy earlier to hear that. He left though. I can't remember his name now. He was here at the beginning that asked us why would they lie, because people ask almost every day. Yeah, so do you ladies, I'm getting like tired out here because I've been here for 3 hours. I don't know if you ladies want to keep going or end this at the top. I'm trying to get to sleep so she can go to precious metals. We don't really have a lot of other
I'm here.
women in here. I mean, we could stick around, but we could end the program if we wanted. What do you think, Damsel Medic?
Yeah, I think you and me and Karma. Isn't Karma still here? Or she'd leave?
She's here, but she said she doesn't want to do a huge amount more. I don't know. Karma, is that what you said? Am I wrong? Okay, Jay's still here. It's up to you guys. I'm just not going to be able to talk that much anymore because I'm getting worn out. So
It's almost 1 o'clock, and I want to get an early bedtime because I usually sleep too long after staying up till 8 in the morning after ladies' night, and then I miss precious metals, so I've never been to a single one. So this time I'm gonna try to make it.
yeah, I hate to say it because if Mr. Bob's listening, because apparently he's up and check-in under his new name, Schwaffel. Yeah, Drace, I don't know if you want to talk to Salted Red Pill there about the situation, if you want to let him back in. I just told him if he wants to come back in after ladies' night, that's up to you guys, but I'm not going to talk to him anymore because,
No, I'm done.
he's exhausting. I mean, that kind of person, and I think he actually thinks person. I like you said, I'm nice. I'm being nice. I guess he really has no idea how incredibly rude he is. It's so weird. I really think he thinks he's like a decent person, but that's how these people have been trained, right? Because they think they're superior. They're all up in their head. He actually thought. Remember? Did you hear what he said after I told my story? And I even put the credentials in there because I'm like, hey, this is the kind of guy that actually thinks credentials mean something. And then he's like, oh, I thought maybe if you needed me to explain gravity to you. I just told you I'm a master's in science education, and you're thinking I'm going to need you to explain gravity. It's like he still doesn't get a clue. I mean, it's just sad, but that's what these, kind of atheist type people who have to believe in all this nonsense, who really don't have a heart and soul, who only live in their head, like their little imaginary world projections, they actually think is real. And then they have these people on TV and on the computer like confirming their weird little, reality, and they actually think these voices in their head are real, and that their little mind that they've made up is real because we aren't real to him, right? You can tell with that kind of person that other people are just kind of like literally 2D projections. Like he does not think of us as being human beings. That would be my diagnosis. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to go so deep in the psychoanalysis of Bob. Okay, so anyway, do we have any other glow believers in here, or should we just end the ladies' night at 8, or what are we doing here?
Before you finish, I don't mind people pulling him back from detention or cocktails. If he reads the rules, and I told him as much, so if anybody wants to pull him back later, that's fine by me.
Yeah, I don't mind if he gets pulled back. It's just that he doesn't seem to understand that we do understand the scientific method. I think that was the other thing he was trying to explain. Yeah, most of us do know that pretty well. So just don't assume. Don't assume we don't have any brains, don't know anything about science, or that we disagree with all science. We just expect evidence to back what they say up. We are not anti-science. It's not the way to see us at all. So come back with a better
he's one of the
attitude.
he's one of a long parade of people who come in here spouting their globe religion, which is clearly a superstitious belief with absolutely zero basis in reality, which we've proven again and again and again tonight and demonstrated and so on. They're the religious ones. They're the superstitious ones. They've been told we're the religious ones. So they actually come in here thinking that. And so but it's interesting, like when they're presented with counterexample after counterexample, where we're sitting there calmly explaining the facts and so on, it just doesn't even compute. Like they are incapable of re-examining their original premises that flat earthers are stupid and ignorant and are only going about this from a religious belief. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Like some people do come about flat earth because the Bible clearly says the earth is flat, and that's perfectly fine. Like those people are valid as well. But it's interesting, like in the live stream for a specific reason, only because, we are going to beat them on their own playing ground, which is this pure intellectual stuff that they claim they're doing, even though they're clearly not, because they're completely caught up in the cult of pseudoscience, while also worshiping themselves and thinking that just because they're able to, put a semi-coherent sentence out, that they actually know what they're talking about, because they've been propped up for years and years and years and told that reciting the science glossary is science. So anyway, it's an interesting phenomenon. So people are patient enough and have the energy that they want to keep talking to Mr. Bob there, feel free. I'm not willing to talk to that dude anymore. But I don't want to say he's hopeless. Damsel medic.
I think he
Maybe you
sounds a
can.
bit like a narcissist that was just too used to using gaslighting and maybe looking for someone that he could gaslight and try to get away with it,
And I'm sure that works for him everywhere else. That's why I wonder, like, why they come to a place where it doesn't work. Why they don't see that. I guess they're just so used to working, they're just assuming that it's working. It doesn't even matter. But this guy last night,
I don't take gaslighting well. I've had too much of that in real life to deal with, and I just don't put up with it. Sorry. And don't tell me you're not insulting when I didn't tell him he was attacking us. It's insulting what he was doing, not attacked. I don't think he even realized how insulting.
He kept doing what he accused you of doing. He was projecting. He was showing so many narcissistic flags. Honestly, same. Tired of dealing with it in real life, so I don't want to deal with that here. I'd rather cockpiss him and talk to somebody better than that. Or to you ladies, because you are far more interesting than somebody who's going to just lie and gaslight.
I'm so glad we had Bob, though, because he's another version of Sai, S-A-I, who we had last night, who Indio hard banned at like 1 or 2 in the morning. Because I actually got frustrated with Sai, and my statement that he was hopeless, right? And then afterward, I kind of felt guilty about that, because I don't really want to say that any person is hopeless, you know what I mean? So I'd just like to apologize to the world and Sai, of course, he's not listening, and just people like that, it's like they're at a certain stage, and getting through to them with logic and reason might be hopeless right now, but that doesn't mean the person is hopeless. Like there's still probably a soul in there somewhere that maybe could be reached at some stage in the future. So I need to make sure I don't do that, because we don't like it when they do that to us, like diagnosis as a person. So his behavior isn't acceptable. And, it's not, a lot of times it seems impossible to get through to these people with logic, but the person themselves, could grow and at some point decide to open their mind to actually using the reason that God gave them, and actually look around to where we actually live and stop, listening to the fairy tales on TV and believing these science fiction soap operas are real. I mean, we used to call that insane. I still do.
Well, I got to interrupt real quick, and I apologize. This is the first time I've ever interrupted a ladies' night, Dandelion. You probably know that. But I have to tell you, ladies, that you do such a good job. It's the only time, Dandelion, or Damsel Medic, or Karma, when you ladies are on here, it's the only time that I can present this channel to that I know it's going to be handled correctly. And don't ever feel bad that you think that you're going too hard on somebody, because the way that men handle the situations are never close. A woman can do things, especially because this is a psychological argument. This guy was proving that it's not about evidence anyway. He admitted that he's trying to attack you or your points in order to boast his ego. And I just have to point out that even if you ladies didn't delve in to the evidence portion of this topic, when I met a lady 7 years ago She said 2 words to me. I first talked to her about a bunch of other things, realized that she was a smart person. She said flat earth to me, and I got quiet, and I didn't ask her to prove anything. I realized right then and there that this intelligent speaking lady had this viewpoint for a reason, and now it was up to me, a man, because I'm a real man, sorry to say, I have to now figure out why. It's not the lady's job now to do that for me. If a lady has an opinion or a belief about something and I'm curious about it, I'm not going to interrogate that woman. That's the last thing I would ever do, and that's a telltale sign that there's something wrong with somebody when they want to, which we get all the time. But just you ladies, just the fact that you're talking about these things, you don't realize how much you are actually doing. These are seeds that you're planting that will be cast into water, that you might not ever see them again, but trust me, they're being planted and they're being nursed, and things are happening beyond your scope, beyond what we're even seeing. It took one lady 7 years ago that I spoke to just for a short period of time, just to say those words. And now here I am 7 years later. I piss off flat earthers at this point. I've delved into the topic so much. So realize that you're doing not only a good job, but it's better than what you think you're doing. And to never be worried about the way you handle yourselves, because trust me, anytime a woman is doing something bad or wrong, just realize a man is doing it worse. Thanks.
Thank you for that. And also, a good man notices this kind of shit. Dumb man will not notice this. And this works in reverse as well. When you have a good, healthy relationship with a good man and a good woman, even platonically, for instance, me and Dre's brother and sister, I trust him. I know him. He's been a researcher type for so long that when he brought me the flat earth thing, I'll be honest, and when I just asked him the basic questions and he just explained to me some basic things, before I saw the proof, I believed it. Then I saw the proof and I knew. But because I know him, I'm like, he wouldn't be saying this and he wouldn't, all of this makes sense. I trust him to have checked that all out. And then he showed me all the stuff and I'm like, yep, this checks out.
I mean, that's basically what we're doing here is, and that's the thing is, I just have to keep reminding myself, we don't really need to get that upset about it. I mean, these people are displaying themselves, the wheat's being separated from the chaff. Some people are able to, understand what's right in front of them and are able to interact with the world, that's right in front of them, and other people are stuck in the shadows in their head. And that's just the way it is. We don't really need to be upset with those people. I really should pity those people. I mean, I pity. I mean, he's definitely missing out. Poor Bob. Yeah. So Yoda is in the lobby typing to me because he did agree with what we were saying. He can't type in the VC voice text because he doesn't have the VC verified role. But if Yoda can say hi to us, then we would be able to give him VC verified role. Are you there, Yoda? If you can't talk right now, that's fine. But if any time you want to, there's people in the check-in, actually, if you'd rather do it there.
I can. Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay, yeah. I just wanted to say hi because it looked like you were in agreement with us.
Oh yeah, I completely agree with what you're saying.
These globe and so on. Are you a person who understands that the globe is a lie?
Yeah. The curvature of the Earth, like it is flat. Like the Earth is.
How'd you come to that understanding?
The what? Sorry, I have really bad
come-
internet. I don't think I can talk right now.
Oh, well, that's all right. I gave you the VC verified role, so you'll be able to come back and talk to us another time.
For sure.
Okay. All right, well, I'm just going to go ahead and end the actual event, and then, people can still hang around here and talk. Ladies don't have to leave or anything, but I'm just going to end the official event, and then we'll just continue on here. And if Drace and those guys decide they want to talk to Bob again, that's fine. I want nothing to do with it, and, Damsel Medic can decide what she wants to do with our friend Bob.
I'll let the guys play with that. because I'm tired of it.
I know, exactly. I'm sure some of those guys probably want to get their hands on Bob, I would guess. I mean, I think some of them actually said that live here in the live stream. I don't know, we should give McJeff a chance to say hello, but only if McJeff's going to talk about himself and maybe his belief in the globe and so on. We don't want to hear you talk about Bob, McJeff. Bob's not even here. Do you want to say hello to us, McJeff, and tell us a little bit about yourself?
What do you want to hear about me?
Do you think you live on a spinning globe?
Well, I'm coming here with an open mind. I'm not going to say one way or another.
Okay, so you're not sure. So, and that's good because, to think that you lived on a globe, you should have been presented with some kind of verifiable, testable, repeatable evidence of curvature or rotation. And we've never met anyone who's actually found any of that. We find people who think they found it, but then when it's examined, it's usually found that it does not meet that criteria for any kind of objective observation. So it's just a science fiction story you were sold on TV. NASA's not even good at their science fiction. I mean, that's the sad part. Like, Hollywood's way better at science fiction. I guess NASA's just trying to save money. If they're billions of dollars, they're bilking from the American taxpayer with some of these jokes, like the Mars rover. I mean, come on. When Roger first made that meme of the Mars rover landing, I had to try to find that. I'm like, because I didn't watch it, I'm like, this is really what they put out and tell people, and they believed. He's like, yeah, that's what they put out there. I mean, this looks like an animation project my children would do in middle school. Such a joke. And it's a joke. I mean, that's the thing. The globe is the joke, the globe is the superstition. I get it that people don't get that right now. Like, joke's on you, and you guys think because you got, whatever, the government, media, industrial, military, complex on your side, that you're somehow big guy on campus. Like, okay, that's fine. You got the chance right now to actually see truth for yourself and stand up for truth. That opportunity won't always be there for you, but it's fine. Do what you want. What were you going to say there, McJeff?
I said I was coming in with an open mind, and seem to instantly be met with criticism, even though I haven't said anything.
I'm sorry, McJeff. I'm sorry. I was trying to. That was supposed to be a more general. That was not ranting.
That's fine.
I don't know you at all, so I'm sorry if you took it personally, McJeff. Oh no, I liked your answer. You're coming in with an open mind. That's great. Maybe one of these other ladies want to give you the basics. I guess I like I said, I'm getting worn out. Do you have any questions about the flat Earth, McJeff? I mean, what keeps you unsure about this Earth?
I have one point which I got asked by a friend when I said I joined the server, and that was how you can see the curvature of the Earth apparently from the top of Everest. What's your opinion on that?
No, you can't actually. The one picture they show of the fisheye lens, that's actually not true. Neil deGrasse Tyson will even confirm that for you. At 120 plus thousand feet, it is still flat, level, no curve, and he'll tell you, the guy on your side, so a hostile witness, actually says no, you cannot see it as far as and as high as Baumgartner jumped. Felix Baumgartner's jump. Did you ever look at that?
No.
Well, you might want to go look up, see how high that was, and you may want to pay real close attention when you watch the video. When the door slides open, the horizon's flat, but then when they switch to outside cameras, because they're using fisheyes, there's a severe curve. So Mexico I think that's where he was flying over, either New Mexico or something, is about the size of a planet, which doesn't make sense.
Right, fair enough.
Also, in VC text, at 12 minutes past the hour, there is a video from the top of Everest that shows that it's flat the whole way around. It's a full circle.
Just as you said, a fisheye lens was used to show the Earth is curved, and it may well have been. Couldn't it also then be argued that the lens used to show the Earth as having no curvature was also curved?
Do you think that's what they say then? Because the fisheye lens is so distorted,
I cannot see.
I've not.
Up. In all fairness, I've not been to the top of Everest. I have flown in a plane. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, if you're really honest, did you actually see any curvature or dropping away of the horizon from your eye level? Probably not.
Well, I saw it fade off, but I don't know how you can objectively see a curve fading away from you anyway.
Well, think about what it would look like if you rise up off a ball. What happens to the horizon? What should happen?
I don't know how to phrase that into words. Do you?
Just that your horizon seems to always meet your eye level no matter how high you go, which is indicative of not a curved surface like a globe dropping away from you.
What
Just
do you
like we don't
mean?
see it on the flat ground, we don't see a dropping away, a drop over
When you,
mileage.
I understand what you mean to an extent, but what do you mean by visually seeing a dropping away of? How do you visualize something or explain that?
I'm trying to think of a different way to explain it. That if you
Yeah,
were
take
over
your
the
time.
surface of a ball or globe, as you went up, the edge drops away from you, so your horizon doesn't stay at the same place. It drops.
Yeah.
Because your elevation gives you a further distance. So there's some good examples. I think somebody just posted one at 4 minutes after the hour.
I see your point, but the way you're trying to get me to visualize it kind of puts in my head a smaller globe or a smaller sphere, which is not what the Earth or the globe is said to be, because the globe would be so massive that
You
it's
think
not
it's
like.
very massive, but do you know what the radius is? Do you know how
I've
far
not
the
looked it
distance
up,
to the
no.
physical horizon should be? Well, at 1 foot observer's height, the distance to the physical horizon on a globe that's supposedly 3959 miles radius is only 1.22 miles.
What's the significance of that?
That's your physical horizon at 1 foot off the surface. That's where it has to be for the size of globe they claim it to be.
So you're saying every however many miles you lose a foot of
8
horizon?
inches per mile squared is the drop rate for the globe size they have.
What about it?
That's how much is dropping away from you. So we
Yes.
can see much further than we should be able to because there's no physical horizon that matches consistently all the time, every observation with
but
that distance.
isn't that expected? You don't look into the horizon and just see flat, dead flat. I mean, look at
No, but if
the
you go to
gifts
water where it's
sent in.
measured, yeah, so we can
Yeah.
do a lot of measurements over water where we can be consistently sure that it's going to be flat and level. And then we use distance markers such as the black swan argument, which uses oil platforms to known distances, and the horizon is being seen so far away, it doesn't even come close to what your claimed globe measurement radius has to be for a
Right.
physical
So
horizon.
are they looking at an object on the horizon, maybe an oil rig? Because obviously
Yeah.
that would be raised quite far off the sea level.
Right. There are things that are being seen far in the distance, like cities, mountains, horizons beyond, platforms that measure a certain distance.
But
So in the voice chat, if you look, there's something called the black swan. You can see the oil platforms. I think somebody posted it at.
as you said, however many miles it was again, for how many inches it was off the ground, when you say these objects you can see on the horizon are so tall anyway, it also shows that the being able to see something on the horizon, if it's like directly on the ground, you won't be able to see that, would you?
Again, it depends on the angular size and your angular resolution of your eye, if that's what you're asking. You can't see small items very, very distant, of course, because of angular size.
Wait, what do you mean by angular size? What's that?
How big the eye object is. Say if I have a pencil and I move it 2 miles away, you can't see it, but if I have a mountain that's a mile high, you could.
That's just the resolution of the eye, I assume.
Yep,
That's not
which
to do with
affects how far you
curvature.
can see as well as the Atmos density.
Okay. If we move on slightly to why can't you see all the way across an entire landmass into the distance? What's the
That's
reasoning
just what I
behind that?
covered. I actually just dropped you the hint right there. I said Atmos density. So again, whatever particulate and moisture is going to be limiting your vision, and angular size and angular resolution of your eye. The ability of the eye to see only so far is a known distance, so a known factor in this. So depending on how big the object is that you're looking at and how far away it is, you might be able to see it, depending again on how foggy it is, how much pollution's in the air, how much moisture's in the air. So there is no unending vision unless you're in a total, no atmosphere, none.
So theoretically, if the flat Earth or the Earth was in a void rather than an atmosphere, you would be able to see indefinitely.
You could see a lot further, again, depending on the angular size of what you're trying to see.
Yeah, I'm not expecting you to be able to see a pencil from 50 kilometers away.
Hang on, did you say you're not expecting to see curvature in 50 kilometers?
No, he said he thinks he could see a pencil from 50 kilometers.
That is
But I'm
not
here
what
to
I
remind
said.
you, bro. You got you eyes. Okay, I'll stand correct.
I said I wouldn't expect you to see a pencil because it's too small from 50 kilometers away.
Would you see curvature?
I'm not sure.
So that's what you have to find out. If be a globe, there's measurements that would show or measure curvature. If be a globe with the radius, right? Yes
You
or
couldn't
no?
see a pencil from 50 meters.
Bro, I'm sorry I got what you said wrong. I would just ask you to pull up an Earth curve calculator from your favorite search engine and just kind of play around with that. There's different variables that you can punch in and it does all the math for you. And the best part about it is that it wasn't created by flat earthers. It was actually created by globe earthers. Well, I mean, is there any flat earthers that have made an Earth curve calculator? I doubt they'd be at the top of Google's list.
The thing is, he doesn't even know that there's an Earth curve calculator. He doesn't even know it exists. He doesn't know what the radius is, what you would expect to find on if be a globe. Am I right?
You are correct, which is why I'm here.
Yeah, so at 10 miles, it's of curvature.
You phased out. Say that again. 10 miles. At 10 miles was how much curvature? Physical curvature?
Isn't it 66 is predicted at 10 miles, 66 feet?
That's right. That's a physical curvature. That's right.
It's exponential, obviously. The further away, the more it drops. At 100 miles, it's about 6,666 feet.
It's a lot of sixes there.
I pulled
that
up.
would mean that much extra railroad would need to be used. An extra mile every 100 miles. Same thing with undersea cables. There would be a mile every 1,000. What about in 10,000 miles?
Isn't that reasonable to assume over such a large distance?
That you're going across the sea floor, which is horizontal. By the way, that's almost 70% of your globe is flat oceans. The rest is 30% of the land above seawater. Oh, of that land above sea level, 10% of that are plains also, like salt flats. So you only have 20% left to make up your entire curvature.
Yeah, McJeff, like if you're really trying to
good luck.
Hey McJeff, if you're really trying to get into this whole discussion, the best tools to start with is like understand I know someone was talking to you about angular resolution of the eye, like why we can't see forever. That's like a good thing to look into because to be honest, I've been looking into this since 2015, and I didn't have all those key like factors at the beginning, and a lot of the arguments that flat earthers were saying didn't make sense to me until I understood what like how angular resolution, how objects at a distance decrease in size, and you can't see. Dude, I used to think you were able to see forever. Like I literally believe that, right? And once you figure out how like the human eye works or optics, because everything is pretty much like everything that takes a picture works pretty similar like an eyeball. Different resolutions, all that. Once you have that figured out, then look into the curve calculator, how Hank Hill is talking about, because then you start to understand that there's certain objects on Earth. You could do markers like you could be standing on one location and then go like 20, 30 miles to a different location of a known marker, and you can determine if like let's say like a building at 10 miles and the building is exactly like 50 feet. Well, if you knew the math and you knew how to do that, you would be able to observe this building from that location and be like, wait, why am I seeing the whole building, or why is some of the building missing? Like you'd be able to actually deduce like if this observation correlates with either a globe Earth or a flat Earth. And that's where people start jumping on different ships, like, oh, it could be flat, or when you start to actually see these observations, because these are like real life observations that someone can go and test out. I don't have to believe someone that like claims they've been to space. I don't have to trust anyone. These are things that we can actually test ourselves, and it's more down to earth and more grounding, in my opinion, to like figure something out for yourself. Of course, we don't have the ability to do that with everything. I'm not gonna lie. I do trust some things that people say I have to. I mean, there's no choice, right? But there are certain things that I choose not to. I kind of pick and choose with it. But at the end of the day, like I said, what really grounds your belief in something is when it stops becoming a belief and you start to know something.
Right, I understand your
Hey,
point.
do you mind if I interject about this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so we call these phenomenons, and basically he's correct.
Hold on. I got to introduce you, Swaffle. We got to introduce you as Bob so people know you're Bob. All right.
Yeah, that's
so you're
fine.
on
I
your
can even
other
change my
account.
name.
Said it was fine. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure everybody knows. So yeah, we're not going to rehash your Bob experience, but Schwaffle is Bob 2.0. So just so everybody knows. Okay, there you go. Go ahead, Schwaffle.
Change my name for you guys. Yeah, so we call this a phenomenon, and you're completely correct. It's an observable fact or event that we can't certainly explain at first, or that conflicts with other information. And then over time, we come up with a theory that we can prove, or using the scientific method, explain what's happening. So a good example of this would be the aurora effect. There's even natural phenomenons that happen, like lightning or...
So you're invoking refraction to explain away impossible observations on the ball you believe in?
I'm confused. Are
He
we switching the
didn't say
topics?
that.
Are we talking about
Well,
the
he didn't
topic of
say that. What
refraction?
he said was that what I heard him say was something about like there's certain phenomena that we can observe, and then we use the scientific method to or make a theory onto why it
Explain
occurs,
what's
right?
happening. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. But like when it comes to like doing measurements like of the surface of the Earth, like that's you can't really do the scientific method with that, right? Like because oh, I'm very sorry, I'm getting a FaceTime call from my parents. Can someone take over? I'll be back in like 15 minutes.
Yeah, I get what you're putting down. It's just geometry, bud. It's not science.
Oh, but you brought up refraction, like you heard what I said last time, so I'm confused.
Yeah, I heard where you were going with it last time.
Okay,
so
okay.
it's
Okay, sorry.
Geometric question, not really a scientific question. The shape of the Earth, right? So,
I mean, when it comes to the universe and how everything plays, as in there's chaotic principles, deterministic laws, natural laws, there's other factors coinciding with other things to explain stuff. So if you work on just the factual term alone of the scientific evidence and the geometry of the curvature, you'd be technically correct. We could not be able to see that building, but using other factors and other reasons like air, refraction, light, and how like everything coincides together, it explains why you can see that building.
other factors. Okay, so when have you physically demonstrated refraction allowing you to see any distance further than you should be able to over a geometric physical obstacle?
I'm not sure if it explains why I'm able to see so far away, but it explains why the height of the building seems different than it actually is compared to the curvature of the Earth. Now I can demonstrate refraction by just shining a light through water, or I'm sure there's 100 examples. We can even shine a...
No, sorry. You're invoking a very specific form of refraction. where you're
Okay.
saying that it's enabling you to see, I don't know, 10, 20 times, 30 times the distance that you should be able to, given your line of sight, right?
No, I never said that.
Well, that is what you're trying to do, right? You're trying to explain
Oh.
away the black swan or these
Hey,
observations.
I said I'm on this. I said I'm on the spectrum. If that's a possibility, as in our line of sight should not be able to see that. Like, I guess,
Yeah.
like I can't. I don't have infinite vision. I'm not sure if that's what you're trying to say.
Right. Well, you're saying that we're able to see. Well, earlier you were invoking refraction about the black swan or any of those long distance observations that we shouldn't be able to make on a ball, right?
Well, they were saying that based on the curvature, there'd be something obstructing the view. They weren't talking about the distance and our line of sight. So I don't have infinite vision. So by
Right.
your basis, if it was a flat plane and we still had the same meter distance, and based on what we know about our line of sight and how we don't have infinite vision, if I can still see that object, obviously it's a shorter distance than what I measured.
It is a flat plane empirically and measurably. Do you have anything to counter that?
What I'm saying is, even if the
He
Earth
said
was
it's a
curved,
shorter distance. What do you mean by that? Is a shorter distance?
what I'm saying is, even if the Earth was curved and it was the same meter difference, there would be no difference. I should still not be able to see that object because I don't have infinite vision.
Wrong.
No, the problem is you shouldn't be able to see the horizon where it is in the black swan for one at all if it's a ball.
Especially not the islands that are 30 miles. That would make the Earth's radius.
Okay, so
2
now I'm
million
confused.
miles. Now you're interrupting me.
Oh, sorry.
So the islands behind the black swan, behind the oil rigs, and that image alone, with the island being 30 miles away, would make Earth's radius 2 million miles. That's only the radius.
Yeah.
4 million mile diameter. How far out would the moon be? It would be millions of miles, like 100 million miles.
Yeah. How far are we supposed to push these globe goalposts?
Yeah, so your whole entire thing with just the black swan image is completely blown out of the water. We'd like to hear a recourse if you have some kind of recourse, in opposition to what we're saying. We'd surely like to come to a resolution. We've found nothing yet. So
Sure. So I'm just trying to clarify what.
Go ahead.
I'm just trying to clarify what the last guy said so I can better understand. I know you asked a different point to re-clarify, so we'll get to that in a second. But just so I can still remember, my last point was when we're talking about line of vision, so how far I could see away, I don't have infinite vision. So what I got from your explanation was even if the Earth was curved, the fact that this object is so far away,
That's
I should
irrelevant.
not. Okay, so I guess I was wrong.
Yeah, because it's not about your angular resolution. We can obviously see the distance that we're seeing, right? It's about the geometric constraints of the globe that we are seeing beyond.
Yeah, that's a red herring. What you're trying to bring up, we're not going to allow it.
That's fine. So I guess we can just move past the point. So you're trying to say again what I've already proven wrong
You're
before,
saying that
which is
you're saying that I can't see forever, but that's not the thing. The problem is that we're already
that's what I
seeing
got from
too
what you
far.
said.
No,
Yeah,
you're
it's a
saying we
straw
can't
man.
see forever, but that's not
What I'm
it.
trying to get at is what you're trying to say is we can't see that far.
No, we're already seeing too far is the point. So no, of course we can't see forever, but that's irrelevant. We're already seeing too far for it to be a ball.
Okay, so let's try this again to re-clarify. Are you trying to explain? Wait, I'm just having a misunderstanding. We can have a discussion here. So are you trying to explain to me that the building is too far away, so therefore I should not be able to see it?
The building, it depends on the specific observation. I'm more so referring to like the black swan, but any of these long distance
I've never heard
observations.
about the black swan.
Yeah, any of these long distance observations that are impossible on the ball, I'm just saying, well, they're impossible on the ball. We're seeing too far.
Are you saying they're impossible because there's an obstruction in the way based on the curvature?
Yeah, the curvature is the obstruction. They're geometrically impossible.
So I've already explained that through refraction. I can
No,
re-explain
you
it if you
didn't.
want.
No, well, you gave a story.
I didn't give a story. I explained refraction because the way you set up the conversation as of right now.
Middleman, I can prove you wrong by asking you simply, what happens to different wavelengths of light when they get refracted?
So, from my understanding of refraction, is when they change speed or when they go through that different medium, they change direction. So when they get refracted
That's not
from
my
a different
question. Do you want me
it is
to-
your question.
Do you want, no,
So
it's not my
it changes
question.
direction. Yeah, it changes direction.
Listen to my question. What happens to different wavelengths of light when it gets refracted?
They change direction.
Yeah, but do they all change the same direction at the same uniform speed? Same angle?
Are you just trying to test me about what I know about refraction definition? I have it right here.
Yeah, I'm trying to show you how you're wrong, and your excuse doesn't actually work.
Are you trying to explain to me how my refraction doesn't apply to your empirical example, or are you trying to explain to me how I know nothing about refraction?
I'm trying to show you that when collimated like sunlight or white light gets refracted, there are chromatic aberrations that we can detect in the images. We don't see those chromatic aberrations, therefore your excuse isn't actually present in the images.
Wait, so you do agree with refraction though, right? In some
We
certain
explained to you
aspect.
what refraction was earlier.
No, I already explained myself.
No, you didn't explain it.
Earlier, and you didn't know that when
That's fine. We can
light-
bring up the definition again if you guys
didn't
want.
know about Snell's law earlier, and we had to teach you that.
No, that's fine. I didn't know what
then
Snell's law
you
was,
didn't
and then I
know
looked
that
it up.
The angle of incidence is crucial when it comes to refraction, because when you have a zero angle of incidence, it doesn't actually refract, even though it's going through a boundary into a more dense medium. You didn't even know any of this. And
So
you're trying to teach
when
us about refraction?
I'm not trying to teach you. I'm trying to explain what's happening based on my knowledge alone, and
You're
we can
explaining something with your limited understanding, showing you that you don't understand what you're trying to explain.
So you were trying to just get at me, trying to test my knowledge, and I was proving you wrong. So we can keep going for it. I can explain what happened before.
Repeatedly.
So when I
gaslight and lie to the audience, or I will ban you.
I'm not trying to lie to anybody. So we can bring up Snell's law and what it proves. We can talk about angle of incidence and how there actually isn't zero when it's going through these densities. There is an angle of incidence happening.
Those are cool stories, Bob, but I want to ask you, did Alberuni account for refraction in the way that you're saying that you have to measure the distance to the horizon?
You talked way too fast. You're going to have to slow down right there, please.
So your globe priests who are supposed to this radius, did they account for refraction in the way that you're saying that you have to?
Did my priests count for refraction?
Alberoni, Bob, the guy that first measured the Earth curvature, right, looking at the horizon, right? Did he account for the refraction that was found out in 2016, Bob?
I'm not sure. I'd have to look into it.
Well, the answer is no.
Right.
So by even invoking this, you're throwing your globe under the bus anyway. It never could have been measured if it has to be done the way that you're saying that it has to be done. Because
Are we switching goalposts now? Are we talking about refraction?
That's what you're
how it
trying to
applies
do.
in
But
certain situations?
any which way you
Or
want
should
to
I
go
explain?
with this, with refraction, you've already doomed the globe. Because now
you guys have brought this up before. You guys try to tell me to prove curvature of the Earth, and now you're saying it a different way. You're saying because of refraction, you don't even know if the curvature is correct.
Bob,
so now are we changing
wait a
goalposts?
second. Right, Bob. Right,
because we can talk about a different topic now.
Bob, you're admitting you can't experience it. You're now telling us why we can't see Earth curvature. Thanks for the concession.
I never admitted that I can't experience it.
Well, you are. That's what you're doing. By invoking refraction, essentially what you're saying is that the Earth curve horizon is invisible. So how did Alberuni or any of those guys who you believe measured the distance to it, how did they ever do that?
What I'm saying is I'm not admitting that that's
you are. You just don't know it. It's a concession, but you don't realize it.
Guys, in a discussion,
measure the Earth curvature is by doing something that people who claim that they measured the Earth curvature never did. So bye-bye.
So I'm trying to explain every point, and we can even look into it and have a discussion on a different topic if you'd like.
No, it's already Bob. It's already dependent, Bob. You don't have a claim. It's already dependent on line of sight. That's why in the military, when we use forward-looking,
that's what I'm saying. We can talk about that now if you'd like.
Bob, stop. Just stop for a second and listen. I know you're new to these things. That's what all globers are. So the fact is, when we're using forward-looking infrared systems or radar, even any sort of refraction is still based on line of sight. That means the target that's being refracted has to be in a straight line from the receiver or operator or my eyeball. There's no such thing as refraction magically making... First of all, you're saying something that's bending is making it look flat, which just shows the desperation of your psychotic outer space religion. There's no such thing. You're still conceding to a flat surface. Refraction is dependent on a flat surface, Bob. Thanks.
Okay, so 2 points here. So one being, we're obviously switching the topic to proving curvature without the idea of looking at line of sight and refraction having an effect and destroying your evidence.
Refraction is dependent on line of sight. You have to find any citation otherwise, please. Best of luck.
Okay, so now we're switching again because
no, you don't have a claim. When I talk to refraction again, this is why Dre says you're gonna have to ban this guy eventually. He's a psychopath.
What are you guys talking about? I have 5 people attacking me. I'm answering every point as
Refraction
honestly as
is
possible.
dependent
If there's
on
something I don't
line of
understand, we
sight.
can look
Bob,
into it.
refraction is dependent on a flat surface, line of sight. I have to have nothing in between me and the item that's being refracted of any way, shape, or form. It's required that I have line of sight to the object. If there's any refraction, that's also dependent on not a magical ball in outer space, Bob. That's the point. Do you have a claim otherwise?
Okay, so now we're going to talk about refraction line of sight.
You're
Want to talk about that now?
So you're hiding from your own claim, Bob. That's the point. You don't.
I'm
have
not.
it,
I'm
so
trying to
you've
get the
already conceded.
topic. So last time I
Bob,
came here,
you
somebody
just
wanted.
started talking about right, Bob. This is a new topic to you. You've never researched it until you found out there was people that believed in a flat Earth, right? That's your concession. So you never knew about it. Nobody ever talked about it because we didn't know we weren't supposed to be seeing this far, Bob. That's the point. Nobody's ever accounted for refraction. Battleships shoot at each other 15, 20 miles away, bro. The Hood was sunk 1942, 70 years ago, based on a 15-mile direct line of sight shot. The Hood from the Bismarck, bro. That's what we study these things in the military. You don't have a claim, Bob. Refraction requires a flat surface. That's the reality.
Okay, so I see what you guys are saying. That curvature. Yeah, I'm trying to. I mean, I have 5 people interrupting me, and this guy keeps interrupting me every time I try to explain. So I've seen the
I've
topic.
been listening
You're saying
to your
that.
lies for 2 hours.
So you're
Bob.
saying
I've
that
been
it's
listening to your
impossible for
stupidity 2
refraction to
hours.
happen. So you're saying it's impossible for refraction to happen on a curvature
Red
plane.
herring.
In
Get the red
order,
herring, we're
listen,
not
Sonny,
allowing
watch
it.
this. Sonny, watch this. In order for me to see refraction, I have to have a clear line of sight from myself, the refracted object. That's the point. It only works on a flat surface, Bob. Do you have an example otherwise?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
So
Let
that
me know.
actually
Best
isn't.
of luck.
So that actually isn't how it works. So I
Oh,
can
so
even
you
bring
just
up.
ran away from so you
so
just
he
said
says
yeah,
the
sure.
premise
Now
of
you're scared to
shit
death.
works.
Bro, you're
No, I'm
just
saying
trying
yeah,
to
sure, we can
justify.
talk about that.
Bob, there's other ways to justify your evolution religion. Why do you got to come to a bunch of skeptics and lie to us for 3 hours? Don't you have anything better to do?
Anything about?
I
you don't know
have
anything
four.
about
Bob,
refraction.
Bob,
You don't
listen,
even
Guys,
Bob, I know
every
Bob,
time
stop,
every
Bob,
time I
stop, Bob,
talk, I'm
stop.
being
I've been listening
interrupted
for 3
for
hours, Bob.
2
Listen,
seconds,
Bob,
man. Come
Bob,
on, dude.
listen. Moderators, help me
This
out here.
isn't
I'll
how a
leave the
social
conversation. Bob,
discussion
stop.
happens. You have to
Bob,
have a
stop. You've
discussion,
been
man.
lying for 3
Both ways,
hours,
bro.
bro, through your teeth. So I'm gonna say this last thing. I'm gonna leave the conversation so Drace and Sonny can take over because I know you're not liking how this is working. That's fine, but that's the point, Bob. You don't have a claim. There's no such thing. This is something you studied to hide from reality, bro. I know it sucks. You believe in evolution. You think you come from magical pond scum, monkeys on a ball. You got lied to, bruh. And this little group of skeptics is making you look stupid, bro. So you're only proving our point that people believe in this magical outer space fantasy turn into retards. It literally destroys your ability to think. So I'll concede that you are hopeless, and I'll just let them prove it. Thanks.
Yeah. So
Okay, so
I've
hopefully I can talk now without being interrupted for the last 20 seconds.
No, don't start waffling, please. I already showed you Snell's law. Here it is again. There is zero refraction when the angle of incidence is at 90 degrees to the boundary. There's also chromatic aberration that happens when you have collimated light, that when it gets refracted, the different wavelengths split up and you see rainbow patterns. I would like you to address these things because these things contradict your claim.
Yeah, and if he keeps weaseling away from answering, then repercussions will follow.
So
I think we need to let him talk.
Not sure which
for a
topic
little
we're
while.
talking about now again.
Yeah. You go ahead,
So-
bro. Just address what he just said.
Sure. So I'm trying to address what the last guy said, and then when I was doing that before, I was trying to address what the other guy said before that. So hopefully now I could actually speak without being
you're
interrupted for at least 20
concerned,
seconds.
Move on.
So when he was talking about light,
what I asked you to address. So please, next time when you start speaking, address what I was talking about. I'm talking about Snell's law, and when the angle of incidence is 90 degrees to the boundary, there is zero refraction and chromatic aberration. Can you try to address that instead of waffling about something
Yeah,
else?
and here's the thing. If you want to continue going into concern trolling about what happened before, you're going to be banned. You're just going to be kicked. So your choice, either answer Drace's question or get kicked. Your choice. Would you like to ask it again, Drace?
I'm not sure what to answer here, how to answer it, because every time I talk, I'm either being interrupted or muted or
No,
threatened to
you're
get banned.
doing it again.
Rude.
Why is there no chromatic aberration in the long-range images? And how do you explain that you don't have any boundary layers, nor the angle of incidence required to refract anything?
Looks like Bob dipped on his own. No, he's still there. Okay.
No, I'm still here. I just every time I try to answer something, it just doesn't seem to work out.
But
You never answer any questions. That's the issue.
I even admitted before that if I don't understand something or it's potentially disproving me, that we can look into it. You
No,
brought up
then
Snell's.
address the things being said instead of talking about everything else. Cat got your tongue?
Nope, just talk. I can't even get past 20 seconds, so it's a shame, really.
See, you can't. You just repeat yourself because you cannot address the point.
I'm not sure if you're trying to fool me as if I'm not here for the past
No
5
one's
minutes.
trying to fool you. I'm trying to show
this is
you that
again
you do not have
10
the
seconds,
conditions
and I'm being
required
interrupted
to
again.
refract any light around any globes, nor do the effects of refraction show up in any long-range images.
I'm not sure if you want like a yes or no question.
Your delusional ad hoc excuse is not enough here.
So my problem is, last time you brought this up, and you did bring it up 10 minutes ago.
You didn't address it, yeah?
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Talking about how the fucking conversation was being moderated or whatever. We're not putting up with it. Either move on or you're just going to be permanently muted. It's your choice, man.
So are you going to attempt to even address it, or are you just going to sit there in silence or waffle on about the conversation?
No, we can just move on. Because clearly we're at a standpoint now, right?
No, we're still waiting for you to answer the question that was asked.
Apparently I can't answer through my perspective and my opinions because...
that's not true, bro. The reason I muted you
now
is
you're
because
just
you
lying
continue
again.
talking about how the conversation
I'm willing to move on,
going,
though. We can just move
and
on.
You're fucking interrupting me.
Okay.
That's why, bro. That's why you're being muted, because you're rude. You're an asshole. You've shown that to the ladies, and we all heard it. So now you're trying to do the same thing here. What do you think you have, cloaking or something? Listen, bro. Stick to the topic. If you start talking about how the conversation was going and how displeased you are with it, you're going to be muted. It's stupid. It's against the TOS. We don't allow it here. So you can continue on. Answer the question asked.
Okay. Hello? Are we all good here? Okay, so I'm going to say no to that. That's wrong. Here's my reason why. This is again about angle of incidence. That when an angle of incidence happens, it's from the normal interface. So when light's traveling at a straight line, to when it's in its first medium, it hits the second medium, and let's say it bends down as light bends, called
It
refraction.
doesn't bend down, as proven by Snell's
Come
law.
on,
Now you're
man.
just lying
20
to the
seconds,
audience.
dude.
Stop lying to the audience. I showed you
Oh my
Snell's law
god.
earlier. You said you looked at it, so why are you lying to the
See,
audience?
you just want an answer of yes, you're right. Like, I don't know, like, what
No,
I can
I
do to
want
you,
you
man.
to not lie to the audience and address
I'm
the
not. I'm
issue
trying to
with your argument.
Okay, so angle of incidence is the angle from the first medium to the second in which light bends. That angle from the light going straight and bending down, the bending motion between straight and bent, that's the angle of incidence. The angle between the normal and the incident ray. So the refraction part is angle of refraction between normal and interface of refracted ray.
You're still missing the point.
So when you bring up angle of incidence in Snell's law, this just proves that I'm correct because...
No, it proves you're wrong because you
Oh,
do
God.
not have the angle of incidence required to refract any rays. When the ray hits directly onto the boundary at a 90-degree angle, it is not refracted, you numpty dumb shit motherfucker.
So what's happening is it's not bent.
Yeah, it is. It bends down. It never
Yeah.
bends up.
Yeah. So how does it bend up if the
It
light?
bends up. It's called miraging.
So listen, if the light, look, on a curved surface, you have an apex, the sagittarius. Everything beyond that geometric horizon on a ball is dropping in elevation, right? So where is the light hitting? If the sun is off in front of us and we're looking over, let's say, the ocean, where is the light hitting the surface of this supposed globe? It's below the line of sight, right? Yeah. So what angle is the light being refracted? Is it going up? Because if it is going up, it's going up into the air, and you would never see it because it's below your elevation, below a physical geometric horizon. It's ridiculous. He has no idea what refraction is. But he wants to keep going blah, blah, blah with his religious indoctrination. Doctrinal reading is what it is. It's like, it's religious chants from the globe side.
So what he's trying to do, really, right? He's trying to explain why it looks flat, right? And we kind of need a little more than an explanation, right? Because any village idiot can give an explanation of why they should see, an object on the other side of a 60-foot, earth curve, right? Any village idiot it doesn't have to be, a specialist at a college, right? Anybody can explain, right? But if you want to demonstrate rather than explain, that's different, right? Because we can look at your demonstrations, right? But your explanations are, a little more than poetry, right? With, fancy science words sprinkled in. Because there's no cowbell. You didn't modify the cause and see the effect. This isn't science, right? We're taking measurements. And you're saying this is happening, and we're saying, yeah, but how much, really, honestly? Through one medium, through a slightly, 4 or 5 degrees different temperature? How much of that is actually happening? And you're saying, well, it's just enough to make it look flat. And really, the argument's kind of bust at that point because all you have is words. Am I still on?
Yep, here still. Got it.
So we can demonstrate, the false horizon making things disappear from the bottom up due to refraction, right? We can demonstrate that all day long with, not all day long, but yeah, we can demonstrate it with Skunk Bay time lapse. So we need you guys to demonstrate the opposite. If you guys could just demonstrate what you guys are talking about, that'd be great. And because it gets colder, and then what? The further out into the ocean, it gets colder, and then colder, and then colder. I don't think that's how the ocean works, right?
Yeah, they need a
Maybe if you go
vertical.
deeper.
They need this vertical stacking, like coming as it's coming towards us. It needs to be continually getting denser and denser and denser. This is not how air works. That should be taught at the school. Like, don't listen to these people telling you refraction. It's an excuse for why there's no curvature.
What I want to know is how do they even know that refraction is there in the first place? And then it's not just your eyes seeing things as they are. How do they actually even know it's there?
I know.
So dumb.
That's really funny. When you put it like that, you know, yeah, we're not moving. How do you know it? Do you feel yourself moving? Do you know when every other surface is flat? And you know, yes, pretty much. So you can measure that. Funny, the Earth looks just like every other flat surface and behaves the same too. Who would have thunk?
Can you imagine reporting to your captain? I was shooting at the refracted enemy, sir, but they're just too damn refracted. Couldn't hit my targets. Those damn refracted soldiers.
Yep. So I want one single glober to explain to me how on a surface that is pointing away from the viewer and is below the elevation or altitude of the viewer, how is that light refracting up and then back down? Because if it's reflecting off the water, the angle that it would be bouncing off of would be up into air, into the sky. Just like if Earth was curved and if we were spinning backwards while I'm looking west, watching a sunset, you would have light pointing upward into windows. As the sun went down, you would see the wall being lit from the bottom up. The light would be coming up to the ceiling, not the other way around, as we always see. West-facing windows, it gets dark from the top down.
Yeah, so I think it should just be pointed out here that Bob still hasn't brought any proof of curvature or rotation. In fact, earlier he said he didn't even want to claim that he lived on a spinning globe, and yet he's going into all this stuff that he's clearly not equipped to handle. So I don't know if there's any other contenders here that want to defend their globe model. Bob kind of struck out there.
Yeah, Bob's a sophist. Lots of words, no proof.
Proton's a globe believer, but I don't know if he wants to talk. Proton.
Who is?
Proton up the top there.
Proton?
Less than Proton.
Oh, yeah. VC verified.
Yeah, he talked earlier.
Oh, he did? Oh, okay. I won't
I mean, he didn't say a lot. He said hello to us on Ladies' Night. We didn't really get into the globe with him. Oh, and there's Globe Earth, but yeah, not recommended. But you guys could try it if you want. He doesn't have any proof either, as you know.
Yeah, I never saw anybody that would take all the evidence that's being presented and say, I don't know enough about that, but then present other evidence claiming they know all about that when it was shown to the whole entire audience. Didn't know anything about the topic he was discussing.
Yeah, he knew all about Snow's law.
I thought Drace had to post it for him. I don't think he had Snell's law. He was reading it after Drace. Am I wrong about that?
No, not Snell's law. Snow's law.
Oh, Snow's. Forgive my ignorance.
Does that have anything to do with the Earth measuring flat? I'm just checking.
You ever heard of Snow's
Well, you see,
law?
the reason the Earth's measuring flat is because, light kind of waves around. And there's a little bit of heat waves sometimes, and that can make the sun look set when it's not set, and make it, look all over the place. Like you can see stuff that isn't really there. Really,
It's a magical world.
I swear it. You can see stuff that isn't really there. It's on the other side of the hill. You can't really see it, but it looks like it's there.
Are you guys talking about Bob User, by the way? I've been in VC checking the whole time.
Yeah, I was being facetious a little
No,
bit.
I know you.
there,
I know you
know.
were, because I've kind of been on the sidelines back and forth between. I've just heard of the results of his behavior here, so interesting.
It's pretty sad. Kind of a rude a-hole type character with the ladies, just continually being.
Yeah, that's what I heard, and I was like, all right, well, I'm not going down there. Shit.
Yeah, and then
the one thing I can't stand.
and then just ignoring when it's pointed out, and then continuing to do the same thing.
Right.
Amazing.
Yeah, he was pretty insulting.
See, the ladies can handle it. It's not that. I can't stand it when they're not respectful to ladies.
I can't stand that either. But I believe the ladies handle themselves very good tonight.
Yeah,
they always do.
They do quite a good job. Very good, very good. Top notch, our flat Earth ladies.
Top shelf, top tier.
That's right.
Grade A.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, I thought everyone did a great job tonight. It was Dan Semitic, everybody that was Arma.
Hey, I got a quick question.
We've got some ladies coming in. Mrs. Gets it in Flat Earth Goddess, even though we officially ended it, because for now, if you ladies had been here an hour ago, you could have been the tag team second shift.
Just start it up again. Just do it 4 more hours.
Hello. Can I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
Have we or do we ever get any female ballers in here?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a good question. We used to have Twitwit that came in sometimes. She came to Ladies' Night. She never really wanted to talk about the Globe. She was just kind of an appearance.
Because
she's from the server, and then I've heard there's other lady over there. Somebody said they were going to invite them, but we haven't. Oh, there was one last week that was like not a hardcore Glober, but she believed she was on a Globe. So more often we just get like your random person who thinks that just because they've been told. Like there's not a lot of women who spend a lot of time arguing for the Globe.
Yeah, I had just never thought of it before, because it's basically rare to get a female in here, but when it is a female, it's usually a female flat earther or somebody that's like on the fence or whatever, looking into it. But I never ever heard like a quote unquote baller like just like to debate that it is a ball. Most of them are like on the fence and open to it. I mean, somebody who's like, it's a ball and this is why. I've never heard a female baller before, and I just wondered if I just missed it, or has there been one? Like you said, there was one, but then she didn't say anything. But has there been one that actually was like, trying to debate the ball side from the from a female?
I don't think I've ever seen a serious one. I don't know if anybody else has, but I don't feel like I've ever encountered like somebody who is like really in the argument, for argument's sake or whatever, not just because they saw it on TV or whatever.
Witsit and Kai debated a male and female once.
So there was
heard about that.
obnoxious female.
Was that person serious? Like, did she have real arguments?
No.
Yeah, there's one in Panasar where she's from New Zealand or Australian, I can't tell. But that woman, all she ever does is attack the person, so I can't really say I've ever heard one argue for the Globe either.
Yeah,
straight ad hom.
Male and female, it doesn't matter. They always go after the person instead of the information, right?
On that thing you just said with the guy and the girl, so it was the guy who was basically just doing the talking the whole time.
Yeah, she got some lines in some space. Yeah, but yeah, you're right.
Wow, right.
Yeah, I remember seeing that debate. It was like the girl was actually somewhat receptive to what Whitson she was actually kind of listening, where the other guy was just like he wasn't even listening or giving him the time of day.
Right.
It was awful.
The only time I've kind of seen like a baller argument from a female is that Sleeping Warrior video where he was debating two like college students or whatever he was doing like some on the street flat smacking or whatever, and then we got into a conversation with this guy and this girl who were like, in college and all that kind of stuff. And that was the only time I've really only seen like an authentic female, art type of argument against the arguments.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, it's funny. I've never, in that vein, I've never seen a female Glober freak out like any of the males have.
Right. Yep. They're usually more
Like, not even
open
close.
to it. Like, okay, so even I used to listen, I don't so much anymore, but I used to listen to like all Mark Sargent's like interviews when he would go on these like radio stations or whatever. And usually on the radio station, there'd be like a host and a co-host, and one would be a guy, one would be a girl. And it always seemed, even in listening to those interviews, that they were the female was either more open to it and kind of like neutral, like playing both sides, or they were just like saying, like making fun of it, like saying, like they were there for comic relief, so they were like just making jokes about it the whole time, but not really making any points, just like making, like, yeah, like you said, like ad homs or jokes.
Yeah, for sure. I just mean kind of like what has been considered like gamma freakouts, like guys who aren't alpha and they're just, taking their stuff out on people all over the place. Like, I've never seen a female do that ever, like raise their voice to the point where they're yelling and calling names and shit. I've never seen it. Never.
This might be inappropriate to say, but the only now that I had to think about it for a second, the only female like baller, and I would even go as far as to say anti-flat earther that I've ever heard is not actually a female.
Oh, right. I hear you.
You talking about dog bones and clocks? You talking about Splenda?
Yeah, Shoe.
You talking about Brandon?
Phenomenon Shoe. Yeah.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah. That's the closest thing to a female baller. That's the closest thing.
And then like calls names and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Huh.
Well, and I think that's why Ladies' Night is so popular. In my opinion, is it's like it's just easier to talk to girls. I think guys are fucking. I don't know.
So we need to put out a public service announcement to all the female flat earthers. The easiest way to get some female Globers on here is flat earth females. Y'all got friends. I know they're not all flat earthers. So find one of your friends and talk them into one that's confident and doesn't have that's cool with it, but like lure them in and get them on here.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. I think it's going to happen how it happens. What's that? Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I just have to jump in on that. They see the thing is that, and I don't know. I'm not gonna say women versus men type thing, but I think the thing with the women thing is like I've invited plenty of chicks. Like I'll make posts on my Facebook, and people, I'll have some girls like make the laughing thing or something. I'm like, well, listen, right. I just call them out. I'm like, hey, here's this flat Earth girls' night. Come talk about it then. If you got so much to say about the globe Earth, Yeah, and then, but they never do. They never do because they're not confident. They're just trying to be liked. They're just trying to fit in. They're just trying to get the guy to like them. That's why they're going with what the guy is saying. They don't really know their own model. Like we always go through this, but I think realize it. They don't have confidence because they know deep down, they know that it's not a ball. They know it.
Right.
Maybe it's more of a function that women might be able to be honest with themselves more than guys. Guys are like, no, I'm fucking right all the time, and women are more easily like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I can see
Well, I
that.
think it has to do with
No,
the trait openness, being open a standard deviation higher in women than men. So men have higher conscientiousness. Not that women can't be lawyers, right? We're talking by and large over the big numbers, right? Women have higher openness.
I thought women were. Oh, sorry. Yep. I thought
I
women
want
were
to
always
say
wrong.
one thing. I want to say no. See,
Right.
there you go. There you go. No, I want to kind of maybe stop this where it's at because we've had a good conversation about this so far, and it could, especially on Ladies' Night, it just could turn into something we don't want it to be. So,
I like this combo.
Well, wait a minute. The ladies
it's a
agree with
good
me,
convo.
right?
I just
Because
don't want
men are
anybody to.
pig-headed, right?
I don't. Yeah, I don't
Men are
want anybody to
pig-headed,
say
right,
something
ladies?
stupid. That's all. Go ahead.
You guys are funny. Yes,
Men are
I see
stubborn,
what
right?
you mean. Maybe women are a little bit more open to thinking of something other than what it could be. That's questioning, and some people are just so deep into their commitment to what they think they know, they can't even admit it's the ego. It's the ego death, and I think
Right.
Yeah.
a lot of
Ego.
people in general have a hard time with the ego death, but more sensitive type personalities maybe are a little bit more open to it. Yeah.
Ego's a protective thing too, by the way. So men are programmed to have a little bit more of an ego so that we can help survive. I think. I'm not sure, but maybe. Anyway.
Okay.
I don't know, dude. I'm just speculating. Someone else was going to say something. Because what I was going to say is testosterone has an ego about it, whereas estrogen does
dude,
not.
I love testosterone. Did someone
I
say
was waiting
testosterone?
for you to chime in.
Dude, hello.
It's great.
So this might be wrong to say, but so I was trying to think about like men liking to debate or argue, but I was like, but women also like to argue. So I was like, but what's the difference? And then I was gonna say, one's arguing maybe from a place of emotion and how they feel, and then men are like to argue and debate about what's logical, and that's why it causes a lot of relationship problems because they're coming from one's coming from how they feel, one's coming from what makes sense, and what you feel might not make sense. So you'll never win the argument because no logic can override how you feel. That's her truth, and so you'll never. That's why you'll never win an argument. So it's like men and women both like to argue for different reasons, but we tend to use, like we like logical fallacies and all that kind of stuff to do that kind of debate. Like they might like to argue, but we like to debate because we like logic and
Hold on. I think there's a distinction you need to make, though, in that men. If you think we're just pure logic, that's nonsense because
no.
we use our emotions, whether or not we know it or admit it, all the time in our debates.
I would just say, yeah, like maybe left brain dominant is what I'm saying a little bit. Not, of course, we have a balance, and different people have different balances of,
Yeah,
those things.
yeah,
So
and
I
it's
didn't
stimulating too.
try to. Yeah, I didn't mean to make it like, like women aren't logical and men are logical.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying. Yeah.
I
We
wouldn't.
have to. The thing about arguing is like I don't really like to argue. I think that it's an addiction. It's an addiction. We get in this habit of constantly responding with defensive mechanisms. And we have to get out of these habits, instead of getting offended, instead of coming at it like in a defensive way, like, okay, and this is what a lot of the Globe people have a hard time. They have a hard time accepting new information that they haven't been presented, and then it automatically no, but that's not what we're not trying to argue. That's what people, I mean, maybe some people are. I'm speaking for myself. I do not argue. I don't like the debating thing. I'm not going to sit here and try to convince somebody to see things my way. If they want to know, they can ask questions and show me that they're open.
Right.
But otherwise, I've gotten out of that. I don't have time, energy, none of that. I have no desire to argue with people. So, it's just, we have to learn how to communicate. People just don't know how to communicate.
Yep.
I try to explain. I hate to argue, but I like to debate.
There you go. Yeah, that's the way.
But people always Like, yeah.
The thing is, do you want to progress your fellow man? Do you want to help each other grow, or do you want to be right?
All right. Well, that's why I usually only talk about the subject to somebody who asks me about it, or, you know, I'm not out here trying to push it on people because that's not going to work. But if it comes up and we talk about it and they're open to it, then, you know, then I
None of
will.
us are, right? Nobody has to join the server and nobody has to mic up. You know, you can listen to it on YouTube for free, right? So we're just wanting to seek out the seekers, right? Because
Right.
everybody has so much potential, right? And a lot of people have potential to be, you know, the sheep, right? And some people have potential to be the sheepdog, right? Or the lion, right? That's what we're looking for. We're looking for the seekers. And, you know, for someone who's already got their mind set on refraction and gravity and, you know, whatever else philosophy they want to come up with that can't be scientifically validated, we don't care. Go ahead. Be man, right? Go out there and, you know, believe in the curve even though you can't see it. Yeah, go out there, have fun. So we're just trying to make an argument good enough to get someone to go out there, and I say out there in the world, right, in the earth, and check it themselves. That's all we're trying to do.
Yeah, totally. Like, and we have to take a step back too, as people who are very forward thinkers, who see a lot that a lot of people aren't seeing it. It's scary to them, you know, and a lot of people, they don't even realize that they're scared of it. And that's why I think flat earth seems scary to people. I hear, I don't remember what even platform this was on, but somebody was talking about how flat earth is a fear-based thing. I'll have a friend. It's a friend of mine. This is what he says. Flat earth is a fear-based thing. And I'm like, no, it's not. It's complete opposite. It's about not being scared. It's about realizing that we're more important. Everything's better and bigger than we thought it was, you know, and it's to hide our importance. It should be revealing. But for a lot of people, it's really emotional and it's scary, and they can't even think of it the other way. It's like the end of their existence. So a lot of it is a survival instinct, I think, that people kick in when they get presented with the information, or they come on here like, okay, maybe I do want to know about this, but not really commit to it. So I'm going to say I'm a ball earther, even though I'm really interested in flat earth, you know? So I think we just have to learn to like accept people, attack them when they come in the room. You know, we have to be more sensitive to people's emotions when we're talking about this stuff, because it's really deep. The stuff goes very deep.
Me, I kind of can't really see why emotions get involved, other than frustration. Like, I think you should be allowed frustration, right? But like deep emotions like anger, you know,
Okay,
like
I feel what you're saying, but think of it this way, okay? Think of the deep emotional ties just that people have to food, okay? People connect emotions with experiences with food, and the food that their parents cooked them or their grandparents cooked them growing up. And so to come to somebody and tell them, hey, stop eating that. That's bad for you. You know, they go into, no, it's not. I've ate this my whole life. Oh my God, no, this is something else. It's got to be something else, right? Instead of just eliminating everything they know and learning the new information. And because it's emotional, that's why I say, like, people, like, they go into, my grandfather sailed around the ball. No, he didn't. It's cool that you think that, and I'm sure your grandpa's still a great guy, but he didn't do what he thought. And that's okay. But people, like, they just have to let go of being in love with that idea of the globe and what all that means, and their fantasy of aliens and outer space and space exploration. And I think it is emotional. I think people are tied to the globe emotionally in ways that we don't see. So, you know, there's so much psychological things to it. It's not just physically saying, hey, well, this is what it is. Can't you see it? And then expecting them to just accept the information just because, like, whoever was talking about illegal, I think, was talking about the difference in, you know, arguing and all that. It's I don't know. It's still, there's so much deep stuff to it that we just can't expect someone to just see things our way. But if they're coming in and they're open to the information, I think that's the first thing. Opening the door, planting the seed. Sometimes it takes years for people to really ponder this, to be able to experience it and see it for themselves, you know?
Sprinkling seeds, right? Because it really is fun talking about this stuff. And if you get frustrated, just pass the mic.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. People don't realize that a lot of times they get into this conversation and they get really heated. They don't even realize they're getting upset. And it's like, okay, well, let's take a step back. Like, why are you so emotional? You know, why do you love it so much? Is it hard to let go? Is that what it is? You know? And it's once people start kind of realizing like, oh, wait, maybe things are different. You know, maybe it is. Then they can accept a different reality. Then they can start accepting the different information about that reality.
Yeah, here's the thing, man. Everybody is just stuck on what they saw on TV. They're like, I believe it because I saw it on TV. I have anchor bias because it's the only thing I've ever known. I've got investment bias because this is the model I've ever invested. And you start saying, well, hey, your philosophy isn't really working here. And it's like the else start spiraling out of control. It's like, it's not really their philosophy. They didn't make it up. It's just the one that was presented to them, and they believe it because they saw it on TV.
Hey, Dandelion. Where you at? You're roboting.
Here.
Oh, okay, I can hear you now. Tell me, what's an alpha female?
You were the one who was asking the question, so I figured you must know the answer.
I was asking Sasha. No, you don't remember we had this discussion with Crypto before. It's very interesting. Like, it's actually quite interesting. What's an alpha female?
Going to give you the wrong answer?
Well, whatever you think is the right answer. I don't know if there's a right or wrong answer. It's just, you know.
I mean, I think some women act like there is, and it's more like when they're, you know, they've got this lie of society where they think they're supposed to act like men to be equal, you know, go out there and do all this stuff instead of like just playing on the natural strengths of womanhood. I mean, to me, it's just absurd that anyone would think that, you know, I actually remember the first time in college when I heard this other girl was, you know, probably 18 years old like me. She said, men and women are just all the same. I'm like, oh, really? Like, how could anyone even like say that with a straight face? I mean, come on. It's just so obvious. And to deny that difference is just ridiculous. But I think, you know, sometimes women think that they should be competing with other women and they act in maybe some of those alpha ways like a man would do. But, like, obviously the society is not set up that way. It's set up for women to cooperate together. It always works much better when women, you know, help each other, you know, help each other shine, help each other develop their strengths and so on. I mean, which in the server we've actually learned to do, believe it or not, Cyrus, but I think you do know that. But when you get these women that come in here and think they have to tear down other women in order to be like you said, I guess it's like the idea of the alpha female, but those women never become actually the alpha female, right? Because nobody likes them, right? So they end up like, and then they're frustrated. They're like, what's going on? Don't they see how wonderful I am? I've torn all those other women down and bitched about them and said how horrible they are. Then don't they see how I'm the best? No, nobody likes you. Go away. I'm sorry. That's just my off-the-cuff answer, Cyrus. But what's your answer?
My answer? I'm trying to figure it out. I think an alpha female is a female that's trying to act like an alpha male, which is very unattractive. Like,
well, perhaps.
That's what I just said. You just said it much shorter than me. Thank you, Cyrus. And that's because you're a man, right? You cut right to the point.
That's me. I don't know. I'm ADD or something. I like bulletin points for everything, you know. Like yeah, that's just me. I like
Wait, if
math.
an alpha male becomes transgender, could they be an alpha female? Or
By definition, no, because
By
an alpha
definition, an alpha male cannot be
chemically,
transgendered.
your testosterone. Once you take that away, well, you're male, are you?
Yep.
And you're not alpha if you don't have, sufficient testosterone. Normal,
you know, in other species, a lot of the women are the hunters.
Hyenas. You talk about hyenas, bro. That's it.
Yeah, and like lions also, and like
Yeah,
others.
and
not the hunters.
the male lions fight to the death.
Yeah, well, the male lions fight, but the female lions.
Male lions are lazy because she's a dude. Why hunt when a chick can hunt for you, right? But that's a cat. However, hyenas, yeah, they're alpha or they're pack leader.
The lions are like, dude, she wants to do it anyway. She's lighter, she's smaller, she's quicker. She wants to do it. Like, I'm just gonna fucking sit here. Are you kidding me?
And look at her; she's having so much fun.
The chick cat is much more like nimble.
Probably a better hunter than I could ever be anyway. Fuck it.
Isn't there an alpha male and female in the wolf packs? Wolf packs? Alpha male and alpha female.
In my wolf pack, you bet. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, the alpha female won't allow other females to breed. And if they do, she will kill the puppies.
There you go. There's an alpha female right there.
Yeah. Standards.
You have omegas, and don't get me started on omegas because there's a few of them.
Look. Because in the animal
I mean, I guess
world,
it depends on the woman's goal. Like, I don't want to say that if someone like wants to be cutthroat and wants to become like the CEO of a major company or whatever, like more power to him. I'm not going to stop him. Whatever.
I mean, are you guys like getting this from a list? Is there like a list of levels or something you're going by? Where are you getting these terms from?
It's an actual psychological test. I can't remember the name set of it, but it lets you know what wolf are you, what kind of wolf are you.
What kind of wolf are you? Okay, so you're going by wolf.
I am not a
levels
wolf.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like
This is
some
for people that have
cultures,
animalistic
the
things.
alpha
I
is just
prefer.
literally the firstborn, and some like Muslim culture, like Arabic, the firstborn or the guide or whatever they say, the eldest is the alpha. So it doesn't necessarily even mean the same to everyone. And being an alpha isn't necessarily a bad thing, just like being a beta is not a bad thing. But I don't know. I feel like these are just terms that have been another way to divide us. And I don't know if like having this conversation about like, like, oh, what makes an alpha female alpha? Like, I don't know really what's productive about that conversation. But I do hope that we can all just find ways to find solutions to the work issue.
We should just be fascinated by our differences and not focus on fascinated by the things that we share, our similarities, and not be distracted by our differences. There we go.
We can
and it helps not to
talk
interrupt.
about Einstein's tensors if you want. Would you like to be productive?
The thing is those are like
productive,
subject to change with time. Right?
What's the question? I can't hear y'all.
If you want to talk about tensor fields, we can talk about tensor fields.
Okay, Josh, your mic is like, it's really hard to understand you. It's not consistently clear. I don't know how else to explain it.
Oh, it's because I'm on my phone.
Okay.
Anyways, I'm about solutions, fix the world's issues.
Okay, I'm seeking a lab assistant. I'm only kidding.
You're quiet, Sonny.
Oh, did you say I'm quiet?
Talk, could you? I turned
Hello?
you up now.
Test.
Okay, that's good. That's fine. Yeah, it was me.
I just had to be closer.
Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Does anyone have any is there like a local, we need local meetups. I need to put them on the app. So if anyone is having any meetups, let me know.
Well, are you guys familiar with the tensor equations?
Who's this?
What do you want, Sasha? Shut up.
Well, I was
Yeah,
wondering.
There's no local here, so yeah.
If there was a flat Earth meetup on Antarctica, like just imagine that. That would be pretty fun, don't you think?
Oh God.
No.
No.
Antarctica's horrible.
But
Just like Captain
Antarctica is
Felix
the
Logs.
place where we no longer know the boundaries of the
Do you
ball.
like the cold weather, Sasha?
It's also like
I live.
100
It's
degrees
snow.
below
It's a
zero.
blizzard where I live right now.
Yeah, that
I'd
checks
rather have a
out.
meet up in Jamaica, somewhere else,
Yeah,
not
that sounds
Antarctica.
I know Moscow's pretty cold this time of year.
Yeah, there's lots of water in Jamaica.
Perhaps.
Yeah, Jamaica's amazing. And there's a
And
lot of flat
Jama-
earthers there.
Wait,
and
Las
You've
Vegas.
been
Jamaica,
there?
you can smoke
Oh
the
yeah, I love
or
Jamaica. It's like a second home to me.
I've been there when I was
Nice.
7. I didn't get to experience it really.
Yeah, I'm on the
Well,
no
you
flight
should know
list,
that.
so
you didn't get to experience what? Jamaica?
Yeah, I was 7 years old.
You went there?
The whole family went, my friend.
Oh, nice.
apparently when he
No,
was
I went there
7
by
years
myself
old.
at 7 years old. I just wanted to do something nutty.
He sailed there.
Right.
I would like to visit ancient Rome or ancient Egypt.
That's sweet.
Why would
so
you like
does anybody
to
want to
visit
talk about the
ancient
Earth?
Rome?
Well, mostly
Because that's
I mean,
sweet.
The bathhouse.
well, I like Rome is the birthplace of democracy.
No, it's not.
Fascinating. It's also France was the anyway.
I don't really like rule by mass media anyway, so.
Do you know what democracy is, Sasha?
Yeah, I do.
What is
Rule
it?
by mass media.
It's government by the people.
No,
It is. It's where the people
no,
elect the
that's not
government.
democracy. I'm sorry.
That is.
That's
Yes, it is. Democracy is where
that's
you elect the government.
autocracy, right?
No, that's not.
That's
Autocracy is
representative
the
autocracy.
Yeah, auto
What
means
you're
self.
talking about? What you're talking about, right? Democracy is mob rule. So a lynch mob in action is democracy.
Correct.
So I guess that worked out the last couple of years here.
Oh, okay, you guys, you got to go back. Okay, so this is where we struggle because I always come at people with the etymology, and then when I come in these rooms, you guys get mad at me for using etymology. But
No, I
the
love that.
etymology of democracy is the people's power.
Yeah, exactly.
The people's rule. That's literally what the word means.
Yeah, but the people's
Yeah.
rule is hijacked by elites who just tell them what to think with mass media.
Well, you realize we don't
The
live
people
in a
is the mob.
democracy. We live in a constitutional republic.
Okay, there's two truths going on. One is hers, she had the definition, and then the etymology, and then there's y'all's interpretation given societal stimuli.
We don't have any kind of a democracy here. Are you kidding me? We have a totalitarian dictatorship.
No,
Yeah.
I said constitutional republic.
No, we don't have a
You
constitution.
mean representative republic?
Constitution doesn't exist.
Constitutional.
Constitution not for you.
It's a republic based on a constitution.
Listen, the Constitution only adheres to those that are eligible to be president or eligible for a seat in office.
So yeah.
Well, no, the Constitution
for
is
them.
for anyone in the U.S. That's a
It
citizen.
gives them legitimacy. It doesn't grant you anything. God grants you those rights.
Well, actually, the Constitution grants you your fundamental rights.
No,
it does not.
They can't be breached by the government.
It does not. It does
They
not
claim
grant-
God does
It
that.
does not grant
Yeah.
anything. You're out of your mind.
God given
Okay, it
rights.
doesn't grant you, but it guarantees you. That's what I should
God
say.
doesn't.
given rights. How can you have something? How can you be given something that you haven't already had? How can they take something away from you that has always been yours? How can
Well,
they
it's
say
not always
you
yours.
have
If
a
you
privilege
live
to
in
do
China or
this
Russia,
when
Whose
you've
was it
always
before?
had a privilege?
Easy. They
to
use
it.
the police. This is how they use the police. They use
Well, if you're
weapons.
breaking the law, they use the police.
Fake
No, they use the police all the time to do whatever they want. They use the police, whether you're breaking
14th
the law or
Amendment.
not.
14th Amendment is when the sheriffs came about.
Well,
Before
I
that,
dislike
it was
the
a
police
martial
as
system.
well. I think the police are corrupt, but I think the Constitution is a great document, and that's why
too
the
bad it
U.S.
doesn't
is so
apply.
good.
It's
It doesn't
fascinating.
apply to
Which
you or
Constitution are you talking about? The Declaration of Independence or the Constitution of the United States?
The second one.
Declaration
Yeah,
is the supreme
those
law.
are not the same.
I wasn't talking. The
This is where
Declaration
this
of
is
Independence is declaring
the
independence. Dude. I'm
Declaration.
talking about the Constitution.
Listen, the Declaration of Independence is the Constitution. The Constitution of the United States of America. However, the Constitution of the United States is a separate article. This is what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay.
Yeah, there was one written.
Hey, Sasha, is your name on the document?
No.
You didn't
So
sign
how
that.
does that?
Yeah, but it still applies to me.
No, it don't.
Really?
Sasha, no
It still
politics.
applies to you, huh?
How about that?
Where in a free culture do they have lockdowns? Tell me that. In a free society, where do they have
Well,
lockdowns?
I mean,
Free
that's a state
society.
thing. That's not. The Constitution never says anything about lockdowns.
Oh, so then it's okay.
So you're saying the Constitution doesn't talk about martial law?
We're not
14th Amendment, 18th Amendment?
law
So
shit.
they
Come on now.
violate our First Amendment, Second Amendment, Fourth Amendment, Seventh Amendment.
Yeah.
You ever heard of Article 12? Article 12 of the Constitution? Come on, Sasha. This is for prisoners. Prisoners of war. Clearly, you've never been in trouble with the law.
Probably never missed.
What about the doctrine of necessity? Isn't that in the Constitution too? The doctrine of necessity.
Where if a law is created that goes against the law of the land, it is repugnant and shall not be enforced.
Yeah. Is that the one you meant, Hank?
That's not what I was talking about. But
Oh, okay.
I can't cite it because I can't remember. I think it's the necessity clause in the doctrine.
Well, if I may interrupt, as far as like democracy, this idea of democracy isn't necessarily built into any type of Republican ideology. Does anyone understand what I'm saying? You don't build democracy necessarily into a Republican ideology. And I think that's a safe way to look at it for even the Canadian. And this is why Canada is getting all up in arms about. Wait, we have a similar constitution to what was established, but we're going to get into other
Hang
things.
on. There's about the truckers in Canada right now that are protesting. They've stopped their trucks. They've disconnected their air brakes. They've made it so the trucks can't be moved.
Yeah, they shut down the city.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think that's a good thing for everyone.
Hold on. I wanted to finish it out and just say that's like those trucks, they're refusing to go anywhere. They're refusing to let that bit of their country function at all unless they lift the mandates. Excuse me. So I think this is a turning point, and I just want to let people know about it. Thank you.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah. I mean, they're standing against, the powers that be.
And the cops right now are dealing with them, so we're going to hear about it here shortly. So anyway,
I've already seen some stuff, in social media, whatever, from that. But yeah, but as far as the general Democratic system versus the Republican system, and the Act of 1871 versus all that's not, it's not even the same thing. Because it establishes Washington, D.C. as a corporation, and then the Republican and Democratic system are both subject to that system. It's more of a corporation. But there are rules in the Constitution that can establish a certain state. There's so much minutia involved that you can't really tell the difference unless you study it. You know what I mean? And so people, they participate in the corporate system more than they actually understand their individual rights. So anyway, go ahead, guys. That's all I wanted to say about that.
That's all I got to say about that.
Well, I mean, am I right or wrong about that? I mean, if a state has to be a participant in the Washington D.C. corporation to actually,
Under a
gain
union.
any advance. Well, it's a union.
They enter a union, yeah, like a marriage.
Yeah, but that's not what the Constitution says.
I know.
Yeah, the union is anyway.
It basically nullifies local government.
Yeah, I mean, if you read
Yeah.
the Act of 1871, you understand why
Yep.
that the United States of America is a corporation, not the United States
Helio,
of America. Anyway, go ahead.
you are correct.
There really are two Americas.
Oh, I wanted to talk to you about something, Helio. Try to get something going.
Oh,
I figured
shit.
out that stupid bot.
What do you want to talk to me about? If you're
The
talking
relay
about
bot.
like technical stuff inside the server, I don't know shit about that.
No, it's just like I have one set up already on my end as a demo, and it's been working.
Inside the server, or
Yeah, the Restream bot inside my server.
yeah, I mean, you might want to talk to India. I don't even mess with bots.
Well, it has to be hooked up to your YouTube though.
Well, let's talk about it later.
That's what I was saying. I want to talk to you about it.
All right,
So when you have time, probably
we might
tomorrow
have to get
sometime.
India. Yeah, we might have to get India involved because he's the one that does
So,
all that shit. Anyway, go ahead.
what are my responsibilities as a mod?
Hank, you're already
question.
Hank. You're already doing it. Don't worry about it. Just keep participating. Do what you do. You'll figure this out. Hey, you have access to, some inside information. That we always, we have a large server here. You have access to inside information. You participate. You reciprocate. It's pretty much it. You'll figure it out, man. Your responsibilities are just to pay attention to the chat, and you have another level of power, which you didn't necessarily want, but bro, you're here all the time, and we want you to be a good. I don't know. I recommended you for mod because, as a matter of fact, somebody else recommended you for mod like 3-4 months ago, and I was like, I don't think he wants it. I don't think he's ready or whatever. But
The only thing you have to
the
worry
more
about,
participation you've done, as much as you've done so far here, Hank, I was like, boom! I think Hank's ready for mod, man.
yeah, he's ready for mod. So the only thing about is your mod monthly fee, and I'm the treasury. So
yeah. Just you have to link to my PayPal account and then give me $10
Oh,
a
does your
month.
PayPal accept NFTs? Because my children are artists. So I tell you what, I'll make some really good artwork for you guys.
No,
No
welcome.
problem. I have a warehouse full of NFTs.
No, it's all good. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the club, Hank. Oh, God.
Oh, warehouse full of NFTs.
Well, it's just like when I first got you in here, I was like, I didn't. You remember when you first joined the server, Hank? Right? You were. I don't. We don't have to do this on a live
I
show.
was a little green, wasn't I? Yeah, go ahead, bro. Yeah, I was green and
No, yeah, but
Rusty.
you've always been interested, right? And so you've always had great conversations, great questions, and you've always challenged people, And so I've always been a fan of you. Whenever I hear you speak, I've always, I'm just like, man, I want to hear what people respond to what Hank said. because I mean you've always been a great speaker. So anyway, and so yeah, I mean you've been here for a couple of years, and you've done a great job, and it's not about necessarily being a flat earther. You know, the flat Earth role. To be honest, when you first joined, you weren't a flat earther, right? But you've always had great questions. But you've made so many great challenges to flat Earth arguments that it's almost impossible for us, not to make you, a prominent member in this server.
Oh yeah, Hank Hill, I
appreciate
gotta
it, but
tell you, you probably don't even. I'm sorry, Hank Hill. Go ahead and accept Helio's compliment. I don't know if you remember.
No, you, bro.
To you, it was probably like just one of many conversations with crazy people in the middle of the night. But I remember when I first joined the server, like one of the conversations you had with this kid, Chopstick, and Chopstick has come back. Chopstick's voice has dropped since this conversation, which was in 2019. But anyway, on the fence and but you were totally the voice of reason in the room. Like it was one of the craziest guys. I laughed so hard. I even went back and listened to it again. I don't know if you remember, but it was about it was the usual, like, is the sun flat, is the moon flat, and so on. And this one, I won't mention who it is. It's a gold. Like this person came in and was like telling this Chopstick, like, I don't think you're really a boy. I think you're a college girl. You're definitely pretending to be a boy, for whatever bizarre reason, going out, and you were just kind of like, doesn't matter, none of that matters. Let's continue on with the point. And you were like the on the fence person, but like dealing with these wacko flat earthers that were like totally derailing the conversation nonstop. You're trying to get it back on like what can be provable, observable, and so on. And then like Miggy came in and was like, "What's going on here?" Because I think somebody actually banned poor little Chopstick. And then you're trying to do the hallway conversation, the perspective thing and all that. But you were totally the voice of reason, Hank, and you always have been, because we are a little wacky here in the flat Earth, aren't we? And and so I truly appreciate that, and your honesty is very refreshing, And so it's great that you actually, because I think that's cool. You didn't want to jump on the flat Earth bandwagon, so you were.
So
and pretty much, like you said, long after you were able to explain the flat Earth arguments better than a bunch of these flat Earth people. All right, that's my what do you call it? I don't know. My speech, I guess. My appreciation speech.
In answer to your question, Hank, what your role here is now, what you're supposed to do as moderator, just keep doing what you're doing. You're already doing it. Now you have access to some back rooms with the moderators. Just keep doing what you're doing, bro. I mean, you're doing it well.
Well, I appreciate that, man. Yeah, for me, and grow my own understanding, and then my own understanding grew, and at that point, it was like, okay, there's just nothing. And they respond to this. These flat earthers asking these questions, and they're not responding. They're just coming up with, all this deflective conversation.
That's cool, man. Most of that was robotic, but I think we got it.
I think I heard him knocking on the door.
I thought it was my connection.
I think he's making
to be honest,
deliberate.
I didn't think he expected, to get the mod roll yesterday. It's just funny. A lot of us don't, when you get the mod roll, it's like, oh shit, I'm just hanging out, bro, doing the best.
So yes, you should be. Hank can be an inspiration to poor Sasha 2.0. He doesn't like being on the fence with Sasha 2.0. Wear with pride. Hank Hill did for a really long time, and to examine the arguments, Sasha 2.0, and you can be, like I said, you can be the leader of the on the fence people. Then
The
comfort and
leader,
joy.
the leader of the on defense people.
You don't think Sasha 2.0 is up for that?
Well, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. That's funny.
Dandelion. No more fans. I'm sorry.
Huge man, you should say hello to us.
Yo, good evening.
Hello, Future Man. How are you doing?
I don't want to talk, but yeah, it's cool to be here. I just listen and yeah, all is good.
What is wrong with people when they say, I don't want to talk, but I opened my microphone and started talking?
I was just
Yeah,
being
so-
polite because I talked to him.
Yeah, and he knows you're doing most of the talking, Helio, so he's gonna allow you to keep, bro.
Okay, how about you do most of the talking,
That's right,
Jamesy?
Jem.
I
He
mean,
doesn't
how
want to
about you
interrupt
do that?
Helio. That's right, Jamesy.
He can't because he doesn't want to interrupt you.
No, that's cool. All right, so if you don't want to talk, what don't you want to talk about?
Good question. Not really. I'm just here to listen. I think that's fine for you.
So you're very new to the server. You don't want to talk about what we're talking about, which is flat Earth.
Well, I'm just no native English speaker, so I don't want be always concentrated and focused and talk in English. So I just
That's
listen
understandable.
and just enjoy it.
Your English is very good,
Do
actually.
you have any hobbies?
Yeah,
Just
of
so I can
course.
get to know you better.
Place to practice.
Yeah, I'm working, I'm playing PC, and I have a wife and a daughter. That's my hobbies.
So you play PC and you have wife and daughters
And listens to flat earthers.
and listens to flat earthers talk all night.
When are you going to become a
But he
professional?
doesn't want to talk about flat Earth. This is weird.
No, he's trying to play a video game. Oh boy. No, we don't. He wants to listen. So maybe
Hey,
we should talk about.
Does your wife care if you talk to flat earthers all night?
To be honest, I wasn't talking much about it because I'm feeling stupid when I talk about it.
No, nobody's stupid. Flat Earth is really easy to figure out. You go outside your door, you look at Earth, you look at the sun, moon, and sky. You observe Earth. If you live near the coast, it's even easier to figure out. The coast of an ocean, then it's very, very easy to figure out that the Earth cannot be a globe. Very easy to figure out.
Yeah, what should I say? There are other conspiracies where I'm confident
This
to talk
isn't a
about.
conspiracy. We're talking about what you
It is for the most
observe.
people. It is for the most people.
I know that, but you're not
That's the point.
amongst the most people.
Yeah, but when I'm talking to my wife or colleagues from work, then it is a conspiracy. Right?
Yeah, I know that. We all know that. Yes.
So,
we
for
do.
example, there are other things I can open talk about it, and it's
All
okay
right,
for me when they call me.
Let me ask you something. Have you personally come to the conclusion that Earth cannot be a globe? Your personal observations, or have you been convinced by some YouTube videos that that the Earth is a globe by watching? I won't even mention anything like that because I feel like what you've said so far, I think you've already seen some of that imagery and stuff from the. You wouldn't have come here and talked to us
Yeah,
anyways
it's the
unless
first
you've
weekend in
already
a row.
seen some
It's
of
the
it.
third weekend
No.
in a row that I'm listening here. So yeah, there's a reason for it. But
All right,
Hey,
cool.
Helio, let me say something. Hey, how you doing? Anyway, you know, the conspiracy aspect. I mean, are you serious? That's where they go, conspiracy. I mean, just think about how just dumb that is. They think the Earth's a globe because of social reasons, not because of science, not because of what they can measure, not because of what they can observe, but because of what they think people would or would not do.
That's pretty fucking dumb.
Absolutely. Yeah.
That's
100%.
so.
But
Just
we
put
were
it to them
talking.
like this. So your argument
Hey,
is sociology.
one sentence, please.
So
One
based
sentence,
up,
please.
oh,
One
go
sentence,
ahead.
please. We were only
Right.
talking about if I talk to other people about the story, and no, I don't, because they
Well,
are
I'm
so
saying
clueless.
them. That's how you should present it to them. Because I don't think a lot of times, like some people on the server have been interacting with people that don't believe the Earth is flat. Just the general public for years. Okay, so a long time. Interact with man, thousands of people I have, and they don't even. A lot of times, they don't even understand their own argument. They just go by like this gut feeling, right? They don't really think about what they're saying. Do you understand what I'm saying? They don't understand that their argument against the globe is basically psychology and sociology, which is so silly. But they don't understand that that's the type of argument they're making. They're not
I know
saying,
what
well,
you
the
mean.
Earth's a globe because we measured it as something else.
I know what
Basically,
you
they're
mean.
saying, I can't believe human beings would do such a thing, so they didn't do such a thing.
Yeah, and they do so many other things which are lies, and they know even about it, and still all the other things can never be lies. I know all that stuff, but still it's different.
Well, here's what happened.
Oh,
They
do you know what?
didn't
Do you know
do
what
any.
the
They
logical
didn't do
fallacy?
anything.
Helio,
Let
I
me
just want
say,
to ask you
please,
one more
sentence.
question.
I
Do
want
you
to
know
say one.
it's called an appeal to
Come
personal
on, man.
incredulity. So
I
it's
want
a
to say
logical
I want to
fallacy.
say one sentence and I'm quiet again because
Yeah, okay.
I can't help you here in
I'm
discussion.
just trying to help
listening.
you. I'm just trying to help you, like, deal with
I
people.
know that's why I'm here. That's why I'm here, but I don't want to discuss. I mean, I'm here to listen and to learn something. That's why I'm here.
Yeah,
Not
but
to
you
discuss.
said to us
Give
that
up a
you can't
specific
speak
example.
English well, but you can.
Helio, but Helio, leave it that. He said that he want to learn. That means he will get now information. Give
He wants
them
to say
information.
one more sentence. Say your piece.
I just want to say I'm 30 years old from Germany, and I'm like in conspiracies. You know what I mean, like that. It's not like a flat Earth is a conspiracy or whatever. Just the whole thing, like 9/11 and so on.
Yeah, you're a
I'm in,
realist.
yeah, I'm in that whole thing like 15 years. I was when I started it, and most of the people never started it, and then try to talk about
Started what? Started what?
Helio, don't interrupt them. Come on, let him finish. Jesus Christ.
and then try to talk with people who never ever listened to anything about that, and then argue with them about that story. Yeah,
Yeah.
that will never happen. Like,
Yeah, you're giving them too much, too fast, basically. Yeah, I get it.
I
I
hope
get
you
it.
know. I'm not trolling here. I'm just here to listen. And
No, yeah, I get it. I'm just trying to tell you, like,
I'm
it
here to learn
helps if
anyway.
we understand. It helps when we talk to people about it. It really helps if we understand the people we're talking to, because they're actually, to be honest, they're really confused. They don't even understand how to critically think and determine the truth. You have to teach them that before you can even present them with flat Earth. You literally have to teach them how to think, and it's sad and it's depressing that people don't even know how to think. But like that is the first step.
I know what you mean, but the point is, for example, 9/11 for them is unimaginable. Never ever could someone be so evil and do that. And now imagine telling them, yeah, but the Earth is flat. They will never believe. So why should I try? It's just like
Because they're brainwashed.
It's like shooting in my
Hold
own
on. Hold on. So it's not up to you to convince people, my friend from Germany, right? Your only is to give them the ability to think about it, because before they hear it, they do not know that they possess the ability to contemplate and think about such things. So I would say that if you make a flat earth argument, it's not meant to convince anyone that the earth is flat. It's only there to convince them to go outside and check for themselves. That's just my opinion, my friend.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Makes sense, but still, it's really hard. even talk about it.
I share that opinion, and that's pretty much a lot of people on this server share that we don't want to replace. We're not trying to be a replacement, right? Oh, don't believe them, believe me. I'm not going to give you any. I'm going to give you evidence. Believe my evidence and not their evidence. We just say, hey, don't believe me and don't believe them. Believe yourself and go out there and test it for yourself. This is not a hard thing to figure out. It's a third grade level geometry problem. I mean, really, a little child could test this.
I think I wrote something like that, like maybe 45 hours ago in the voice chat channel. I think I will search it out and tag you. Like,
how long have you been on the server?
2 months, 3 months, or something.
Oh, 2 months. Oh, you've been here a while. Oh, yes, you heard all our bullshit.
Yeah.
He's a ladies' night fan. He comes to ladies' night.
Oh, that's it. Oh, okay.
It's
Does your wife know about this?
Yeah, it's fine. It's only the internet.
Oh man,
who doesn't love ladies'
Famous
night?
last
I mean,
words.
goddamn, ladies' night is the
exactly.
greatest
Famous
thing
last
ever.
words.
Even,
you're catching a fight.
She even accepted that I'm sitting here in the morning at 4 o'clock in the PC, in front of the PC. So yeah, I think that's fine.
We're just joshing with you, future man. I'm sure you're a great father and husband.
It's okay, but yeah, I still still don't want to talk. But yeah, now I was forced, and yeah, it's okay.
No, you don't have to talk. If you don't want to talk, you don't have to, bro. You can just listen. That's fine.
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, we'll search for my comment like 45 minutes ago and post it again. So yeah, I'm someone who making I think about that stuff, but yeah, explaining that to others is difficult when they don't have the basics about what I'm thinking.
Wait, but what are you thinking? What the basics of what? What globe? What globe? That's what we're talking about. What globe? What are the basics of what you're thinking? What globe?
Let me search for it. Please talk about something else for 2 minutes.
No, we can't. You're in a flat Earth
Helio,
server.
bro.
He's looking
Let him
for it,
go.
Helio. He's going to look for something. You're stressing him out, Helio. Back off.
My bad.
Helio's looking for a fight.
Yeah, look
It's
for
Friday
someone.
night and I need a fight. My motorcycle in a
I just
switchblade.
don't understand.
Yeah, that's what I posted 1 hour ago. You can check
What
the
don't
channel.
you understand?
About why would they lie to us?
No, that's what I
Okay, it's
posted.
really
Question.
important.
We want to know too.
Yeah, he's right.
It's
He's
really
posted what
important.
he before. He said, "I had a great moment today, afternoon in Germany. Maybe it's pretty common, but I never looked for it. I guess 50% of my neighbor's house was sunlight, 50% was in shadows. I was smoking a cigarette and just thought, let's see if the shadow is moving. And yes, it didn't at all in that 6 to 7 minutes. I was wondering if that makes sense if the whole 25,000 miles Earth has to rotate around itself in only 24 hours if a small shadow in a small house doesn't move in all that time."
Huh?
That's what he's talking about.
I don't get it.
I think that's fine.
So his brain is trying to figure out how to test. So he's coming up with these ideas like maybe I should watch the shadows, right? But really what you need to do is make a long distance observation over a large body of water that's at rest and pull out your Earth curve calculator and see what you can see and see what you can't see. And look for the things that you shouldn't be able to see.
Yes, but you do realize the Earth is very big, right?
So how was the
even
Earth
if you're,
radius
even if
measured
you're
if it's
looking
so
on the
big?
Don't you
ground?
think that we accounted for that? Like, I mean, seriously, do you think that we didn't check that?
Obviously, but you don't understand the
No,
size of
hold
the
on. We
entire
do
Earth.
understand. We checked it, right? So
Alright, then
they
what is
make
the
a claim.
measurement?
They say the Earth is this big. 3,959 miles. In kilometers, it's 7,000 something, blah, 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 whatever. So we can check that. It's a simple math formula. So we can check, and it makes a prediction. It's real simple. It makes a prediction. So at 10 miles, there's a prediction of, there's this much drop. At 20 miles, there's this much drop. At 30 miles, there's this much drop. So we can check that. It's their prediction. It's not ours. We're checking their geometry against the real world.
I thought what Future Man was saying in that thing was why the Earth is spinning at, what is it? It's 1,000 miles at the equator, so I don't know what it would be in Germany, but that the shadow should have moved more quickly. I thought that's what he was saying, but I don't know. What you were saying?
Well, I'm making a prediction that he's about to say you can see something over the curve or something. And, the prediction
The thing is
will
that
be
he
the
made an
size of
observation
Earth.
of a shadow, and that wouldn't prove anything in any way. He's looking at a
Okay,
shadow,
well, you guys have
light
at it
phenomena, shadow
then.
phenomena that
Anyway,
we can see
somebody
in many
muted me, and
ways
I
during
think
the
it was
day, but
Kimson, but whatever.
Are you
that wouldn't
talking over
prove anything.
Jemsy, Helio?
Yeah, I'm
Can't
being
hear
a
a fucking
dick.
word he's saying.
I'm
start over,
just saying
please.
that he mentioned a shadow. He's just observing a phenomena, a shadow, but that wouldn't prove anything on the globe or the flat side, right?
Right.
Well, I think he's trying to
Doesn't measure
disprove
anything.
the globe, and yeah, that's what he's telling me in the messages here. So yeah, he's going for a cigarette now, though. So yeah,
The
that's
battle
cool.
of shadows.
Yeah, I mean, I think yeah, fine. So
Holy shit.
yeah, I thought he was trying to say the shadow should be moving more than it was if the Earth was spinning. I thought he was trying to disprove the globe. I don't know. That's not what you guys got out of that.
Jemsy's just saying that type of test doesn't prove anything.
Oh, okay, yeah, I understand, but he's trying to ask the question. Yes, so I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I know. I agree, Slimes. That the squiggly line earlier. I don't know. Does he just want us to call him squiggly line? Hi, squiggly line.
What the hell is
Yoda.
squiggly?
Whoever said the Earth was too big, how big do you think it is? How much drop do you think there is in, say, 25 miles? Like if I eye level, right? So if we drew a line from my eye level out 25 miles, and then I went down to the surface of the Earth, how far do you think that? 25 miles to the surface, 25 miles away. How far? What do you think that is? That distance?
What?
I'm not sure who said that. I don't know who's.
How much drop do you think there is from curvature? Due to curvature, the curving Earth, right? The Earth is supposed to be curving away. So how much drop do you think there is in 25 miles?
Who are you asking?
This is addressed to
Okay, I'll say it again. Okay.
I said, who are you
Say
asking?
I had a ruler in a basketball. Okay, we'll do it this way. Say I had a ruler in a basketball, and I took the ruler and stuck it on top of the basketball, right? So there's going to be a space between the ruler and the surface of the ball. And as I go down the ruler, right, as I go away from like where the ruler touches the ball, and as I move away from that along the ruler, that space between the ball and the ruler is going to grow, right? It's going to get bigger, that space.
Yes.
Okay. So that's what we're talking about. My eye level is the ruler. The surface of the Earth is the basketball. So that space is going to grow. So 25 miles away from my eyes, how big do you think that space is on the Earth?
Well,
Look,
we don't have a
look in
giant.
Livestream voice text.
We don't have a giant ruler to rule the entire.
We have lasers, dude. We have lasers.
Not the ruler.
A laser goes straight, dude. It's just like a ruler. Light travels straight.
Yes, but light can bend.
It can bend?
Can it?
Yes.
Is that the general rule, or is that a rare occurrence?
Light can bend.
What happens?
Listen, I'm asking you, answer my question. Is that the general condition, or is that a rare occurrence? So does light bend generally, or does it only do it sometimes in special circumstances?
I mean, you flat earthers like to bring up perspective, right? So
You flat earthers? So now you're going to talk about us?
Well, you guys bring a perspective, so why would the perspective not work on a light?
What are you?
Hey, why'd you have to insult me too, man? Answer the question. What the hell?
Yeah,
Did
how
you
much
just really
drop?
say that? Did you just really say that?
He
You
did
you
say
have
that.
no clue what perspective is if you just said that.
What is perspective? Tell me right now. What is the definition?
Okay, so what is the definition? Perspective is how we describe projective geometry. So the 3D world is projected onto a 2D surface, our retina or a camera sensor or a camera film, right? So it's called a linear perspective. So as things move away from us, the absolute size of something, their angular size gets smaller linearly with distance. So something that is one distance away, if I double that distance, it'll be half the size, and it follows this linear relationship. And when I say size, I mean its angular size. What the hell does any of that have to do with a laser?
Well, it gets smaller. Like
What do you mean it gets smaller?
Yes, because when it goes further, it gets smaller.
Yeah, but we're not measuring it from that point. We're measuring it from the far away point.
How do
So
you measure it?
perspective is there's a point of view, right? That's what it is. Perspective is a point of view. So I have a laser and I'm shining it, right? I'm not measuring it from the place I'm shining the laser from. I'm measuring it from where the laser's going.
Okay.
So I'm measuring it from a place
So did you
25
do
miles
this
away
yourself?
from the laser. Pardon
Did you
me?
do this yourself?
Why do I have to do it myself?
So you believe what other people do or
Dude,
say,
do you
right?
guys have like a script or something?
It's not a belief.
You like literally, I've heard probably 50 different people say that in those exact words in the exact order you just said that. Exactly.
It's just a question.
Who else has heard this? Exactly. Say it in the exact way. The exact way.
Me?
Yes. Sure.
Dude, that was almost
At
scary
least
what
3
you just
times
did, dude.
today.
Like it was almost
Because you
scary.
use this argument against us. You say
Well,
why do you
no.
believe NASA? Did you
So, and
go
I'm
there
gonna
yourself?
say,
So I'm using the
listen,
same argument against you.
wrong. That's a straw man. That's false. Okay, you're trying to compare what we say. Okay, when we say, "Did you do it yourself?" You're making an extraordinary claim. Oh, there's people in space. They measured the Earth from space. That's an extraordinary claim because it's outside the realm of common human experience, right? Somebody measuring something with a tape measure is a normal, everyday, common human experience. It's not extraordinary. So this is a conflation of two different ideas. Something that's plausible and ordinary versus something that is extraordinary. And our
Yeah, I'm
claim isn't
wondering.
whether you did it yourself, right? It's not that at all. You don't understand the argument. And I just can't believe you just said it that way. It blows me away that you said it the exact way, like you read from a fucking script. The same
Hey,
script I've
stop
heard
being so
50
mad.
other people read. No, listen, it isn't that. It isn't the fact that you made that argument. It's the fact the way you said it was just like I've heard 500 other people say in the exact same way. The words are in the exact same order.
Are you okay?
Would you care to explain that to me?
Are
Because
you
I'm really
okay?
curious
I'm
now. Like
trying to
that
have
really
a
just
good
blew me
discussion
away,
here,
dude.
and you're over here cussing at me because you're mad because
Now we're gonna talk
I
about
simply
me.
ask you a
So it's
question.
the same. Like, dude, you guys are like little fucking. Is there like a factory somewhere pumping you guys out? Now you're gonna talk about
Now,
me.
now
The
assumption.
exact same thing, back and forth. You're cornered on evidence, so
You're
you talk
making a
about us.
claim.
Flat
You're
earthers
making
think
a
this.
claim.
Flat
You're
Squiggles,
earthers
that
think
is a
that.
female
Now
response
you're
you're
going to talk
giving.
about me. Now you're cussing. Now you're going to complain about the freaking way the server is administered. Now you're going to complain about the way I'm going to talk to you.
I didn't say that.
Everything but the issue, right? The fact is, that 25 miles away, a laser beam should be 440 feet above the surface of the Earth. It is easy, trivial to measure that
No, because
distance.
the Earth is huge.
Trivial.
The
I
Earth
just
is
gave
huge.
you the numbers. It doesn't matter how huge the Earth is. The number is a laser is 440 feet above the ground, 25 miles away.
Wait,
We
can
can
I
measure
ask you a
Do you
question?
440
understand
feet
how a water level
easily.
works?
Don't interrupt me anymore, or I'm going to
Sorry.
kick you off the fucking server. I'm sick of your fucking stupid propaganda tactics. They're not going to fucking work. The fact is, a laser 25 miles away is 440 feet above the ground. Can a human being measure 440 feet fucking easily? Yes or no?
What'd you say?
Can a human being measure 440 feet distance easily?
I guess.
You get? How many soccer pitches exist in the world? Or football pitches?
Football field?
Yeah, football field. How many exist in this fucking world? Could you measure one?
Yeah, but like I said, the Earth is
Could you
huge.
measure one? Or is it
Yes.
beyond your fucking, or is it too small to measure?
No, it's small, so I can measure the
Football
football
field
field.
is small.
Yeah, compared to the entire Earth, yes.
Yeah. Can you measure the distance of a football field?
Yes.
That is this distance. The distance of a laser from the ground is a football field. It is easy to see if I go 25 miles away. Is the laser a football field over my head?
What
Guess
do you
what?
mean
When
by
you do
that?
this test, it's not. And there's nothing you can do about it. Your words and your little propaganda tactics aren't going to change the results. Period.
Look, I'm just trying to learn here, man.
No, you're not. You're trying to spin a narrative, and it ain't going to work.
No, it's just
That's
a
what you're trying to
question.
do. Listen, nobody has to do it themselves. If you'd like to do it yourself, please go do it yourself. Because this has been replicated, I don't know, 20 times now. You can go replicate it yourself.
No, but like,
And the thing is, the
what's the
fact we're
longest
using a
distance?
laser, the purpose of using a laser is to eliminate the subjective looking at things. That's why we're doing a measurement, right?
Okay.
We're measuring the distance of the laser from the ground.
Okay, can I
And the
talk
globe
now?
makes a prediction. It says laser 440 feet from ground, 25 miles away. Oh, it isn't 440 feet above the ground. It's 4 feet above the ground. Why is that? Why is it 2 orders of magnitude different than the prediction?
Where?
Where? The fucking 7 tests they did in the Netherlands. That's where.
And who did these tests? Flat earthers,
Why
right?
does it matter who did it?
No, I'm asking what is the longest distance they have measured? Can you
With a
name it?
laser?
Yes.
25 miles.
Longest distance.
25 miles.
So what would that be on a map? That would be small, right?
So what? It's over water.
No, but has anyone ever tried to do this laser test from 2 different countries?
How would that even be? First of all,
Exactly.
yeah, you could do it 2 different countries. You just go to the border and shine it across the border. I mean,
All
stop
right,
being silly, dude.
now find a
Give
test
me a
that did it.
distance. Give me a distance.
1,000 miles.
How could you do it? How could you shine a laser 1,000 miles?
I thought you said flat, right?
Yeah, dude. How could you shine a laser 1,000 miles? There's other variables, right, that prohibit a laser from going 1,000 miles.
Yes, because light bends.
I was gonna ask. Wait, let me ask.
Light bending. It's not light bending. Oh my God! Did you just really say that?
Yeah, I mean,
So what are you saying? Like, if the Earth is flat and I tried to shine a laser 1,000 miles, it's going to bend, and then what? Go into the Earth? Is that what you're saying?
I don't
Like,
know.
what are you saying?
I'm just
Listen,
asking.
you
I
can't shine a
don't know.
laser 1,000 miles because the air is not transparent. There's something called optical extinction. You know what a lighthouse is? So when they make a lighthouse, they have a formula for optical extinction. They want to know, I need a light that's this bright to see 40 miles away. Guess what they don't account for? Curvature of the Earth. They don't account for that. They account for how much the air absorbs light.
Not only
You
that, the
can't shine
dispersion
a
of the laser.
laser 1,000 miles because A, there's optical extinction. B, beam divergence, right? C, laser power, the inverse square law. D,
So you're saying the
collimator.
laser is
You have
not
to
too powerful.
listen, you have to collimate the beam, and if you had a collimator with that precision, you would melt the fucking collimator, and it would last for fucking 1 nanosecond before it melted. There's practical reasons and limitations why it would never work that have nothing to do with curvature of the Earth.
Name one
Nothing
reason.
whatsoever.
He
I
just
just
gave you
named
3.
four.
He just named you retard.
five,
No, it wasn't
bro.
3. It was 4.
Dude, your
Jesus
mind keep.
fucking Christ, dude. You're like
I
I
can't
said, you're
even
not here to
understand
learn.
you, dude.
You're dishonest. You're here to spin a narrative. And you
No.
saying name one after I just listed 4 just blows me away, dude.
You said
Blows me away.
optical what? I forgot the
Extinction.
distinction. Okay.
Optical extinction. So there's
Extinction.
something air. Listen, any medium. You could also. It's called what the fuck's the name of it? I have to look it up. Okay.
Yes, look it up.
And I'll tell you. Like, listen, I'll give you an example that you can understand. If I go underwater into the ocean, when is it completely black? How deep do I have to be?
Very deep.
1
How deep?
kilometer.
Maybe close to like the bottom of the ocean.
Google
Ocean,
it.
right?
Google it. Not even
Not
close,
true.
dude. It's like
Why
100
would I
meters.
Google
No,
it?
It is completely black at 100 meters.
Really?
Why is that? Why is it completely black at 100 meters?
Okay, let me look this up.
I mean,
but it wouldn't even matter. Say it's 1,000
yeah,
meters.
it wouldn't matter.
Say it's
I mean,
10,000
it
meters.
could be 10
You're talking about
meters.
shining a light 1,000 miles.
It could be fucking 10 meters.
Dude, you know how
couldn't it?
hard it was for me to just come in and hear exactly. That's exactly the first thing that I heard when I hopped in here. Why don't you guys shine a laser at 1,000 miles? And I was just like, dude, I haven't even been here long enough, and I already want to jump in.
Blue water.
But I bit my tongue.
Dude, Jose, you should rewind the stream. This guy literally, you know how they say, did you do it yourself? Don't you flat earthers say you have to do it all yourself? Like, he just said it like they have a script, dude, like it's a paragraph somewhere that they've all read. Dude, it's
Yeah, he
I'm
doesn't.
not
He hasn't done shit. He hasn't done shit. He hasn't done shit. Then you ask him the first question again after all this shit. You asked him the first question again, and what did he just say? All right, man, I'm gonna look this up.
All right, let's go back to
motherfucker
the
hadn't
let's
even
go back
looked
to the
into
ocean.
it
Hold on.
yet.
Let's go back to the ocean. So did you look it up? Was it at a like roughly 100 meters or what? What did you look up when you looked it up?
Nothing popped up.
All right, I guess I'll look it up and take over, and I'll look it up.
Nothing popped up. Okay.
No.
Let's
What do
Google.
I have to type to see the answer?
How
What do I have
deep do you have to be until it's completely black?
Was it just me, or did the sound just get all screwy for everyone, and everyone just talked over everyone?
Yes, you.
I think it's just you because
3,300
it
feet.
sounds great here.
3,300 feet.
3,000 feet, yes.
3,000 feet. 3,000 feet is less than 1 mile.
It's interesting. Like I read it right. What I got, it says after the aphonic zone, there's a complete darkness from 1,000 meters below the surface.
But guess what? Air is different than water, so
Of course,
light
but it
can't
still
be-
has the same property. It has the same property, like where light can't penetrate the atmosphere indefinitely. You know, there's
Yeah.
also a limit to it.
If you keep
So
reading
how
that,
far
if
can you
keep
see a
reading that,
candle? How far can you see a candle? They've tested this empirically.
Who?
University of Texas A&M. Published paper. How far away can you see a candle with binoculars?
Do you think I know this by heart?
10 miles.
So why should I believe you?
You're not believing me. You're believing their results of their tests. That is another parroting fucking bullshit you just did. Why should I believe you? No one asked you to believe me.
But guess what? The University of Texas also think the Earth is round. Should I believe them?
Dude, is like fucking reading a script. I swear to God, I gotta die. Dude, like, fuck out of here. I just kicking you the fuck out of here. Listen, I already heard this like for the last 4 years. Dude, you're a clown. Dude, you're the most.
Here, let me go at it real quick.
Why
Let
are
me
you
go at it
calling
real quick.
me names? You're insulting me.
That's a logic.
That's what you want.
That's
do
a
this on
logical
Fiverr or
fallacy.
one at a
You're
time.
calling me names.
Appeal
You're
to
calling me names.
authority.
You're
Say you do
insulting me.
this on Fiverr. They
All right,
also think
everybody
the Earth
calm
is
down.
round. You know what that is? What you just did? That's called an all or nothing fallacy.
What?
That you either have to believe all of it or none of it. That's a logical fallacy.
So is that what I'm a fallacy or you're a fallacy?
No, your logical fallacy. The fact that Texas A&M, who don't think anything, so there's some scientists that did this experiment. So it doesn't matter who did it, and it also does not matter where they were. It only matters as a result of the experiment. You can go do this test yourself and get the same result, and you don't have to believe anybody, right? But that's a problem for you because you'd rather believe in your retarded religion.
What is my religion?
Your religion is the fact that it's the fact you believe the Earth is a spinning fucking water pair in space, even though you've never experienced that and you never will.
And what he said right before he said,
where did you go to experience the Earth as a ball? From where were you? Where were you? And what
he said, why should I believe you? That's what he said before that.
We're all past that. Go ahead, India. Answer the question, whatever.
Where were you when you experienced the Earth as a globe, and how did you perceive it, and with what sense? With what sense did you perceive it with?
I've been in the tallest building in the world.
Okay, that's not answering the question.
I was in my mind. I'm betting he's going to say airplane, but so you're a tiny earther. So you're in the Burj Khalifa, and you saw curvature from the Burj Khalifa.
Yeah, yes, the Burj Khalifa. I've seen the curve for myself.
Oh, you've seen curvature from the Burj Khalifa.
Yes.
So how big do you think the Earth is then? You were just saying the Earth is gigantic. To see curvature from the Burj Khalifa, the Earth to be 20-kilometer fucking radius.
No.
Yeah, because you have to be 1/8 of the radius away to see a curved horizon, because you have to see the whole ball. You have to be a significant portion away.
It's not a perfect ball. They never said it was a perfect ball.
Nobody said. Listen, it's irrelevant.
You think it's a basketball.
It's irrelevant whether it's a perfect ball or not.
Why?
Listen, when you make a claim that you can see curvature from a height, we can do the math to determine whether that's possible. We can determine what that arc is of what you'd see, because we can do something called geometry. You're lying. So why did you lie to us? Why did you lie to us?
How am I lying?
Why did they even say that? How are you lying? You cannot see curvature from the Burj Khalifa. You've never seen curvature from the Burj Khalifa. That's an absolute 100% lie. And you know it's a lie.
I've seen it with my own eyes.
You're a liar.
I can't even
You're
see
a fucking liar. Keep saying it, dude. You're just a degenerate.
You're cutting
like, seriously,
me off.
You're a degenerate for even trying to pass that lie off.
All you're doing is cutting
Did you
me
know
off
that the International Space Station is not high enough to see curvature? And that's not according to me. That's according to the fucking math.
Who said that?
This isn't my opinion. That's what you don't get. Mathematics is not a fucking opinion. When you make a claim that you can see something from some height, we can just do the fucking math. And if you think that the Earth has a radius of 20 fucking kilometers, dude, you're high.
I never said that.
That's what it would have to be for you to see curvature from the Burj Khalifa. Is a radius of 20 fucking kilometers. Because of the math dictates it. Because we know what the horizon is, and the only way you can see an arc. There's a maximum resolution to our eye. We know it's 1 arc second, or 0.202 degrees. To detect a fucking arc,
you didn't let me explain
to detect
what
an
I saw.
arc, listen, pardon me?
You didn't explain what you didn't let me explain.
You didn't
what I
see
saw.
anything. You're fucking lying.
No. I did not say I seen the perfect curvature of the Earth. I said I look out, and you cannot see all the way out like a flat Earth.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm
What he's
saying
talking about is that
everything
he thinks-
disappeared because of the
he
curvature.
thinks that if it's
of Earth.
flat, Indio, he should be able to see indefinitely. That's what he's
Yeah, and we just
assuming.
covered this with the laser and the 3,000 miles, right? You don't see out. Light comes to you.
So light is a random invisible force.
Listen, light reflects off an object. It comes to you and goes through your fucking pupil. Right? So the same thing with the laser can't shine 1,000 miles. The light of the sun that is reflects off 1,000 miles away can't travel to your fucking eye.
So what do you think the sun is, huh?
Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm done. Someone else fucking deal with this clown.
Wow, you're calling me
Anybody else
names.
want to play?
Because,
Anybody else want to play with this clown?
Jose said he. Jose
You're
said he
Fucking
calling me
scallop is
names.
disgusting, dude. Like I can't. Like this guy is obviously. I don't know what we're like. Like send me a copy of the script, man, because like you're saying shit. And,
It seems
I don't
like
even know
you're
what to
getting
say.
emotional, buddy.
I'd be
It's not emotional,
look.
dude.
You're
It's a
looking for a
joke.
reaction. That's what you're doing right now. Look, I'd be
You're
interested
just
in
No, I'm
talking.
not.
like.
I'm not even saying
Want to know what
anything.
want to know what my emotion is right now? It's called disgust.
Wow, you're judging me.
Look, I'd be
You're
interested in
damn
having
right
a
I am.
conversation with
You're
you, but the
goddamn
problem
right
is
I'm
that
judging you.
the problem is that India's presented a bunch of things to you that you haven't even acknowledged or cared to. So it seems like you're just going through like kind of
Hey,
like
he said he's
gish
here to learn, dude. He said he's
No,
just here to learn.
he's gish galloping through the whole conversation and not absorbing anything. So to be honest, I don't really see it
No,
being
I'm
fruitful.
Want to
I'm
go
But you know,
back to
absorbing. I'm
I should go
absorbing
back
the
to see if we should
information. It
test
just
him.
don't make sense. It makes
We
no
should.
sense.
Well, it makes sense. It's just your comprehension that isn't working.
So
No,
what?
but
Well, it's because you're all are flat earthers, so obviously you all agree.
Oh my
You all, it
God,
makes
you're
sense to you guys.
nuts. Quiet. Just
so
go to church.
let
Make
me
it
get
make
this
sense
right.
to me. A
Let
globe
me get
earther, make it
this right.
make sense to
Angular
me.
resolution doesn't exist because a flat earther says it. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying make it make sense to a globe earther.
What do you
It's
think we
not gonna
were?
make
Doesn't
sense.
make sense. Listen. I cited modern physics, dude. The fact is, you don't understand physics. I cited geometry. You don't understand geometry. I cited math. If it doesn't make sense, you have a piss poor education. What do you want me to tell you? Go
I don't
back to
think you
fucking
understand
remedial
physics
reading.
because
You have
gravity
a piss poor
works.
education. I'm
Gravity
sorry.
works. So do you
What do you
believe
mean?
that gravity
that's
does not
actually a
exist?
Neil Einstein
Listen,
sweater.
gravity works on a flat Earth. What are you talking about?
So what is the force?
There is no force. What are you talking about?
So what happened when you jump up? Something a leprechaun pull
Yeah,
you
you
down?
fall. You fall.
Oh no, you fly off to space. That's what should
Oh,
happen.
watch this. Watch this shit. So you fall because of the bending of space time.
I
There's
can
no
feel
force.
myself something
That makes no sense,
Space is
dude.
warping. You just
Tell Einstein it makes no sense, buddy.
The warping of space-time refraction.
That makes no sense, bro.
It makes no sense.
Yeah, tell Einstein.
Hold on. Let me listen. Well, go take it up with Albert Einstein. Because in the theory
I
of
don't
general
believe what
relativity,
he's saying.
gravity is not a force. It's the bending of space-time. So you just
I
told
don't
me
care about
that Albert
Einstein.
Einstein makes no sense. You just told me that.
I don't care about Einstein. Who said I believe in him?
Yo,
You obviously don't. You just proved you don't.
Einstein didn't make fucking gravity.
Yeah, he defined it.
Somebody has to clip that because he just told you the bending of space time, which Einstein supposedly came up with, right?
Who said I agree with Einstein? You're already
You kinda
making
did.
assumption.
Yeah, you did
You
because you said
invoked
gravity.
Gravity was discovered by Isaac Newton.
Gravity was discovered. People didn't fall until Isaac Newton discovered it.
No, not like that. It's the same way how Christopher Columbus discovered America, but there was people in America, so it's not like that.
So tell me, how did Newton discover gravity?
He found out the meaning of gravity, not discovered the
How?
gravity.
What
He
did
didn't
he
invent
find
gravity,
out?
idiot.
How? Tell me how.
An apple fell.
Wrong. Try again.
No.
Tell me how. That's not it.
Yes, an apple
I know
fell.
exactly how. He wrote it down. So tell me how.
I told you, apple fell in front of his face.
What? No, Newton wrote it down, dude. Newton wrote down how he
Alright,
discovered
tell me what
it.
he wrote then.
And it wasn't from an apple falling from a tree. That's not what he wrote down.
What did he write?
No, you tell me.
You said you know
said
what
he
he wrote.
discovered it. No. You said he discovered it. So obviously you know how he discovered it. Tell me how he discovered it. I want to know. I want you to tell me. You don't know shit.
What
Talking
he
out
said.
your ass, and that's all you've been doing since you got here. Talking out your ass.
I told
Exposed.
you,
Tender
he sat under a tree, he was drinking tea, and he observed
Nobody
the apple
even-
falling from the tree.
Okay, give me a citation for that. Like seriously,
Okay,
give me a
search it
citation
up on
because nobody
Google.
believes
Search
that
it
shit
up on
anymore.
Google. Search it up on
No,
Google.
I don't. No. I don't want Google. Google's not a citation. I want the citation. The
But you told me
historical
to search up
citation.
the.
An
You told me
historical
to search it up.
citation.
So why don't you search it up?
Because I already know the answer. I don't have to search it up, and you're fucking wrong. You should Google it.
No, but you told me to search up the depth of the
Yeah,
ocean.
that's right. Because you didn't know what it
Exactly.
was. Because you didn't know what it was. I do know. There's a difference. See, you didn't know what optical extinction was. I do know what Newton did. There's a difference there. See, you're ignorant.
You don't
I'm
know.
not. I do know.
You know nothing.
Do you want me to explain it to you?
No, I can tell you right now, but you're just gonna keep saying
How did Newton
You're gonna deny it.
determine? How did Newton? I don't have. I can cite Newton's own fucking handwriting. I don't have
Then
to deny
cite it
anything.
right now.
The Principia Mathematica.
Excuse me?
The inverse square law is a consequence of Kepler's second law of motion when the force points towards one foci of an ellipse. That force is inversely proportional to the square of the distance, and this is where he came up with the universal law of gravitation. But you knew that, of course. Using conic sections. You also knew that, right? You don't know anything. You're just a parent. I'm
Dude,
sorry
I
to
do
say
not
that.
understand what you're saying, dude. You're saying a lot of.
That's not my problem.
You're like
Your lack of
blah blah blah
understanding
blah
is
blah,
not my
and then you
problem.
would think it's the truth.
He wrote it down.
You didn't
It's
tell
his
me.
handwriting. I cited the text. The Principia
But your mic kept cutting
Mathematica.
out.
The Principia. Oh, now you can't hear me. Oh my God, I can't hear you. I didn't understand that. Now we're going to play stupid. Principia Mathematica.
Okay.
It's on archive.org. You can read the whole thing. I suggest you do it.
So it's not even his own writing. You go on archive.org.
Oh my God. Listen, it's books. There's scans of the book he wrote.
What is the book called?
He's a troll, man.
Principia Mathematica.
Okay, I'll search it up myself.
What's his name? So I can kick him the fuck out of here. Goodbye. Go read it. Dude, that's fucking creepy though, dude. That shit was absolutely creepy to me, dude.
Why are you entertaining this dude?
I had this because I had this conversation before with like 50 different people, like the exact same thing. It's like it's like learning a dance, right? Like I learned like the calypso or something. And then someone starts dancing, I'm like, holy shit, I know that dance. Like, what the fuck? Like, this is like all this shit happened before, like deja vu.
I'm not even convinced they're human. Like they might be NPCs of the Matrix.
Oh my God, there's no way, dude. He said that the exact same way. Did you do it yourself? Like that, like the exact words, because I gave my standard response and he had the standard reply to my response. If he was the same person I talked to before, yeah, I could understand that. But this is a completely different person. Like, that was just absolutely fucking creepy.
It shows their bias when they're so biased against you and sets the standard of proof so high for you, right? Did you do it yourself? But you know he didn't step into an astronaut suit and doing spacewalks himself, but that doesn't really matter, right?
Zero standard of proof for the globe and just insanely high expectations for the base axiom that everyone experiences.
Hey, what do you think he was actually here to learn? Assuming he was telling the truth and he was here to learn, what do you think he was actually trying to learn?
Nothing. Everything you were saying was way above his head. He can't understand any of it. That's what I was trying to say. You should have handed him over to me. Yeah, go ahead.
That's the thing. Like, listen, I understand it's above his head. How is he responding just like fucking 50 other Globers have responded? Like in the same...
Because they're mindless. They don't have their own thoughts. They're just conditioned with this narrative.
Has to be reading something.
Oh man, it's a script.
They must be
It's definitely
watching
a
an
fucking script. It's built out in my mind, dude. I remember shit. Listen, I got a pretty good memory. I know when I've done something before. I've done this lots of times before. He said shit in the exact same goddamn order. I used to, in the lobby, back on the old server, they would come in, and they definitely had a script. They would come in and say stuff, and I would literally tell them, ask Jose the next question they were going to ask. Literally, there was like an order. They would ask about eclipses, then like, the Coriolis effect. They literally had like this order of asking questions in the text chat. And like I would say, okay, ask me this. Ask Jose. We used to do this all the time.
NPCs,
it's like a
man.
script
It's not just a
call
meme.
center, like a call center script. If they say this, go to page 5, and then refer to page 5. Then you go there. It's like, oh, what about the eclipses?
Hey, do you remember when we started predicting their next question, like way ahead of time? You're like, okay, so then you're gonna ask about eclipses, right? And they're like, No, and then they would skip that one to go to the one that was coming up next that we already knew. So it's like, oh, so then it must be this, and then like, fuck, like this guy just went through all my questions, and eventually they'd have to go through those questions, but they would try to make them randomized after when they knew we cut on.
Jose, a few times they didn't read the chat and they still asked the question. I remember that happened a couple times. We're like, okay, you're gonna ask this next, and they didn't read or something, and they still asked the question.
I do that all the time.
The script.
Completely mindless.
The original script though that I got really familiar with was the 10 ways to debunk flat Earth. Do you remember that one?
Oh yeah,
I remember that. I remember you predicting
and the seasoned Glovers wouldn't touch this because they know it's stupid. This is for like the novice Glover that like freaking saw one video about like someone making fun of flat Earth. Like, I want to go troll flat Earthers, and then they posted that video somewhere, and that was like their go-to evidence. That one memorized to the point where like either in the text chat or in the voice chat, I was just like, next is gonna be this. I already knew what to cover, and like I had my own script in my head from doing it so fucking much.
That's it. Exactly what I think has happened. Yep.
I remember you, Jose, and Midi HC doing that. Taking bets on what would be next. And usually you were right.
Man, scary, man. Yeah. I said I don't really believe that like there's agents and shit, man. But when stuff like this happens, I'm like, man, I don't know.
They literally can't think and just have to be told what to think.
I honestly think these guys are just like fanatics, like atheistic globe Earth fanatics, and they don't have to pay those guys. Like those guys are already like that. I don't want to be political, but like how like there's like a cancel culture, like how they're like on it. Like as soon as someone does something, they're just on it, and the trolls just pile up, and they all have the same fucking argument, even though it makes no sense. That's the same shit that these guys do, but with us. That's how I see it. Like how leftists fucking retards look at things. That's how these people, deal with that same type, the same type of issue. Just in a different conversation, different.
Yep. It's like a mentality. That's like a way of thinking.
Yes, it's almost like a herd thinking within a little group of people. A group of people. Like that's kind of how I see it.
Yeah, it's a cult. That's what it is.
Yeah, and they're just conditioned by whatever the cult says. If they were feeding them flat Earth, then they would defend that just as rapidly as they do the globe. They don't do any thinking. They just regurgitate their script and their conditioning.
But that was a lot of good stuff, Indio. I mean, if he didn't get that, he's 100% not listening. He's like on something else. Like you're talking, but he's not listening. He's looking for he's waiting for the next opportunity to ask the next question. That's what it's, because he keeps saying, because you flat earthers, and then he'll say stuff like, well, is the university believe in them? You know what I mean?
They're ignoring the response, and they're just waiting to get to their next Gish Gallop point.
They have no idea how to debate.
Threw Gravity under the bus in a hurry, though, and made a complete fool of himself while he was at it. He doesn't believe in bendy space-time, but that was the thing he was just arguing for.
No, he's one of those globe earthers that's not seasoned, so he's still with the idea that Newton is supreme, and he doesn't understand that it's been superseded or anything like that. Even though some of the Glovers still like they know it's been superseded, and they kind of let go of Newton. There's still some that'll be like, oh, it's been superseded, but it still works because of we could predict with it, we could do this. So like they hold on to part of it, or they like the Cavendish, so they won't let go of it completely because they feel that's the closest thing to like an experiment,
Yeah,
that they'll have for that. So they hold on to it for that reason, in my opinion. But dude, like I just read a paper the other day, and it was like a physics paper, and they were talking about how like they need to revisit Einstein because it's just falling apart.
Time for another reboot, I guess. They need a new Einstein now. But it's crazy how the only experimental evidence they claim for gravity is this 1700s parlor trick. Like, you would think by now they would have, like, anti-gravity tech. Like, where's my hovercraft? There'd be technologies built out of it, but no, just this parlor trick from the 1700s with some wooden rods and balls.
Funny thing is, during the early 1800s, that's actually what they predicted would be in the future because of all these stories they were being told.
Yeah, and where are they? Still the same stories from that time frame.
I honestly still think Coulomb's law and Newton, one of them had to, like, I'm pretty sure obviously I don't know which one came first, so I don't want to misquote my idea here, but if Coulomb's, what came first, India, Coulomb's law or Newton equations? Who knows? Anybody know?
It's the same equation.
That's what I'm trying to figure out who copied who, and if I had to guess, I would say, like, dude, like, they literally just took Coulomb's law equation of attraction and repulsion and gave it to fucking gravity, because it's the same math equation. The only thing that they changed is charge. For like Coulomb's law, it's charge, and for Newton's, he's got his little G shit going on.
Yeah.
Coulomb's was quite a bit after, I think.
Well, you can't falsify the mass. That's why with Newton, it's like a trick. They put in the formula. You know what I mean? Like, what is this? What are these two masses? What are you talking about? What? The Earth is the other one. Oh yeah, that's cool. Convenient.
I think we should have.
Big mass.
Well, as soon as he said that the curve is too small to measure any, the conversation was basically just over. He was already conceding that nobody could have ever measured the globe. So, what else is there to say?
You can't say that because we're talking about the radius. It's not too big. It's not. The radius.
Yeah, but he said, he's saying the Earth is just too big. We can't measure it. Oh, okay. Well, I guess that's it for the globe then.
Except
Thanks.
when you go to the Burj Khalifa Tower, then all of a sudden it shrinks. Yeah.
Oh look, somebody measured it. Okay, his name is Eratosthenes. So
wait, he said Burj Khalifa, not Mia Khalifa.
Well, only special people can measure the Earth curvature. Normal people can't see it.
Real quick, according to Wiki, Coulomb's law was 1785. Go ahead.
Thank you for that, Dave. Appreciate it.
And I did that, by the way, just in case a Glober comes on here and asks me if I did that. Yeah, I did. 17. But Indio, you're upset because the answer is in Ephesians 6:12. They're saying the same thing because they're possessed by the same spirit. I've been banned several times for this, but that's what this is about. You're wrestling against the same spirit. These people are possessed by the same being. So they repeat and polywannacracker the exact same thing over and over again. Like the psychopath helioskeptic is talking to in the YouTube chat when I said, yeah, we've measured the Earth is flat. Oh, how do you explain the sun not shrinking? Well, never mind.
Except it kind of does, and it's also just really far away from the beginning to the middle to the end of the day, and it's not the same as a boat going from 100 meters away to like miles away.
Yeah, don't make that claim though. That's irrelevant. To entertain the claim that matters, you've already lost. If you entertain that as if that's a conscientious, honest question, why doesn't the sun shrink if you measured the Earth flat? That person again is possessed.
Yeah, you're indulging.
Be told stop acting like a psychopath. Yeah,
you're letting them get away with the red herring. Like, I mean, as soon as they start pointing at other things, it's like, okay, I guess you're conceding on Earth curvature, so it's over.
Yeah,
right.
Got some new people.
That's right.
Here. Did you want to say something? Anyway, I would. Let's see. There's Roz. If you want to say hello, Crispy's here. Hello, Roz.
Hi, Roz.
AWS.
Hello.
How are you doing tonight?
Good. How are you?
Good. Thank you for asking.
Was my mic
So,
muted or? Ooh.
It's unmuted. Yeah, we would like to have a conversation with you for it. Yeah, like I'm curious to know what your position is about the globe Earth concept. What do you think about the globe?
Well, I was here a while back, but I always thought the Earth was flat. So I was
You've
here.
always thought that. Like, how did that come about? How did you?
I mean, my science teacher. my parents, my dad, that I don't talk to as much anymore, he didn't think that NASA was telling the truth and everything. And my dad told me never to believe my science teacher, what she was telling me about the Earth and the moon landing and all of that. So I think that was part of that. And watched a lot of YouTube videos about the ISS, I think. And I think that's very fishy what they do with the videos and everything. You could see with the wires and the cuts and everything. So I think that's all staged and all that. So.
So what do you do, like, out in the world? You know, let's say you're just talking to someone casually, and you say the Earth is flat, and they have like a reaction. You know, the emotional reaction, like a lot of the occultist globe heads have when you try to explain that their globe is fantasy. Like, what kind of evidence do you show them? Like, do you ever explain to them how the predicted curvature of 8 inches per mile squared has never been measured? Or do you ever explain the black swan observation to them, or any of those things?
I mean, you see, I like to keep that to myself because I did talk to a few people and they definitely gave me like, I think he's a little bit crazy part, and they just got into like a heated argument and everything. I lost a couple of friends from that. So usually I just like to keep that to myself when people like say like, oh yeah, the earth is round. Like, no. And I just then I said, okay, next topic, because usually things don't really work out like that. So.
I'd like to get your dad in here. He must be a pioneer. Like, is your dad around that we could talk to him?
I mean, me and him aren't so close now after we had a nasty divorce with my mom, so we don't really talk that much, but I do chat with him time to time. So, but he isn't doing too well, so he's been going through a lot of things, so yeah, personally.
Hi, Jenny. I saw you said you were at an open mic night. I saw that. You got done with your open mic night. Was it fun? Were you performing?
I did not like original content or anything, but I sang a song by Harry Nilsson from a movie from 1971 called The Point, and he collaborated with Ringo Starr, and the main character was Mike Lookinland, who played Bobby Brady from the Brady Bunch. But anyway, the song was called Think About Your Troubles, what I sang.
Nice. I wish I could have heard it. I don't think I've ever heard that song.
Have you heard of the movie? Let me find a link for you.
I don't think so. What's it called?
Oh, The Point.
I don't think I've ever heard of that, no. Is it good?
Well, yeah, I think so.
Maybe I'd like to watch it then. Crispy's here. Crispy, if you can say hello to us. You said you've talked here before. I just have never heard you.
Yep.
What's going on? Are you a globe believer, Crispy? Mr. Crispy. I think you are, because I know earlier you were saying you were upset about the detention thing. I was trying to explain to you how it's just a bot, not to take it personally. But anywho, if you decide to talk to us about the globe belief, Crispy, we're here for you. Thank you, Jenny.
Yeah, and I post the song too.
Oh, thank you.
I mean, not me singing it, but
yeah, I want to hear it. Crispy, he started to say something, but I don't know. Then he went away again. Are you there?
Yeah, I was looking at the moon, and why does the moon have different stages of light, like crescents, like more or less, throughout the month or year?
You would like to know what causes the moon phases? Is that what you would know?
Yes. As I am told by someone else that, I don't know if it was you, Daniel, or someone else in the chat above for this voice chat, that creates its own light. It generates its self-luminescent.
Yeah, well, I know the heliocentric explanation doesn't work, so you got. I mean, a lot of people. It's interesting that you looked in that moon channel. I mean, people have different proposals and ideas about it. And so, what have you seen so far?
Well, it was Prince Seb or Prince B said it's self-luminescent. But from the moon channel there, I saw a video where the sun and the moon were visible at the same time, which I've seen in my daily life as well. And it seems to be that the moon side of the moon that is illuminated is relative to the direction the sunlight is coming from. So that's what I observe. I'm not really sure what to make of it at this point, but that is what I observe. And people have seen for thousands of years the different phases of the moon. So what would you make of the phases of the moon and the way those crescents are shaped?
So do you want a real explanation of what's going on, or are you just looking to find a way to go back to the globe model here?
No, I want your explanation as you know it, as truthfully as the truth that you know.
The moon has its own light, does not reflect the sun's light. Ridiculous to think that.
What I would say is, for instance, I live in Iceland. I see the moon oftentimes when the sky is out, with weird configurations of where the phases are considering where the sun is. So it's not directly correlating to where the phases are. That's not correct. That's just sometimes, and sometimes it's off.
Okay, so the phases of the moon are not always related to the position of the sun.
No, nothing in the heliocentric model works. That's why it can't be used to predict eclipses, and they go back to the Saros cycles devised by ancient flat earthers.
Okay.
Yeah.
If I had no idea about...
I can give you stories. Like, personally, I subscribe to the black bodies idea, that there are other unseen celestial bodies that eclipse the moon and the sun, but I can't verify it, so it's just another story. I think it's a more compatible story with what we know about the Earth, but it's still just a cool story, so I won't stand by it as if it's something that I can validate with, like, a valid hypothesis test or anything.
If I say I was like the first person on Earth and I had no idea if it was spherical or flat, I would probably guess flat at first because I look around me and see that
Would spherical...
my
Sorry to rumpus you there. Would spherical even occur to you?
At first, no.
Yeah, I don't think it would even... Yeah, for me...
And for quite a while, people didn't even have
When
thought
would
for it to be
spherical...
spherical, except much later on in history,
When would
where someone came
spherical
up with
occur
that
to
theory.
you? At what point would it occur to you spherical?
For me personally, I don't know, but someone apparently throughout history came up with a theory that it was.
Has someone ever lied throughout history?
So, I think...
Yeah, people lie. Was that Copernicus or whoever?
Well, I mean, we could go back and back and back. There are different figures, but it kind of seems like you just kind of hit it. That what it is it's a story that man has told you, right? That this isn't like a natural understanding that you ever would have come to on your own. This needed to be told to you.
It was originally a theory, a proposal, an idea that is not a law or.
Yeah, it was originally a theory.
It was originally. It's proven true by actual, like, scientific method.
Yeah, but that was never done because that's not what it is. It's not reality. So use the scientific method to validate something that doesn't exist and is just a cool story. So maybe it started out as a theory. If that's the case, and it only started out as a theory and it's something else now, then what it is now is like an abject religion.
Okay.
Well, what scientific... Sorry, go ahead. Well, I was going to ask, what scientific validation do you know of that exists for the globe?
I don't know a lot myself. That's why I'm
Yeah.
asking questions.
Okay. So what was your
Got to
question?
start somewhere.
Yeah, for sure. I agree.
Geez. Oh, how does the moon generate its own light? Or would you fall
Yeah.
back onto
Well,
scriptural evidence?
I gave you, yeah. So I mean, I kind of gave you a rough idea of what I think might be happening with eclipses as far as how it actually generates its own light. I would be way in speculation land there. The best thing that I can do is talk about the globe story and why that absolutely cannot work.
Oh, okay. Okay, this is gonna have to take my word on this, but it was pretty cool. I pulled into my driveway at night with my nephew and his friends in the car. We got out, and my buddy Mark, he turns around. He's like, "Dude, look up in the sky." We turned around, and we saw a bunch of white specks in like a row of like 50 plus flying across the sky.
That's sweet.
It was the SpaceX satellites. We caught it. It was like a phenomenon type of like 1 in a million chance that we just got out of the car after we pulled in the driveway, turned
It
around, and looked
was
in the sky, and saw that.
so it was the SpaceX satellites.
Yes, it was.
How did you go about verifying that?
I know that's ridiculous to say, but
No,
They're
yeah,
actually drones.
I want to know how you
they're
verified that.
drones?
Did you grab a telescope?
And they got fried.
Yeah, did you zoom right in to verify exactly what it was that you were looking at, or did you just see a bunch of lights that correlated with a story that the government told you?
Oh, the government didn't
Or
tell me that.
SpaceX, yeah, okay, whatever, whichever one. SpaceX is basically a government entity, but don't get hung up on that. Are you tying a story
Okay.
that these people told you together with some lights? Hey, are you tying a story together about some lights that you see that you verify the nature of? Yeah.
I am recalling an instance in my life some months ago, I think, or a year ago, or whatever, where I heard about that these satellites were supposed to be going to the sky.
So they told you that's
shortly thereafter. I saw those. I'm like, oh, that's what they must have been talking about. I just saw it.
okay. So you
And
jumped
they
to
said
conclusions.
satellites. They could be all right, dude. They could. I was told they were satellites. I don't know for sure if they were.
Okay.
They could be drones as well. Drones sounds like just as much of a realistic.
Well, what they are, from what
explanation
either
as
you
well.
or I can tell, are unverified lights in the sky that correlate with a
Okay.
story that these people at SpaceX told you, right?
Yes, I understand that. I'm just
Yeah,
saying I saw it with my own eyes.
Well,
Not saying
whatever
I
it
knew
was.
exactly what it was, but
Yeah.
I saw it. And
Exactly.
I was gonna say that like they were so bright like that, wouldn't that be the sun reflecting off them
I have no idea.
at nighttime?
We just.
But I'm just
Did you
saying
look-
that
did you look
that
at it
sounds
at
similar.
nighttime?
That sounds similar to like the way that like I was saying. I'm not trying to go globe here. I don't mean that.
No,
but I mean don't get
but
the
can
wrong
you
idea.
answer my question real quick?
But
Did you
but
see?
the
Did
way
you
I'm
see
just
this
trying to
so-called satellite? Can you answer this question?
I'm just
real
trying
quick?
to I'm just no I'm just gonna try to finish what I'm saying.
Oh, clarification on what you're telling us.
I'm just saying like the way sunlight reflected off the quote unquote satellites seems
Well,
similar to
yeah,
the way
that's what I want
sunlight would reflect.
clarification
The
on.
way the
So
sunlight would
nighttime.
the way the sunlight would reflect off the moon to create its phases.
Okay,
That's all I
so
want to say. Okay,
this.
ask your question.
I'm just asking you. Was it nighttime when you think you saw this? What you think is a satellite?
Yes, it was pretty well into nighttime.
Yeah. How is it able to reflect the sun's light when it's in the shadow that you think can occult the whole moon?
Because they were high enough to catch the sun's light from the
but
horizon.
the shadow extends all the way to the moon, buddy. In your idea.
What?
In your idea of globes in space, then the shadow of the Earth would extend all the way to the moon, which we know it doesn't, but then your satellite would then be in that shadow and would not be able to reflect any light from the sun.
Well, if it's high enough, it would catch the sun.
No, because it's not beyond the moon.
Yeah. The satellites were not beyond the moon.
Yeah, so
That's his point.
It's not high enough.
I mean, they don't have to be beyond the moon. They can be
Yeah, well,
outwards in the atmosphere.
according to your belief, it's in the shadow of the Earth and therefore cannot reflect the sun.
I never said it was in the shadow of the Earth.
Well, if it's in the nighttime sky above your head, then it's in the shadow of the Earth.
Not necessarily, depending on the angle. It could still be high enough to catch light.
Well, is it higher than the moon? Is it higher than the moon?
That's why I specified.
I'm going to definitely say no. The Earth's orbit.
So it's not high enough to catch the sun's light.
Let me try. Look.
I think
the
we
sun
just
is supposed
did.
to be at
Just because
nighttime. The
I don't
sun's supposed to
understand
be on
that
the other
just because
side of
it's
the world, right?
not as far as the moon doesn't mean that it can't catch sunlight.
Okay, draw your
things
idea
going
on
through
a
space,
picture
I
and
think
put
we'll
it
be
in
able to catch
Livestream for
sunlight
us.
if they're not quite as far as the moon.
Yeah,
Get out your
as long as
paint
they
and
would
try
be
to draw
able to be
this.
intercepted by light coming past the horizon where we can't see the sun
Yeah,
anymore.
but it's so many cool
Like a
stories.
vantage point, like the higher up where you can see further out.
You're just
you're
making
not
so many
thinking about this.
presuppositions.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, you're not thinking about this geometrically. Like, if it's on the other side of the ball, the sunlight cannot reach it. Do you understand?
It was not on the other side of the ball as I
If you're on the
perceived.
night side and you're looking into the sky, where are you looking? Are you
I
looking
get it.
towards the
I
sun?
understand what you're saying. There would be a cutoff. It would be in the literal shadow, no longer visible to the light coming from the sun to hit it. I understand what you're saying.
Well, that's your claim is that it's light reflected from the sun. I see no proof of it. So I'm just asking you how that works when it's supposed to be traveling across the sky on the night side. So across the backside of the imagined globe through the shadow, and it's still a light, and you think it's reflecting sunlight through the globe.
So they were drones with lights on them, flying really fast.
We're not saying what they were. They're unverified
the
lights
fact-
in the
what they
sky.
were?
You're
There is
looking.
phenomena that is observed up above, but there is also technology and balloons and drones and things that can be sent really high up. So that works. That there is no globe required for that kind of stuff to be done.
From
You
my
can
vantage
send
point,
rockets
it looked
up.
like they were going like in excess of 300 miles per hour easily.
Well, you don't know exactly where they were, so you're not really able to make that judgment of how fast they're going.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I don't know where they launched from, but I'm in Wisconsin, so they came past my sky at random, and I saw it.
It went above your head.
Way up in the sky, yes. Very bright things in a very long group, like a train of a bunch of little specks flew
Yeah, so you
across the
just
sky.
destroyed your argument from earlier, because obviously if they go above your head, then they would have to be passing through the imagined shadow on the backside of the globe where you think you are.
Can I here? So he thinks it's sunlight, right? So are you familiar with how big the ISS is and how far away it is?
No, I'm not familiar with its size and
So
location
the
specifically.
Starlink is said to be, I think it's like 50 miles above us, and the ISS is said to be 255 miles, but it's way, way, way bigger. It's the size of a football field. It's at least 3 times bigger. And you cannot see that ever at night. It does not light up the same way you would see a Starlink. Starlink is
The
incredibly
International
bright.
Space Station is the size of a football field.
Oh yeah, it's huge.
Oh,
So what I'm saying is you
pretty
can't
damn
see
big.
that light up at night, but how come you claim you can see a Starlink 50 miles away light up a light that big?
I don't know. I've never seen the International Space Station
No, that's what I'm saying. How come you
except
can't see it?
from its photos from
No, that's not
space.
what I'm asking you. I'm
Question
saying
mark?
why wouldn't the ISS light up as bright or brighter than the Starlink? It's further away, it's bigger, and the sun's going to be hitting it, right? Because it's further away, and you've never
Mhm.
seen it light up as big as the Starlink.
All I can say is I've never been in the right position, but I think I would have seen it by now, though.
Oh, it
At some
traverses
point,
the
I guess.
sky. What is it? 16 times. It sees like 30 sunsets in a day. You would see it, right? It goes 17,000 miles per hour through the sky. It looked like a giant light, just zooming, right? But you've never seen it.
Oh yeah, I'm seeing. I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty versed in Photoshop and video editing, so I'm looking at pictures here, and there's what is labeled to be at a quick search on the internet. Rather large speck in the sky, labeled the International Space Station from 3
But
different photos.
that's all I
Labeled
wanted to
as
say.
keywords.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
I
all I
know.
wanted to
I
say.
know. We can go back to relativity and who knows if anything is anything. I know, and
Well,
people
not
lie.
really. Not really. We can know whether or not there's Earth
There are
curvature
things
because
that we
that's just a
can
simple
know,
direct
but there's a
measurement.
lot of
Yeah,
lies out there. So I know
I
I can't
agree.
take everything as gospel as soon as I see it. I don't know that.
I agree that there are things that we can know, like whether or not the Earth is curving, because it's easy enough for any of us to just go up and measure something like that for ourselves. But as to an unverified light in the sky, yeah, that's open to question.
Elijah, send me an invite.
So it seems like the core of the issue here is you think that there might be Earth curvature. Well, we've been looking for some for quite a while. Would you be able to show us any measurements?
No, they
I don't
can't.
know
They
as much
can't
as
show
you
us
do.
shit.
I don't know as much as you do about it because I haven't researched it as much as you.
Well, that's kind of the core of the whole issue, though, because if the Earth isn't curving, then it's not a ball, and then all the other stuff about that ball model all falls apart. Of having satellites and things in orbit and all this stuff that SpaceX and NASA claims to
Yeah, I
do,
get
it's
that.
all
Its
dependent on that
foundation would be
idea,
based
right?
on
That's the
that.
foundation, exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So we can just go to that and just be done with the whole thing, just uproot the tree right from its roots, just chop the thing down.
Does anyone or would anyone be able to have access to how triangulated like GPS signal is calculated?
Yeah, towers,
Assuming that would
balloons,
be
perhaps.
based on their, as they say, satellites. So you say towers.
Yeah, well, for one thing, 99% of transmissions worldwide are acknowledged to go through cables, right? And so the other 1% are what towers and balloons are for. I don't think that you need any cartoon satellites to cover any of that.
Yo, dude, could you hear me right now?
Yeah.
All right, cool. All right.
Okay, so I'm gonna do a 200-mile-an-hour crash course here. So the globe, sorry, Earth, what? Fuck, Earth flat. The motive to create a lie that it is a globe.
Yeah. Well, you want me to speculate on the motives of liars? I can do that.
I saw I don't know if it was in this server or somewhere else online, but it's basically like this equals this equals this equals this equals this all the way down the line, like a chain reaction of like a conspiracy like thing.
Yeah.
Like,
well,
for to lie about the Earth being a globe equals this, and this is why they do that and that and that and that, and it went on forever.
I mean, it's kind of speculation as to why somebody would lie about this. I mean, are you kind of trying to get at like there's no reason for them to lie, so it must not be a lie?
I don't know what.
Or are you just honestly asking like why? Or are you just honestly asking like why? Sorry, I rumpused you there. Are you just on? I'm just trying to get clarity. Like, are you looking for some sort of gotcha? Like, there's no reason why they would do it, so it must not be a lie. Or are you just honestly asking, like, why?
I'm honestly asking, like, why would they lie? What would their motive be? But you said that's speculation, right?
Yeah, I mean, like, the best thing to do would probably be to ask the liar, but then again, liar, so they'd probably lie. If you want me to speculate, I would say that it's because knowledge is power, and being the only one with the knowledge of where we actually are gives you a humongous upper hand over the population. Wouldn't you think so?
Yeah, that makes sense.
If they're the only ones who know what this is and what can be done with it, like, I mean, that gives them a huge advantage over the rest of us. Maybe there's more land, more resources, beyond the perimeter that they let us explore, and so they just keep us in a little circle, and they don't let us go beyond that, and they control the rest of whatever's out there or whatever. I mean, like I said, this is speculation, but I could see some pretty clear-cut reasons for megalomaniac power, hungry freaks to lie about the fundamental questions of life and where we are.
Yeah, I know it's nothing new.
You want to say something really fast?
Man with power.
For sure.
Oh.
What?
I just want to say something really fast. Can I be heard?
Yeah, can hear you.
Right. So, people kind of ask these questions like, why would they lie? And it's like, even though we don't really ever know, you still have to acknowledge the fact that people do lie. Because I've met people who are so much like an NPC that this type of person, they're all for the Big Bang cosmology and evolution and everything. And, they think everything's a conspiracy, right? And it's like, I believe that rich men would get together, conspire on how they're going to consolidate wealth and power for generations. They don't think that men would do that. And I think you have to be like an imbecile to think that men wouldn't do that, because that's what men do. Like, if you can count on one thing, right? Men are going to be greedy, right? That's why they say, you're going to, pay your taxes and you're going to die. Like, right? The whole pay your taxes part boils down to men being greedy. So I don't know why they would lie, right? It's kind of like, why wouldn't they lie?
Yeah.
Why would they just tell you on the TV, like, 100 globes a day, right? They show you on TV and all these different channels, and then it's all over school. Why would they tell you that the earth was spinning if you can't feel it, you can't detect it, you can't verify it? Why is it so important for you to know that you live on a spinning water ball that's sometimes pear-shaped, or, it's not perfectly a sphere, but it's smoother than
a cue ball.
pool ball? Yeah.
Yes, it'd
So
be
why is it
irrelevant
so
to
important
the
for them to tell
information.
us?
I
Why
guess
would they
because
need to tell us?
they have everything to gain from being the only ones who know where we are. I mean, personally, like I said, it would be speculation, but that seems to make sense to me.
I'm gonna shoot off topic, not wildly, but still off topic. I pulled a picture from the server of it's a very pretty picture of the sun above the peak of a mountain with a rainbow in front of it. Why are rainbows arced?
Mm-hmm. Is this going to like the firmament or dome type of argument or something?
Would that be because of a dome?
I don't know.
Why
I've heard that before.
Well, here's an interesting
I mean, we've
fact.
all
You
seen
can't make it
rainbows.
inside your house. You can't make a rainbow inside your house. You
I've seen it.
have
I
to
remember
use some
seeing
sort
it
of
in
mirror.
I
What's up,
remember
man?
seeing. I remember seeing it
What's up,
in a sort of a smaller instance. Not so much of an arc, but like at least like a stripe of like the colors breaking
Yeah,
off
but
in
why do
the
you think?
individual colors.
Yeah, you can make a prism inside your
That's
house,
right.
but I'm saying, like, you can't make a rainbow inside your house without two mirrors. So where's the second
No.
mirror in the sky or outside?
The double rainbow is interesting also, where the top rainbow is the colors like
What's that got to do with it?
like it's reflected in a mirror type of thing or something, but I have no idea.
I don't know if it was edited or not, but I was also looking in the I think it was the Moon channel or somewhere else, or maybe it was some random YouTube video of before the Apollo 14.
Hey, before you guys, oh, sorry, continue, please. Sorry.
Apollo 14, whatever. I know I don't know my shit at all. Apollo whatever launch in 1960, whatever.
The 11,
Not
Neil
whatever.
Armstrong, you mean?
Yeah, the moon
Yeah,
landing one.
11 doesn't matter.
Before they
Whatever.
went.
Go on.
Some guy, they were like having like a little meeting, and some guy was standing up like on a higher area, like just kneeling over, like leaning over a railing. He's like, "So we all know the Earth is flat, blah blah blah," and he just like nonchalantly said that before they were like, "We're gonna plan to take off."
Yeah, that's some pretty key info to have before you take off, wouldn't you think?
Why did he say that?
I don't know. I didn't hear him say that, but that's interesting.
He just like dead ass told the entire group of people in the room. So we know the Earth is flat.
Oh, cool. Yeah, probably. Yeah, because they would have to know that. NASA knows that. They have lots of technical papers that treat the Earth as flat and non-rotating.
Oh.
because they have to in order to launch a
So
rocket,
now that we
fly a helicopter, do
now that
any
we
of that.
told you
Yeah, sorry, go ahead. Hank.
now that we told you that NASA has papers saying that the Earth is flat, now we're going to ask you, why would they lie and say the Earth is flat?
Power. Control.
And
If
Well,
you
there's
want to
different motives to lie, either to protect yourself or to gain something over someone else, or just
Yeah.
you're purely tyrannical and just are a troll. Entertainment.
Good God, man.
I think you're coming a long way in this conversation here. I like it.
I mean, that's the only reason I can think to lie. You either don't want something to be revealed about yourself, you want to gain something over someone else, or you're just a dick.
You're taking the subject a lot more seriously than a lot of people do when they come in and ask these questions. It's good. Like you're actually taking the time to think about it. So
I want
it's
to find that
commendable.
video again, but I don't know if I will. But yeah, that's all I got for now. Thanks for the feedback.
Yeah, of course. Because usually when people ask why would they lie, they're looking for some kind of silly gotcha. But you're already asking that question, so that's a whole different thing. Because it is an interesting question to have an honest conversation about
Who's
it. But
hot
when
mic?
somebody's just asking it like, is that me? Sorry.
I don't know. I just keep hearing like an echo. Like it sounds like maybe you're listening. Somebody's listening to it in the background or something.
Is my mic weird or something? Maybe.
No, it's just I keep on hearing like an echo in the background, like repeating of whatever you're saying. Like after a second, it starts to repeat, like like it's feedback.
Yeah, I'm hearing that too. It's really annoying. I don't know. MacBook issues. I'm not sure.
No, I'm not sure if it's you. I'm just saying. I didn't wonder if everybody else noticed it.
Yeah, there it is. Well, anyway, Crispy, yeah, kudos to you, bro.
Yeah, go figure it out, Chris. Go measure it yourself. Don't worry about what other people say.
No, listen. If people still think we live on a ball in 2022, they got problems. They're lost. That's it.
Or they just haven't thought about it at all.
They
A lot of
yeah,
people
they're
haven't been given the.
It's starting to piss me off because there's only so many people I can talk to. Everyone's a fucking
That's how it
retard.
is now. This is your reality now.
I just push ahead with the flat Earth conversation anyway. I just say, get with it, man. Come on.
Everyone's
like,
fucking
what?
retarded.
It's just
You know what I
like
mean?
just
And
push
when I bring
forward
the
and be
fact
like,
that I'm a fucking crazy conspiracy theorist.
There goes the neighbor.
Just ask him.
You
Dude.
still think the Earth is a ball? What is wrong with you?
Yeah.
Let's just address it that way. You still think the Earth is the ball? What is wrong with
Exactly.
you? Where did you come up with that?
Yeah, that's
just
what I'm
flip
saying.
it on them.
Who told you that?
Yeah, I just ask him, like, really, you actually think that oceans are bending and convexing around a ball? You actually, really? Have you seen that happen before?
My eighth grade biology teacher told me that. No fucking shit. She told you that because she's supposed to. You fucking moron.
Well, sure, I mean, but they're with biology and different aspects of mathematics, they're gonna say physics is involved. Everything, all of physics proves that the Earth is a ball, and you're dumb if you don't think so.
Fucking Mama Luke's.
I wonder if
Spacist.
Spacist, yeah, I love it.
Spacist.
That was you only 10 years ago.
Are you being
You're a
are you
spacist.
Helio? Are you being spurious right now, dude? Are you being spurious
I
right now?
I might be. I don't know.
I think you are.
Are you
Mhm.
seriously fucking with me right now?
Are you
I think yeah. Mhm.
What did you say?
Fuck with me.
He's being really super spurious right now.
I thought he was being super drunk.
The year is
Wait a minute. I ain't gonna lie.
on.
I have been drinking, but still, I'm still having the conversation. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah.
I wonder
Damn
if
it, Helio,
Crispy
I
has
told
any
you.
more.
I didn't pick on you. It doesn't mean I don't like you anymore.
I wonder if Crispy has any more conversation material for us, because he's pretty good for that.
Yeah, I was still just looking on the Moon channel. And
Let me ask you some questions, Chris.
There's a Moon channel? No way.
Is it okay if I ask you a question?
yeah, I had one more really quick though.
All right, so we're going to do something called word association. You know what it is?
Yeah.
All right, I'll say a word, you tell me what pops in your head. So close your eyes. What pops into your mind's eye when I say Earth?
Rock.
Exactly. The stuff that's outside, right? The stuff that gets in between your toes when you're at the beach, right?
Yeah, it's sand.
So that's what the Earth is. It's dry land. So when I ask a flat earther, hey, where does the Earth end? At the beach. Duh.
I get it.
Right?
It's the
So,
land, and the sea is not the earth.
right. So,
But there is earth
I'm gonna.
under the sea because the water is on top of it.
Well, there's
The
land at the sea floor, right? It's but it's not dry land. So I wouldn't call it Earth. I would call it like sand. Right? So, but my thing is that someone told you that Earth is that model. That 1980 WGS 1984. Right? Somebody told you that it was the blue marble that you see on TV, right? But that's just a model. So you know the difference between a Porsche and a model Porsche, right?
What?
So the problem is, the difference between a Porsche and a model Porsche.
Oh, yeah, the scale.
Right. It's not just the scale, right?
Well,
one's a model and one's the real thing.
One's a representation.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So the thing about it is that their model isn't even that good. Are you familiar with the cosmological constant problem?
No.
Can you type it in like your search engine?
What was it called? Cosmological what problem?
Cosmological constant problem?
Constant.
Yeah. Problem.
Give me a second.
And it'll take you to Wikipedia, but I'm going to ask you to click on the first link. That takes you to a Harvard link. You see that first link there? In Wikipedia?
Oh, do I click on the Wikipedia one?
Yeah, just click on Wikipedia.
Okay.
Right, do you see the first link, the number 1? You're going to click on it, and it should bring you to the bottom of the page, and then you click on the link. And you should get a Harvard link, right?
I don't see a Harvard link here right away.
It's not going to say Harvard until after you click it. So you just click on the first link. It'll take you to the bottom of the page. And then you click on the first link.
I'm
You
on
with me so far?
I'm on the main page of the cosmological constant page on Wikipedia.
Right. Now, do you see where the source is cited? The first source is a little tiny 1.
A little tiny 1. Yeah, dark energy.
It should be beside it. Yeah, click on that.
I clicked on
Not
the
dark
1.
energy, but the 1.
I clicked on the 1.
Right. Or did it take you to the bottom of the page?
No, it just popped something up. It popped something up on the bottom of my screen. It says citation. It talks about dark energy, quintessence. It doesn't say anything about Harvard.
Okay. I'm sorry, bro. Let me see. I'll get it for you. Instead of making you cite my source, I apologize.
I'm just going to control F or I'm on mobile.
Yeah, it might be better if you
I'll
just
find
go
on
ahead
page.
and post a link to what you're talking about, Hank.
Looks like somebody did.
Okay.
Atticus did? Vacuum catastrophe?
Atticus.
Way to go, man. All right, so we're talking about quantum field theory. And the quantum field theory is where they try to make gravity and quantum physics like work together as one, but they don't work. So give this a little read, right? It talks about where we get that number with 120 orders of magnitude. So just give it a little read. You know, I mean, it's a well-known fact that the whole gravity thing doesn't work. We've known for a long, long time. There's no scientific experiment for Einsteinian or Newtonian.
Bro, that's their
Mhm.
go-to word. That's their-
And if there were an
So the only
experiment, I would have my
so the
anti-gravity hovercraft already.
fucking
Hold
gravity.
on, let Hank finish this.
so the
I
only
was just trying to help.
No,
yeah, you're good, man. The only gravity left then is specific gravity, and you can search that later if you want to. But specific gravity is relative density. You can test this in your bathtub, in your kitchen, I mean, anywhere, right? You can scientifically do an experiment, and you'll find out that when you cause a change in the relative density between an object and the medium that it's in, it will cause the object to sink, or, in other words, fall. And you've been told that it has to do with the bending and warping of space time. And I would like you to do an experiment where you could manipulate the bending and warping of space time and see something fall. But you can't, because it's a mathematical concept. The bending and warping of space time, it's kind of like you trying to bend and warp my liberty.
Right,
Right?
you can't use any. Go ahead, Jen. I'm sorry.
A mathematical sounds like the perfect MO that scientism uses, posing calculations as measurements, like all over the place. So anyway,
Sure,
you guys
it's
go ahead.
something you can't demonstrate physically. You can draw it all day on a chalkboard, but you can't demonstrate it physically.
Right.
So, do you see the live stream voice text now where I posted a little thing called Gravity Debunked? Can you see that, bro?
Yeah.
Check that out.
Okay. Save that.
So when you ask an astrophysicist, what is gravity? And they say, I don't know, they're exactly right. Because nobody knows. What is gravity?
Who is Glober Insider? Is he in here at least? Hey, yeah, he is here. Oh,
Yeah,
he's
we talked to
muted.
him. We talked to him earlier. Actually, I had quite an exchange with him on Ladies' Night but Bunk. So, if you feel like talking to him, be my
No,
guest.
no, that's fine. Fine.
He used
Yeah,
to be called Globe Earther. I don't know if he changed the name or someone else does, but he also acknowledged, which I did it when people are honest, because Veronica said he'd been here before under many different names, and he did acknowledge that he had these other aliases. So I did appreciate that at least he came clean about that.
Yeah, that's not
That's fine.
uncommon for a lot of people that join us. Anyway.
That's fine. He's in live stream with sex trolling. That's why I asked. All good.
Oh, you're
All
welcome
good.
to try it if you want to. I'm probably the one who I don't even remember, but yeah, whatever. You're feeling
I'm
adventurous.
I don't feel like opening a can of worms right now.
Yeah, he doesn't have any globe proof. Let's just put it that way. He's come up with some in the last,
He got
6
nothing.
hours.
If any of the Globers would like to bring me an experiment for gravity, I'd love to see it. I got one that actually works. Sorry.
Tony V's a Glober. The other night he couldn't talk. I don't know if he can talk tonight. Tony V, can you speak?
Yeah, Tony. You've been looking everywhere for this Earth curvature. Please help.
Help us out, Globies.
Flat Earthers in distress.
Help.
Help, we need Earth curve. Except for don't show us the stuff on the TV, because we can show you the curving of, the bosoms of Bigfoot if you really want to check it out.
You
Bigfoot.
talking about Are you talking about the female Sasquatch?
Really, when you
It
when you think
must
about
be the bosom of the female Sasquatch.
when you think about it, though, it is really funny that they went to Earth. They went from Earth curvature with no measurements to space-time curvature. I mean, they're just imposing curvature everywhere, anywhere, with absolutely
So
zero.
why would Einstein
zero proof?
propose space-time? Because time is the most convoluted subject we could argue to the end of the world till we're blue in our face. And then when you add space with time together and you make it like the fourth dimension, now people can argue for like 100 years while we take Tesla Tech underground and we'll advance all kinds of technology and we'll hold back the populace. And maybe if they're lucky, they'll get an iPhone before the year 2000.
I think Tony was lighting up there, and I rumpused in on him. We almost had Tony. Hey, Tony. Drum roll. This could be the build up to curvature.
Come on, Tony, get your ass in there, man.
I think he's trying to talk. It's lighting up, but I don't hear anything. Tony, I don't know what's going on there. Something may be wrong with your settings.
He's sending us Morse code.
That's right.
Morse code with like just taps on his microphone. Tap, tap, tap. It's probably an SOS for the globe.
Help. Globe in distress.
Tap, tap, tap.
1032, pimp down.
Tap, 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 tap. Anyway.
He's trying. He's really trying.
I'd have to give him the microphone. What's it called?
He quit. I think he's coming back. He's trying to
We're gonna
restart
have
or
to
something.
give him the microphone. My microphone doesn't work.
I need globe proof. I need Earth curvature right now. I've been searching everywhere. Please help.
Please, yeah, help us out here, man. We've been looking for the curvature of Earth for 6 years. Come on, help us.
And a scientific experiment where I can manipulate the space-time. I've been looking for space-time everywhere.
Oh,
I can't find it.
space time. That's another thing we're looking for.
Yeah,
Only place I ever saw it was on a chalkboard, just like I was saying earlier. Only place I ever saw.
I just want to take the space-time to the laundromat and get that fabric cleaned.
Well, I mean, I think that space time, there's fibers involved. So I don't know if it's made out of a wool or anything, but you might have to dry clean the space time if you're going to take it to a laundromat.
I just want a sample of it, like Kent Hovind said. Shout out to Kent Hovind. Where you at, bruh? You late? Kent Hovind said, "How come we can't put space time in a jar and paint it yellow? Then we can talk about it."
There you go.
Ooh.
Who's the other guy that leads Christians away from the flat Earth truth besides Kent Hovind?
Oh man, just about all of them.
It's Stephen.
One Matthew
something.
guy.
No,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
Stephen
yeah.
something.
Steven.
What's his name? Stephen something. I can't remember his last name.
I don't think it's Stephen. I don't know. There's one in particular I was trying to remember.
No, there's one dude that hates flat Earth. One like Christian preacher that really hates
That's
flat
racist.
Earth. Who is it?
He's the only King James guy.
What's the guy who made that documentary Marching to Zion again? He's pretty much against us.
That was a joke. That was a joke.
Yeah, Steven. You said Steven, right? Steven Anderson?
Anderson, yes.
Yeah. That's the guy I'm thinking of, yeah.
Yeah, he just makes, he's made videos just like, you Christians shouldn't even take a look at flat Earth. I mean, he's totally, Kent Hovind just is like, ignores it for the most part. But Steven Anderson has made like some videos just, it's like he just makes a total ass of himself. So anyway.
Yeah, the church isn't even worth our time.
Globe Insider wants to talk. I don't know if he's got any Globe proof.
I sure hope so. Been
You
searching
want to
everywhere
talk
for
to him,
this curve.
Central Banker?
I'd love
You
to.
want to be called Slimes, or did someone make you?
Yeah. Yeah, I got myself into hot water by copying Slime. This other member named Slimes. I stole it from him, and then a mod made me Slimes the imposter.
Oh, I see. I don't even know who the original Slimes is.
He was only here for a few minutes in the lobby, and I was just trolling him, and then I got stuck with this.
Oh, so it's like an inside joke thing. Okay.
Well, I mean, I thought they would change it back within a few minutes, but it's been a day, and I'm starting to worry.
Okay.
That's cool. Hey, man, this is a comfortable
It's
place to
hazing
be as long
ritual,
as
right?
you're cool.
Hazing
Yeah.
ritual.
Yeah, it's fine. It's funny. Whatever. As long as people know who I am, I don't care. But what was the guy's name?
Globe Insider is his current name. I'm not interested in talking to him, but if you're interested in talking to him, I'll unmute him for you.
Oh yeah, sure. Let's give it a try.
Dandelion, are you thinking of Danny Faulkner?
That's the one. Thank you. Who said that?
He's another Christian guy that wrote a
Yeah.
book about. Yeah.
Right, that's what I was thinking of. Thank you for.
It says who here. No problem.
Two.
Yeah, sure. Let's hear from Globe Insider. What globe curvature measurements have you got for us?
You guys are evil people, dude. Y'all are
Okay,
mean.
straight
We're
to the
so
Obama.
evil. We're so
What?
evil. It's so nice.
Just show me on this doll here where Flat Earth violated you.
Right. That's
Just
all right.
because the surface is flat doesn't mean a globe cannot be a part of the model.
Well, Globe Insider, that is exactly what it means.
Yeah,
that's exactly
what's
what
wrong
that
with
means.
people?
Globe
No,
Insider,
I
you're just
definitely
kidding, aren't you?
Yeah, go ahead.
You're not being real about this, are you?
No, y'all don't give a fuck about the globe. Y'all think y'all know everything.
Yeah, we
The
just
Earth
don't
is
care.
flat, yada yada yada.
So how
Yeah,
long have you
yeah,
been
yeah.
in the globe?
Over here telling shit about spaceships.
I've been in the research for years. Globe.
Okay,
Insider.
dude.
Okay.
Globe's clowning.
So just flat Earth though, because I already learned the globe when I was in high school, and got on the honor roll and then got my programming degree in college. So you can fuck right off because you don't know any of us in here. Okay?
Hey, be nice.
No, he's being rude to us, first of all, telling us that we don't give a fuck about anything. But yeah, we do. We
Globe's
gave a
just
fuck about the globe for a long time.
You're in the live stream chat, right? This is what you said. That it's both flat and a globe. That's what you said.
He's clowning, man.
So yeah. That's how
I did
we roll,
not
man.
say that. You cannot prove that I said that, so I don't even want to hear it.
And read it.
Man, who let this guy in, man? Oh my
It's
god. I'm muting
recorded
his
with
punk
2
ass.
channels in here.
Well, fill a globe with Earth until it's flat. You think it's hard? Well, what's a globe? Give me a globe so I can fill it.
He got muted again as yeah, maybe Jenny's up. Jenny said she was going to sing a song for us. Maybe you could sing a song for us, and while that's happening, maybe some globe believers will
It's
come
the
in.
same dude. Don't unmute him. Don't unmute him, please. Or I'll just ban him. Bong,
Yeah,
it's the
'cause
same guy from the check-in, man.
Yeah, and he's the urine drinker. You're right. Whoever said that he's the. Dovid said, "Yeah, he's the."
I was talking to
Yeah.
that guy last night. He was just talking about chicken piss all night. It was hilarious.
That's him, man. Alright, you know what?
Let's not do that tonight. I don't think that's.
He's funny.
I feel like if I engage a guy like that in a serious conversation, the joke is on me.
Are we evil because we don't believe the lies we're told? Because if that's what evil is, then I'm very evil. I'm the most evilest person.
We're evil because
anybody else. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Wait, Bong. I'll forgive you for that, for saying the most evilest, but that's not proper English. I'm just saying.
Exactly why I said it that way.
I know, because you're a joker, and it's all good. And you're a smoker too. And I just, I'm just putting it out there.
I'm a
And a midnight toker.
At a midnight, he's probably a midnight talker too. It's just like he wakes up in the middle of the night. And he's like, I gotta take another toke. And then I'm going back to bed.
I toke around the clock, man. Constantly toking.
I love it.
I'm sorry, I brought that, but only because he lives.
I know. I'm just messing around. I'm just trying to. What's the next topic? I mean, we have to freaking bust each other's balls all the
Have
time.
another question, Crispy, or is anybody else who has a question about the Fantasy Globe model?
Crispy has good questions. They're sincere, at least.
Oh, well, I'm more eviler than you.
What do you want to say, Sasha? What's up?
I was going to talk about space-time because you guys don't think that's real.
Can you measure something for us? Can you weigh me a dime bag of space-time?
Well, you realize there are things that exist that you can't measure.
So then you can't perform the scientific method on them.
How do you give me a gram of that
hold on.
33% space time?
Yeah, hold on. I want him to repeat.
That's a good strain, Justin.
Hold on. I want him to repeat.
Space-time continuum.
Hold on. I want him to repeat that phrase that he just said. Don't you realize that you can that you can measure space-time?
Hey, but Sasha, when you say that, don't you realize that you're coming off sounding awfully similar when you talk about space-time to the way that you did when you talked about the globe when you first came in here?
No, he's saying that just because we can't see or measure it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Well, then why don't you believe
Yeah.
it?
Wait, hold on.
His love
I got a better one. Sasha, a second ago you just said that there are plenty of things that exist that we can't see. Like what?
Like the globe?
Well, most of you believe in God, so
He said
exist. I mean, you can't see electricity.
Yeah, but I mean things that are tangible. Like let me ask you this: is there anything tangible that exists that we can't see? Apart from glass, I suppose.
What about the strong nuclear force and the weak nuclear force?
Wait, hold on. Where can we see space-time?
In space-time?
Where can we see space-time? Like
trampoline.
I mean, it's not like a physical thing, so you can't see it. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, but we don't necessarily have to see it. I mean,
if you look at a trampoline and throw some bowling balls on it, there's your space time. What? Not good enough for you?
Spandex, dude. Spandex. Space time is spandex. Want to debate it?
It'll stretch as far as you want it to go.
Well, like, is there a reason you guys don't want to believe in space time? Like, do you guys think time exists?
Hey, no, it's not. Hold on. It's not about a want to. Hold on, it's not about a want to. It's whether or not it exists.
Right, that's what I was trying to get to. I was just wondering, do you guys believe that time exists?
Well, hey, here's the thing. The reason that we're taking the stance on it that we are is best evidence for it is, well, there are things we can't measure. There are things we can't see. There are things that we can't manipulate or do anything with. So what are we supposed to take you up on here?
Oh, wait. If I measure something, right, and I say this is 1 foot long, 1 foot long is not a thing. Okay? It's a concept. It's an idea. Okay? And just because you can measure something doesn't mean you take that measurement and say, this is a thing because I measured it. Like what?
I mean, doesn't it seem logical that time is just like the fourth dimension and it's just like a continuation of space?
The fourth dimension?
How is that logical? Time is just a concept in your mind. It's a human construct. It's a concept, but it's not a physical thing. You can't pour me a glass of time, can you? Unless you're talking about
maybe you can walk us through the logic. Walk us through. We're dumb.
What do you mean the logic?
Everybody.
Well, the thing that you just said that we don't have.
Hold on. Let Indio do this with him, please. If
no, he's doing it. I'm not doing shit. I'm just asking a question. Walk us through the logic. You said it's logical, so walk us through it.
So the first dimension is for the first three are width, height, and depth, right? And then time is just the manipulation of those and how they change over time. Like, I mean, I think it's kind of it makes sense to think of time as the fourth dimension, in my opinion.
Okay, no, that's like an appeal
Give me
to
an
common sense
example.
fallacy. You just said it was logical. That's not logical. That's illogical.
What's illogical about it?
Because it's a common sense fallacy. You just said
No,
it makes
okay,
sense.
but like,
Just
what's
by
illogical
simply,
about the idea that time is the fourth dimension?
Can you give us an example? I'm asking again. Can you give us an example?
I got you, man.
What do you mean an example? I don't. It's kind of hard to give an example of
Well,
space time.
exactly what you said. Space time. Give me an example. Bring
For
it to
example,
life,
like if
please.
you were to get closer
In my
to like
reality.
right, so if you get closer to a supermassive object such as a black hole, that
Wait.
literally eats up time.
Wait.
So time
No,
will literally
that's no good.
change.
I'm never going to
Wait.
get next to a black hole.
You're telling stories.
Eats up
The
time.
Earth where I live, please.
Eats up light, not time.
Live here on Earth, please.
Well,
Yeah.
what do you get when you multiply space with time, bro? Tell me, Sasha. Educate me. Since it's the fourth dimension, what do you get? So if you multiply
I don't know how you
1
could
meter, multiply by 1 meter.
I mean, it doesn't really make sense to
area,
say what
right?
do you get when you multiply width
No,
and
yeah,
height.
why not? It's you're
yeah,
staying in the fourth
now you're
dimension.
just asserting it doesn't make sense. Listen, three dimensions to three
Can you
dimensions.
see? Can you see you're having a problem, aren't you?
Hold on, Jen.
Okay, here, I'll try to explain it another way.
No, I'm going to tell you
hold
why
on.
it doesn't.
Yeah, you have
I
a
want to tell you
problem.
why it doesn't make sense. And Sears just illustrated it. He said, when he's asked to multiply them, you're not even in the same units. Height, width, depth are in one unit, right? They're in a dimensional unit. It's arbitrary. You can pick whatever you want. You know, feet, meters, whatever. Time is not in those units.
Okay,
So calling
here,
it a
I think I have a
dimension
good way
is
to
something
explain it.
completely different.
Okay, so you could imagine the
They're
first.
calling a dog a cat, dude.
Here, wait,
All
just let me try to explain it because I think I have a good idea. All right, so you
Well,
can
and
imagine.
I thought before you continue, you just said imagine. Continue.
Well,
Well, I mean, yeah, it's kind of an abstract concept. You kind of have
Exactly.
to imagine it.
Well, that's the thing. If you want to talk about it,
concept.
if you want to talk about it as a conceptual thing, that's cool. But when you put it forth as a scientific reality, that's the problem.
As it applies to our experience here on Earth, then we do definitely have a problem with that because we live in a three-dimensional stationary plane, and so when you try to introduce this nonsense that you claim exists when it actually doesn't exist physically, it only exists in concept. We do have an issue with that.
I just want to say this about time. I know I said it a few minutes ago, but I just want to add something to it. Time is the most convoluted subject in the world. Right? So our concept of time is, the sun once every 24 hours. So we divide it into 24 slots, right? But what if we didn't use that as our concept of time? What if we said, hey, every time the sun passes by, right, we blink so many thousands of times. So what if I said, hey, I'm going to get some gasoline and some groceries, and then I'll meet you at grandma's in about 300 blinks, right? And you knew that 300 blinks was about this many hours, right? So
Well, I mean,
with
blinks
that
is not a fixed measurement. It's not like feet or inches. You could say
Right.
seconds.
Well, I'm just saying that's a different concept. So I just showed you a different concept of how to keep time, right? Because we know that you blink however many thousands of times a day, right? So you could just divide the day into blinks, right? And that, we could tell each other, hey, I'll be over there in about, 4.5 blinks, which means, a few seconds or a few, less than a minute, right?
Yeah, I guess.
So that's what they're doing. They're taking how convoluted time is, and they're saying, now we're going to add space to time. We're going to sprinkle a little bit of space on the time, and that'll really cook their noodle. They'll be chasing their tails for 100 years. Thanks.
Yeah. I'm just going to take 40 winks rest. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So I think.
40 winks.
I thought I'd do it.
Right. Okay. What?
Okay. So you can imagine the first dimension as like a line.
Oh, here we go with imagine again.
No, it's not.
You can imagine the second dimension as a plane, the third dimension as a cube,
Can't
and
do
then
it to
the
reality
fourth
where we live.
dimension as an array of
Actually
cubes.
use this.
Those are axes, by the way. Those are coordinates. Just to let you know.
And
dimensions and units. What's the difference between a dimension and a unit and a metrical unit?
Why would you have to imagine when you actually are standing on Earth? You can actually measure physical reality. You don't have to imagine where you are. You live on Earth.
And we have Globers talking about bending and warping things that, as you say, we have to imagine.
That are concepts that you have to imagine.
Hey, so give me 3 cubic inch seconds of ice cream.
Well, it doesn't make sense.
The cherry on the top.
Come on, inch seconds or whatever cubic. That's a unit of space, right? Yeah.
I want to blow
That's
this
the idea
mind.
of such as it doesn't make sense.
I want to blow his mind.
Exactly.
So we already have a fourth. We already have a fourth dimension, right? So when I imagine your line, your plane, or your cube, right? I visualize that in my mind. We already have a fourth dimension. Those shapes projected onto a plane, onto our retina, or onto a film camera or sensor. That is actually a fourth dimension. When they do computer graphics, they do it in 4 dimensions, homogeneous coordinates. So we already have a fourth dimension. So what are you talking about?
Yeah, we're ahead of you now. Now it's time to
because in reality, we actually perceive things, right? We look out into the world. That is the fourth dimension, our perspective.
No, that's not how dimensions work.
Oh, that is exactly how dimensions work. Go look up homogeneous coordinates in 4 dimensions.
So wait, are you saying each person is a different dimension?
What?
No.
We're saying it's the real dimension.
Visualizing something, when you visualize something, right? When I visualize your cube, plane, or line, or point, right? The 0 dimension.
Right.
When we visualize that, it's actually projective, right? We're seeing something. That distance between you and that object is the 4th dimension.
No, that would.
I'm telling you, look up homogeneous coordinates. It's like it's super simple, man.
That wouldn't be time.
Sasha, see that?
It's called projective geometry. Horizon is the line at infinity.
See that 1D, 2D, 3D, 4D thing you posted? All those 2D projection from your screen. So they're all XY coordinates, all of them. There's no 4D, nothing there.
Well, yeah, I mean it's a 2D surface. So.
All right then.
So is time orthogonal to the other 3 dimensions?
I would think so.
Good one.
Time should be true theoretically.
Wow, dude, that's a fucking good one, man. You know what, bro? I'm gonna steal that one. I'm sorry, Indio. I'm stealing that.
Oh yeah, go for it.
Okay.
Like only me and you get the joke, but that's okay.
I know.
Orthogonal just means it's another axis. So this 4th axis, like if you had an original coordinates, right? You'd have your 3 dimension X, Y, Z. So we're gonna add we're gonna add W or something, right? So that would be perpendicular to all those other directions.
Somehow. In the 4th dimension, man.
Yo, take that ayahuasca and let's go to the 4th dimension.
Right.
Man, I was in the 4th dimension yesterday, and I lost my shoes, and I was like, man, I'm never gonna get the shoe back because I don't know which way it went.
Have you ever seen they have these the 4th dimension, and like some of these visualizations are like, oh, if a 4-dimensional sphere entered through 3-dimensional space, it would be a sphere that like expanded to infinity and then shrunk again as it passed by us. It's just completely silly. Like you said, you admitted it. It's abstractions. They're abstractions. We can think about them. We can think about a lot of things, but they don't exist in reality.
Bro, when I was
There was
19,
a very scary Twilight Zone episode. You guys remember that one where the girl had a portal to the fourth dimension in her room and she fell in
Wait, but a
there,
tesseract
and
is
her
a real
parents had
shape
to
and
go
exists
save
in
her.
reality.
Oh my gosh, that was terrible.
I listen. I've
Nightmares.
been to a Tesseract house, dude. I know all about it, but it
Iron
does not
Dan's
exist
back.
in the fourth dimension. It still only exists in 3 dimensions.
right?
How often does it do that?
A 3-dimensional projection of whatever you think that 4D thing should look like in your mind.
I mean, do you think it's possible
3D.
that we live in 3 dimensions, but there could still be higher dimensions?
Well, the fourth dimension is just a mathematical construct. That's all it is. It doesn't exist.
Like time is awesome when you use it properly in like physics, you know, per unit time, you know.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? What
Per
do you mean
unit
by
time,
that?
okay, separates events that can happen in space, in the physical space.
All right,
right?
is time linear? Is time linear?
No, listen, it's just vector math, right? So you like they just have the 3 vectors, X, Y, and Z, and they just add another vector, this fourth dimension, and that fourth dimension is time. And it's just a vector like the other vectors. You can multiply them, add them, rotate them, what else you call it? Translations and scale them. And that's it, dude. It's just vector mathematics, but it's completely an abstraction.
See, and that's why I was asking him if he thinks time is linear, because he's going to have to, with this concept, he's going to have to answer no.
But here's the kick,
I don't
dude.
think
Here's
time
the
is
kick, man.
linear.
I didn't even give you the
said
kick.
that.
Time can be bent and
I didn't
warped.
even give you the kick because Einstein's mathematics are nonlinear. They're only linear if there's one mass in the entire universe. So
Or no,
Right,
or
but,
no,
I mean, I
no
never
mass,
claimed that
right?
it was
or no
linear.
mass, yeah.
Yeah, the Hilbert solution, or the Schwarzschild, I think. The Schwarzschild.
Hilbert's, yeah. Well, I mean, they're nearly identical, but
Yeah, Schwarzschild, I think, plagiarized Hilbert or something like that.
What's so funny about it? I mean, this is.
You're wrong. I
I
think I
mean,
got it.
most of the people don't necessarily pay attention to this, but as far as time goes, and what they tell us about history of Earth and the universe and the galaxy and time and all this kind of stuff, this is not a joke, bro. I mean, people actually are very confused by this nonsense.
yeah, people are running around at the water coolers, watching Neil deGrasse Tyson give lectures, and then talking about it at the water cooler like this is some reality. Meanwhile, millions of Iraqi children are dying, but they're talking about, Neil deGrasse Tyson's, space time. It's, it's mental masturbation. It's fairy tale land for adults. It's like Hansel and Gretel, Aesop's fables. It's silliness.
Get the fuck out.
I just noticed that Iron Dan is back. He's been looking around for Earth curvature for us. Maybe he has something to show us finally.
Doubtful.
No, I don't think.
Iron,
Hashtag doubt.
please, let us shut this server
No, that's a
down.
hard negative.
Bring it? Did you bring it?
Go home.
Didn't find.
Sit, pack your bags, man.
See, this is why Justin's so grouchy. He's sick of being here. He hates this fucking place. He's proud. He's
Justin
not
is a
leaving until
grouchy
he gets some
motherfucker,
curvature.
isn't he?
He's not leaving until he gets curvature. So bring it.
Every day I come here expecting to see some curvature. These Globers promise me curvature every single day, and I leave the same way. Every single day, I leave
At
disappointed.
least Justin got to yell at Globe Insider. That he deserved that, Justin. I appreciated that.
No. Bro, he came back again, India. Globe Inside. Well, whatever, the piss dude. Again
No
and again.
way.
3 times.
Oh my god. He'll be back.
Oh, for sure.
Here the same.
He's probably in YouTube chat right now.
He's listening.
He'll understand. We're all in the same boat. You're not leaving this boat that we're all in.
Look, if he's in our boat, I'm leaving the boat. We don't have to have him leave.
I'm going on the other end, so yeah, we don't have to actually see and talk to. Yeah, but we're on the same boat.
I'll throw him off again and have him swim back to the boat.
He'll have to swim back. Yeah.
Yeah. We'll just keep doing that.
Oh my
Yeah,
goodness,
that's
Sasha
what we
found the
Throw
Earth
him
curvature.
out, right? I mean, come on. Why are we leaving his boat? Get him out of there.
Yeah, it's not his boat. It's our boat.
So, Sasha, what's up with space time, man? Are you satisfied?
Sasha, do you find these stories comforting? Like, is that why you believe them?
Yeah, I believe them because they make sense to me.
They make sense to you.
I don't understand how they make sense when you have no idea, like, any of the gory details.
Here, I got them. I got
Like,
them.
it's like saying, "Oh, this news article makes sense," but you only read the headline.
Here, bro, coming right at you. The field equation. You're about to demonstrate how this makes sense.
So, like, remember the what was that rag? What was it? Weekly World News. So, like, there was a headline once that said, "Baby born pregnant." Yeah, that makes sense. But it's not happening.
Hey,
I'm not joking about that either. It was an actual headline in Weekly World News. Baby born pregnant.
I'll make a confession to you guys. I've been listening to this series of fiction novels. I'm on the 7th book now. It's the finale. I haven't finished it yet. It's about galaxy, but it's kind of like Star Wars versus Star Trek, or like Star Wars and Star Trek kind of thing. But I listen to these audiobooks when I'm at work, and I love the story. I mean, I've always loved Star Trek and Star Wars or whatever. But this is just a different kind of thing. I mean, it's novels read out by a guy. He's reading these novels, and it's all involved with black holes and subspace and all this kind of shit. About all that kind of stuff. So, it's my, it's a thing for me. Just because I really love it more for the relationships or whatever. I'm a huge fan of drama and stuff. So, but anyway, so I'll put up with the bullshit about subspace and all the mathematical models and all the black holes and weird.
Sasha's ears perk up every time you say black holes, space, galaxies. He's just like, whoa,
dude. Sasha, what kind of black hole are you talking about? How many types of black holes are there?
Man, everybody knows what happens when you walk into a black hole.
There are no black holes.
No, sure. No, Indio. Sure there is. Of course there is. There are 3 types. Which type are you talking about, Sasha?
If you were given an opportunity to go into a rocket, would you do it?
Supermassive black hole.
If we were going to go,
Dan's asking one of
if we went to a rocket and you went to space and you saw the Earth was a ball, would you admit it's a ball? Listen, if you went outside and saw the ocean and it was flat, would you admit it's flat?
If I went outside and saw the ocean as flat.
Fair point, but I'm just
sorry you had to be the victim, but man, I've been waiting to use that for like 3 days.
Proofs aside, if you had the opportunity to go into a rocket, would you go?
I do have the opportunity. Am I right?
Hell no.
No thanks, bro.
Wait, is this
and
the same
supermassive
guy
is a description of the size, bro? It's not a type.
Fuck whether proof whether
it's
it
pretty
exists
big.
or not. Would you go? Like, do you think they would try to kill you or something? Or
But we can just do that. I'll post a video of that being done right now. Let's see what you think.
How as far as
what are the 3 types of black holes you got, Sasha?
Yeah, I mean, how would you measure the size of a black hole?
He's googling. He's googling. Types of black holes. I got
As a matter of fact, like a little over a year ago, they finally captured one of like what they claimed was an image of a black hole. Finally, which over many years they've been
Google Earther.
See, black holes before that were just conceptual and only.
Man, we all see that it's indistinguishable between the black hole image that we saw in Snoop Dogg's Blunt Cherry.
I know.
So the answer to my question is no. Nobody would go in a rocket.
Iron Dan, regardless of what any of us would do,
why would I go in a rocket?
Correct. I said supermassive.
I'm just getting a car because I can get in a car, dude. I'm not that fascinated. Why are we getting into the rocket?
Nah, bro. That's what is this?
Fly around?
Citation.
I just posted a video though of Jeff Bezos' rocket going to the edge of space. Can you find some curvature in that video for me, please, Iron Dan?
I've asked a simple question. I'm saying, like, proofs aside, like, would you, if somebody offered you to go into a rocket, would you go?
For what purpose?
I'll answer you. Can I answer
It would
the
have to
question
be
with a
for a
question?
purpose.
Right.
I'm not just getting in a rocket. Like, dude, like you used to get in a car.
Purposeless.
No,
They wouldn't go into a rocket.
No,
Purposeless?
I would not. I'm not just getting into a rocket.
No, check it out.
But you would have definitive.
There's a non-zero
proof
risk
that
of
the Earth is
death.
flat. Why wouldn't you do that?
What?
If all proofs aside, if you got in, if Santa's sleigh landed on your rooftop and you got in and traveled to the North Pole with his magic reindeer, would you believe in Santa Claus?
Yeah.
That doesn't sound like the same question I asked.
That sounds a little
What
like
was your
that's you
question?
right there, man. Don't talk to strangers.
What was your question? Let's
Come on,
get
get in the sleigh. We're going to the North Pole.
If you asked me the same
I got some
question
gummy
backwards
bears.
and said, would I get into Santa's sleigh if all of a sudden it appeared, I probably would, honestly, just for curiosity.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool.
I'm gonna go
Yeah.
see the elves.
I think
Gonna touch your no-no spot. You better watch it.
Well, in this age of photo
I
fake,
think you're thinking of a
gentlemen and
different Santa
ladies,
than I'm thinking of.
in this
You
age
always
of
think
photo
strange.
fake,
The
it's
point being,
important the quality of the photo.
But why should
the
we?
point being is that what is the likelihood of that ever actually happening in reality? If you want to ask fantasy questions, we can do that all day. You have to prove. I mean, the point is that you haven't proven space or gravity or rotation or curvature yet.
I'm not trying to prove anything. I'm just asking you your opinion.
If in a fantasy you could get in this thing and see this fantasy that we just imagined, would you
Right,
believe it? Well,
That's a really
if I
good.
believe-
That's a really
Yeah.
good point. Do you know anyone that has ever done that before?
That has been to space?
I would
Yes.
do it if it was an
Yeah, I know
ICBM
someone's been to
nuclear
space.
missile, because I would just reenact Dr. Strangelove.
I do know someone that's been to space.
You
know
so
someone who's been to
hold on,
space.
hold
Yeah.
on. So he
Define
just said
space.
he knows someone that has been to.
I know someone that
space.
has the International Space Station and returned.
All right, and so what did they experience when they went to space on the ISS? And did they tell you about the whole story, how they were launched there, docked with the ISS, told you about their entire experience? Because you're gonna have to tell us about this, because nobody here knows when anyone.
I don't
went.
believe them.
So you're the first.
I want to
you're the
clarify.
first person
Look, when
that
there's a
I've
group of
ever
600
met
very
that
rare
is-
people in the world, and you say you know somebody, I need evidence of that, dude.
Yeah, 600
Tell
Like
us
serious.
billion.
There's less astronauts than people that have won Academy Awards. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
tell us about your friend that went to space and docked with the ISS, went through the airlocks, and then were with the
253 miles above the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Tell us about it.
Did you a fun fact? You know that the
What would you
director
like me
of
to
the
tell
planet-
you?
Did you know
Everybody,
that the director
I
of the
want him
And
to tell
also,
us
why do
about
you
it.
want me to tell you about it when you wouldn't believe anything I'd say anyway?
Hold
Like,
on.
what's the point?
Tell
of
We
us
don't
you
believe you
why.
now when we just want you to prove that you're lying.
Exactly. So what's
I
the point?
want to hear. I
Yeah,
want to
we're
hear it.
calling your bluff. That's what this is. It's called calling your bullshit.
Okay, but
You
still wouldn't believe it whether I was saying something truthful or
Wait.
not.
Look, if you had
I'm
any
not going to
physical
believe
proof,
them that they told you, but I don't think anybody told you
telling
anything.
you're lying. You ain't
That's-
said shit
Would you
yet.
believe the director of a planetarium that says you can't see curvature from the ISS?
Dude, you don't
Would
believe
that
NASA.
guy?
Why would you like?
No, I'm asking you.
well,
I'm
hey,
asking
I'll tell you why I would believe you. I would believe you if you brought empirical proof.
The director
This
of the
is
Hold on,
this
planetarium.
doesn't help any.
Hold on. He's conflating two things, and I want to point it out. He's conflating two things. I may or may not believe you that you met somebody, okay, depending on what you say. But whether we believe he went to space in the ISS, then we'd be believing him. We wouldn't be believing you, right? But whether you actually met an astronaut or not, that is in doubt. That is what we want to know. Did you meet someone that claimed they've been to space? I doubt that. So tell us your experience, what he
Every
told you
astronaut
of his
claims they've been to
experience.
space. Why would the
There's no
person I
such-
know be any different?
There's no such fucking thing as
Yeah.
Hold
You're lying
hold
and you
on,
know it.
everybody.
That's
If,
disgusting,
if
dude.
he has met someone that claims that they've been to the ISS,
No, he says he
let him
knows
tell
somebody,
his
which
story.
means that he's a personal
there's
friend
no
or a
such
very good or a
Yeah, I
acquaintance.
know. He said it was his friend. Let him
Okay,
tell the
but every
story.
single person that goes to the ISS
Stop.
then claims that they
You
went to
don't know.
space.
Why are you hanging out here and not discussing this with him?
Oh,
If you
anytime
don't-
you hear the word space, automatically end the
I guess I'm
convo,
fucking
end
Go
the
hang out with the
conversation, end
Ask
it.
him those.
There's no such
Come
thing as
back.
space. Just end
So
it.
here's a funny thing. If you believed your friend, you wouldn't be here.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a fair point, maybe.
So that's called checkmate.
I mean, I think you're just assuming that I
There
would
is
be
no
here
friend.
because I would have some assumptions
Be
that
like,
flat
shut
Earth
the
is
fuck
real.
up. Such fucking thing
But
is
there
space.
are people in this
That's all I
Discord,
gotta
right,
say.
that believe in globe Earth are just here to learn, right, or argue or whatever.
Well, Iron Dan, you started
Yeah,
off
but if
with
you
I
believed
have
your
no
friend went
measurements
to
of Earth.
space, then like you would have no doubt. Like, why would you be here wasting your time?
Exactly.
Would you still
I'm
be
like
entertaining the
waiting to hear.
possibility that the Earth is flat if you believed your friend went to space? No, of course not.
I
Unless
mean,
you're really
look,
like weird.
Not even Buzz Aldrin went
I'm
to space,
capable of
right?
like taking in
Not even
information
fucking
that
Buzz
I don't
Aldrin.
agree with, which is fine. But like I'm here to possibly hear something that I don't know yet.
Well, here's what you don't have: Earth curvature. So why do you still think you're on a thing that
Yeah,
curves?
that's what I was about to say too. Yeah, exactly. So
I was gonna say that too. Yeah.
Where's the
I mean, you guys really want to get into this? Like,
Yeah. Where's the curve?
that's what we do here. Yeah.
Where's the curve?
All right.
Yeah, can you start with the fact that the director of a planetarium says that you can't see curvature from the ISS. Let's start with that.
That stuff is flat.
Let's start
Can we
at
start
1
a
foot
little-
off the ground where we should be seeing the horizon at 1.2 miles, but it's at 10 or it's at 20 or it's at 30. What about that?
Wait, what does your spaceship, what does your astronaut friend say? Could he see it from the ISS? The curvature. Tell us that.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Hold
Here's
on,
another good question.
Hold on,
What-
guys. Hold on, guys. We
Yeah,
can't just
we're-
keep
we're
firing
just-
questions in. Let's go back to the first question, which was Slime's question.
We're being bad boys.
Was at 1 foot above the Earth, the horizon should be at 1.22 miles, and yet we see it at 10, 20 miles, and so on. What's your answer to that particular question right there, Iron Dan?
So I'm wondering, like, I'd like to ask a question in turn that actually has something to do with this.
You're not going to answer the question. You're just going to ask a question about
Everybody slow down.
I don't know why there's such a discrepancy, but I'd like to get down to a more elemental issue, right? That I'm wondering, why, compared to globe earthers, right? Why flat earthers feel the need to say that
now you're going
He's not going to answer the question.
You're trying to address beliefs now. No, that's
Hold
not.
on. I haven't gotten to what I was saying yet.
Can we hear him out? Can we? Let's hear him out, please.
If we can test and
You said
verify
you wanted to
it,
get into
then
this,
it's
so
good.
let's. I'm trying to. I'm wondering.
Show
like,
us
why...
something that we can test and verify, Iron.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Test
guys.
and verify.
We should just let him. We should just let him hang himself. Like, let's just let him go.
Yeah, let's hear him out, please.
Go
Go ahead.
Go
Go ahead.
Go
Sorry
ahead,
for the
Iron Dan.
interruptions.
What's your response to the question of why we can see too far? What's your answer?
Sorry, hold on. Give me a moment, please.
Oh, and on a side note, lots of people in the voice text want you to bring in your space friend. So maybe you can invite him to come and join us.
Oh, that'd be great.
No pressure.
But just answer the question.
He might, there might be a lag if he's on the ISS. I'm not sure about that one.
Yeah, no
Well,
pressure.
he said to wait. He's checking something or doing something, so he'll be back.
Well, there's no lag from the moon, so what's the problem?
That's right. In fact, it's very quick.
It would be the first thing I tell my friends. Oh, it's beautiful. You could see the whole globe, so beautiful. That's what I'd be telling my friends, man.
It would be on your home screen. It would be on your home screen, wouldn't it?
Because he went there. Hold on, let me look it up. Really? You'd think a person that went to space would know, right?
Repeat the question.
I think the question has to
Slimes,
do with...
can you repeat it? Isn't it
Right.
Slime's question we're answering? Yeah.
Yeah, so I was just wondering why we're not seeing the horizon at 1.2 miles, a foot off the ground. Instead, we're seeing it at 10, 20, 30 miles, so on.
20, 30 miles. Is it not feasible at all that the Earth is not a perfect sphere?
No, not in that situation, because you're talking about proportions that make the Earth radius something like 265,000 miles or whatever. So that gives it a circumference of like 1.6 million miles. So you're saying basically the equator would have to be like 1.6 million miles
Possibly
around?
be at that exact distance everywhere, right? Like you've seen holes before.
Right. The exact shape doesn't matter. The radius. So let's say it's a pear. Okay.
Bon,
Well,
can you defer? Can you defer to the person that actually he's talking to?
Well, look, guys. What he did is he went with it's not a perfect sphere. We're seeing a flat section where there's absolutely zero curvature. There's zero reason to think that it's any kind of a sphere, and he just goes, "Well, it's not a perfect one." Well, where is the positive evidence
then it would
for
be
the sphere?
it would be off by a margin of error.
Yeah, but
Hold
just
on,
to
just
point out,
That
he
feasible
doesn't.
to like even possibly assume that like it may be flat all the way to what you
Right.
see, and then
can't-
afterwards it
The
curves
point is,
around. Like,
No,
you don't
Dan,
understand the magnitude.
you're begging the
It could be
question.
off by orders of magnitude, Brett. It is if the size
draw
of.
us the shape.
so your measurements are that far off, you're saying?
Yeah, it would be like the Earth was the size of Jupiter one day, then the next day it was the size of not, and then there's the size of the sun the next.
And you're basing this on measurements of like eyesight of horizon.
The magnitude of how off the measurement.
Hey, Iron Dan, that's exactly what the guys who measured your Earth radius in the first place did. They measured the distance to the horizon, the exact same thing we're talking about. That's how they did it. So if what we're seeing is so far off from what they claim their conclusions were, what's up?
So Iron, they have a model.
I mean, are we going to base like
model,
the
right,
belief of whether it is flat or a globe based solely on just that bit of incorrect information, or potentially not?
It has
maybe there might be a different reason that we're getting this result, right?
No.
And we haven't checked it, and the only way that
You're
we've
missing
done
the
it by
point.
just looking at it, and it just doesn't fit. So like, it feels weird to disclaim like something that is backed by so many other pieces of
It's
information.
not backed by any.
This is really fun. You make it unlistenable. Okay.
Fuck. We're talking about a ball, man. We're not talking about fucking magic here or some kind of fucking illusion. Listen, man. Geometry. It's a radius. There's a curve that corresponds to that radius. Don't go off into fucking Narnia, man. Stick with the ball. Geometry.
Again, it's
Dan,
not feasible.
you're
But
saying
it's not a perfect sphere.
You're saying, Dan, that there's so much evidence that backs this globe, but every single time we show you evidence of what the Earth's surface actually is, you beg the question, and then you just go, "Oh, geez, well, there could be evidence somewhere else out there." You keep talking about how much evidence there is. All the evidence is completely contradictory to what you claim, and you just say, "Well, maybe."
It's not that. It's the radius. 1.22. Do you understand what 1.225 miles, 1 foot off of sea level means? Do you know what that means? That means it's right here. Right here. Okay? You're not looking at the horizon and then somehow it's curving back there. No. The radius says 1.225 miles, 1 foot off of sea level. Right here. So you have to explain this magic, this thing.
Yeah, but Bong, he's going to hand wave that. He's going to say, well, it's flat there, but the rest must be a globe. That's what he's going to do.
I'm angry because you are hand waving something that you shouldn't be hand waving. Now you're talking about not science. Now you're talking about philosophy. Now you're talking about some kind of belief system. You're straying from math and science and physical observations and experiments. You cannot ignore the radius. God damn it.
And just water. I mean, Iron Dan.
Like in the Mariana Trench, is the radius the same?
No,
So, yeah, there's topography, but here's the thing, that he has absolutely no positive evidence for his claim, and he's putting us in the defensive position, like we're the ones who have to defend.
I haven't said anything.
Yeah. Okay, so you
I'm
come
answering
here.
your questions.
Yeah, but you come here presupposing a globe. You have absolutely no evidence to support it, and your only thing is to basically hand wave whatever we show you that completely contradicts that and say, well, maybe somewhere out there is some proof that it's a globe. So what are you even talking about?
I mean, come on. But if you find a telescope and you go into your backyard and you're
Okay,
looking at objects
telescope.
in the
You're
sky and you see that
pointing.
they're
No,
all
I'm
like
going to stop you right up.
how
Stop
come
you right up.
I'm not listening.
Stop you right up front because you're pointing a telescope in the wrong direction from the thing that we're talking about. Yeah, we're talking about the Earth.
Just let's look at the sky, guys, instead of the fucking Earth.
Look, there's a radius, okay? Now, if you look at the radius and then go test it, all right, you cannot explain it. Okay, what you're looking at the horizon back there, that's in your imagination. We're talking about the actual radius of the actual globe that they tell us that they use to make so that they can calculate trajectories to frickin' Jupiter. Okay, we're talking about that geometric horizon being way too small. You seeing flat, okay? That has nothing to do with this missing curve that should be all the way up here. Up here, it's so small up here. So in your mind, you're thinking it's too big. That's why it looks flat. No, there's a radius. It's too small. Too small. We're up in arms.
He concedes that what we see is flat. And then he says that there's millions of proofs for the globe, and then he offers not even one. He just says, well, maybe somewhere where we haven't checked it is curving. What is this fucking guy talking about?
Yeah, Iron Dan, I'll unmute you in a minute. I'd like to challenge you to watch Dr. John's video, Black Swan Rising, in where it's very similar to the oil rig. Black Swan is just a different observation. And so what you need to get to is the point where you can just calmly examine the facts and evidence and where they lead you instead of this imagination that you're going into. So yeah, we're given this radius. We're not, your little thing about maybe it's not perfectly spherical, all that stuff, like that might be something that pseudoscientific entertainers like Bill Nye or Neil deGrasse Tyson might say, just to appease people who aren't willing to actually examine the evidence. You're here. So as somebody said earlier, we assume that means you're actually willing to examine the evidence. So, I mean, just think about water. Water lies flat in a container. So, Iron Dan, do you accept the commonly held claim that the Earth is composed of over 70% water?
Well, water has a meniscus. And
Does an ocean have a meniscus?
The ocean probably does, somewhere at the edge.
Probably does. You have no idea.
Well, at the
Okay,
edge,
so you want to use your imagination because you want to stay on the globe. Will you at least admit that? Because you're not willing to openly examine this. You're not willing to set aside your preconceived notion and actually accept the possibility that the globe model's a failure. Are you acknowledging your lack of open-mindedness?
The meniscus
I guess so,
yeah. I guess so. Yeah, well, Dan, you went to meniscus. Is a meniscus spherical curvature?
Right. It only works when water
yeah.
is in a cup, right? Not when it's on a ball. Have you ever seen water on a ball bend around a ball because of tension? That doesn't make any goddamn sense at all. It has to be inside something for you to even make that claim. It has to be small, a tiny little fucking test tube. Yeah, maybe that.
Water's not going to hold on a ball because it's just tension, right? Like there's gravity as well.
Like, where did you get that science from, huh? Don't bring things, right, that work. Water is contained, okay? Don't bring that and say this applies if water was stuck to a ball. What? No. Well, it's not that, okay? It's not that. And you're still missing the point, man. The radius is way too small. Way too small. Okay? And Neil deGrasse Tyson is lying to you, telling you it's way too big. Way too big. Ignoring everything, all the geometry, all the math. Why doesn't he say refraction? Why doesn't Neil deGrasse Tyson say refraction? Because why? Because it's stupid. That's why, because they made it up. I'm not going to answer that question. That's what he always fucking says. These people. Come on, man. We could do this.
Yeah. Yeah, Iron Dan, I don't know why we're in the defensive position here. You said there's millions of globe proofs. Can you give us even one? You still haven't done that, and you've been here a while.
You guys said I can't do anything involving the sky, so that's
it. Yeah,
that's because those aren't proofs.
Point to is the sky.
Yeah, because that's just you diverting. We want measurements of what the ground is. We don't want you to point in the opposite direction of the thing that we're asking you to prove your claim about.
Can I point to airplanes? No?
Hold on. Are you guys saying that I can't use my hat size to prove my shoe size? Well, why not?
Hank.
Why not?
Because it's
but does this guy appreciate at least why? Like if we say we have a super tight proof.
Yo,
you just all you have to do is look up at all you have to do is look up at the sky, and we've got this whole system worked out that proves that it's flat. Would you accept that just by looking at the sky? Like that's not proof of anything.
right?
Yeah, totally. Let's put the shoe on the other foot and see what you think.
Yo, Hank. Hank.
Yeah, bro.
Are you in Texas?
Yeah, bro. And even in Texas, us dumbass rednecks that know that if you want to prove your shoe size, you hand somebody your foot, not your head. Right? Because you can't measure one thing and then associate it to the other.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. What do you think about Texas 7?
I have no idea what that is. No idea. It's pretty off topic, but I have no idea what it is.
Okay, I'm just curious. That's all. You know.
Okay. Yeah, so moving back onto the Earth. Yeah, so in order to measure the Earth, we don't look at the sky. We don't look at the sun, the moon, and the stars. Yeah, we don't look at dark matter or dark gravity or anything like that. We just measure it directly, right? And we use water because it eliminates most of the topography because water does have, waves. But you look at a large body of water at rest, and you can make measurements over long distances by making observations. So if you can see it, Occam's razor says the least amount of theory or the least amount of assumption, right, the better off your theory is. Well, we're saying, hey, you see that thing over there? That's that thing, right? And it should be behind that thing you call curvature, but it's not, right? And then someone violates Occam's razor and says, but what about refraction? Okay, demonstrate. Why do I have to demonstrate? Can't I just say the word and then you're debunked? No, that's not how it works. You have to demonstrate that light can indeed continuously bend down at 8 inches per mile square, the same curvature rate as the Earth, and in some sort of parallel curve. I can't say parallel curve, that doesn't make sense. And some sort of weird, parabolic. Light doesn't travel in parabolic curves, but that's what it would have to be doing, right? It would have to be going down around the curve in order to make it look flat. How do you prove something like that? Well, I guess you would have to take the temperature of the water and the air like every few meters and prove that it's getting colder and colder and colder, like a deep freeze. But that's not what air does in reality. It's actually dynamic and it changes temperatures slightly, hotter, colder, hotter, colder. It doesn't just go colder, 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 down, down. So you guys got some splaining to do.
No, they just need to tell us to look at the sky, and we're fine. Find all of our answers in the sky.
So,
Look through
Iron Dan,
telescope.
do you have any? Yeah,
Sorry,
do you have
go
any
ahead.
curvature? No, same thing as you said, Hank. I'm just asking Iron Dan if he's got any proof of curvature on the ground, which is where you would need to measure the curvature, or we'll take proof of rotation as well. Either one. Got any evidence for
Line.
us,
Have you
Iron
seen the
Dan?
sky? The sky is so beautiful. We don't need curvature. You just look at the stars.
Yeah, that's why they have to look because you're trying to figure out why it looks flat because you have to accept, right, that it appears flat no matter what, and you're trying to figure out how it can be a ball. You're trying to go against your senses, man, and good luck. Good luck, magic, dude. I mean,
But your senses are
hope you
usually
have the
inaccurate.
power.
Okay, so welcome to Flat Earth. Our senses are usually accurate. Our senses sense a horizon at 10 miles at 1 foot observer height. I guess it's not a ball with a radius of 59 miles. Congratulations, Iron Dan. Welcome to Flat Earth.
I mean,
You know what science communicator
yeah,
is?
your senses aren't accurate. It's
Okay,
it's terrible
flippity
truth.
flop.
My
Flippity
senses are
flop.
fucking perfect, dude. I don't know about you, but my senses work. They've worked for me my whole life, and this is how I've become the man
Our
that I am
senses
today.
don't
I mean,
work.
you can only see
Wow.
like 7% of the
They
visual
work
spectrum.
to do what I
Yeah.
needed to do.
We're
But
doing
I know my senses.
multiple
I'm not
tests here.
Superman. I'm
We
not
can
saying
see-
I'm Superman.
We
Okay?
can see enough of the visual spectrum to tell whether or not we're looking at a ball versus a flat surface.
Hey,
I mean,
let me
that's just
let me
one
let me
category
add to
where you're
this.
not
Hold
like
on.
optimized,
Video.
to be,
Hold on.
It's about
No,
science
no, 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 no.
communication.
Let me add to
anything.
this just for a second.
Go ahead.
Every single person in here used to think the Earth was a globe. Now, that was because for I was going to say mind control or whatever, but It's
Propaganda.
really just
TV.
what? No. We thought the Earth was a globe because they told us it was a globe, right? Until
On
we took
TV.
a look at Earth. When you take a look at Earth, you'll find out that what they told us cannot possibly be true.
Exactly. What they told us does not comport with the reality that we're observing.
So if we look at Earth on TV,
Hold on, I want to hear his response.
Well, let me add this one thing. Without science communicators, okay, you would say it's bullshit. It's not a ball. But this is why science communicators are needed. This is why Discovery Channel movies are needed to reinforce the idea so that you don't look at the math and the science. That's why you have science communicators, right? I mean, what the hell are school teachers? Right?
He wouldn't say it's bullshit. He would never have even entertained the idea that it's a ball.
Sure, until the idea was introduced to you that Earth was a globe or flat. Flat being a term where Earth obviously is not flat. It, has dimensions or whatever. The oceans are level. That's why they call it sea level.
You're not qualified to challenge the authority, the science communications, right? If they say it's this, well, you're not a scientist. You're not an astronomer. You're not an astrophysicist. You haven't gone through the proper indoctrination. You don't know the secret handshake. All that shit. Right? We're just stupid laymen who can't understand the complexity, the sophistication, all that bullshit, right? That's what a pastor does. This is what a priest does. This is what the fucking Pope does. They tell you this is what God said. Pay me, bitch. And people pay.
I want to say,
I think we hit him with a lot there. We should see what he has to say.
Yeah, I want to hear his response to some of that.
Iron Dan, any response?
All of us used to think the Earth was a globe, so it's not.
I wish I honestly vehemently believed in something as tough as you guys believe in this. Like I don't know. Like
it's not a belief.
I just can't get there. Like I don't know.
Did you believe this?
Let me help you out, bro.
Like,
Let
how
me help
can
you
you
out. You said
explain
you can't
people on
measure.
the south,
Sorry.
Hold
south
on.
part of the
Hold on,
Earth
relax.
seeing the moon, like the southern hemisphere, like
Iron
the moon is
Dan,
the same for everyone.
you're
every
looking at the
night,
sky.
all
Exactly,
night,
it's the
the whole
same.
year.
So you're saying that the moon has one face?
Just use some.
That it's the
Professor
same
Dave
face.
bullshit.
Everyone sees it. It's always the same face.
And
please,
yeah,
for the
and,
love of
hold on,
God,
and
everyone let him say his piece, and then someone respond one at a time. Please.
now I'm asking him what that means. Everyone can see the same moon face, and
I have a question for you guys.
no, we're gonna let him answer. And everyone can see the same face of the moon, no matter where they are. And
Stop it.
like, please stop interrupting me. I want him to answer.
Stop it.
And
one face of the moon. Answer.
Sorry, did you ask me something? I didn't hear you.
yeah, you said you can see one face of the moon no matter where you are, and that means what? That means what?
Exactly. And that means
and that means
something rotating around us, right? That that other people can see at the same time. Because if there was
and
a
that
moon
means
rotating on a
first
flat
of all,
plane, that we
nothing
could
is
all see at
rotating.
once, then we would be able to see different sides of it, right?
Well, no, because it's not rotating. What are you talking about?
Yeah, does it have different sides? What are you talking
I'm
about?
saying it's because it's moving around a circle, right? It's like that's what the flat Earth map says, right? That it goes around a circle, right? Over the flat plane. No, is that not what it
It's
is?
a concept.
Listen. And so what?
So
what are you saying? It doesn't work geometrically?
People standing on a plane looking at the same moon will not see the same face of it.
You're presupposing
says who? Hold on, it says who?
Like vision and objects. That's
Let me ask you a question. Why would you see the same face of the moon on a globe?
because it's
that's what we
rotating
do see
around
the
you
same
and it's
face.
tidally locked to the said sphere that it's rotating around.
Oh, how do you know that? How do you know that? How do you know
I know that
How do you know it's
all the
tidally locked and
presuppositions
it's
I've given you.
rotating perfectly so we see the same face?
How do you know what?
How do you know that? You just made a claim that it's tidally locked and that's why we see the same face. How do you know that?
Because we see the same face?
Because we see the same face.
So circular logic is your reasoning.
It's a said sphere.
We see the same face, therefore it must be rotating perfectly so that we see the same face, which is proof that it's rotating perfectly.
Well, I mean, without any other information, that's as good as
And you
we'll
still
get
haven't
at the level
demonstrated
that
why
we're currently at, right? Because if we're
you haven't-
discussing the difference between our what we're currently living on is either a sphere or
I'm
flat,
trying to get you
and
to
we're
like
not debating
how-
anything else, then yes, okay, like
I'm
at
trying
that
to get
point-
you great, dude, but you still didn't answer the question.
Okay,
Everybody
sorry,
on a flat Earth can see the same face, and are you saying that's not possible on a flat Earth? Why?
because two people standing on the same plane staring at the same object from two different positions will see different
What do
sides
they
of
What
the
do they
object.
see? What do they see?
Because
What do you mean
there's no
different
rotation,
sides?
there's no movement, and there's no that's just because if you take if you go outside and you and a friend, you and two friends, and one stands between you, and you try to you can't see the same face of that person, on opposite sides. That's because that's not how objects work. You know what I mean? Like you gotta see it from
objects.
So when I show you that it's possible, and this was shown like 2,000 years ago, are you gonna be like a flat earther then?
Well, no, because
Because
for me,
you
it's
got this
more
from
than just
Professor
this
Dave,
big,
and I'm going to see if
like
you're as
it's not
cowardly as
just
Dave is.
it's not just this
When I
little
asked
bit
him
here.
if
It's much
he
more.
would, God damn, can you guys stop interrupting me? So like, serious. So I asked Professor Dave if he would concede if I showed him that this was possible, and all he did was call me names. So that was his response. So this was shown to be possible 2,000 years ago by Euclid.
I'm sure there was a flat earther,
No, it's
around for as
geometrically
long as-
possible. You have no basis for what you're saying.
What's geometrically possible?
Because all you see is a circle.
What is geometrically possible? Like,
To
please
see the
elaborate.
same circle from no matter what position you're in. Because that's what
You
you
have
see
to-
as a circle. You don't see a sphere. You see a circle.
But it would be like it wouldn't you
It would
couldn't
turn
see
into an
it at the
oval,
same
right?
angle from any.
Yeah, it would turn into an oval, right? It would look like an oval.
I don't know what it would look like. I guess probably
So
that
you're just
sounds
saying
probable.
shit. You haven't even really thought about it. You watched the Professor Dave video, said that sounds good, I guess, and then you're in here.
No, but I mean that's like a simple way to.
But it's not
do it,
true. You never actually
even know if
analyzed it. It's not true. It's demonstrably not true. And before Professor Dave ever made his video, this video's been on my channel 9 months before Dave ever made his video. It's not a video I made.
I'm sure
It's a
this is
video
why
someone that has a degree in a dual degree in physics and mathematics. He made the video, and it's on my channel way before Professor Dave made his shit. That's why I asked him if he would concede, but he can't concede to a flat earther because that's cash. So listen, it is possible. As long as you're a certain distance away, the optical path is a certain distance away from the center of a circle, it'll always appear as a circle no matter what angle you're at. This is geometrical fact. It's not my opinion.
How though? You like you're just telling me. Like, can you show me how that would occur? Like,
So listen, not only is it listen, I'm going to post a video. Not only is it Euclid's optics, it's demonstrated in GeoGebra. So it's an actual demonstration.
Mm-hmm.
But you think the moon is a sphere, but you've never seen the moon as a sphere. See, that's what your problem is, and Dave does the same thing. He said the idea, if the moon was a sphere and we looked at it from any angle, assuming a whole bunch of other things, right? Assuming straight paths of light, assuming a whole bunch of other shit, right? So you have to assume, we're going to assume pure geometry, that's the way it works, straight lines, yada, yada, yada. Yeah, if you assume all that and the moon's a sphere, I guess you would see the side. Well, it actually depends on how far away it is. Because that matters too. But because if it's far enough away and there's no parallax, then you're not going to see the side.
But there is parallax.
Oh, there's lunar parallax.
There's stellar parallax as well.
There's stellar parallax. When was that measured?
I just said experiment.
Listen, is stellar parallax measured or calculated?
Spheres are not going to show you the same face. I can prove it.
I'm sorry if this is triggering you guys, but like,
Nobody's triggered. You're just wrong. Like listen, you believe things without ever researching them. They sound good, and that's where your investigation ended.
90%
You kind of investigated. You know what you investigated? You typed in flat Earth debunk. That was your investigation. And you're like, well, this is plausible, so I'll just parrot this for the rest of my life.
I mean, but come on, flat Earth has been around for like 2,000 years, and there's still no functioning map. Like,
What
really?
the fuck are you
What are you
talking about?
talking
Every
about?
map is flat.
Listen,
Every map is flat.
Justin. What Justin said, every map is flat. If the Earth was a ball, how come every map has a linear scale on it?
Undeniable. This is
because
undeniable.
a curved surface, you can't use a linear scale on a curved surface.
You're not using a globe when you look at a map. Sorry.
If a curved surface was projected onto a flat map, you could not use a linear scale. Every map that you've ever seen has a linear scale, right? When I say linear scale, it means there's so many inches per mile, right? So 1 inch equals a mile, and that's the way it is across the entire map. The entire map has a linear scale. What should happen is there's one scale, and the scale changes as you go towards the edges. But that's not what happens, is it? You've never seen a map that looks like that. And now I'm going to ask you another question. Have you ever tested a physical globe? A physical globe that you buy at the store. Have you ever tested one of them?
What do you mean?
See if it's accurate. To see if you have a working globe.
A spinning globe.
You said we don't have a working map. Do you have a working globe?
You've ever spun
it? Yeah, go ahead, Justin.
It was so fundamental. I never felt the need.
Have you ever
to
spun
know.
a globe?
So fundamental.
Fundamental.
I left that to other people. Like I didn't want to, start from zero. Like as if I was.
What is fundamental about the Earth?
I'd like to, stand on the shoulders of people that I believe,
Wow.
more than myself.
What did Heaviside said? Heaviside said, yes, maybe we're standing on the shoulders of giants, repeating their mistakes forever and ever.
Holy.
Perhaps, yeah. That might be the case,
so
but,
check this out.
We each make
It is
our
not
case.
fundamental that the Earth's a globe. It's fundamental that it's flat because that's what you experience. And this is undeniable. You've never experienced the Earth as a globe. That's why you're trying to get us into a rocket.
No, I'd like to personally.
But you haven't. The fact is you haven't. So it's not fundamental that's a globe. And because you want to go on a rocket and you want to believe in space, and this is really just a fantastic desire of yours.
I'll crash into that dome. I don't care, man.
It's just the point is this is a fantastic desire of yours, and that's why you never checked the globe, a physical globe, but you've checked a flat map, and you evaluated it incorrectly. But that's okay. I won't hold it against you. Because you checked. Why did you check the flat Earth map? Why did you check a map to see if the flat Earth worked?
I didn't. What do you mean?
You didn't check a physical globe to see if that works.
You mean like
you just said? Why is there no flat Earth map? Didn't you just say why is there there's no working flat Earth map? How do you know there's no working flat Earth map? When you say that, I assumed you went into the internet or wherever, a library, and checked if there was a working flat Earth map. We know you didn't. It's just something you say. You're just parroting other anti-flat earthers. You have no idea what you're talking about because there is working flat maps. Listen, don't interrupt me, please. Let me finish. Sorry. There is working flat maps. Every map is a flat map, and we can prove they're flat Earth maps because they have a linear scale. They're not projections of a globe. They're linear scale maps. A projection of the globe would have a varying scale. This is a mathematical fact, dude. It's not like, listen, maybe it's just your ignorance of geometry. I don't know. But the fact is, you never gave flat Earth the fair shot. You presupposed the globe and said, that's good enough for me because I love space. And that's, like, listen, you have not honestly evaluated the information. Period. Sorry, you haven't.
Dan, it's like
and if it's not that important to you, who cares? Because I sure don't.
I mean, I'll just trust all this shit yourself. With me, like I'll do it.
It's like this. It's analogous to like this. If you're getting in the car with someone you respect, right? They're really respected in the community, and you're going to take a trip with them, right? And out of the driveway, they take the wrong way. You're supposed to go left, and they went right. and now
Flat.
they're following.
GPS is flat.
They're following their directions in the completely opposite direction of where you came from or where you should be going. Now, when you say you stand on the shoulder of giants, that's like saying, well, I really respect this guy, so I don't want to tell him that you're in the wrong direction. So let's just see how long it takes for him to get to it himself. You're always going to be in the wrong direction until you go back from the beginning and then start over and go the correct way from the start. Does that make sense?
And they're
maybe.
only giants if they're correct.
Yeah, when did the giants?
I want to say something.
And
Slightly off topic.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
I
want
wanna
to say
say
one sentence.
Go ahead.
By the way, if you go check a physical globe, it doesn't work. Thank you very much. That's all I say.
Yeah, end of story.
Yeah, I just want to say he said something early on in the conversation that kind of caught me, right? He said that you can't trust your senses. So I've been delivering pizza for like 20 years, literally 20 years. And I haven't caused an accident in 20 years. I'm 39. I haven't caused an accident since I was 19. So a million miles, at least, under my belt, right? Why do you think it is that I haven't caused an accident in 20 years?
There could be so many factors to that. You're probably a good driver. There's the likelihood of, I don't know, maybe the car accidents in your city is not as high as other places.
Or maybe it's because I
There's so
trusted my
many
senses.
variables. Come on.
I trust my senses, right? I see a car heading towards me in my lane and I dodge it, right? Because my senses told me, hey, that truck is going to hurt if it hits you, right? So I dodge it. Now, the ones I can't dodge is when I get rear-ended, right? Because if you're at a stoplight, where are you going to go? Right? And I've been successful, even though I've seen so many other people come and go, right? Their cars break down, they get in a wreck. And I've been successful because when I watch someone on YouTube change an alternator and I go, hey, I can do that. Right? It's because I trust my senses. I trust my senses to tell me, hey, that's where that bolt is under there because I can feel it with my foot. Okay, that's where I need to send a socket right down that little hill. Right? But you think that the Earth is an object or the moon is an object. Like, who told you that? Like, did they ever verify any of this stuff for you? I mean, because the truth is verified. That would be the definition of the question. What is truth? Well, truth is not verifiable, right? So if you're telling us that, the moon is totally locked, how did you manipulate the moon's gravity to see if that was causing the tides and the tides causing the locking of the moon? You never did, bro. So if you never did manipulate the cause of anything, and you're just going affirming the consequence, which is a logical fallacy, you're affirming the cause without testing it. I mean, that's kind of a religion, bro. You don't trust your senses.
And you can't test gravity, right? Like we can't test gravity.
You can't test it. It's not a scientific claim.
I've been trying to get in real quick. I took a photo of an apricot face looking at the ball, and then I rotated it so it's tidally locked. So now you see the left ear. Now you don't see the left ear. See, as it goes around the ball, if you're looking at a 3D object sphere, you're going to be if it's tidally locked, you're going to see the different sides: the left side, the right side, the front. It's not going to look the way it looks. But if you're looking at
tidally locked means,
painting, you're looking at a painting. Right, a
tidally
painting
locked means the same face is facing the object that it's orbiting around.
It means that you have an ad hoc cool story for why things aren't making sense on your ball that you never had any curvature for, which was the first thing you told us when you came in here.
Yeah, exactly.
But a painting on the ceiling, okay? No matter where you go in the house, you're going to see the same face. I mean, if you adjust the shape of the painting, maybe it'll look exactly the same. Like, I don't know, concave or something, right? I don't know what the moon is, but it can't be a sphere that's tidally locked, because that's not what we would see. We would see all the different sides of the moon, because the moon has to go that way to your side, right? And as I see it go to your side, I'm going to see the other side. I mean, the left side or the right side. It depends, right? Right? 3D spheres.
Then the orbit of the moon's like almost it's supposed to be a perfect circle, which is a violation of Kepler's laws, which you can't even model it using the second law of planetary motion, because it's a near perfect circle. That's why Galileo made his model, or Copernicus' model, was perfect circles. But there was something wrong with it because they noticed that the angular size changes didn't happen. Because
that was Ptolemy.
Yeah, Ptolemy. So like the angular size of Mars would have had to change almost by a factor of 60. Mars would like vary; it would be 60 times one size than the other. So they had to abandon that for Kepler. But Kepler worked with the moon, and Kepler. It's a well-known fact. It's an absolute fact. Kepler faked his data. It's a fact. And you think this is not important? Newton's universal law of gravitation is a consequence of Kepler's laws. So these are the giants whose shoulders you're standing on. Error, error, error. I'm not making it up, dude. You can just go look it up. I'm not a Glober, dude. I don't make shit up.
I mean, it's better than the alternative. I mean, like, what you guys got, right? Like,
No,
you
I
got an
am
ice wall, right? Like,
You're shifting the burden, buddy. What have you got? You came in here telling us that you have no measurements of Earth curvature.
I got
You have
black
nothing.
holes, man. I got like time dilation and relativity and like all of this like fantastic shit, and y'all are just ice wall, flat Earth maps. And,
all right. He said he had
he's
all
got
this
gravity, but he just
fantastic.
said that it's not scientific. Sorry, bro.
He also said it was fantastic, which the root word is fantasy. Fantasy. You got fantastic, fantastical shit. Okay, cool.
Sure.
What's going to
You helped
happen
us
as
out
we ride
so
the speed
much.
of light?
Awesome.
I'm going to assume that as I increase and approach the speed of light, my mass is going to increase indefinitely because math, right? Is that what you got? You got some fucking thought experiments? Nice.
Oh, you mean like there's some cool thought experiments about that. Like, you mean like relativity and time dilation?
Like Stellar that came how love crosses through time and space and all that bullshit. Right?
What?
You got some philosophy. I mean, come on, man. Curvature. Explain.
Yeah, that's the first part of your model, buddy. Explain.
So again, I told you, is it not feasible that it's not a perfect sphere?
You're whistling right past the graveyard, you idiot.
And we told you it's not off by an order. It's off by an order of magnitude, not by a margin of error. So if it's off by a margin of error, we could say, yeah, it's not a perfect sphere, right? We don't got anything, but it's off by orders of magnitude, bro. So that's a huge problem.
That's not explaining why it's not. Okay, that is not a perfect sphere. What are you saying? It's flat, 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 and then what? We just can't get to the curvature. It's flat, man. What do you mean it's not a perfect sphere?
He's making excuses. He doesn't actually have any positive curvature measurements. He just ham waves all the measurements away, which show that there is none.
Is it a hexagon? Is it a cube with round edges and corners? What are you saying? What do you mean it's not a perfect sphere? Is a cue ball a perfect sphere? No, actually, it's not. What the hell, man? There's a radius then. Where is that curving? And then you're going to say it's not a perfect sphere to explain that it looks flat, to explain that at 1.22 5 miles, dude. You're going to explain that away with it's not a perfect sphere. It just looks flat. Why? How do you science shit if it's not appearing the way it looks, if it's not measuring the way it looks? How do you do science? How do you go to the moon? How do you even fly an airplane?
That's the first part of his claim. Make him show it. Let's see the curvature.
You have to assume a flat.
When I go in a rocket, I'll take you guys with me, I swear.
Look, these are the words that are in the manual.
Hey, the Eratosthenes
plane. You have to assume a flat, non-rotating.
You wouldn't believe me though. Like, even if I was live streaming it to you,
Bong, he said, I'll take you in a rocket, bro. Was that the Eratosthenes method? Is that how he measured Earth curvature? He took someone in a rocket? Was that it?
No, I don't know the Eratosthenes method.
Right. Okay, you have no idea how this claim you believe is ever verified in the first place. You just believe it like a religious zealot.
Yeah, for me it is pretty much, I guess, religious zealot.
Okay, thanks.
Pretty much.
Take the no. Stop defending, man. Stop defending those people. Stop denying yourself. Stop denying yourself.
Why do you keep on bringing up a rocket to go to space to measure the Earth? We got to go to space to get to the Earth. No, bro, you're on the Earth right now. You can go outside over a large body of water and take some observational measurements, right? And when you see lights that shouldn't be there, right? Like people in
Yeah,
islands,
but we already
right?
went
They
over
know.
this. Your senses are really like.
No.
Come on.
That's why I haven't caused a wreck in 20 years because I can't trust my senses. Oh, that's not a stoplight. My senses are wrong.
Hey,
So maybe for that they're pretty good, but like you can't really measure like the distance from you to the wall in front of you perfectly, like to the 0.000 centimeter.
you know what I can do? I can do third grade geometry. Can you?
How can we have a radius with senses, man, without having good senses? How
Well,
can they
here-
radius? How can they build bones? Go
He's
ahead.
refuting his own claim here because he's saying that humans don't have the senses necessary to measure the thing that he believes in. So who measured the thing that you believe in?
So people have like
one
laser
day-
guided systems and like stuff that like doesn't actually use
Oh.
human eyes
Oh.
to come out with a result.
Yeah, we've got multiple channels on that very thing on this server here. Check them out.
Next time, you know what I'm hearing? I'm hearing that eventually we're going to have to rely on AI to do everything for us because our senses are terrible, right? That's why we built these things. That's why we've
Well, we
evolved.
already do that, right? Like you get in a car because your feet suck, right? You get
Machines, right?
into an elevator because your feet suck, right? You put glasses on because your eyes suck. You put headphones on because your ears suck. You put on,
That's
so
what I'm
much shit
saying.
So
because
Iron
other
Dan,
stuff sucks.
we use a
Iron Dan, can I say one thing and I gotta go?
Built something, okay? And then
Your
they
skin
think
sucks, so you wear clothes, right? Like
Iron Dan.
we got more things if we don't use the thing they built. Okay, especially the nature of your reality. You must ask us because we've built this thing that you can't use, that you can't, ever have access to, and that's how we know things because your senses are not good enough. But this thing we built,
Why are you guys giving him? Why are you guys letting him drag you into the weeds? He already gave you the rope to hang him. He already said. He already said what he needed to say. That it's positive that the Earth isn't always curving at the same rate. So what you're saying though is that you admit that it isn't even close to what it is supposed to be. Correct? Is that what you're saying? That it's clearly off.
Is that what I'm saying?
See.
Right? Is that? I just want some clarity. Are you saying it's off? Right? By seeing too far, we see too far than from what the globe model. Yeah.
We don't have the eye, the all-seeing eye.
Iron Dan. Is it? Is that what you're saying? When you see how far we can see from a 1 foot observer height, you see that it's not necessarily the 3959 radius. Therefore, you said
Something
because
wrong
it's
with
not
our
that.
eyes.
Right, you just no, it's not wrong with the ours. It's that the Earth isn't always flat, isn't always curving everywhere. That's what you said, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you admit there's a problem, right? So the problem is that here it is. Here's the problem. The problem is that it's off by so much that it would make the Earth like the size of the sun or the size of Jupiter. It's off by so much that basically everything that NASA claims that everything that where the ISS is, but everything day and night changes based on this number being wrong by that much. Does that make sense?
No.
So okay, when you say it's off by like when you say it's not quite spherical everywhere by the same rate, but how many miles would you give or take?
Well, the difference, right, is like the supposed difference is right is like a mile, right? A mile of
curvature, or like of
mile
how far
of like
okay, so
the
but I
point
guess
of like the tallest point and the lowest point of the Earth is like a mile difference.
Okay, so I guess here's
I
the
don't know. That's what it's supposed to be.
I got you. So, but has anyone gone? Have people really gone through the Black Swan with him?
Yeah, we probably have. He's been around for a while. What he just said was wrong anyway.
So,
It's always part of the Everest, right?
I know. I'm trying to stay here. Okay, so I'm
Is it
trying to
more than a mile.
So
the
point. All right, here's the point, though. Here's the problem. All right, you said what we see observably, right, from the shore of water. We can look from one, and we can see something that's 30 miles away.
Mm-hmm.
You see that, and that's why you said, well, it's not curving everywhere at the same rate. Okay. So, but the point is that if we're able to see
30 miles away. That means that the radius has to be a minimum of, I don't know the math off the top of my head, but many thousands or millions of miles off.
260,000 miles, so it's a little bit more than that would be the radius of Earth. So the radius would be a little more than the distance to the moon.
So that would mean so that the size of Earth from the core to the crust would.
I mean, again, if you're basing all of this from a visual assertion from a shoreline, then that's what I'm saying. Like your vision just isn't good enough to make that sort of like a claim, right?
These are optic. No, that's the point. Is that, but I guess how many days in a row can we see
Because
this?
like we know, right, on the globe, right, the gravity has the potential to be able to bend light. So why would it not bend the light that's
here we
coming
go.
to me from the horizon?
Here we go.
Good luck with this guy. Good luck, guys.
Bending light.
You just say things like, we know the Earth spins, right? I mean, we know this. So, but that's not why it's chubby. Come on, Neil, stop it.
Okay, so he just made a claim that gravity can bend the light, right? So I'm gonna need you to back that up, bro.
The gravity
Go ahead and
bends
cite your
light.
source. Go ahead and cite your source.
I mean, there's
The
gravitational
Earth's
lensing
gravity
that occurs in like
in deep
gravity
space.
in space.
In deep
Okay,
space.
right.
We're talking about here on Earth. If you're claiming the Earth's gravity can bend the light, how much?
Bend light that's coming to you directly from the horizon, specifically those beams entering your eyes. Yeah, right. And then along
How
with
much?
the error of your eyes, as well as refraction, the air density, the air that's in the way, that can cause like an effect. Can it not?
By how much?
You've heard.
Cite your source.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm not going to let him get away with this one. He's saying the Earth's gravity can bend light here on Earth.
No,
happened, bro. I'm just a religious zealot preaching my.
You say that because when light passes by,
Calling
stuff,
us zealots.
say that those stars are bending the light and it's going around the star, and that's why we can see the star. It's like what? That's why you.
Sometimes it goes actually around a galaxy itself. But yeah.
Light. What about the sun? How is the sun affecting the lights from the stars?
Don't let him wiggle. Don't let him wiggle, bro. He said that gravity can bend the light. Can you cite your source for that, bro? Earth's gravity bending the light.
No.
Well, then you got to consider the sun's gravity also bending the light. It's a million times bigger than the Earth, guys.
Hey, Hank, I just have one thing to say. Just one thing to say. Flat is justice.
Yeah, yeah, okay. What, crazy, stupid? Yeah, we get it. But look, how can you say the Earth's gravity is affecting the light, bending the light, and then ignore the sun? That's a million times bigger than it. For God's sake, it's affecting the Earth. Come on, man.
Sure, it bends light to a degree as well, right? But like if it's directly shooting photons at you as well, there's also that.
You're letting this guy get way too far away from it. The thing is that he needs to show a physical demonstration of light actually extending your line of sight 10 times beyond the physical limitations of a physical obstruction.
Every time, it's like entering the Twilight Zone. I'm sorry. Gee. I wake up in the morning and I get excited to enter the Twilight Zone, man. It's like,
so if you go to the beach and you can see too far, you need new eyes, not a new theory.
I do need new eyes.
Not a new theory, right? Because you couldn't possibly throw out the Earth model. That's your favorite theory.
It is.
It's your favorite, bro.
It really
you
is.
love balls.
You know
I
what's
love
sad?
balls, bro.
Is that the things you should be learning,
I love
right?
big wet balls that hold out the water because of gravity.
The things we should be learning to understand all this, right? You only learn if you become a certain kind of thing, like an engineer, right? That's sad that we could be learning all that, right?
What's this dude's name?
Things work, but here we are arguing about some theories that are so far out, right, and missing.
Yeah, right. But they're awesome, dude. They're sick.
To us, the nature of our reality.
They're not scientific theories.
Dude, it's infinite out there, man. Like it could be literally anything.
Well, it is way out there.
All right, Iron Dan, what are the 3 things that you need for a scientific experiment? What are the 3 things you need for a hypothesis test?
Yeah.
Also known as an experiment.
I'm sorry.
Iron Dan.
Did you ask me a question?
What are the three things you need for a scientific experiment when dealing with natural science?
Hypothesis, right?
Where does that come from? The hypothesis.
Okay, so what's a hypothesis?
Conjecture.
No,
Based
that's
on
called
observation.
poetry.
You use small words, man.
No. So I just exposed that you don't have a 5th grade science acumen, right? The three things you need for a scientific experiment is your independent, dependent, and control variables. So you're in here, right, and you're in a science forum, and you don't even know about the scientific method, right? You just said conjecture, right, which is what I said earlier, affirmation, from your indoctrination, replacing experimentation, while in the meantime masquerading as a scientific theory. Like, oh, these theories are great. I love my balls. Like, no, bro, this isn't how it works. So you just mentioned, all this stuff about gravity and stuff, right? So when the apple fell and landed on Newton's head, why did it fall?
Because it's a ball.
Do you
Why
want
did
me
the
to
apple
repeat it,
fall?
or do you know, and we can just continue?
Why did the apple fall, Dan?
I mean, you know what I'm going to say, so do we just skip that?
Yeah, I know you're an NPC. If you want to skip that part, that's fine. So which gravity?
Which gravity?
Yeah.
The only one, the big one that pulls stuff.
Ha 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 ha.
Okay, so specific gravity? You're talking about
Well,
specific
he's
gravity,
combined
right?
both of them, Hank. That's what he's done. You
Talking
got to
about Newton.
understand. They've combined both of them. They work with both now, and they call it one.
Oh, so he doesn't know there's a difference between Newtonian 3 space
Oh no, he
and
doesn't.
I mean, quantum
Einsteinian 4
gravity, which is
space.
different. They're working on that,
Quantum
but
gravity. Oh,
they're
tell me
working on it.
more. Tell me about this
See
quantum
what
gravity.
I'm telling you?
Whoa. Did this guy say
This
quantum
is
gravity?
great.
Did that happen?
It's in process, but like whatever.
It's in the process, huh? So when you said
I'm working
gravity,
on it in
did
my
you mean the
basement.
bend? I'm trying to help you out, bro. When you said gravity, did you mean mass attracting mass or the bending and warping of space-time?
Well, it's both.
Really?
It's both in one. You kind of just explained
so-
two parts of the same thing. Like,
Stop trolling.
Okay, so let's say they are one together, right?
am I trolling?
And
Not
this,
really. Like, if you feel bad, like I'll
no,
log
he
off.
really
Really.
thinks
Like,
this.
I don't.
He
I'm
really
just bored
thinks
and
this, guys. He's not trolling. All right,
really
so you've heard that nothing can move faster than the speed of light, according to Einstein, right?
well, except like the expansion of space time can move faster than light, right? Like, then there is I saw like a meme literally of like four
Yeah,
things
I'm
that can
aware
move
of the
faster than light.
inflation theory.
Is
Yeah,
it moving?
space can move faster than light. Right. So what happens when you got a pencil and you push the eraser? Doesn't that energy move the other side of the pencil where the lead's sticking out like faster than the speed of light, instantaneous?
No.
Yeah. Is there a lag? When you push the pencil from the eraser, is there a lag? It's
No.
instantaneous, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right. That violates Einstein right there. So with Einstein, you got 4 space, right? And Newton, you got 3 space. So how could they be the same gravity?
So you're saying that the tip of the pencil moves after the push of the
No,
eraser?
immediately. Immediately.
Well, because it's contact between all of the atoms, right? So it would move.
Exactly.
It would
So
be
it would move
instantaneous.
faster than the speed of light. It'd be instant. There's no delay.
But it's the same structure, right? So
spooky
it's moving
action.
the same object.
Yeah, spooky action at a distance where the gravity, everything has a gravitational pull that's pulling on everything in the entire universe. Right? That spooky action at a distance is instantaneous. Once again, violating Einstein. You can't marry them both together. They're two totally different things. Space-time doesn't exist in Newton's world. He never conceived of a space-time continuum.
Well, he was a little
So
before
my point
Einstein's
is,
time.
I have a gravity that you can actually test, right? In your home, in your kitchen. It's called specific gravity. Do you mind looking it up for me?
Do you know it takes time for your brain to send signals to your hands, to your fingers to type things? It takes time for that to happen.
By the
But the
way,
Oh yeah, and that's actually not instantaneous because your brain saves it like as like a buffer, and then the next time it literally just gives you that immediately. That's why people can pickpocket you, which is crazy because they literally just touch you in the right place, and you feel as though somebody's
No,
just
it takes
regularly
time
brushing up
for that
against
to
you, but they're
happen.
actually already inside your pocket. That's why your senses are not great. You know what I mean?
But no, it takes time for that to happen. The pencil
you're
is
way
one
worse
thing.
than your senses, dude.
The
That's
pencil is
easy to
one
prove.
thing. Yeah,
Your
they're not.
senses are like really easily
I have to
like
move.
So is your
really
mind.
easily
So is your
like
mind.
subverted.
So is
It's
your mind.
crazy.
So is
Like,
your
you ever
mind.
been in a fight with somebody? Do you know how easy
Are you
you
like
tunnel
ignoring
vision
me?
that person? Like, wow.
Yeah, this guy just keeps
Are you
going,
like
man.
ignoring me? So is your
Yeah.
mind. So we have our senses on one hand and our reason on the other hand, right?
Specific gravity.
Senses have flaws. They're not perfect. But reason also has flaws. It's not perfect. And I can guarantee you, you've made more mental mistakes than physical mistakes. Guaranteed that you have hallucinated less, like, smelt something that wasn't there, saw something that wasn't there, heard something that wasn't there, but you've thought a lot of thoughts of events
What?
that never happened.
Yeah.
So,
Anticipated
hey,
things that never happened, did things that turned out to have bad results. Your reason is way worse than your senses.
so
Oh yeah,
Hank,
he just said
you
like
asked me
less
to
than
look up
30 minutes
specific
ago.
gravity.
Yeah,
Oh, hold on, I
yeah,
wanted
I
to say
did.
something about
Hang
what
on.
Hank said in the pencil. Modern science actually says that there is a delay. I don't know if this has ever been tested. They said the delay is the speed of sound in the material. So
I
whatever the
wanted to
speed
say
of
that he
sound is
said,
in the pencil is the speed at which it's called a phonon wave, a pressure wave. That is the speed at which that displacement will go through the pencil.
okay, I stand
This is
corrected.
what
I
they say.
apologize.
This is like, I don't know if this has ever been tested, but it's a model. But I
So
don't,
Hank,
like
I
I
don't know
said,
if you heard me. I said I found the definition for specific gravity.
Yeah, right. So you see specific gravity, right?
Yeah.
So why does the apple in a pail fall when I drain the water?
When you drain the water, right? When there's no water in there.
Yeah.
Okay. Why
Yeah,
does
so
it
I got
fall?
an
Because
apple.
of gravity, right?
No, because you manipulated the medium and the apple went down when you directly poured the water.
There's no water in there, so it's falling through air. You said you poured the water out, no? I asked you this like specifically before you asked the question.